When heaven and earth were not yet defined, the Jianghu was still drowning in bloodshed. The demonic cult appeared like a stain on the Murim landscape, and now, after decades of bloody struggle, the demonic cult finally chose a new liege. Someone everyone thought was a cold-blooded killer, a destroyer of the Murim, but he just wanted to grow vegetables, raise fish, and retire early. The Jianghu wanted to kill. The liege just wanted to sleep. The Jianghu was in turmoil, and the orthodox path was preparing to join forces to destroy the demonic cult. The sects trembled, and the four great masters gathered. But our liege was busy folding origami, not practicing martial arts every morning, but meditating and breathing like yoga. Rumor has it he even planned to open a milk tea shop right in the main hall of the demonic cult. A protector shouted, "Liege, the orthodox path is attacking the city. Do you have any orders?" Yugong sighed. "Orders for what? Go clean the vegetable garden first." A liege who wanted to live like a farmer. A demonic cult that didn't want to kill but just wanted to sell fruit. But life isn't like a romance comic. Could a retired liege make the Murim less bloody? Or would the Jianghu force him to become the true demon god? Late at night, strong winds blew fallen leaves off the branches. In the darkness, a person in black was running forward hastily. Behind him, several dazzling sword strokes appeared one after another. The sword strokes slashed across, and the leaves in the air were cut in half. He heard the commotion and turned his head back in panic. He saw a person with a cold expression chasing closely behind him. That person showed no mercy and attacked with his sword. The arrogant face with the sharp eyes of that person gradually magnified in his eyes. He recognized that person as the rising star martial soul, Baek Mujial. After defeating him, Baek Mujial held his sword, stood still, looked up to the sky, and shouted, "I finally found him." A shadow appeared on the cliff in front of Baek Mujial. The moonlight shone on top of his head, lengthening the shadow to look like a demon emerging from hell. Baek Mujial growled, "Heavenly Demon Azura." The person called Heavenly Demon Azura had a raging aura, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and looked as ferocious as a murderous god. The people following behind, including Baek Mujial, surrounding Heavenly Demon Azura, were intimidated by his overwhelming aura and became fearful. They gritted their teeth. Baek Mujial looked up at him with fearful eyes, cold sweat running down his face. He thought to himself, still maintaining such an aura even alone, he truly deserves the title of demon who once overturned an era. The sword in Baek Mujial's hand reflected the image of his ice-cold face, a legend within the legends of the demonic path. The liege of the demonic cult, Heavenly Demon Azura. He was someone who had experienced countless battles, stepping over the corpses of countless people. The demonic cult worshipped him, willing to sacrifice for him. The world at his feet was just trash. Until Baek Mujial appeared. Thinking this, Baek Mujial looked up at Heavenly Demon Azura and shouted, "Do you have any last words to say?" Heavenly Demon Azura's face was gloomy. He suddenly curled his lips into a cold smile. Immediately afterward, his wild laughter echoed in every corner. Ha ha ha. A strong wind rose, and the demonic laughter echoed in the ears, attacking everyone present. Baek Mujial stood firmly in place unharmed, while the others reluctantly used their swords to defend themselves. Baek Mujial was a little excited, thinking, "This aura is enough to become a sacrifice for my heroic song." He laughed maniacally. "Ending it in one move would be too boring. I'll play with you for a bit before finishing you off." Looking at the aura of evil surrounding Heavenly Demon Azura, Baek Mujial confidently shouted, "Your arrogance ends here. Come, Heavenly Demon Azura." Heavenly Demon Azura stopped laughing, half of his face sinking into darkness. He glared, his eyes were red, full of murderous intent, as if he was ready to start a massive slaughter, but he suddenly opened his mouth. "Please spare my life." Baek Mujial heard what he said. His whole body stiffened. He widened his eyes, cold sweat pouring out, an illusion. Baek Mujial gritted his teeth, looking at Heavenly Demon Azura with an unbelievable expression, thinking, the opponent is an unparalleled master of the demonic path, the Heavenly Demon. There's no way he would abandon his pride and beg me to spare his life in such a miserable way. Heavenly Demon Azura's face was gloomy. "Maybe I'm not sincere enough. Please spare my life just this once, okay?" Baek Mujial was shocked. The two words telepathic transmission flashed in his mind. This is a martial art used to transmit sound to the opponent from a distance, which also explains why he heard the strange words of Heavenly Demon Azura. Heavenly Demon Azura continued to speak telepathically. "I will live as if I were dead, hidden in the remote mountains and deep valleys, and never appear in the Jianghu again, please." Before he could finish speaking, Baek Mujial excitedly shouted, interrupting him, "No way." The people standing behind Baek Mujeol exchanged glances. They all saw the confusion on each other's faces. Baek Mujeol was trembling with anger. He thought to himself, "My plan to become a hero. What's so glorious about defeating a cowardly liege of the demonic cult?" Heavenly Demon Azura pleaded telepathically, "Brother Baek, please save face for me and speak telepathically." The two people standing behind, looking at Baek Mujeol's trembling back, were confused. What's going on? Baek Mujeol stomped his foot on the ground. He gained momentum and flew to Heavenly Demon Azura. The sword in his hand gleamed. He replied to Heavenly Demon Azura telepathically, "If your pride is so easily destroyed, then just die." Heavenly Demon Azura panicked and broke out in cold sweat. He quickly reacted, drew his sword. "Baek, brother Baek, think again." Baek Mujeol had no patience to listen to his nonsense. He roared with anger, veins popping out on his face. "Then what the hell did I train my martial arts for?" Heavenly Demon Azura reluctantly had to fight him. He gritted his teeth with worry, his face full of reluctance and despair, thinking, "Ugh, is this the end?" The two of them lunged at each other. In the air where they crossed paths, a dazzling white light flashed between them. The darkness gradually faded away, the sunlight shone on the earth. Victory or defeat was decided with a single move. Baek Mujeol, who was full of confidence in victory, died after only one move. Baek Mujeol lay on the ground, his sword broken in two. The Heavenly Demon Azura stood beside him, looking at him with an emotionless face. 22 years later, in the demonic cult, a place of magnificent and luxurious palaces, the Heavenly Demon Azura stroked his long beard. He thought absent-mindedly about the past. Why didn't Baek Mujeol use his strongest ultimate technique that year? With his movement, the robes on his body fluttered. The Heavenly Demon Azura clasped his hands behind his back, exuding an aura as he walked forward. A group of people hurriedly moved to both sides, bowing respectfully. The Heavenly Demon Azura thought to himself, "Thanks to that, I have been able to maintain this position and raise my descendants as they are now." The Heavenly Demon Azura remembered the bloody battles in the past few years. "Although because of excessive desire for power and strength, my 3 sons fought for the position of liege of the demonic cult." In front of him was an incense bowl with burning incense. And now they are all buried under 3 feet of earth. Just then, someone came to the Heavenly Demon Azura and said, "Father." The person was a young man. He was the only son of the Heavenly Demon Azura, Du Yugong. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, respectfully asking, "Are you well?" The Heavenly Demon Azura stared at Du Yugong without answering. But Du Yugong was different. Du Yugong stood in front of him, looking both cold and upright. He thought to himself, "I have raised him not to be blinded by power and strength." The Heavenly Demon Azura had planned everything for the future. He could see the potential within Du Yugong and was preparing him to become the strongest liege. Du Yugong had no idea what the Heavenly Demon Azura was thinking. His expression darkened. He clenched the paper in his hand with determination. "Father," Azura brushed past him. He said calmly, "I am always well, do not worry." He thought to himself, "One day, you will surpass me and become the strongest liege." The subordinates standing not far away looked at Du Yugong and whispered among themselves, "The liege is so fearsome. Yet he has such a kind side indeed. The next liege will be Du Yugong, the descendant of the Heavenly Demon Azura, surely." Du Yugong didn't know what to think. He clenched the paper in his hand, crumpling it. Inside the study, various books were stacked on the bookshelves. Du Yugong held a writing brush and drew a line on the paper. He focused on writing something. Outside the room, a shadow suddenly appeared. Du Yugong put down the brush and looked out the door. "Who is it?" Someone opened the door and entered. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, bowing deeply and respectfully, saying, "Seng Saguk requests an audience with a young cult leader." He was the torture expert Seng Saguk in the demonic cult. Seng Saguk looked up at Du Yugong. He put on an excited expression and continued, reporting to the young cult leader, "This subordinate is torturing a righteous sect member, as ordered by the liege. This subordinate has come to report the situation." Du Yugong looked at him with an emotionless gaze. "Are you testing my abilities?" Thinking this, he said, "Speak." Seng Saguk remembered the person who had just been captured. "This subordinate has tortured the criminal in the dungeon for 3 days." He described the torture scene in a casual manner. On the first day, this subordinate peeled the skin from his thighs to his toes, then soaked him in salt water for half a day. Thinking of the bloody scene he had created, Seng Saguk continued, "On the second day, this subordinate fed his feet to the pigs." The righteous sect member was tied to a chair, his body covered in blood. Seng Saguk recounted, "On the third day, which is today, his lower body has disappeared." Seng Saguk lowered his head, smiling smugly. He secretly glanced at the expression on Du Yugong's face. then thought to himself, in this entire demonic cult, only I can torture to this extent, the young cult leader will surely be very satisfied. Du Yugong suddenly slammed his hands on the table and stood up abruptly. He frowned, angrily shouting, "Weak!" Seng Saguk was extremely confident in his abilities. Poor him, only then did he react to what Du Yugong had just said. He was startled, exclaiming in surprise, "Huh!" Seng Saguk's eyes widened, his whole body trembling. He was sweating cold, unable to believe what he was hearing. He said my torture methods are weak. I thought he would say I was too cruel. Seng Saguk looked at Du Yugong with a gloomy face in front of him. He was even more terrified, indeed. It is the bloodline of the legendary heavenly demon Azura of the demonic path. Thinking this, he immediately lowered his head, his whole body trembling, and loudly said, This subordinate will immediately torture him more brutally." After speaking, Seng Saguk hurriedly retreated out like a gust of wind. Du Yugong looked at the empty, quiet room, falling into contemplation. His face darkened, and he slumped down into the chair. After a while, Du Yugong let out a long breath. His face was pale, cold sweat pouring out, with a horrified expression. He muttered, "Those crazy demonic cult members. They are not human." Du Yugong remember when Seng Saguk stood below reporting to him, "What is that from head to toe is not intact because of being too cruel, so I thought of something else." At that time his whole body was shaking with fear. In his head he kept thinking, "Is that what humans do? Please stop, not sober up. This is demonic cult. Now I'm too weak, can't I have to endure, I'm too weak, weak. And so, in a panic, Du Yugong shouted loudly, "Weak!" Now thinking back, his whole body stiffened, and sweat poured out like rain. I misspoke. Thinking of the scene of Seng Saguk torturing others, Du Yugong only felt fear. He gritted his teeth, clutching the paper in his hand tightly. Moreover, he said he would torture him even more brutally, just lingering near the demonic cult and being treated so cruelly. Damn it. Suddenly, Du Yugong loosened his hand, looking at the crumpled paper in his hand. Inside the paper were clearly written the words, "Not worthy of being liege of the demonic cult." Du Yugong pondered for a moment, then muttered in frustration, "Today, I couldn't say it again." Du Yugong cried out in his heart, "I don't want to be patriarch of the demonic cult." He thought of a life like a wandering Jianghu swordsman, free and unrestrained. Du Yugong held his head, his face pale with despair, thinking, "I want to live a normal life. But everyone around me misunderstands me." Du Yugong remembered that once he went outside, a subordinate in the demonic cult saw him and greeted him, "Young cult leader, where were you going?" Du Yugong smiled friendly and replied, "I just picked up some trash on the street and threw it into the incinerator." Then this story gradually spread in a strange way. I heard that he caught a righteous sect trash on the street. Another subordinate raised his eyebrows, appearing knowledgeable. "Isn't the place to dispose of that righteous sect member the dungeon?" Seng Saguk exclaimed in surprise and joy, "Liege, the young cult leader has done it." The subordinates couldn't help but be excited. Indeed, he is the next liege. Du Yugong clenched his fist, his face pale with panic, thinking, "No, I really just went to throw out the trash." Du Yugong turned his head and looked out the window, his heart filled with determination. "I can't live a normal life in this demonic cult. I have to talk to father and leave this place." His expression turned grim before inheriting the position of liege. Just then, a middle-aged man suddenly burst through the door. Young cult leader Du Yugong looked at him and calmly asked, "What's wrong?" In his heart he thought, "Oh, I'm startled." The man was one of the 6 elders of the demonic cult, Samyun Megan, always wearing a smile. Although he was flustered, he still tried to force a smile and said, "Cult liege." He hurriedly raised his voice, "The liege is in critical condition." Du Yugong's eyes widened in shock. He was bewildered and couldn't believe what. Du Yugong changed into funeral clothes, his expression stunned, still unable to process what was happening. He held the portrait of the heavenly demon Azura and completed the ritual. Behind him was a team of professional coffin bearers. Du Yugong abruptly looked up at the sky. Sunlight shone on his haggard face with dark circles under his eyes. He was utterly bewildered. What's going on? Du Yugong remembered the moment when he burst through the door. "Father." He hurriedly ran to the bedside of the heavenly demon Azura. "What happened?" The old doctor standing beside him, sweating profusely, anxiously replied, "The thing is." He recalled the battle 22 years ago between the heavenly demon Azura and Baek Mujial and continued, "The liege's internal injuries from the Battle of Ma Woon Peak were too severe. He couldn't withstand it any longer." The heavenly demon Azura, exhausted, struggled to open his eyes and whispered to Du Yugong, "Yugong, have you come?" Du Yugong gritted his teeth, his face filled with worry. "Please don't speak anymore, father," he thought to himself. It seems difficult for him to speak. The heavenly demon Azura raised his trembling, lifeless arm. He tried to use the last of his strength to continue. My son Yugong, listen carefully. From now on, you are the liege of the demonic cult, everything. Before he could finish his sentence, the heavenly demon Azura's hand, raised in the air, suddenly fell back down. Du Yugong panicked and hurriedly tried to catch it, but it was too late. He exclaimed agitatedly, no way. Du Yugong's entire body was limp. He put his hand on the door to support himself. Finally, his face was pale as if he had no life left. He thought desperately, can I not escape the fate of the liege of the demonic cult? Du Yugong took heavy steps across the threshold, but he frowned, suddenly realizing something was wrong. Although he didn't turn around, Du Yugong still felt someone behind him. It seems there's a stranger in my room. Du Yugong's eyes were cold and emotionless. Who are you? The person approached him. Forgive my disrespect. Du Yugong quickly turned around to look at the person. He exclaimed angrily, I asked you who you are. The person didn't give him a chance to react. He suddenly lunged forward and struck his pressure points. Du Yugong's entire body lost strength. He exclaimed in surprise, pressure points, when did he attack? The person supported Du Yugong's limp body. His expression grim, and said, then if you'll excuse me. With that, he took Du Yugong and disappeared on the spot. With a loud crash, the roof of the small courtyard where Du Yugong lived was pierced with a large hole. The person carried Du Yugong horizontally and flew out through the large hole. Du Yugong gritted his teeth and widened his eyes, thinking anxiously. He's blocked my pressure points, damn it, I have to call someone quickly. Just then, someone noticed the anomaly and immediately gave chase. There, Du Yugong turned his head and saw two people chasing after him. He immediately recognized the evil spirit exposing squad and the soul-chasing Yaksa squad. They can eliminate that guy. Thinking this, Du Yugong saw hope and shouted, hey, over here. The people chasing behind urged each other loudly. Hurry, we must kill Du Yugong. These words reached Du Yugong's ears, and he froze in disbelief. But before he could regain his senses, the people chasing behind continued to shout. Whoever succeeds will be handsomely rewarded. The masked people shouted in unison, yes, sir. The group quickly surrounded the person and Du Yugong. They held their weapons tightly and charged forward with murderous intent. The person reached for the sword on his back. Let's go, liege. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately swung his sword and slashed several times, directly knocking down the people blocking the road in front of him and rushing out. Du Yugong stared at the red blood splattering everywhere, feeling horrified. How could those elites be so easily defeated? The people continued to chase relentlessly. One person jumped down from above, raising his sword high and slashing down. Die. The person's expression was grim, and the sword in his hand flashed. He quickly changed his grip on the sword, so the blade was facing backwards. Without even turning his head, he thrust the sword straight behind him. The person rushed forward just in time, and the sharp blade immediately pierced through his throat. He widened his eyes in surprise, only managing to cry out once before losing his life. The person charged straight ahead. The one standing in front of him, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel terrified. He panicked, cold sweat pouring down his face, but knowing that he had no way out, he had no choice but to desperately charge forward to attack. Under the dim moonlight, the sword in the person's hand flashed. He soared into the air, and the sword in the hand of the person blocking his path broke in two. He fell straight to the ground and died. Seeing this scene, the person with fiery red hair shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Are you going to let Du Yugong escape?" Just then, someone suddenly appeared, reaching out to stop them. Stop! It was Samyun Megan, still with the same smile on his face. The person with fiery red hair exclaimed in surprise, Samyun Megan. He was the captain of the evil spirit exposing squad, Umsan Sia Singh. He exclaimed in surprise, if we let him run, the consequences will be dire. The captain of the soul-chasing Yiksha squad, Bulpyeong Guiang, standing beside him, agreed, it's not too late to pursue them now. Samyun Megan gazed into the distance. Du Yugong, we can kill him whenever we want, but if we kill him, the demonic cult will face a great disaster. He thought about the frightening person who just started Yugong's journey, the preparations by the heavenly demon Azura, Pung Cheon. Because of him, Samyun Megan clasped his hands behind his back and calmly continued, so I have prepared to stop Du Yugong. Samyun Megan took a step forward. The rest of you, quickly dispose of the bodies, and the elders gather together. He grinned darkly, his face full of ambition, and declared, the 16th generation liege succession ceremony officially begins. In a certain forest, a figure kicked hard against a tree trunk and soared away. This movement caused several leaves to fall from the branches and flutter away. Pung Cheon carried Du Yugong through the forest, rushing like a gust of wind. Du Yugong's face was pale. After a while he shouted irritably, "Hey, it's been a day already. Who are you and why are you doing this to me?" Peng Qion didn't answer him but changed the subject. "We'll be in Shangxi soon." With that, he suddenly jumped to the ground and stopped. In Du Yugong's bewildered eyes, Peng Qion calmly continued, "I will open your acupoints for you." As he said that, he released Du Yugong from his acupoint seal. Du Yugong was finally able to move. He rotated his stiff shoulders, thinking to himself, "Finally, I've been released from the acupoint seal." Peng Qion suddenly knelt before him. He said respectfully, "This humble one requests an audience with the liege. I am Peng Qion." He looked up, his amber eyes shining brightly. He continued, "Created to serve the liege exclusively." Du Yugong frowned, inwardly suspicious. "Created? Are you a subordinate trained by my father?" Thinking this, he spoke up, "I only have one question. Is Samyun Megan the mastermind of the rebellion?" A strong wind blew, scattering leaves. Peng Chion's voice rang out, particularly clear, "Yes, he is." Du Yugong lowered his head in silence. "I see." He remembered the time when Samyun Megan took care of him when he was young, the friendly smile on his face when he taught him to read, and the times the two of them sat and talked happily with each other. Samyun Megan, a loyalist. Du Yugong remembered the times he clasped his hands respectfully in front of him. He was a little reluctant to believe that it was betrayal, but after that brief moment of shock, he suddenly smirked triumphantly. "Excellent." Du Yugong suddenly looked refreshed. "If Samyun Megan wants to be the liege, then so be it. I'll give up the position of liege and live a peaceful life." He stealthily glanced at Peng Qion, lost in thought. "But the problem is this guy." Peng Qion stood motionless in place with a serious expression, looking obedient as if waiting for Du Yugong to give orders. Du Yugong quickly made a decision. "I have to find a way to get rid of him." Thinking this, he pointed at him and said loudly, "You've chosen the wrong person to be loyal to. The current liege of the demonic cult is Samyun Megan. Go away." Peng Chion's face was grim and stubborn. "My liege is only the heavenly demon Azura and the young cult leader. Please take back that order." Du Yugong angrily thought, "Look at my eyes, do you want to get hit?" He frowned and put on a fierce expression, yelling loudly, "Insolent! How dare you disobey and order me around? Do you want to die?" "I told you to leave." Before he could finish speaking, Peng Chion's face turned black. His eyes glowed red, and he swung his arm with a furious momentum. Du Yugong was terrified, his face pale, and cold sweat poured out like a stream. He closed his eyes, shrank back, and raised his hands to defend himself, inwardly screaming. A loud explosion echoed through the forest, and dirt, rocks, and dust flew everywhere. Du Yugong sat slumped on the ground, his eyes wide with terror, looking up at Peng Qion, who had just slammed his hands into the cliff behind him. Peng Qion frantically bashed his head against the cliff. "This humble one begs to be punished." Rocks and debris broken by Peng Chion's blows fell on Du Yugong, who was sitting below. He winced and cried out, "My bones." The rumbling noise in the forest caused birds to scatter in fear. Du Yugong couldn't stand it anymore and roared, "Stop it! What the hell are you doing in the middle of the night?" Peng Qion didn't stop but continued to bash his head against the cliff. "The liege has ordered. I will punish myself until you forgive me." Du Yugong cried out helplessly, I know, I am the liege. I order you to stop immediately." Finally, Peng Qion stopped. A large hole appeared in the cliff, and broken rocks and debris scattered everywhere. Yet, he was completely unharmed. Du Yugong looked at him, sweating profusely, and couldn't help thinking, what on earth did my father train? He slapped his forehead helplessly. "First, we need to find a place to rest. Let's go down the mountain," as if remembering something. He suddenly asked, "How much of my father's money did you bring?" Peng Qion, with a stern expression, replied calmly, "This humble one didn't bring any money." "Then tonight, we will have to sleep on the mountain." Du Yugong angrily shouted, "What? How dare you confidently say you would serve me?" Peng Qion bent over 90 degrees in apology. "Please forgive me." Not far away, a group of people were approaching. Peng Qion looked at them and continued, "But I have already prepared a place to sleep and delicious food. They have come to pick us up." Du Yugong paled as he looked at the group in front of him, his mouth hanging open, and question marks popped up in his head. The leader of the group had a scar on one side of his face. He showed a ferocious expression and said loudly, "They dare to freely enter the Green Forest's territory like this. You better not even think about getting out of here alive." On the high branches around them, there were many archers drawing their bows, aiming at Du Yugong and Peng Qion. Du Yugong realized the situation was bad. He clenched his fists in worry. "This is bad. These people are the elites of the Green Forest. Peng Qion, why are you just standing there talking nonsense?" Du Yugong frowned and pursed his lips. He quickly used internal voice transmission to Peng Qion. "Careless actions will lead to trouble. first politely apologized to them. Peng Chion's eyes glowed red. He roared angrily, "Shut up, do you know who you're talking to?" The others were stunned by his oppressive aura. Du Yugong rolled his eyes back in terror. His mouth agape, Peng Chion. He hurried over and grabbed Peng Chion's arm, snarling quietly into his ear. "What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and apologize to them, say it after me." "I apologize." The leader of the group finally reacted, roaring ferociously. "Damn it, who are you kidding with that?" He ordered his men to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the archers ambushing in the trees simultaneously fired arrows. A rain of arrows surged out of the forest, heading towards where Peng Chion and Du Yugong were standing. Peng Chion's face remained unchanged, but Du Yugong, standing beside him, was so scared he froze. Peng Chion reached for the sword behind his back, his face grim as he growled, "Shut up." As soon as the word up left his mouth, Peng Chion slashed horizontally, and a blazing red sword aura swept away the incoming rain of arrows. Sensing the terrifying power of the move just now, the leader thought in terror, "Sword aura, this guy is no ordinary person." Immediately, he loudly ordered a retreat. As soon as the word retreat left his mouth, Peng Chion suddenly appeared behind him from afar. He grabbed his head with both hands, his eyes extremely cold, still stubborn. With a snap, Peng Chion twisted the head on his neck backward. Du Yugong, standing far away, shouted to stop him. "No, don't kill anyone." The leader's neck twisted 180 degrees, just enough for his head to face Peng Chion. Peng Chion calmly explained, "I'm not killing him." Seeing this bizarre scene, Du Yugong couldn't help but yell, "What the hell are you talking about?" Peng Chion didn't answer but patted the leader's shoulder. "The master is tired. Quickly take him back to Green Forest." The leader nodded like a madman in a bizarre posture. Du Yugong exclaimed in surprise, "Is he still alive?" His eyes rolled back, his face turned pale, and cold sweat poured out. He couldn't help but think in fear, "I've gotten involved with a madman." That night, at the Green Forest's residence, Peng Chion, his face grim, kicked the main door open and charged in. He surveyed the place and then looked at the three figures inside. Peng Chion expressed disappointment. "Ha, so dilapidated, no different from a rundown temple." Du Yugong reminded him, "Peng Chion, don't be so rude." Peng Chion hurriedly bowed deeply in front of him to apologize. "Yes, I'm sorry, master." At this moment, one of the three people already in the room suddenly spoke up, "You're really bold." Du Yugong turned his head and said with a fake smile, "Ah, sorry, it's late at night. Please forgive the intruder." Speaking of which, Du Yugong suddenly noticed something. His eyes widened in surprise. A beautiful young woman appeared before him. The moonlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating her. Her eyes were half closed, making her look like a quiet painting of a beauty that others couldn't bear to disturb. Du Yugong thought in a daze, "Who is this?" The young woman opened her eyes, her blue eyes slightly moving, charming and captivating. Du Yugong secretly added in his heart, "An unparalleled beauty." Du Yugong's cheeks flushed red. He looked at her shyly. Such a weak woman is actually in Green Forest. Could they be kidnapping a hostage? Thinking so, he clenched his fist. Peng Chion heard Du Yugong's telepathic message. Peng Chion bowed to his back respectfully and replied, "Yes." Du Yugong secretly ordered, "Go save that young woman." The young woman slowly walked closer to where Du Yugong was standing. "The moon is really beautiful tonight." She suddenly smirked, covering her mouth to laugh. The moonlight reflected the red light of the gem she was wearing on her ear, looking a little strange. "And who are you two?" She paused, a smile full of malice spreading across her face. "You bastards, who are you?" Du Yugong didn't expect the young woman he thought was a hostage to say such words. His face turned pale. He was so surprised that a huge question mark popped up in his head. Peng Chion's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, placing his hand on the sword behind his back. The next second, Peng Chion drew his sword and charged towards the young woman, angrily shouting, "Impolite." The young woman sneered, the cruelty unconcealed on her beautiful face. She loudly said, "Shut up and die." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and something was launched from inside her sleeve. It was a type of circular hidden weapon. It flew straight towards Peng Chion, who fearlessly moved even faster. As soon as the hidden weapon approached him, his eyes flashed with golden light. He swung his sword, directly cutting the incoming hidden weapon in two. But the remaining hidden weapon, as if it had eyes, suddenly flew behind Peng Chion and circled back. Peng Chion jumped high without hesitation. The remaining hidden weapon swirled in the air and then cut through the spot where Peng Chion had been standing a moment ago. Peng Chion held his sword, his eyes shining brightly, and a terrifying aura emanated as he descended from above. He aimed directly at the hidden weapon spinning below. Pung Cheon accurately pierced the hole in the center of the hidden weapon with his sword. Immediately after, he slashed out a sword, sending the hidden weapon flying back. The young woman was startled. Her eyes widened as she watched the hidden weapon fly towards her from above. As soon as she reacted, she immediately jumped to the side to dodge. With a bang, the hidden weapon flew past her, crashing into the wall behind, creating a strong tremor. The young woman turned her head in surprise to look at the destroyed wall behind her. Rubble fell to the ground, and white smoke and dust rose everywhere. The next second, her face flushed with anger. She gritted her teeth and roared, "You damn thing." Pung Cheon didn't know when he had appeared behind her. He placed his hand on her head, his face cold, and said, "This is the end." The young woman's pupils contracted, and she froze in disbelief. She laughed madly and then tried to turn her head to look at him. "Haha, you think so?" Without knowing when, the remaining people in the mountain stronghold had surrounded Du Yugong. One of them held a knife to his neck, and smiled coldly and said, "Let go of our village chief." The sharp knife in his hand reflected a blinding light. He held the knife right against Du Yugong's carotid artery. With just a slight movement, he could easily take his life. He threatened in a cold voice, "Otherwise, I'll take this brat's head." Pung Cheon rarely revealed a look of panic and worry. He roared, "Master, that girl is the camp owner," laughing smugly. "You understand the situation, right, you damn thing, or do you want to see this brat's brains?" The bandits behind him laughed loudly. "Ha ha!" Du Yugong's face darkened. He clenched his fists, angrily gritting his teeth. "You bastards." In the next moment, Du Yugong ducked and easily escaped the bandits' control. He waved his hand and used Silver Soul Slash. Two small blades flew backward, and stabbed straight into the shoulders of the two bandits standing next to him. Ambushed by surprise, one of them glared, gritted his teeth, and shouted with a knife to his neck. Du Yugong felt pain, his face pale. He screamed in disbelief, "Ugh." The remaining bandits were startled. They froze, a little too slow to react. In the next moment, Du Yugong jumped back, widening the distance from the bandits. The bandits quickly became vigilant and retreated together. After feeling safe, Du Yugong stopped. The two small blades, under Du Yugong's control, returned. He said coldly, "Truly useless." Pung Cheon stood beside him, grinning as expected of the master. "Silver Soul Slash is truly amazing." Du Yugong, hearing him, was so angry that his eyes rolled back. He angrily shouted, "I told you to apologize, why don't you listen?" Pung Cheon seemed to have been struck by a heavy blow. He mechanically replied, "I am executing the liege's orders." With that, he knelt on the ground without hesitation. He pressed the camp owner's head together with his own, banging their heads on the ground. "This humble one begs to atone by hitting my head." Du Yugong, standing beside him, shouted irritably, "Stop." The camp owner smirked contemptuously. "Both of you are more troublesome than bandits. I've never met anyone like you." Her laughter echoed throughout the camp. "Ha ha ha." Du Yugong glanced at Pung Cheon, who was silently kneeling on the floor. Pung Cheon angrily raised his fist. The moon was bright at night, and the camp owner's miserable screams echoed throughout the camp. In another room, the water inside the wooden tub sloshed and spilled out. Du Yugong soaked in the wooden tub, closing his eyes in relaxation, letting go. Du Yugong looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Jung-hoo is truly unpredictable. He remembered the scene of the camp owner being tortured by Pung Cheon earlier and thought to himself, that woman, no, that camp owner. At that time she was still stubbornly cursing. "Ah, damn it, this brat, this bastard. Cough, I don't want to see you again." Du Yugong was a little melancholy. "It seems like I've been cursed for life." Du Yugong left the tub and put on his outer robe again. He rubbed his shoulder, feeling aching and sorrowful. "So many things have happened in just one night, I want to rest. And the camp owner actually gave me her room." How unexpected at that time. The camp owner had her head grabbed by Pung Cheon. Two big bumps appeared on her head. Her face was bruised, and she said obediently with a smile, "Make yourself at home." With a creak, Du Yugong opened the door. "It's just a small mountain village. I didn't expect much, but it seems to be fully equipped." He surveyed the room, his eyes stopping on the painting on the wall, a beautiful landscape painting. Du Yugong took a deep breath and looked at the flickering candle. The gentle fragrance of the scented candle helped relax his mind. He closed his eyes and happily lay down on the bed after a tiring day. And above all, the bed was soft. This is true happiness. Suddenly, Du Yugong's hand touched something hard and bulging on the bed. He couldn't help but wonder, what's this? Du Yugong looked in that direction, and what caught his eye was the camp owner's face full of anger. Du Yugong was stunned, his face paling. A huge question mark popped up in his head. He angrily sat up, clenching his fists, and shouted, "Pung Cheon, Pung Cheon pushed the door open and entered like a gust of wind. He bowed respectfully and asked, "You called me?" Du Yugong pointed at the camp owner, who was full of resentment and tied up like a rice cake on the bed, and shouted, "How dare you do this to the camp owner?" He blushed a little embarrassedly. "Could it be that you have designs on her?" Pung Cheon calmly replied, "If the master wants, I will offer her to you." Du Yugong, ashamed and angered, roared, "No need, I just think she's alright," before she starts cursing. The camp owner gritted her teeth in anger, wishing she could send them both straight to hell. She strained her body, raised her head to look at Du Yugong, and hissed each word through clenched teeth. "Your face is alright too, come over here," she thought irritably. "Really?" An angry voice came from inside the room. "Enough. Quickly go and open the camp owner's acupoints." The camp owner sat up straight, reaching out to rub her stiff neck and breathing a sigh of relief, saying, "Phew, finally my acupoints are unlocked." Du Yugong turned to look at the camp owner, who was still sitting lazily on the bed without getting down. "Sorry, I'm Yugong. What's the camp owner's name?" The camp owner relaxed her whole body and honestly replied, "I am Sun Yakren." Then she turned to ask, "Are you the son of some nobleman?" Du Yugong didn't answer. He thought to himself, "You still won't stop cursing me." He ignored her and pulled the blanket down to spread it on the floor. After finishing up, he said, "I'm tired, let's go to sleep." Sun Yakren's cheeks flushed. She deliberately let her outer robe slip down, revealing her fair shoulders, and said shyly, Alright, we shouldn't waste any more time." Seeing her like this, Du Yugong was terrified and his face turned pale. "What?" He hurriedly waved his hand, his tone much higher. "Let's go to sleep. If you're tired, go to sleep." Sun Yakran turned her back to him. She glanced at him provocatively and pulled her robe down even further. "Ha, you look pretty handsome, but are you a eunuch?" Du Yugong's face darkened. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Du Yugong clenched his fist and walked towards Sun Yakran, sensing the person behind her approaching. Sun Yakran smirked maliciously. "I've got him." She clenched her fists, her face full of malice, thinking to herself, "You dare to let your guard down in front of me, I'll kill you, ha ha ha." Du Yugong wrapped his arms around Sun Yakran's waist. Sun Yakran couldn't help but giggle inwardly. He. Du Yugong tightened his arms around Sun Yakran's waist. She was startled, her heart full of surprise. In the next moment, Du Yugong bent down and threw Sun Yakran backward. He angrily shouted, "How dare you call me a eunuch?" Sun Yakran was slammed to the ground, her face blank. In her heart, she couldn't help but doubt life. Du Yugong yelled, "Get out. He doesn't know how to cherish women," and sent Sun Yakran, who was still stunned, flying. Pung Cheon watched Sun Yakran fly like a cannonball, folded his arms across his chest, and smiled contentedly. "Ha ha, as expected of my master." That night, the full moon hung high in the sky. Du Yugong stood on a rock beneath the waterfall, his hands clasped behind his back, as if deep in thought. Du Yugong sat down, propped his chin up with his hand, and thought dejectedly, "Because of a crazy woman I can't sleep. This Jonghu is full of weirdos." Remembering Pung Cheon's recent fight, Du Yugong couldn't help but worry. The most dangerous one is Pung Cheon. Thinking of this, Du Yugong felt melancholy again. He easily neutralized all my attacks. Under the waterfall, a goldfish swam leisurely. Du Yugong irritably waved his hand. The small blade plunged into the water and then circled back up. Du Yugong looked at his blurred reflection on the water's surface and pondered. Under the water there was a splashing sound. Du Yugong stared in that direction. With this strength, if I step into the Jonghu. The goldfish that had been swimming leisurely in the water was struck by Du Yugong's blade. Red blood stained the water's surface. He associated himself with that small fish. "I will surely die a terrible death." Pung Cheon's blade, stained with murderous intent, seemed to hang suspended above Du Yugong's head. He stared silently at the water's surface, thinking, "The one who can kill me at any time, Pung Cheon, and also the demonic cult, those who want to hunt me down." Du Yugong looked at his hand, feeling confused. "Father unified the Jonghu, yet he only taught me the silver soul slash." He clenched his hand into a fist. Why? His eyes were bloodshot, full of unwillingness. Through the water, Du Yugong suddenly saw a dark figure standing on the shore. He was hiding behind a tree, observing his every move. As soon as he realized Du Yugong had spotted him, he immediately leaped high into the air and disappeared on the spot. Du Yugong looked at the desolate tree stump with no one in sight, only the cold wind blowing, a few leaves rustling and falling to the ground. He raised his head. What happened? He suddenly disappeared. Du Yugong finally got ashore. Suddenly, there was a sound behind him, as if something was rushing towards him. Du Yugong quickly realized. He turned around sharply, clutching the small blade tightly in his hand. Something is coming. In the dim moonlight, Du Yugong clearly saw the figure appearing in front of him. He was startled and a little too late to react. Peng Chion stood emotionlessly in front of him. He looked straight at him and reminded Master, "It's cold, go inside." Du Yugong's whole body went limp, and he sat down on the ground with a thud. "What, Peng Chion?" His hand on the ground trembled incessantly. He felt confused. "Could it be that I'm too stressed?" Du Yugong tried to calm down. "Sit down here, Peng Chion." Peng Chion bowed respectfully and replied, "I prefer to stand." Du Yugong looked up at him. He emphasized, "I have something I want to ask you, sit down." Peng Chion was stunned. He remained silent and didn't answer. Just when Du Yugong thought Peng Chion would refuse, he obediently supported himself with one hand and knelt on one knee on the ground. Du Yugong remembered his martial arts training and that of the others in the demonic cult. He spoke, "Father never allowed me to learn martial arts except for the Silver Soul Slash. Among so many martial arts, you only allowed me to learn the Silver Soul Slash." Du Yugong looked at Peng Chion and asked, "Yet you appointed me as the liege of the demonic cult. How am I supposed to understand this contradiction? What exactly is Father thinking?" Peng Chion lowered his eyes respectfully. "Master, the Silver Soul Slash is not a weak martial art. Moreover, your internal energy is very profound." Hearing him say that, Du Yugong's expression turned gloomy. "Relying solely on internal energy, it's impossible to rule the demonic cult, let alone the Jianghu. Why did Father only allow me to learn the Silver Soul Slash? Answer me." Peng Chion stammered, "That is," as if he saw Du Yugong's powerful figure in the future. He seriously emphasized, "Because you must become the strongest." Receiving this answer, Du Yugong stood up abruptly. He waved his hand angrily and shouted, "Nonsense." What Peng Chion had just said was nothing short of absurd to Du Yugong. He excitedly shouted, "Do you think that with my current strength I can roam freely? Answer me." The roaring sound of the waterfall tumbling down couldn't drown out Peng Chion's voice. He calmly replied, "What you need is not in the demonic cult. Now is not the time, I can only say this much." Du Yugong angrily hissed through his teeth, "This bastard." Peng Chion bowed his head, maintaining his respectful demeanor. "Master, go inside and rest. We must go to the Green Forest's main hall early tomorrow morning." Du Yugong's face turned pale, and he pointed at himself and asked, "What did you say? Why do I have to go there?" Peng Chion looked straight at him and seriously replied, "To unify the world." Du Yugong's eyes turned bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and raised his fist, wanting to hit someone. "What the hell? Unify the world what?" Du Yugong punched Peng Chion's chest with all his might. Peng Chion stood still, not moving an inch, yet Du Yugong felt a sharp pain spreading throughout his arm. He hugged his arm, which was swollen with a red lump, weakly trembling and groaning. Seeing this scene, Peng Chion closed his eyes, unable to look directly. Du Yugong was both ashamed and angry, feeling so frustrated that tears welled up in his eyes. "I don't want to be the liege of the demonic cult, and I don't want to unify the world. Why doesn't anyone ask my opinion?" Peng Chion had no idea what he was feeling. He stood tall next to him, his bright eyes looking down from above. "Master, I will lead you to the path of hegemony." After speaking, he continued with an oppressive aura, "Follow me." Du Yugong was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes were wide and white, his mouth open but unable to speak. He desperately cried out in his head, "Help me, help me." The next day, the sky was blue and sunny. Peng Chion sat expressionlessly in front, driving the carriage. Du Yugong sat in the carriage, propping his chin up with his hand, silently contemplating. He sighed wearily and thought, "This is a journey against my will." Finally arrived at the main hall of Green Forest main base. Just then, someone suddenly spoke, "Young master, I have something I want to ask." Du Yugong woke up and looked at the person. Sun Yakran sat in front of him, his face bruised, looking uncomfortable as he asked, "Why do I have to share a carriage with people like you?" Du Yugong glanced at her, retorting sullenly, a bit of sympathy in his heart, thinking it seemed this young lady was also dragged along by Peng Chion. Seeing that Du Yugong was ignoring her, Sun Yakran's clenched fist trembled. She tried to suppress her anger, lowered her voice and said, "Young master, how about we talk about something?" Du Yugong closed his eyes, sat upright, pretending he hadn't heard anything. Finally, Sun Yakran couldn't bear it anymore and shouted angrily, "You looting bandits, after plundering all the mountain stronghold's assets, now you want me too. I am a person of noble status, and I won't talk to anyone who isn't the liege demonic cult." Hearing these words, Du Yugong froze, and his face turned gloomy. Sun Yakran was still oblivious, continuing to rant, "Even if you became the young cult leader of the demonic cult, no one would care." Du Yugong gritted his teeth in annoyance, veins popping out on his face. He gradually lost patience and shouted, "Behave yourself and shut up." With that, he stuck his head out the window and loudly called to Peng Chion, who was sitting in front. "Peng Chion." Peng Chion turned to look at him. "What do you need, master?" Du Yugong pointed at Sun Yakran, who was going crazy in front of him, and roared, I can't take it anymore, get rid of this woman. The carriage was still rolling, but it eventually came to a stop. Peng Qion frowned and emotionlessly pulled the carriage door open. Sun Yakran watched Peng Qion's hand getting closer without a trace of fear. She pointed at herself and roared fiercely. You think I'll obediently listen to you, Peng Qion, you bastard, are you crazy, and your master too? Before she could finish her sentence, Peng Qion's hand gently landed on top of Sun Yakran's head. She was stunned and surprised, The early morning dew clung to the grass. Sun Yakran's miserable screams did not affect the little snail leisurely inching forward. Inside the carriage, Sun Yakran's head was twisted to one side. Her eyes rolled back as she trembled, trying to turn her head back but failing. Peng Qion half closed his eyes, bowed respectfully, and said, Now it's quiet, master. Du Yugong, terrified, looked at Sun Yakran, his face pale. He stood up angrily and said loudly, The problem isn't whether it's quiet or not. Are you trying to force me? Du Yugong imagined Peng Qion kneeling before him, repeatedly kowtowing and shouting, I'm sorry, master, he thought to himself. You want to kowtow as self-punishment again. Du Yugong clenched his fist and secretly resolved, You bastard, this time I won't stop you. Contrary to his expectations, Peng Qion stood motionless outside the carriage. Du Yugong asked him, puzzled, What are you doing? Why aren't you kowtowing? Peng Qion held his hand horizontally, bowed respectfully, and replied, Please forgive my disrespect. From this moment on, I will guide you in place of my master. Du Yugong's memories suddenly flashed back to the previous night when Peng Qion knelt before him at that time. He waved his hand angrily and shouted, Nonsense. Du Yugong frowned and shouted excitedly, Do you think I can roam freely with my current strength? Returning to the present, Du Yugong's face paled. He thought to himself, uncertain, could it be because of what happened yesterday? Peng Qion sat in front of the carriage, holding the reins, and said, Then let's go. With that, he spurred the horse forward. Du Yugong angrily cursed under his breath, Peng Qion, you bastard. Sun Yakran's neck was twisted by Peng Qion afterwards. Her whole body exuded a mournful aura. My neck. Du Yugong, sitting opposite her, couldn't help but think, Aren't you going to fix her neck before we leave? She looks like a ghost. 2 days later, inside the Flower Moon Pavilion, guests were chatting lively, and waiters were busily moving back and forth. Du Yugong chose an empty table and sat down. A waiter came to the table, and Du Yugong's group smiled warmly. Du Yugong, however, was sluggish, his face gloomy as he muttered inwardly, I'm so tired. Du Yugong recalled the previous situation. He frowned, pointed at Sun Yakran, and said, I don't want to attract attention. Peng Qion replied emotionlessly, I understand with that. He immediately adjusted Sun Yakran's head. Sun Yakran happily exclaimed, Perfect. Du Yugong couldn't help but think, luckily he fixed her neck before we left. Just then someone said, The food is here. Du Yugong was attracted and immediately looked up. The table was full of delicacies. Du Yugong was taken aback, such a lavish feast. He looked up at the waiter, who was so frightened that his face was pale, and thought to himself, But this waiter seems a bit off. The waiter, sweating coldly, forced a smile and said, Please enjoy. Du Yugong dismissed it himself. No, I'm probably just too sensitive from being around crazy people all day. Du Yugong happily picked up his chopsticks, ready to grab some food. Okay, let's eat. Just then Peng Qion, who was sitting next to him, suddenly grabbed the waiter's hand and said, Wait. He glanced at the waiter with a sharp look and asked, How long have you been working here? The waiter looked at his hand being held tightly and stammered, This is my 3rd year. Peng Qion frowned and asked the doubt in his mind, Why are you so nervous when serving customers? The waiter, sweating coldly, swallowed hard. Du Yugong slammed his chopsticks on the table, expressing his displeasure. Peng Qion, you're going too far. The waiter hasn't done anything wrong. Hearing him say that, Peng Qion released the waiter's hand. The waiter rubbed his sore wrist, bowed, and thanked Peng Qion. Thank you, young sir. Actually, it's because the young miss next to you is too beautiful, so I misspoke. Sun Yakran couldn't help but smile smugly. Humph, you have good eyes. Du Yugong reminded, Now is the time to eat and be happy. Don't spoil the mood. Peng Qion replied respectfully, I understand. Du Yugong picked up his chopsticks, smiling gleefully, and thought to himself, Finally, I can eat. Just as the chopsticks in Du Yugong's hand were about to touch the steamed bun in front of him, Sun Yakran suddenly stood up and slammed the table angrily. Du Yugong said with some impatience, What's wrong with you now? Sun Yakran's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and she said grimly, I've been looked down upon. Du Yugong looked puzzled. What are you talking about? Sun Yakran went crazy, flipped the table over, and roared, You have 7 steamed buns, and I only have 6. The plate of steamed buns flew into the air, and the buns fell everywhere. The plate fell and landed directly on Du Yugong's head, and his face immediately darkened. Pung Cheon, sitting next to him, was also hit on the head by 2 steamed buns, but he remained nonchalant as if nothing had happened. Du Yugong angrily broke his chopsticks and hissed. Pung Cheon, with a gloomy face, stood up abruptly. The 2 steamed buns on his head rolled down. Pung Cheon reached his hands towards Sun Yakran's head, his eyes burning red and looking incredibly terrifying. Sun Yakran, however, didn't notice anything. She was still red-faced with anger, gesturing wildly and cursing at everyone. "Today we close shop today, I'll show you all." A sickening crack of a neck being twisted echoed through the brothel, and the cursing stopped immediately. Amidst the bewildered stares of the waiter and customers, Du Yugong calmly stood up. "Let's go." Pung Cheon, with a grim expression, forcibly pulled Sun Yakran, whose head was twisted backwards, to her feet and walked out. "Excuse us," Sun Yakran angrily screamed. I'll kill them all." As the 3 of them approached the door, an older woman standing nearby quickly moved out of the way. Several customers watched them leave, whispering, "That girl's neck." The person next to them added, "How is that even possible?" Just then, the waiter suddenly ran out and grabbed Du Yugong's shoulder, sweating profusely. He loudly reminded them, Hey, pay before you go." Du Yugong turned around, his face grim. He finally lost his temper, glaring and shouting, "Pay for 6, you say?" That night, in a certain room, the sounds of heavy impacts echoed, bang bang. The person inside the room took a blow to the chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. The attacker, with fiery red eyes, looked down at the person clutching their chest and kneeling on the ground, coldly saying, "You could only think to collude with a waiter." The other person, head bowed, endured the pain, supporting themselves with a hand as they coughed up a pool of blood. "I'm sorry." He was the leader of the demonic cult assassination group. Hyuk Shim-soo, pale-faced, looked up at the person standing before him and explained, "I didn't expect her to turn the tables." Finishing his explanation, he bowed his head in submission. "Please, give me another chance." The person standing before Hyuk Shim-soo had a grim expression. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking disdainful. Hyuk Shim-soo continued his plea, "Lighting child, no uncle." His face paling, he glanced at the person in front of him. "I still can't get used to your face." Hyuk Shim-soo thought of Lighting child with a bloodthirsty expression, a murderous aura surrounding him. Despite being over 70 years old, he still retained the appearance of a child. Lighting child grinned wickedly at the dismembered corpse hanging in the room. The room was filled with various torture devices, and dried, black blood stained the floor. Moreover, it was rumored that he had been cursed to forever bear the form of a child because he had eaten human flesh since he was young. Hyuk Shim-soo lowered his eyes and bowed his head. "If I fail to beg for forgiveness, I'll die." Thinking this, he hurriedly made a commitment. "This time, I will definitely succeed." Lighting child walked past him, his face cold and emotionless as he gave the final order. "This is your last chance, return a success." That night, 2 dark figures shot out from the forest. They silently soared, stepping on branches as they moved forward. Hyuk Shim-soo secretly calculated in his mind. First, the Dark Shadow Squad must lure Pung Cheon as far away as possible. Yin-yang twin demons, 2 people dressed in night black appeared, one with black hair, one with white hair, coordinating perfectly as they advanced. "You two, come with me to deal with that young cult leader." Hyuk Shim-soo raised his hand in front, signaling the Yin-yang twin demons and the others to stop. Not far away, they clearly saw the silhouette of Du Yugong sitting by the window. Du Yugong, still unaware of their presence, looked out with a blank expression. "Remember." One of the assassins quietly took out an arrow. He notched the arrow to the bowstring, the sharp metal tip aimed directly at Du Yugong's position. "This is our last chance." Du Yugong looked down from above at a young couple laughing and chatting happily on the street. He mused to himself, "An ordinary couple like any other. I wish I could be like that too." Sun Yakran, red-faced with anger, leaned close behind Du Yugong and hissed, "Hey brat, when are you going to sleep?" Du Yugong rolled his eyes, feeling miserable. "This is really cruel." Sun Yakran stood behind him, shivering and grumbling. Du Yugong, pale-faced, muttered resentfully, "That Pung Cheon wants me to share a room with this woman." Sun Yakran waved her hand and growled, "Staying up late will make me ugly. Are you going to take responsibility?" Du Yugong turned to look at her and sighed in frustration. He reached out to close the window. "Yeah, I know, just be quiet and go to sleep." At that very moment, the sharp arrow fired by the assassin sped towards him. The arrow grazed Du Yugong's shoulder, went past Sun Yakran behind him, and embedded itself in the wall. Du Yugong and Sun Yakran looked up in surprise. Their faces went pale as they stared at the arrow sticking in the wall, question marks popping into their heads. Before they could recover, a barrage of arrows came flying from afar towards where Du Yugong was standing. Sensing the danger, Du Yugong's eyes widened in astonishment. As the rain of arrows entered the room, Sun Yakran immediately jumped high into the air, and Du Yugong quickly ducked low to avoid them. Sun Yakran, her face pale, shouted in terror, "I almost died, Yugong. What have you done to be hunted like this?" Du Yugong, not yet recovered, gritted his teeth and didn't answer. Peng Qion suddenly burst in through the window, "Master." The assassin's arrows shot straight into Peng Qion's iron-like back and shattered. Peng Qion, with a worried expression, asked, "Are you all right?" Du Yugong looked at him, sweating profusely. "I'm fine, stop them." More arrows shot into Peng Qion's rock-hard head and shattered. Peng Qion, as if not feeling anything, placed his hand in front of his chest and respectfully replied, "As you command." Finishing his response, Peng Qion immediately reached out and struck Du Yugong's pressure point. Du Yugong, unable to react, was struck at his pressure point, and he stared in astonishment. Peng Qion, without saying much, scooped him up in his arms, turned around and charged straight out. Du Yugong, pale with fear, screamed, "I told you to stop the enemy, why are you taking me?" Peng Qion closed his eyes, put on an expression of self-sacrifice, and loudly replied, "I cannot leave you in such a dangerous place." Du Yugong's eyes widened in horror. "You're taking me to a more dangerous place." Sun Yakran leaned out the window, reaching out towards them and frantically screaming, "You bastards, what about me?" Seeing Peng Qion's silhouette growing further and further away, Sun Yakran froze, her eyes wide and mouth agape, standing motionless as a statue. Outside the forest, the hidden assassins screamed in agony. Peng Qion, the fearsome and murderous god, drew his sword and charged forward. As if sensing something, he suddenly glared in one direction. Peng Qion swung his sword, a dazzling strike cutting across the body of the charging assassin, directly splitting him in two. One assassin, witnessing this, angrily charged forward. "Damn you, Peng Qion," his face grim, glanced at him. Almost instantly, Peng Qion turned his head, his eyes becoming sharp. He unhesitatingly unleashed a sword aura, the sword aura turning into a streak of light, striking directly at the assassin. With a bang, the entire area of trees around was flattened by Peng Qion's sword aura. The other assassins, seeing the situation was bad, hurriedly turned and leaped away. Peng Qion, alone with his sword, chasing closely behind, the last assassin shouted, "Peng Qion is coming." The team leader worriedly broke out in a cold sweat as he turned his head. He loudly said, "Try to stall him. Don't let him get near the young cult leader. Hyuk Shimsu will come to the rescue." "All right, well, speaking of which," he suddenly stopped talking. What struck his eyes was the image of Peng Qion carrying Du Yugong horizontally as he rushed over. Peng Qion, the fearsome and murderous god, swung his sword to attack him. "You have some nerve, daring to assassinate us." The team leader was stunned before the sword strike came. All that was left in his mind was the question, why is the young cult leader there? At the same time, in the room that was originally Du Yugong's resting place, besides Sun Yakran being abandoned, there were 3 other people. Hyuk Shimsu looked at the empty room, showing an unbelievable expression. "You're saying he went with Peng Qion?" Sun Yakran honestly replied, "Yes," finishing her words. She then pointed at herself and said, "And who are you to dare speak to me in that tone?" Hyuk Shimsu's face darkened. "So, another failure." The Inyong twin demons who were with him jumped in shock and worry. Hyuk Shimsu remembered the lightning child giving him a death order. "I told you this was your last chance, and to return successful." The Inyong twin demons glanced at each other. The tension in their eyes seemed to spill out. The 2 of them, without prior agreement, leaped swiftly to the window. Hyuk Shimsu stood behind them, his face grim. "It's useless to run," as the Inyong twin demons spoke. He raised his hand, a mass of blue energy covering his hand. Hyuk Shimsu waved his hand. 2 palm strikes were launched accurately, hitting the heads of the Inyong twin demons who were still intending to run, fresh red blood splattering all over the room. The Inyong twin demons were killed by Hyuk Shimsu's 1 palm strike. Not stopping there, he suddenly raised his hand and forcefully squeezed his own neck. His expression somewhat insane, gritting his teeth, "Both must die." Immediately afterwards, his fresh blood splattered all over the floor. Sun Yakran shrank back in terror, her face pale. She shrieked, "Eek." Sun Yakran approached Hyuk Shimsu's stiff corpse on the floor. She mustered all her courage to poke her hand into his still warm body. "Just kidding, are they really dead?" Sun Yakran was pale with fear. She muttered in disbelief, "Are they really dead? How ridiculous! How dare they disregard human life like that?" At this moment, Peng Qion carrying Du Yugong appeared outside the window. The 2 of them had returned. Sun Yakran sensed their presence and turned her head. Peng Qion stepped on the windowsill, stopping. He helped Du Yugong into the room and then released his pressure points. Du Yugong, covered in blood, waved his hands, angrily complaining, "Peng Qion, are you trying to bathe me in blood?" After speaking, he then noticed the 3 corpses lying haphazardly in the room and Sun Yakran still hadn't recovered. He couldn't help but ask the question in his heart, who are they? Peng Qion bent down on one knee, kneeling on the ground observing one of them, and then replied, "That one is Hyukshim Su, and the 2 in front are the Inyong twin demons." Du Yugong turned to look at Sun Yakran. "You've been inside the room the whole time, never leaving, tell me what happened." Sun Yakran hurriedly explained, "I didn't do anything, you said he was Hyukshim Su. He kept muttering about some failure, then killed the other 2 and committed suicide." Du Yugong raised his eyebrows. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, asking in disbelief, "Suicide, so that's why you survived?" Sun Yakran, seeing him show an attitude of suspicion towards her, angrily said, "I didn't even have time to ask anything before he died." Saying that, she turned to look at Peng Qion, questioning, "You abandoned me in this place." Peng Qion acted as if he didn't hear anything. He stood up and took something out of his chest. Sun Yakran shouted, "Peng Qion, listen clearly. What benefit do I get from following you?" Peng Qion didn't answer. He opened the small vial that he had just taken out. Sun Yakran, seeing that Peng Qion didn't react to her, angrily pointed at him and shouted, "Watch your back, I will definitely stab you in the back." Peng Qion ignored her, going crazy. He dropped a drop of purple liquid onto the corpse in the room. As soon as the liquid touched the corpse, it sizzled and evaporated, leaving a black streak that turned into smoke and rose. Seeing this scene, Sun Yakran's heart could not help but feel fear. She hurriedly changed her expression, smiling brightly like a flower, flattering Peng Qion. "Haha, how can he burn the corpse so quickly?" as expected of Peng Qion. After destroying the corpses, Peng Qion turned to look at Du Yugong and said, "We should leave this place." Thinking back on what had just happened, Du Yugong broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, Sun Yakran happily raised her hand, smiling radiantly like the sun. Yes. Peng Qion led the way out the door. Du Yugong hurriedly followed closely behind. The corpses in the room were corroded, leaving only some dry, charred blood. In the end, those corpses turned into black smoke, dispersing into the air, as if they had never appeared in the room. The weather was beautiful in the morning. A light wind rustled, several leaves swayed in the air. Peng Qion drove the horse carriage along the cliffside. Inside the horse carriage there were voices. "Isn't the Jianghu a place where unexpected things always happen?" Sun Yakran sat in the horse carriage, her head turned backwards. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, her whole body exuding an aura of grievance, continuing, "It's like getting used to having your neck broken." Du Yugong closed his eyes slightly, acting as if he didn't hear anything. Sun Yakran angrily banged on the horse carriage. She tried to force a smile and shouted, "I've been running for 4 days and nights. I smell awful. Peng Qion, how about stopping so I can wring some oil from my hair?" Du Yugong was dripping with sweat, and he couldn't help but think to himself that this guy was already abnormal. But today he was even more outrageous, plus, he hadn't been able to bathe in days. Thinking this, Du Yugong glanced outside and said, "Peng Qion, find a stream nearby." Peng Qion, sitting backward in the front of the carriage, called back, "Master, you need to toughen up with a little hardship." Du Yugong frowned in annoyance. "Try being out there for a few days before you talk. Turn the carriage around now." As soon as he finished speaking, the carriage, which had been moving, suddenly stopped, causing the 2 people inside to jolt. Outside, Peng Qion's voice said, "State your name." Du Yugong frowned, thinking to himself, "What the hell is it now?" Du Yugong opened the door and got out of the carriage. He poked his head out and looked forward, asking, "What's going on, Peng Qion?" In front of the carriage, a man and a woman were standing, blocking the way. The man awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Ah, sorry for being rude." He clasped his hands in front of his chest, smiled, and continued, "I am Sang Pilwung, manager of a small martial arts school in the West." The woman standing behind him seemed shy. She stealthily glanced in their direction. It was clear to see that the carriage wheel was broken. Sang Pilwung explained, "I was taking this young miss for a stroll when the wheel broke. I was wondering if we could ask for your help." Peng Qion emanated a terrifying aura. Reaching for the hilt of his sword on his back, Du Yugong, slightly displeased, reminded him, "Peng Qion, don't harm innocent people. Go help them fix the carriage." He secretly assessed the man in front of him, wondering if his martial arts were just bottom of the barrel from some third-rate martial arts school. Peng Qion lowered his eyes, obediently nodding, "As you command." To the astonishment of the man and woman, Peng Qion forcefully lifted their somewhat damaged carriage into the air. Immediately afterward, without hesitation, he tossed both the horse and the carriage off the cliff. Having finished the task, Peng Qion dusted off his hands and said to them, "If you miss the horse, you can go down there and find it." Du Yugong was shocked and turned pale. He helplessly slapped his forehead, cursing under his breath, this bastard. Even though Peng Chion had displayed an unfriendly attitude, Sang Pilwung still turned to Du Yugong and suggested, "Hey, if it's no trouble, how about the young miss joins you?" Du Yugong smiled apologetically and replied, "Of course, please, great warrior, get in the carriage." The young miss in Sang Pilwung's mouth smiled, her eyes curving, and introduced herself. "I am Ju Sealbin, thank you for your help." Du Yugong enthusiastically extended his hand to invite her. "Please, young miss, come inside," Ju Sealbin said politely. "Please excuse me." As she said this, Ju Sealbin suddenly saw Sun Yakran, who had her neck twisted and was sitting prominently in the carriage. She was so scared that she turned pale and screamed, "This is..." Before she startled and fell, Du Yugong quickly caught her. "Ah, don't worry, I'm not a bad guy," Ju Sealbin stuttered shyly, "thank you." Ju Sealbin got into the carriage, sitting right next to Du Yugong. The carriage moved forward. Sun Yakran, in a grotesque pose, looked at Ju Sealbin sitting in front of her and said, "Oh pretty, have you ever made any men cry?" Ju Sealbin's face darkened. "No," Sun Yakran continued, "looking at your clothes, it seems you are a young miss from a noble family, right?" Ju Sealbin quickly denied it. "No, I'm not." Sun Yakran returned to her difficult state. She abruptly turned her face away. "Humph, so scared that all you can do is repeat one boring sentence." Sun Yakran turned her face to the wall, putting on an unpleasant expression. Du Yugong looked at her appearance and couldn't help but think to himself, it would be strange if she wasn't scared. Du Yugong furtively glanced at Ju Sealbin. Ju Sealbin was looking down at the ground. The atmosphere was truly suffocating. At this moment, Ju Sealbin, sitting next to Du Yugong, secretly used telepathy to speak to him. Young cult leader, Du Yugong was shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Looking at Ju Sealbin, who seemed weak and innocent, bowing her head with her eyes tightly closed, Du Yugong wondered in surprise, this woman, is she an assassin sent by the demonic cult? Ju Sealbin sat motionless. She continued using telepathy. "I have something to say. Please promise you won't speak aloud." Du Yugong glanced at her, so tense that he was sweating. Ju Sealbin looked at him with a cold expression. His heart began to race. What did she want? Du Yugong asked using telepathy, "Do they want to kill me?" Ju Sealbin's eyes looked vacant. She moved her lips and replied using telepathy, "The demonic cult wants to kill the young cult leader." At this moment, Peng Chion suddenly smashed through the carriage and rushed in, shouting, cutting off Ju Sealbin's words, "Too dangerous, master." Du Yugong and Ju Sealbin looked at him in surprise. Peng Chion, moving at a speed too fast to track, covered his ears and rushed towards Ju Sealbin, grabbing her head. Helplessly, Ju Sealbin gritted her teeth, wanting to resist. Peng Chion's hand on Ju Sealbin's head twitched slightly, and Ju Sealbin's entire body froze. The corners of Ju Sealbin's mouth trickled blood, and her whole body went limp. Peng Chion looked down from above, saying with a cold expression, "This woman is dead." Du Yugong's face darkened. "You took action without my permission." Sun Yakran, sitting opposite them, was pale and trembling. Peng Chion bowed his head, examined the corpse, and replied indifferently, "Yes, master, it's faster than using pressure points, same with that Sang Pilwung guy." Sun Yakran pointed at Peng Chion, her eyes wide with fear, and shouted, "Hey, who are you people? Why does everyone we meet end up dead?" Du Yugong looked at Peng Chion, at a loss for words. Peng Chion raised his head and gave Sun Yakran a sharp look. Sun Yakran was about to be driven crazy by him. She couldn't hold back anymore and screamed, "Who are you?" Finally, Peng Chion, without changing expression, swung his hand and struck her neck. Sun Yakran's eyes closed, and her head slumped. Having dealt with her, Peng Chion turned to look at Du Yugong. "I should have knocked them unconscious before they caused such a ruckus. I apologize, master." Du Yugong was a little curious. "All right, but how did you know about that Sang Pilwung guy?" Peng Chion answered calmly. "I used telepathy to ask him 2 questions. He recounted what happened then. He had secretly used telepathy to ask Sang Pilwung, who was sitting next to him, "Are you a member of the demonic cult who is pulling the strings?" Sang Pilwung widened his eyes in shock. He fearfully glanced at Peng Chion's expression, clearly feeling guilty. Peng Chion recounted briefly. His expression immediately changed. "Under Du Yugong's close watch," he continued, "and just as I was about to take action, he committed suicide neatly." Du Yugong felt confused. Committed suicide neatly. He had used Sang Pilwung as bait to test me. Even though Peng Chion was strange, he was also very perceptive. At this moment, Peng Chion, who was standing in front of him, suddenly spoke, interrupting his train of thought. "Master, there's no way they could have secretly been following us without being detected." As Peng Chion opened his eyes, his gaze sharpened. I believe you've been marked with the scent of 1,000 miles. Du Yugong's eyes widened in surprise, his expression turning grave. Only someone who cultivates the divine tracking art can detect this scent. The scent of 1,000 miles, in essence, requires only a single drop on the person you want to track, and it can spread across 1,000 miles. Therefore, the tracker can easily follow the person marked with the scent. The scent vanishes instantly, making it impossible for the tracked individual to detect it. Du Yugong rubbed his chin, feigning understanding. So that's it, no wonder. He turned to Peng Qion and asked, "Is there a way to remove the scent of 1,000 miles?" Peng Qion replied, "You can burn it away with the heat of the scorching sun, but you'll have to endure some pain." Du Yugong didn't hesitate, "Just a little, then do it." Peng Qion responded, "Yes, young master, please sit properly." Du Yugong complied, sitting cross-legged, relaxing his body and closing his eyes. Peng Qion placed his hand on his head. Peng Qion's voice echoed above him, "I will remove it." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Yugong suddenly widened his eyes, his face filled with surprise. The next moment, Du Yugong screamed miserably. Under Peng Qion's influence, black energy seemed to be escaping from around him. Feeling the pain, his face turned pale, his eyes blank. It felt as if his soul wanted to leave his body and fly away. The screams of agony echoed endlessly in the carriage. After a while, Du Yugong slumped, and the carriage finally fell silent again. Du Yugong was drenched in cold sweat, his face pale, panting heavily in his heart. He screamed, "I can't take it anymore." Luckily, it was just a little. No sooner had he thought that, Peng Qion placed his hand on his head again, thinking of the pain he had just endured. His pupils instantly contracted. Peng Qion, with a somber expression, continued his attack. Du Yugong, terrified, got goosebumps all over, quickly exploding. "You said a little bit." Peng Qion replied with a gleeful expression, "Yes, master, it'll only take a moment." Du Yugong saw the corners of his lips turning up and thought, "This guy." He was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely, tears welling up in his eyes. He's clearly enjoying this. After that, all that remained were Du Yugong's agonizing screams echoing throughout the vast green mountains. The bodies of Sang Pilwung and Ju Sealbin were left by a roadside rock. On the rock were written large characters, "If we meet again, I'll kill you." Suddenly, a voice spoke. How pathetic. Not only were they marked with the scent of 1,000 miles, Lighting Child, filled with rage, clenched his fists and growled, but they were also tricked by those bastards. He thought of the little diabolical demon lord. The liege's orders were wrong. Lighting Child imagined Du Yugong lifeless, lying in a pool of blood. We should have just killed the young cult leader to be done with it. Remembering the image of Du Yugong sitting thoughtfully on the rocks under the waterfall that day, he just wanted his blood to stain the water red. Thinking of the letter he received that day, he became even more enraged, and yet we're supposed to ensure Du Yugong's safety. Lighting Child, in anger, kicked the rock with a provocative message into pieces. Since when has the demonic cult been so benevolent? He ground his teeth in frustration. But the orders have been given, they can't be changed. Lighting Child, with a grim expression, called out loudly, "Hayek Pio." A person suddenly appeared, kneeling behind him. "Please give your command." Lighting Child dripped the scent of 1,000 miles directly onto himself. He said, "I will leave the scent of 1,000 miles on myself and continue to pursue the young cult leader. You go to the branch in Shangxi, report the situation, and gather more reinforcements." Hayek Pio, receiving the order, stood up. Lighting Child suddenly continued, after reporting, "You may return to the main hall." Hayek Pio, hearing him say that, was startled and surprised. He asked uncertainly, "Your subordinate?" "You mean?" Lighting Child interrupted him, "No need for words." His entire body radiated a terrifying killing intent. "If there's a chance, I, Lighting Child, will go to the Yellow Springs with you." Peng Qion, kill him and convey the liege's wishes to Du Yugong. Meanwhile, Peng Qion was leisurely driving the carriage forward. Du Yugong, exhausted, sat listlessly in the carriage, his face ashen. "I'm so tired." Thinking of Ju Sealbin, Du Yugong couldn't help but feel disappointed. Peng Qion, because of him I couldn't hear her last words. He wondered, what did she want to say? Sun Yakran, sitting opposite Du Yugong, watched him, covering her mouth with a smile. "Young master, what are you thinking about that you're ignoring me?" she presumptuously continued. "Are you still trembling with fear from the assassination?" Finishing her sentence, she laughed even more teasingly. "Haha, how cute, there's no need to be shy, just say it. Come here, our poor young master." Du Yugong was so angered by her mocking words that he ground his teeth. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, he shouted, "Sun Yakran, don't you have the word worry in your head? Look at your situation, or did you just bring your brain for fun?" Sun Yakran finally stopped laughing and looked at him with an emotionless expression. The next moment she said with an annoyed laugh, "Hey, you're going too far, why should I worry?" Sun Yakran angrily pointed at Du Yugong and screamed, "Or do you want me to cry and beg for forgiveness? Do you want me to comfort and console you, is that it?" Du Yugong knew he had gone a little too far. He quickly explained, "No, that's not it." Sun Yakran turned her face away, not wanting to look at him anymore. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, grinding her teeth furiously. Du Yugong saw Sun Yakran's trembling hands. Her tone seemed shaky. Could she be trying to appear strong to hide the unease in her heart? Thinking that, Du Yugong couldn't help but feel confused. Finally, he chose to apologize through telepathy. "Sun Yakran, I was a bit too harsh, I'm sorry." Sun Yakran pouted and frowned. She replied to him telepathically. "Humph, why is the liege suddenly apologizing to me through telepathy?" Du Yugong put on a serious expression and said, "Because you are my friend, I'm not someone who apologizes lightly." Sun Yakran pressed her advantage, a smug smirk on her face. "If that's what you say, young master, then I suppose I have no choice but to accept it." Du Yugong bristled, but before he could react, she couldn't help but ask, curiosity piqued, "What are you thinking about so seriously?" Du Yugong clearly didn't want to answer truthfully. He avoided her gaze. "It's about a friend." Outside, the shadows of the trees cast dark spots on the ground. He began to roughly recount his own story, but framed it as a friend's tale. His family was very large, but his uncle started a rebellion. He managed to escape with the help of his subordinates, but the people sent by his uncle didn't seem to want to kill him. He narrated the entire story through telepathy, while Peng Qion, driving the carriage in front, remained completely unaware. Du Yugong feigned confusion. Shouldn't they have eradicated the roots? It feels like they wanted to convey something. Sun Yakran sat across from him, thinking seriously. Suddenly she had an epiphany, pointing her finger at him and saying clearly, "With that clever brain of yours, I think maybe they wanted to say that as long as your friend lives in seclusion, he won't be hunted anymore. What do you think?" Du Yugong seemed to want to say something, but then stopped himself. He finally understood, so that's how it is. Remembering the rain of arrows that attacked him a few days ago, he couldn't help but think, there's no way the elites of the demonic cult could miss. And then there was Ju Sealban's sudden appearance on the carriage. What she wanted to tell me was, and he could almost hear the complete sentence from Ju Sealban's mouth, "The demonic cult doesn't want to kill the young cult leader." In Du Yugong's mind, the words "do not want" appeared in large letters. His face became noticeably brighter. Just then, Peng Qion suddenly opened the carriage door. "Master, let's take a break and then continue." Du Yugong, still thinking happily, thought, "Now that I know the demonic cult's territory, things will be easier." He lowered his sleeve, revealing something gleaming within. He turned to answer Peng Qion. "Okay." Looking at Peng Qion standing below the carriage, he thought to himself, "Sorry, Peng Qion." Du Yugong closed his eyes. "For the freedom I've always longed for." Du Yugong brushed past Peng Qion. He adjusted his collar and stared ahead with a look full of determination. The object in his sleeve glinted with a silver light. In front of the tavern, people were passing by, laughing and chatting happily. A waiter laid out a table full of delicious food. "The dishes you ordered have been served." Sun Yakran looked at the food, her mouth watering. She smiled happily, her eyes crinkling. "It's been so long since I've seen this. Could it be that Peng Qion has changed?" She looked at Peng Qion with some suspicion and asked, "He didn't order extra for anyone else, did he?" Peng Qion sat motionless, glaring at her. Du Yugong, sitting next to her, was speechless. He suddenly thought of something. "Wait a minute." Du Yugong looked at a group of people not far away. "What sect are those martial artists from?" Peng Qion observed the group eating, drinking, laughing, and talking happily at the table and then replied, "They are the Tiger Cloud clan. They are famous for their high-level martial arts." The waiter standing beside Du Yugong smiled enthusiastically and said, "They won't strike first, so please rest assured." Du Yugong lowered his eyes. "I know." Du Yugong secretly calculated in his heart, the Tiger Cloud clan, the higher their martial arts, the better. He secretly glanced at Peng Qion sitting next to him. "They'll be mobile sandbags, helping me hold back Peng Qion." Du Yugong thought to himself, "I will seriously injure Peng Qion." He imagined the scene of Peng Qion being off guard, and him attacking and then immediately retreating. Following that, he would shout loudly, "What, you dare to say the Tiger Cloud clan are a bunch of useless fools?" How arrogant. The group from the Tiger Cloud clan, attracted by his words, would look in their direction. Each of them would display a fierce expression, as if wanting to eat Peng Qion alive. They would draw their swords, rush towards Peng Qion, and surround him. Then, taking advantage of his unguarded moment, I would run away. Snapping out of those imaginary images, Du Yugong picked up food and thought to himself, "Soul force can destroy even a boulder, but you are very strong, you will surely recover quickly." Peng Qion, sitting next to him, remained completely unaware. He calmly picked up a bun, intending to put it in his mouth. Just then, Du Yugong quickly unleashed his soul force. Sorry, Peng Chion, don't blame me. While Peng Chion was off guard, Du Yugong suddenly used his soul force to stab towards Peng Chion. Peng Chion, as if not noticing anything, continued to eat as if nothing had happened. With a whoosh, a silver light flashed in the tavern. Du Yugong's eyes widened in astonishment. His mouth agape. Sun Yakran opened her eyes wide in terror. The two buns in her hands fell straight down. The soul force pierced Peng Chion's clothes, but didn't even slightly harm him. Du Yugong's arm holding the soul force trembled. He couldn't help but think in a panic, it didn't pierce. Peng Chion turned to look at him with a gloomy expression. His eyes flashing red, Du Yugong's sweat poured down like a stream. He cursed inwardly, damn it. Peng Chion glared at him and spoke, Master. Du Yugong's face turned pale with fear. What kind of body does this guy have? He stammered. I was wrong. Peng Chion acted as if nothing had happened. He looked at him suspiciously. You called me Master. Du Yugong and Sun Yakran looked at him with an unbelievable look. Du Yugong's pupils contracted. He thought to himself, why are you calling me that? Sun Yakran frowned. This Peng Chion is really crazy. Peng Chion felt guilty and quickly slammed the table, standing up to interrupt her. Yes, that's right, Peng Chion, I'm very angry here. His face turned pale green, his whole body trembled, and he pointed to the group from the Tiger Cloud clan not far away, saying loudly, look at them, they dare to draw their swords in front of me. I must teach them a lesson. As soon as the words fell, the group from the Tiger Cloud clan, with fierce expressions, drew their swords and wanted to rush forward. Hey you, are you talking to us? Peng Chion immediately drew his sword and stood in front of Du Yugong. Master had to use soul force to call me, so he must be very angry. Sun Yakran, seeing that the situation was not good, quickly carried the table away from where they were standing. Du Yugong pointed at the group and shouted, capture them alive and teach them a lesson. If anyone dares to be rude, I won't spare you. Hearing this, Peng Chion sheathed his sword. He clenched his fist and replied, yes sir. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tiger Cloud clan's group of people charged towards where Peng Chion was standing. They roared angrily, you bastards, you have to shed blood to learn what's right. Peng Chion lifted his leg and rushed towards them. He was so fast that the crowd couldn't react in time. Then he used both hands to grab the heads of two of them. Peng Chion smashed one guy's head on the ground. He cried out in pain. The remaining one could not escape his fate and was sent flying by his wave of hand. The guy's body flew straight to another guy standing nearby. He glared and stood still on the spot. The Du Yugong took advantage of the chaos to quickly open the door and rush out. At this moment, let's run! A loud explosion rang out in the building. The roof of the building was smashed to pieces. Dirt and dust filled the sky. The panicked Yugong ran away on all fours. He used mobility arts to quickly jump over rooftops to escape, thinking to himself, the Tiger Cloud clan, I will not forget your kindness. As Yugong gritted his teeth and used all his strength, even if he had to use up all his chi. He must take advantage of the time when they are holding Peng Chion back to escape. The afternoon sun dyed the sky red. Du Yugong looked at the tall city gate in front of him happily, finally reached the city gate. His eyes lit up with hope. I am free. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but exclaim, wonderful. But then Peng Chion appeared right behind him. He smiled brightly and said, yes master, this is indeed a wonderful mobility arts practice. Du Yugong was startled. A big question mark popped up in his head. In the moment of distraction, he lost his balance and fell forward. Peng Chion quickly grabbed his shirt and held it back because Yugong pulled him back. Yugong's face turned pale, he broke out in a cold sweat, and he asked in surprise, why are you so fast? He was a little suspicious. Do you dare to disobey my orders and not capture them alive? Peng Chion was silent for a moment, then urged, let's go, master. His face was a bit gloomy. His sharp eyes looked down from above. They already. The three people of Hu Yun all knelt down on the ground in disarray, worshipping and shouting loudly. Long live the eternal heaven, please punish us. Peng Chion curled his lips and smiled smugly. They were begging for forgiveness. Yugong stood beside him, his eyes wide open as he stood there, dumbfounded. His face darkened. He gritted his teeth with so much anger that his whole body trembled. I trusted the Tiger Cloud clan, believed that they could buy me time. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Yugong clenched his fists until they were shaking, but only received the sentence, long live the eternal heaven. One of the Tiger Cloud clan raised his head in dissatisfaction. He looked at Du Yugong with hatred. They dared to kneel before this brat, taking this opportunity to attack. Du Yugong suddenly moved in front of him and placed his hand on his head. The other guy's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Because Yugong couldn't do anything to Peng Chion. He was so angry that he could only take out some of his anger on that guy. He slammed the guy's head on the ground and roared, unforgivable. The sound of bang 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 rang out continuously. Peng Chion crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking at the scene before him, happily laughing out loud, ha ha, as expected of the owner. Du Yugong face pain crying in heart, I will kill them all. The next day, the sky was sunny and beautiful. 2 little birds were perched on a branch chirping happily. As Yugong sat in the carriage, his spirits down. He remembered the first day he met Peng Chion. At that time, he single-handedly cleared out the demonic cult's encirclement, the entire demonic cult elite. And he remembered how he attacked Peng Chion, and even his soul force couldn't do anything to him. As Yugong felt like he was in Peng Chion's arms, he couldn't help but wonder, can't I escape from Peng Chion? Sun Yakran sat opposite Du Yugong, suddenly transmitted his voice to him. Young master. Du Yugong was silent and said nothing. Sun Yakran is a little curious. Do you want to kill Peng Chion? Hearing her question, Yugong's face was as dark as ink. He used sound transmission to reply. I didn't aim for his vital point. My sword didn't pierce his body anyway. Sun Yakran looked doubtful. Or is it because your sword is too weak? Du Yugong suddenly put on a serious expression, sat up straight. He took out the soul force hidden in his sleeve. The tip of the knife in his hand flashed with silver light. He glanced at Sun Yakran. With a rustling sound, the wooden curtain that was cut by the soul force in Yugong's hand fell down. Sun Yakran stared in surprise. The next second, as if thinking of something, she raised her hand to cover her mouth, looking terrified. Oh, Peng Chion, is that guy the indestructible Vajra? The young master has such a subordinate, how formidable. Du Yugong frowned uncomfortably. What do you want to say? Sun Yakran suddenly curled his lips into a sly smile. Her face was full of calculation as she said, Young master, do you want to run away from that guy? I can help you. Du Yugong's face darkened and he asked again with disbelief. How can you help? Sun Yakran smiled confidently. I have an interesting toy. She showed Du Yugong the golden pill in her hand, then smiled like a cunning old fox and asked, How about it? Do you want to try? Du Yugong frowned, looking doubtful, looked suspicious. What is that thing? Sun Yakran grinned sinisterly. Cuckoo, it is a special medicine, can make people have stomach ache to the point of having intestines hurt. The pill in Sun Yakran's palm seemed to give off a dark aura. Just take another one and you won't be able to hold it in and will have to defecate immediately. Du Yugong, terrified, pointed at himself. You want me to drink that stuff? Sun Yakran laughed heartily. It will definitely be interesting, but I'll be the one drinking it. With that, she smirked confidently. Listen carefully, kid, if I drink this, you tell Peng Chion that. Sun Yakran imagined herself clutching her stomach, trembling all over. Du Yugong would seize the opportunity to order Peng Chion to let her escape while she was relieving herself. And you would have to stay behind to watch her. Peng Chion, standing right at the carriage door, bowed respectfully and replied, understood. Following that, Sun Yakran grabbed her dress and hurried into the forest, Peng Chion chasing closely behind her. Du Yugong seized this opportunity to turn and walk in the opposite direction from them. Sun Yakran continued, then I'll go as far as possible to buy time, and you'll take that opportunity to escape. Sun Yakran imagined Peng Chion's panic when he couldn't find Du Yugong at that moment. She would also secretly turn and slip away. Thinking this, she telepathically communicated to Du Yugong, when Peng Chion returns, he will definitely hunt you down, and that's when I'll take the opportunity to escape. Returning to reality, Sun Yakran smiled and said, at least it can buy half an hour. For you kid, I'll have to sacrifice myself. Du Yugong seemed to see hope. If you say so, I'm very grateful. I'm really sorry, Miss Sun. Sun Yakran looked at Du Yugong with a sly smile. Come on, I'll teach that Peng Chion a lesson he'll never forget. Du Yugong nodded vigorously, a smile flashing across his face. I agree to this plan, thank you, Miss Sun. Sun Yakran held the pill, smirking smugly. You know it. Remember to treat me to a drink afterwards. With that, she unhesitatingly put the pill in her mouth and chewed it ravenously. A moment later, Sun Yakran's agonizing screams echoed in the carriage. Sun Yakran tensed up all over. She clutched her stomach, her face pale, sweat pouring like a stream. Peng Chion, my stomach hurts so much, stop the carriage now. Peng Chion frowned, his eyes sharp. The carriage wheels rolled a few more times, then gradually slowed down. Du Yugong and Sun Yakran looked delighted. He excitedly telepathed to her. All right, now I'll order Peng Chion. Before they could rejoice for long, the carriage continued to accelerate. Both of their bodies froze. Peng Chion, sitting in front, acted as if he didn't hear and calmly urged the horse forward. He wore a gloomy expression and said, You think I'd fall for your trick? Du Yugong and Sun Yakran, standing in the carriage, were petrified upon hearing this. As soon as he reacted, Du Yugong yelled in panic, "It's true, stop the carriage." Peng Chion, Sun Yakran, standing beside him, was in so much pain that she couldn't utter a word. Peng Chion self-righteously said, "Don't let her trick you, master." Du Yugong, panicking, glared and shouted, "I'm telling you it's true, I order you, stop the carriage now." Sun Yakran collapsed, crawling on the ground, crying with tears and snot running down her face. Du Yugong, as if going crazy, frantically pounded on the carriage and yelled, "You bastards, stop, I told you to stop." He helplessly pounded away incessantly, "Stop." There was no response from outside, only the clattering sound of the carriage. Sun Yakran, disheveled, trembled in despair. Du Yugong turned pale and looked back at her, a look of concern clearly visible on his face. Helpless, he could only grit his teeth, turn away, and close his eyes. Sun Yakran widened her eyes and yelled in anger, "Damn it, hey." The pill in her stomach finally took effect. She felt a surge of gas acting on her abdomen. Sun Yakran's agonizing scream echoed in the carriage. "No." Peng Chion turned around in surprise, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He stopped the carriage, opened the door and rushed in. "Master." A foul stench filled the carriage. Sun Yakran couldn't help but scream. Peng Chion and Du Yugong quickly rushed out. Du Yugong closed his eyes, clasped his hands and prayed for her. Peng Chion carried him away. "Sorry, master." He stopped in an empty patch of ground. Peng Chion set Du Yugong down. "I didn't expect her to actually defecate in there." Du Yugong turned his back to Peng Chion. "You disobeyed me, you must be punished." Peng Chion respectfully clasped his hands and said, "But the path to becoming a lord must go through many storms." Du Yugong, hearing what he said, was furious. "The path to becoming a lord that you speak of involves smelling the excrement of others." Facing Du Yugong's angry expression, Peng Chion hastily shook his head vigorously. Peng Chion suddenly slammed his head hard against a nearby large tree, causing the thick trunk to snap in half. He shouted, "Sorry, master." Countless sounds of head-banging echoed in the forest. "I was wrong," followed by Du Yugong's helpless cries, "Ah, damn it." After who knows how long, they finally had to return to the carriage. Peng Chion continued to drive the carriage forward. Sun Yakran's hair was disheveled, and her sunken eyes made her look like a lifeless corpse. She muttered to herself, "I want to die. Why did I?" She looked at Du Yugong sitting in front of her and said, "Let's do it again." Du Yugong turned to look at her in surprise. "What?" Sun Yakran rolled her eyes and mechanically took out another pill. In the next second, she unhesitatingly popped the pill into her mouth. Du Yugong's eyes widened in fear. "Sun Yakran, why would you do this for me?" Sun Yakran roared angrily. "Shut up." Du Yugong was stunned by her shout. Sun Yakran revealed a look of madness. "My Sun family never knows how to give up. Do you understand?" After transmitting the sound, Sun Yakran clutched her stomach in pain and cried out. Peng Chion heard the sound and flung open the carriage door. Du Yugong's eyes widened. "I can't let her sacrifice be meaningless." Thinking this, Du Yugong put on a panicked expression, waved his hand, and ordered loudly, "Peng Chion, quickly take Sun Yakran to defecate." As soon as the words fell, a sharp, blinding sword streak cut through the air. Sun Yakran looked at the sword streak that had slashed into the carriage right next to her. Terrified, she hurriedly grabbed Du Yugong, who was standing next to her, and shouted loudly. Peng Chion held his sword with a fierce and evil look on his face, and said, "This is not good, we must kill her." Du Yugong and Sun Yakran were stunned when they heard him say that. As soon as they reacted, Du Yugong shouted, "She's just sick. Hurry!" Seeing that Peng Chion not only did not retreat but was getting closer and closer, Sun Yakran was so scared that tears fell. Suddenly a strong, pungent stench emanated from her body. Her eyes widened in shock. What? Peng Chion, who was approaching, immediately stopped. Du Yugong saw his reaction and thought, "This is the moment." He seized this opportunity and shouted loudly, "Do you want to disobey me again, Peng Chion?" Peng Chion's hand holding the sword stiffened. He bowed his head and admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry, I will follow the orders of the master." Seeing his attitude, Du Yugong and Sun Yakran couldn't help but be surprised. Du Yugong stood under the carriage and said loudly, "The smell is terrible. Take her away a bit and remember to guard her carefully." Peng Chion carried Sun Yakran away swiftly. "Yes, sir." As soon as he disappeared, Du Yugong still stood there. The wind blew, making his sleeves flutter. The next moment, Du Yugong didn't hesitate any longer, leaping up onto the roof of the carriage and then jumping up onto a tall tree branch. His eyes were full of determination. He rushed forward at full speed, thinking of Sun Yakran's noble sacrifice. Du Yugong clenched his fist with emotion, shed tears and said, Sun Yakran, I will never forget this kindness. Du Yugong sped through the forest. He thought, if I use mobility arts, Peng Qion will catch up to me. Du Yugong gritted his teeth unwillingly. He quickly made a decision then. Du Yugong suddenly stopped in a clearing in the forest. He looked around and muttered, this place is good enough. Du Yugong diligently gathered a pile of leaves to hide. Du Yugong hid himself under the pile of leaves. A moment later, Peng Qion followed the trail to this area and said, the trail disappears here. Du Yugong lay still without daring to move. Peng Qion walked close to him. Where did the master go? He put his hand on his chin, thought seriously. There's no way he would abandon the position of liege of the demonic cult and run away. He must have been kidnapped while practicing mobility arts. I will not forgive them. With that, Peng Qion left swiftly. Although he had confirmed that Peng Qion had left, Du Yugong still did not intend to reveal himself. He thought to himself, he's gone. Du Yugong closed his eyes. Calm down, 1, 2, 3. The sun gradually moved towards the west. The clouds in the sky were dyed red. Du Yugong lay under the pile of leaves, frantically counting 1999999 20,000. He finally stopped and pushed the leaves off his body and sat up. Du Yugong closed his eyes, took a deep breath and smiled contentedly. That should be enough, finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Peng Qion, with a grim face, stood right next to him in the bushes. Du Yugong glanced over by chance, saw Peng Qion, and was so shocked that he jumped. Du Yugong's sweat poured out like a stream. This. Peng Qion bowed his head as if he understood and said, you're practicing stealth arts. Master, Du Yugong replied loudly in a panic, that's right, the Jianghu is dangerous. He pointed at him and praised exaggeratedly. You are also good at following traces. Du Yugong hurriedly brushed all the dirt off his body. It's done, let's go. After saying that, he guiltily ran quickly forward. The road is still long, ha ha ha. Peng Qion suddenly spoke from behind him, Master. Du Yugong stopped, his whole body stiffened. He fearfully turned his head to look at him. Du Yugong saw Peng Qion's terrifying expression. He growled, you must punish yourself. Du Yugong's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Peng Qion thought of the heavenly demon Azura, his former master, and said, the heavenly demon Azura wants you to follow the path to becoming a lord. He remembered the incident where Du Yugong had attacked him at the inn and continued, actions that go against that path are unforgivable. Peng Qion thought about his escape. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. This is the third time now, Master. In Du Yugong's heart, panic began. Did he realize it a long time ago? Du Yugong hesitantly pointed at him and shouted, you dare to accuse me? Peng Qion looked down at him from above. As a lord you must not lose your dignity. So hold your head high and move forward. Du Yugong shouted loudly, what nonsense are you talking about? I am your master. Peng Qion clenched his fist and said, kowtow. Du Yugong gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept. He glared, so angry that his whole body trembled. This guy. Just when he thought that Du Yugong would fight Peng Qion to the death, he obediently knelt in front of him and kowtowed. I was just about to do that. Peng Qion clasped his hands behind his back and said, repeat after me. 1. I am liege of the demonic cult. 2. I am not afraid of anything. Come on. 1. Du Yugong repeated with a dark face. I am liege of the demonic cult. Peng Qion shouted, speak louder. Again, Du Yugong unwillingly closed his eyes and did as he was told. Damn it, I am liege of the demonic cult. Peng Qion angrily scolded, stop talking nonsense. 2. Du Yugong went on, sweat dripped onto the ground. I am invincible under the heavens, not afraid of anything. Peng Qion complimented with satisfaction. Very good. 1. Du Yugong rolled his eyes. He frowned, gritting his teeth in anger. In the forest, Du Yugong's shout echoed. I am the liege of the demonic cult. That night, Peng Qion's carriage continued to roll forward. Du Yugong sat in the carriage, his face unsightly, thinking to himself, humph, I have to suffer so much because of that Peng Qion. He raised his head and looked straight ahead. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. Moreover, Sun Yakran trembled all over, lying weakly in the carriage. Her eyes rolled back as she muttered, that damned Peng Qion. He even sealed my acupuncture points so I can't move. She remembered when she had to squat motionless in the forest. Her face pale, that's why I had to. Du Yugong crossed his arms in front of his chest, closed his eyes and thought to himself, Miss Sun, you must be suffering too. Peng Qion, who was sitting in front driving the carriage, suddenly spoke. Master, there is a carriage with a broken wheel blocking the road. Du Yugong looked out with an expressionless face. The moonlight illuminated the shattered carriage wheel lying bare on the ground. The old situation repeated. a man and a woman suddenly appeared and blocked Du Yugong's group's path. The man awkwardly clasped his hands and introduced himself. I am a blue cloud guard, responsible for escorting. Please forgive me. I don't know if we can ask for a favor. The woman standing behind him looked at Du Yugong's group with a worried expression. Du Yugong's face darkened. He was speechless again. These demonic cult people have no creativity at all. Thinking this, he spoke up. Do it like last time, Peng Chion. Peng Chion answered concisely, obeying orders with that. He went and threw the other two's carriage off the cliff. The two jumped in surprise. They did not expect Peng Chion to do this. The blue cloud guard turned to look at Du Yugong, stammering. We just need young miss to come along. Du Yugong waved his hand indifferently. You just sit on there. The blue cloud guard didn't expect him to agree so easily. Thank you. In the carriage, the young miss who had just entered sat next to Du Yugong. She secretly glanced at him. Then she smiled shyly and said, I am Wang Yuk. I hope to have your help in the coming time. Du Yugong rested his chin, curling his lips into a sarcastic smile. How clumsy, how clumsy. Thinking this, Du Yugong used telepathy to warn, stay there quietly and leave. Wang Yuk widened her eyes in surprise. Du Yugong continued calmly, don't sacrifice yourself in vain. Wang Yuk was stunned and unable to react. The next second, she unhappily asked him using telepathy. Do you think I'm afraid of death? Du Yugong asked with a serious and foolish look. Do you know why Peng Chion let you come along? Du Yugong imagined Peng Chion's menacing appearance as he chopped off the flickering candle and continued, to give you a glimmer of hope, and then extinguish it immediately. Wang Yuk bowed her head. I don't care. Du Yugong was speechless and closed his eyes. You are really, if that is Samyun Megan's wish, I knew it from the beginning. Wang Yuk suddenly interrupted him. Just being able to say I love you, I would be willing to die. Du Yugong imagined Samyun Megan's old face sending hearts and love, and he sweated cold. A big question mark jumped out in his head. Du Yugong frowned and looked at Wang Yuk in his heart. He couldn't help but suspect, there's no way, thinking so. He said irritably, what love nonsense, did Samyun Megan order you to do it? Wang Yuk was startled and confused. She excitedly stood up, shouting loudly, how dare you say my love is nonsense? Du Yugong didn't understand what she was talking about. He looked up at her and asked, who are you? Wang Yuk angrily raised her hand and slapped Du Yugong's cheek. You dare to look down on my love? Du Yugong was suddenly slapped. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Sun Yakran, like a dried-up corpse lying flat in the carriage, saw this scene and smiled gleefully. Cough cough miss, take care. The carriage carrying them suddenly stopped abruptly. The two horses in front were suddenly reined in and neighed loudly. Peng Chion squeezed the blue cloud guard's neck, opened the carriage door and rushed in. Master, what's wrong? The blue cloud guard struggled desperately, unable to breathe. Wang Yuk and Du Yugong looked at the scene blankly. Du Yugong saw Peng Chion and was worried. It's a misunderstanding, don't kill her. Thinking so, he quickly shouted loudly, okay, nothing happened. Peng Chion glanced at the red swelling clearly visible on Du Yugong's cheek. He was so angry that veins bulged all over his head. You spared my life, you dare touch my person. Peng Chion forcefully stepped into the carriage. Wang Yuk retreated in fear. His face was grim, his whole body enveloped in a terrifying aura. He said, death is too good for you. Wang Yuk was scared pale. She glared and gritted her teeth, not daring to utter a word. In the next second, Wang Yuk attacked. You insolent fool. Peng Chion remained expressionless, using his blue cloud guard body to block the blow. He cried out in pain. Wang Yuk clawed her fingers together, gritting her teeth and cursing, you bastard. Wang Yuk rushed to attack Peng Chion with her bare hands. Die. In the next second, Wang Yuk seemed to sense something. Her eyes widened, her face incredulous. Peng Chion looked at her with a cold gaze. He kicked hard under the carriage. The carriage lurched violently. Wang Yuk lost her balance and fell forward. She thought in panicked horror, the moment I set foot down, he kicked under the carriage, making me lose my balance. Peng Chion seized this opportunity to grab her head and slam it against the underside of the carriage. He tightened his grip around her neck, her face turning purple. Peng Chion's eyes gleamed. He drew his sword, looking like a murderous executioner, ready to behead the sinner. Wang Yuk was terrified. Du Yugong's pupils contracted. He shouted, stop, Peng Chion. Peng Chion's sword came down, stopping just at Wang Yuk's neck. Peng Chion's shiny sword was covered in a faint mist. Du Yugong looked straight at him and said, don't kill her, it's just a misunderstanding. He explained, I was just teasing her a little. Quickly put your sword away. Peng Chion glared at Wang Yuk lying under the carriage. He snorted coldly and sheathed his sword. Only then did Du Yugong dare to relax and smile. Du Yugong, as if relieved of a burden, smiled and said, "All right, let's continue." Peng Chion clasped his hands in front of Du Yugong, respectfully replying, "Yes, master." Wang Yuk, having just escaped death, lay still clutching her neck and coughing. Peng Chion turned and got off the carriage. "Yes, master." Du Yugong happily sighed in relief. Peng Chion suddenly stopped and spoke up, "Oh, but..." Du Yugong, helping Wang Yuk up, looked at his back in confusion. "Have you forgotten something else?" Peng Chion turned back, one hand on her neck, one hand on the top of Wang Yuk's head. Du Yugong shouted in panic, "Peng Chion, no." In the windy mountains where Du Yugong's group was, Du Yugong anxiously screamed, "Peng Chion." He stared wide-eyed at the scene before him with an incredulous expression. Peng Chion ruthlessly struck, extremely quickly and decisively. Wang Yuk crouched down, crying and utterly terrified. Sun Yakran, sitting in her chair, unable to hide her contempt when she saw Wang Yuk's ugly state, reluctantly warned her, "It's useless. That Peng Chion is very good at snapping necks." Wang Yuk tearfully turned her face back to look at them with resentment. She tried to ask clearly, word by word, "Who exactly are you people?" Sun Yakran closed her eyes and nonchalantly said, "I don't know either, but I know how to heal you." After expressing an innocent face and a quick glance, Sun Yakran returned to her original vulgar form and gave Wang Yuk 2 yellow pills. "Here, take these, they will have an immediate effect." Du Yugong saw Wang Yuk doing nonsense, so he hurriedly snatched back the 2 yellow pills. "Do you want to ruin the carriage again?" Wang Yuk was startled and terrified by Du Yugong's rude behavior. Then she burst into even louder sobs. "Wah, my neck, my neck." Peng Chion, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke with an annoyed expression. "Be quiet, if you cry again I'll finish you off." Wang Yuk, overwhelmed by Peng Chion's aura, wisely shut her mouth. She sat down next to Du Yugong and lowered her head, feeling aggrieved and speechless. Sun Yakran could only sigh and comfort her. "Don't be too sad, just listen to me, I will heal you." Sun Yakran, activating her national mother mode, pointed to herself and said proudly, "I've been through this many times, you poor thing." Yuk's sister, Wang Yuk, was moved by Sun Yakran's sparkling background light, and tearfully called out big sister affectionately. Sun Yakran then hugged Wang Yuk and asked the real question, "Right sister, where are you on your way to?" Wang Yuk did not miss the opportunity to snuggle into the beauty's arms and blurted out everything to Mount May. "It's so coincidental that they're all going there too." Du Yugong, standing behind this sparkling aura, could only remain silent. "The world of women is so difficult to understand. Let me tell Peng Chion to let you come along." Wang Yuk, hearing this, thanked her profusely. "Luckily there's big sister in my 24 years of life. This is the first time I've encountered this, it's so frightening." But then suddenly Wang Yuk felt that something was not right. So she looked up at Sun Yakran with confusion. Sun Yakran suddenly, who had just been sister, jumped up in a moment, and yelled directly at Wang Yuk, "Sister Wang, let's sit a little further apart, I'm only 21 years old." Wang Yuk suddenly got cursed at and looked completely bewildered, not understanding what the hell was going on. At this point, Peng Chion raised his voice again, yelling, "I told you to be quiet. Looks like I'll have to take your life, master. Please allow me to finish her off." "Sister Wang, were you riding alone?" And then there were a lot of overlapping curses, but regardless of the chaos, Du Yugong remained calm and deep in thought. But after thinking and thinking, he still couldn't figure it out, so he helplessly sighed and commented, "It's really chaotic." The scene shifts to a peaceful morning when all 4 of them are crammed onto a sedan chair, standing at the edge of the forest. "From here we have to walk." Du Yugong looked at the sky, the ground, the clouds, and then asked Peng Chion again, "Is this Mount May?" Peng Chion confirmed it to him once more. Wang Yuk suddenly bowed respectfully before them. "Then I entrust my neck to you." Sun Yakran still hadn't gotten over her antipathy towards Wang Yuk from last night, but still hiding behind Peng Chion, she ventured to ask, "Sister Wang, isn't this your destination? Where are we going next? At least say goodbye to each other." Wang Yuk, because of what happened last night, now openly ignored Sun Yakran and didn't want to answer her question. This rude attitude made Sun Yakran want to explode and yell, "You like keeping secrets, don't you, you bitch?" Du Yugong, seeing this scene, could only rub his head in annoyance and ordered Peng Chion, who was standing behind him, "All right, heal Wang, young miss." Peng Chion obeyed and went behind Wang Yuk, placing his hands on either side of her temples. Wang Yuk could only close her eyes and wait, muttering to herself to calm down. "Finally, I'm free from him." Suddenly, a group of people in black robes rushed out of the bushes. They quickly surrounded Peng Chion and Wang Yuk's group. One of them, with brown hair, licked his sword and smiled perversely at them. "Hey, you kids, what are you doing on this mountain? A handsome man and a beautiful woman, so intimate, what a lovely couple." As soon as Peng Chion heard the label they were given, His face darkened and he glared at the brown-haired guy. The brown-haired guy sensed his 80-second tribulation was coming, so he immediately restrained himself. He had only one thought in his head: oh my god, so scary. Seeing this, he dejectedly picked up his sword awkwardly and retreated. A long-haired guy came out to ask the others, "There's a woman who looks really strange." The guy with the side-swept bangs then realized there was another strange woman as well. Sun Yakran immediately felt that something was not right on Peng Chion's side. Seeing a group of big, tall and sweaty guys appear, she fearfully moved closer to Du Yugong. "Young master, who are they?" Du Yugong couldn't take her mouth anymore. "This is Green Forest territory, why are you asking me?" He realized that these people weren't from Green Forest. Then Yugong turned his head towards Peng Chion, who was closing his eyes and not caring about anything, and ordered Peng Chion deal with them. Peng Chion bowed and obeyed calmly. The thugs, seeing this, laughed loudly. Obey what order? Everyone likes to be theatrical these days. The mocking didn't stop there, they continued to mock. He's acting like he's from the liege demonic cult. The criticisms made Du Yugong so angry that he trembled. Although Du Yugong was angry, he knew his place and ordered Peng Chion not to hesitate any longer. But for some reason, Peng Chion, although he had obeyed the order, hadn't moved a finger. He kept looking towards the forest. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the bushes. "Stop!" A group of talented fair-skinned guys appeared, led by a big brother with two-part hair wearing a scarf. "Black Dragon Union. Isn't your target Green Forest? Don't harm innocent people." The Black Dragon Union soldiers, seeing familiar people, immediately chimed in. "Our target is Green Forest, but we're busy with something right now." Du Yugong stood in the middle, constantly rubbing his chin and assessing the situation. The Black Dragon Union is one of the 5 most powerful sects. Those guys in white robes look pretty formidable too. He looked at the situation, full of questions. Why are they picking a fight with us? While he was lost in thought, both sides had taken up their weapons and pointed them at each other. The white-robed group suddenly jumped forward, and the Black Dragon Union was not to be outdone. The whole group jumped up at the same time as the other side. Both sides were evenly matched, and without any signal, they charged forward at breakneck speed and consciously set up one-on-one solo matches. Peng Chion, as if he had anticipated this, bowed and reported to Du Yugong, "Master, we can watch the fun for a bit. It seems like Green Forest is in trouble." Du Yugong had no other choice but to agree, otherwise, Mount Amei wouldn't be so chaotic. Sun Yakran was even more excited than him. She kept shouting next to those bastards, "Fight even more fiercely." Wang Yuk didn't care about the tall, dark and sweaty guys, but only stared at Peng Chion and walked towards him. "Hey, when is it my turn?" Peng Chion had never liked her, so as soon as he heard her, he yelled, "Don't you see I'm talking to the master?" Wang Yuk could only swallow her tears and retreat sadly. But in her heart, she was still very angry. She would never willingly be treated like this, so she cursed once to vent her anger. But unexpectedly, Peng Chion heard those words, so he asked, "What did you just say?" Wang Yuk, caught red-handed, immediately denied it. Peng Chion still refused to let her go, and insisted that he had just heard something. But Wang Yuk swore to herself that she didn't do that. Sun Yakran, seeing these two being ridiculous for so long, got annoyed. "Be quiet and watch the fun." Wang Yuk didn't know where she got the courage to snap back at Peng Chion. "Why are you scolding me? That guy swore, not me." But Peng Chion didn't care about anyone, and pressed his face close to her and warned, "She has suffered a lot." He pressed his face closer and closer, causing Wang Yuk to lose all color in her face and have 2 accidents on the spot. Moreover, she's not normal to begin with. Sun Yakran, hearing this, angrily cursed inwardly. This bastard is describing it in such detail. There are so many handsome men around, why did he choose me? Her anger caused the 2-part hair boy to pause in shock. Du Yugong saw that things were not right, so he intervened between the two of them. "Peng Chion, that's enough." But Peng Chion's anger had reached his brain, so he didn't hear any words. What he cared about now was that Wang Yuk had to quickly admit her mistake. On Sun Yakran's side, she also added fuel to the fire, blaming them. "Those guys are blocking me from watching the fun." Seeing that she couldn't defeat the two of them, Wang Yuk had no choice but to shout and admit her mistake. "I'm sorry, okay, I admit that I swore. Is that okay? Do you feel better now after hearing it?" Peng Chion really felt more comfortable. He laughed loudly, pointing his finger straight at her face. "I knew it, my master was right." He kept laughing ha-ha, looking arrogantly up at the sky, while Wang Yuk sobbed hoo-hoo, gazing up at the heavens with no response. Only Du Yugong stood wearily in the middle, while Sun Yakran kept cheering and egging on the fight on the other side. Du Yugong also looked up at the sky and remarked, "What a mess." While he was pouring his heart out to the clouds, Sun Yakran suddenly bent down and discovered something. A log tied at one end lay rolling wildly in the middle of the road, piquing her curiosity. What kind of thing is falling here? But not needing to know what it was, Sun Yakran nonchalantly picked it up and put it in her mouth, blowing and constantly cheering for the fighting people. The whistle's sound echoed to a very deep place in the forest, attracting the attention of a black-clad guy from the Black Dragon Union who was hiding nearby. And he was also holding an identical whistle. As soon as he heard this sound, he immediately recognized it and, without hesitation, darted towards a simple building nearby. He opened the door to the room and reported to the person inside. The area around the Green Forest's main hall has been cleared. Leader Black Dragon Union. A tall, burly man with a messy beard and hair was holding a dao standing in the middle of a sea of strawberry syrup, and all around were corpses. Hearing that, he ordered his subordinate in a low voice, "Gather everyone, we're going to the Green Forest's main hall." Back to Du Yugong's scene. Sun Yakran was still constantly blowing the whistle and cheering for them. But immediately, the people from both sides suddenly stopped. One guy from the Black Dragon Union heard the whistle. His face turned pale and stared intently at her. The guy with the slanted bangs immediately pointed his dao at Sun Yakran and panicked. "What are you doing?" The other guys in the Black Dragon Union also stopped fighting. The blonde guy quickly announced the situation. "That woman has blown the whistle, quickly end the battle and gather." Hearing that, Du Yugong also sensed that something was wrong. He asked himself, "Are there more people from the Black Dragon Union? We have to get out of here before." On one hand, he was worried and trembling, but the people behind him didn't care at all. One was laughing, one was crying, and one had been hyped up from the beginning. Human endurance has its limits, so Du Yugong prioritized what needed to be done in a moment. "Peng Qion is enough now. Quickly treat Wang Young, miss." As soon as Peng Qion obeyed, Wang Yuk stopped crying, clasping her hands in joy in her heart because she was about to be freed from this plague. Peng Qion instantly turned serious and looked at her, his oppressive aura blazing, causing Wang Yuk to constantly curse in her heart. "Bastard. Damn it, never meet again." Even though she didn't like it, she still had to bow her head and thank him. But Peng Qion couldn't swallow her thanks, so he returned Wang Yuk's thanks with eyes full of malice. While Wang Yuk didn't understand anything, Peng Qion struck her 2 palm strikes on her hips. His actions shocked Du Yugong as well. He scolded Peng Qion severely. "Why are you making young miss crawl like that?" Wang Yuk's hands and feet were forced onto the ground, and Sun Yakran kept laughing at her face. "Peng Qion did that for a reason. She insulted me, a subordinate of the master, which is no different from insulting the master." But Du Yugong didn't understand a word of why this guy was talking nonsense. "Why did you do that on your own? You only talk, you never listen to me." Peng Qion immediately steered the conversation to the side with the words, "Let's go to the mountain, master," ignoring Du Yugong's constant anger and the battle taking place above them. He remained calm as ever. "If we keep standing here watching the fun, it will get dark." Du Yugong knew he couldn't argue, since when had he ever listened to him, so even though he was unwilling, he still had to follow his words. Peng Qion still maintained his rules and bowed to thank him. Du Yugong's group moved forward without hesitation. Sun Yakran also didn't forget to wave goodbye to the people behind them. "Good luck, young heroes." The two sides fighting each other had to freeze simultaneously when they encountered this situation, turning their faces to look at them. What they're concerned about now is who that entourage is. After Du Yugong's group went deep into the forest for a long time, a large castle appeared in the middle of the Green Forest. At this point, Du Yugong finally breathed a sigh of relief. "We're finally getting close to the Green Forest's main hall." Suddenly, a new disaster struck him. As Peng Qion was walking, he suddenly stopped. The oppressive aura surrounding Peng Qion became increasingly dense. A stream of air appeared and floated around. He calmly told him, "I am checking the number of enemies, master." The stream of air gently crept through every blade of grass in the forest, easily penetrating deep into the enemy's heart and probing every corner. No one could recognize the difference or the unusual power that was gradually invading them. Even the close aides of the Black Gang leader didn't feel it, but it seemed that the Black Gang leader sensed it. He radiated a strange aura that interrupted Peng Qion's investigation, and Peng Qion concluded that there were about 500 guys. Du Yugong closed his eyes and rubbed his chin. "Damn it. It seems we can't get to the Green Forest's main hall." But that was nothing to Peng Qion. He suggested to him that he would personally destroy the entire Black Dragon Union if he wanted, but he was worried about Du Yugong's safety. Du Yugong had been searching for this. Why refuse such a delicious offer? He clenched his fists and decided to wait here. Then Du Yugong turned left and right to look for a hiding place, because Peng Qion and he had been using telepathy all this time. Sun Yakran didn't understand anything. Then suddenly, Peng Qion jumped up and landed with a loud thud, making the soil slushy. Du Yugong rolled his eyes down in contempt. "Pung Cheon, why are you digging a hole?" Pung Cheon leaned forward, gave him a thumbs up, and explained, "Last time, the master hid underground to practice stealth techniques. I want to recreate that wonderful plan." But from his explanation, through Du Yugong's ears, it became, in other words, "You want to bury me alive." Sun Yakran had lost all patience by now, so she pounced and asked, "Young master, why are you standing still? Are you planning to worship?" Pung Cheon hadn't finished digging the hole for Du Yugong yet. He dug more and more enthusiastically. "Don't block the way, let's go." Then suddenly, Pung Cheon widened his eyes and looked at Sun Yakran with a murderous aura. And just like Du Yugong, she thought that crazy guy was about to bury the three of them alive, so she ran as fast as she could in the opposite direction. Even though Pung Cheon was focused on digging the hole, he didn't forget to keep an eye on the situation above. When he saw Sun Yakran running away, he lunged at her like lightning, grabbed her by the neck, and slammed her into the ground. Pung Cheon calmly and gently tossed Sun Yakran straight into the hole with a huge thud. Before Du Yugong's dumbfounded eyes, Du Yugong glanced down at the hole behind him, where a cloud of smoke was rising due to the impact of the person being thrown. But this wasn't the time for him to worry about that weakling, because his own life was about to end. As Pung Cheon approached him and said, "Master, everything is ready." Pung Cheon took a step forward, his aura causing Du Yugong to instinctively step back and slip into the hole. Then Du Yugong of his own accord fell down for no reason, but spontaneously cursed and swore at people non-stop. "Pung Cheon, you bastard." A loud thud echoed through the forest, the sound reaching the ears of a figure in a wolf cloak standing on a nearby cliff. That was Kwang Ese, a scout from Green Forest. He was scouting the situation when he heard a strange noise, so he perked up his ears and turned toward the sound. He turned his face back, asking the person behind him, "What's the situation? Is the Black Dragon Union still waiting for reinforcements from the Wushan Seven Ghosts?" That was another scout from Green Forest named Cheon Young. He judged and guessed, "It seems like they will attack us as soon as reinforcements arrive." From Cheon Young's perspective, he finally saw the figures of Du Yugong's group being surrounded by the Black Dragon Union below, but the person Cheon Young was watching was Pung Cheon. Could he be one of the Wushan Seven Ghosts? Even from a distance, I can feel his terrifying martial arts. Returning to the main battle of today, Du Yugong's group was engaged in a fierce fight with the Black Dragon Union. When the leader of the Black Dragon Union saw Pung Cheon's face for the first time, he suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. He looked at Pung Cheon and asked his subordinates, "Who the hell is this guy?" Then the leader of the Black Dragon Union suddenly lost interest and turned to leave, not forgetting to mock Pung Cheon from behind. "Why bother listening to the words of a dying man? Just finish him off quickly." The soldiers who had been itching to move now rushed at Pung Cheon like they were seeing a girl, each of them holding one or two weapons in their hands, aiming straight at him. The leader of the Black Dragon Union sighed in disappointment, ignoring the constant clanging behind him. To him, it was just a waste of his precious time. But he didn't know the nightmare that was unfolding behind him, a battlefield full of blood and corpses, and of course, the members of the Black Dragon were being beaten mercilessly, and Pung Cheon was gradually reaching for their leader. Just as he realized it and fearfully turned his head back, around Pung Cheon now were only pieces of human bodies scattered in the air and on the ground. When the remaining soldiers saw the body parts of their comrades falling continuously, they all seemed to be injected with a shot of adrenaline and charged forward together. When Pung Cheon saw this, he immediately calculated in his head. He calmly grabbed an arm that happened to be falling nearby, and then he lightly flicked the severed arm to splash some blood into the eyes of the brown-pink-haired guy who was closest to Pung Cheon. As that guy wiped the dirt from his eyes to quickly regain his sight, he kept cursing Pung Cheon for his dirty tricks and despicable methods, cursing him to his heart's content, but he didn't realize that Pung Cheon's blade had already approached him. Pung Cheon only needed to flick his wrist lightly to easily cut the guy's body in half, successfully sending another life to drink Mengpa soup with the others. The leader of the Black Dragon Union finally realized that the situation was not good, but it took him a while before he jumped into the fight. He furiously and quickly entered the battle area with Pung Cheon, unleashing a fierce and powerful sword strike toward the enemy. Pung Cheon calmly and seriously grabbed another arm of the leader's subordinate. Then he threw that arm strongly at him, causing the leader of the Black Dragon to be momentarily careless and step back. But it was too late. In that throw of Pung Cheon existed a very strong power, so strong that it could make a burly 2-meter-tall person like the leader of the Black Dragon fly like a sack of salt, and destroy a few big trees in the forest in the process. The leader was blown away like a fallen leaf in late autumn, causing the subordinates to worry incessantly. How could the leader be defeated so easily? But instead of running away, the whole group was determined to fight to the death with Pung Cheon, and rushed forward without hesitation. Pung Cheon also did not hesitate to welcome them. He swung his blade, ready to fight to the death. But the situation was too clear from the beginning. The Black Dragon Union didn't stand a chance, while Pung Cheon only had to stand still and flick his hand slightly to unleash an extremely powerful wave of force. That move easily blew away half the mountain and sent the Black Dragon Union to heaven. Kwang Sa and Cheon Young, standing on the distant mountain, watched the battle unfold and witnessed Pung Cheon's power, and were extremely confused. They didn't expect such a powerful Black Dragon Union to be defeated by a nobody, and not even the main character of the story. In just one blow, the entire gang was destroyed. Pung Cheon's straight slash split the mountain in half, opening up a new horizon for Green Forest. Cheon Young finally came to a conclusion with such overwhelming power. He is definitely not one of the Wushan 7 ghosts. Who is he, after all? But Kwang Sa reacted faster than his partner and realized what they needed to do. There's no time, we have to quickly report to Green Forest. Lighting Child was also sitting on a tall tree somewhere higher up to better observe the two of them, along with Du Yugong's group below. Seeing the battle unfold like this, he also determined that he himself could take the life of the Black Dragon King, but Lighting Child, although more than capable of doing so, had to admit Pung Cheon's strength. What if I had to destroy the entire enemy army and massacre the Black Dragon King in 10 seconds? This situation forced him to clench his fist and admit, indeed, this is the arrangement of the heavenly demon Azura. Have you unified Jianghu? The situation is truly unbearable. My life has really gone to the dogs. Can I suicide bomb him? Lighting Child could only look up at the sky and laugh heartily at life. Not far from there, at the main hall of Green Forest's main base, Mount Amei was located in the middle of a vast forest full of sunshine, wind, and the lush green of the land. Cheon Young and Kwang Sa quickly returned and reported everything that happened in the forest to their superiors and finally came to a conclusion. So the Black Dragon Union will soon be destroyed. A satisfied laugh echoed, "Ha ha, the Black Dragon Union deserves it, excellent. Anyone who dares to oppose the Black Dragon Union is a friend of Green Forest. Let's welcome them to Green Forest with a most solemn ceremony." Back with Du Yugong and his group after the fierce battle, instead of being happy, he seemed extremely displeased. But Pung Cheon only bowed his head in silence and said nothing. He hasn't talked back to him at all. He just bowed his head and reported the obvious thing that Du Yugong already knew. "I've dealt with the Black Dragon Union. I'm sorry I couldn't provide a comfortable shelter for you." But that's not what Du Yugong wanted. He kept yelling at him. "You dare say that after burying me alive?" The young Pung Cheon continued to bow to avoid his boss's question by changing the subject. "I'll prepare a bath for you." But Du Yugong still had to maintain the demeanor of a big boss and kept blaming Pung Cheon. "You bastard, if you do it again, I won't forgive you." Sun Yakran also seized the opportunity. Seeing Pung Cheon in such a weak position, she pointed her finger and added a few words. "Pung Cheon, you're such a jerk." But Pung Cheon had already drawn his line from the beginning. Except for Du Yugong, who was allowed to point and gesture at him, no one else was allowed to do so. He jumped up and punched Sun Yakran hard. The punch made her sprawl on the ground in front of Du Yugong's helplessness. After Pung Cheon finished his punishment, he noticed someone approaching them. At this time, two people wearing brown robes and animal headdresses silently appeared and surrounded them. Kwang Sa, representing the Green Forest Scouts, greeted them with a very respectful attitude. Even Cheon Young standing behind him did the same. "We are here on the orders of Green Forest." Then they looked at the unconscious Sun Yakran next to them and wondered to themselves, "Looks like a corpse, huh?" Even though they were very curious, they still had to hide it and show their professionalism. Kwang Sa smiled and asked Du Yugong, "I don't know if you are the benefactor who destroyed the Black Dragon Union." When Du Yugong heard the words destroyed, he was a little sensitive, and immediately looked back at them sternly as if probing their thoughts. But Pung Cheon had run out of patience with these guys. He decided with a murderous aura, "Again, master, I have to gouge out their eyes." When Du Yugong heard that, he was a little creeped out to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat and asked back with a trembling voice, Why? Pung Cheon glared at the Kwang Sa guys with even more dislike and explained to him, "A supreme being must be perfect. You can't let them see you covered in mud." Oh, the Kwang Sa group heard that and lost a bit of their color. Surely, everyone in the group except Du Yugong was afraid of Pung Cheon. Only he dared to point straight at him and expose him directly. "It's because of you that I'm in this situation. Furthermore, destroying the Black Dragon Union. I told you not to kill people indiscriminately." Pung Cheon rubbed his forehead to calm himself and gently explained to him, "They were too aggressive. I had no other choice." Remembering the scene just now made Pung Cheon tired. They were like they wanted to go see their ancestors 8 generations ago, attacking him non-stop. They were a bunch of savages who despised life. It was a difficult battle. Therefore, Pung Cheon thought that ending them was a respect for the spirit of Bushido. Du Yugong was also convinced by Pung Cheon's words, thinking about the situation at that time and comparing it to these comments. He wondered, was the Black Dragon Union that aggressive? Then you were helpless. The Kwang Sa Cheon Young group also did not expect Du Yugong to think so simply. Outsiders can feel that Pung Cheon guy has eliminated anyone, even passers-by. Pung Cheon finished Du Yugong's business, so he continued to discuss with them. Kwang Sa Cheon Young, who was suddenly called by name, switched to the good boy operating system, constantly saying yes sir. Pung Cheon ordered them with a murderous aura. Lead us to the main hall of Green Forest. The Kwang Sa group was constantly terrified, trembling as they agreed to Pung Cheon's proposal, knowing that they were about to face a great disaster this time. The scene moves to the magnificent castle of Green Forest, where the Green Forest King and his soldiers are standing there waiting. As soon as he saw the figures of Du Yugong's group, he couldn't stop smiling, warmly welcoming them. He asked them again to be sure, looking at Pung Cheon, "Are you the benefactor who destroyed the Black Dragon Union?" Ignoring that Pung Cheon was dragging Sun Yakran along, but that's not what he cared about. The Green Forest King stepped down the stairs, generously raised his hand, and approached Pung Cheon to ask, "What do you want? I will fulfill all your requests," but Pung Cheon asked him to kneel down. The Green Forest King thought he had misheard, so he asked again. But his mood had changed 180 degrees. When Pung Cheon saw that he didn't listen, he impatiently shouted, "Kneel down quickly. Do you know who is behind me?" The Green Forest King saw that someone wanted to compete with him in screaming, so he yelled, "How dare you be insolent in Green Forest? Are you tired of living, then?" He cracked his knuckles to prepare for an upcoming brawl. Pung Cheon naturally recognized this, so he also stood guard with a serious face. That preparation posture of his made him unable to hold Sun Yakran in his hand, so he had to drop her face down to the ground. The shock coming from the top of her head forced Sun Yakran to wake up. She groggily sat up, unintentionally attracting the attention of the crowd of spectators. And of course among them was the Green Forest King Ja Sun. After recognizing the familiar face in front of him, he trembled. Sun Yakran finally regained her senses and had to realize everything that was happening around her. She smiled at the person in front of her. "Long time no see, father." The Kwang Sa Cheon Young group was also terrified. Their eyes widened when they recognized the other person's identity. Yakran young miss. Even Du Yugong was terrified because of this head-splitting situation. Sun Yakran is the Green Forest King's daughter. But the old man Ja Sun didn't pay any attention to this precious daughter of his and became more and more stubborn. Even if you take my beloved daughter as a hostage, I will not kneel down." He clearly declared in a resounding and powerful way to prove his identity. "I am the Green Forest King. I am not afraid of anyone." At this time, Wang Yuk suddenly peeked her head out to see Ja Sun. She teared up, smiled awkwardly and pointed at herself. "Uncle Sun Yuk is here too." "Okay, that's enough." Ja Sun strongly growled loudly, waving his hand to order his subordinates to kneel. Then there was a scene where a Green Forest King, who arrogantly dominated one area, actually bowed his head to a Pung Cheon and a Du Yugong whom he did not know at all because of Wang Yuk's respected uncle, and not only Ja Sun but also the entire Green Forest side had to bow their heads to them. But in his heart, Ja Sun was not willing to submit. Although he knelt, his eyes were always directed towards the high platform in anger and humiliation. Green Forest was being oppressed by these two brats. The soldiers on the Green Forest side were no less annoyed than their master. Everyone's faces were livid, each muscle bulging, yet they had to give in to a white-skinned scribe. Ja Sun held a grudge in his heart as he looked at Du Yugong because above all, the person Pung Cheon respected was him. That's why Ja Sun's group had this humiliating scene. The more he looked, the more angry he became. He got even angrier when he saw Du Yugong's haughty face. Is this Green Forest not enough to satisfy him, or what? Sun Yakran also had to kneel beside her beloved father. Ja Sun curiously pressed her for the identities of the two Du Yugangs. Sun Yakran had no choice, she didn't know anything. The only thing she knew was that the big guy was Pung Cheon. Based on her observations, she concluded that he had absolutely no concept of common sense. His mind wasn't normal. If you didn't do what he said, you'd end up like the Black Dragon Union. That's Pung Cheon according to Sun Yakran. Even Du Yugong was exaggerated a lot. And the small guy is Du Yugong. This guy is also very strange. Pung Cheon made us kneel down because of him. He's hiding something, but I don't know exactly what. Sun Yakran said that and then thought of the past and trembled with anger. Sometimes he pretends to be innocent, but I've been humiliated by him twice, one word, but it has two meanings, making Ja-sun speechless. Sun Yakran didn't bother to explain, because there was something that bothered her more. Just now, Wang Yuk called her father Uncle Sun. What's going on? Ja-sun couldn't hold back the tears in his heart. He had to sadly explain to his beloved daughter. Your mother passed away a long time ago. Sun Yakran heard that and immediately yelled and scolded her old man. Don't tell me you're planning to marry her. Ja-sun was exposed by his daughter on the spot and couldn't cover his mouth in time. Damn it. It's been so many years since I've been in love again. Seeing the scene of other people's father and daughter arguing made Peng Chion unhappy. Du Yugong was also bored when he saw this scene. He had just escaped the demonic cult. And now he was in Green Forest. It was really tiring. Peng Chion carefully spread a luxurious leopard skin on the Green Forest King's chair and invited Du Yugong to sit down. But in his heart, Du Yugong didn't want to at all. He clearly showed his opposition to him. Why should I sit there? But that made Peng Chion misunderstand. Then he casually smashed the Green Forest King Ja-sun's throne to the ground without mercy. Peng Chion's immature action made Du Yugong speechless and horrified. What was that? Does this kid understand anything? Peng Chion didn't stop there. He also tore the expensive leopard skin into hundreds of pieces, destroying and cursing non-stop. You dare do anything to this Grand Preceptor's chair. The torn skin in front of them was a great insult to the Green Forest soldiers. No one forced him to sit on it, but he still acted like that. And of course the whole group got angry, all holding weapons and rushing to the stage. I won't let you go, attack together. Ja-sun was also provoked by Peng Chion, but the moment he stood up to refute, he was stopped by Sun Yakran in time. On the stage, Green Forest had to mobilize 4 people together to barely surround Peng Chion's large body. But all the spears were blocked by his firm flesh without a drop of blood being shed. The gray-haired guy tried his best to stab straight, but it didn't work at all. This made him very scared. I can't pierce him. He realized at this time that the person in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. Well, let's make peace and apologize first. Sorry, older brother, for accidentally stabbing you, older brother. But Peng Chion wondered what he was apologizing for. You called me out. What do you have to say? The gray-haired guy's brain raced for a long time. Out of 7,749 plans, which one should he choose to save his life that was hanging precariously like a rice stalk? Finally, he thought of it. The gray-haired guy looked serious with Peng Chion, willing to humble himself and make a proposal. I want to replace the chair for you. When Peng Chion saw that, he immediately turned to ask the other 3 people. They saw the way forward and immediately nodded obediently. Finally, Peng Chion agreed and turned away. They glanced at each other, signaling, I can't believe this guy is so trusting. But Peng Chion wasn't stupid, because he had his own way of making others obey him. Peng Chion grabbed a piece of the broken chair and threatened, but if the chair you bring is not to my liking, then he didn't say much and crushed the piece of chair into dust. Your fate will be the same as this chair. The 4 talents immediately changed their faces. They didn't delay for another moment, but started to disperse and find another chair for Peng Chion right away. When Ja-sun saw his subordinates being subdued in such a short time, he became more vigilant. Sun Yakran also knew that her father had felt the same as her, so she didn't stop him anymore. They don't understand anything about common sense. Ja-sun had somewhat understood Sun Yakran's previous hints. Perhaps he had lived long enough in this world. But this was the first time Ja-sun had seen this scene. Seeing Peng Chion's majestic and heroic appearance on the stage, Sun Yakran also advised her father, if you want to live well, the only way is to obediently listen. A large chair inlaid with gold and red was carefully and majestically placed in the middle of the platform. Du Yugong approached with a dark face, not knowing if he was sad, happy, or annoyed, but Peng Chion still respectfully invited him to sit down. But Du Yugong didn't react with any further actions. His facial muscles also stiffened as he looked at the chair in front of him. But that made Peng Chion glare at the Green Forest soldiers and bow to ask Du Yugong again, are you not satisfied with this chair? The 4 Green Forests understood the meaning in his eyes, so they all retreated into themselves. Now looking at the group kneeling below, they regretted it very much. If I had known, I would have stayed down there. Why did I rush up and now I'm about to get a coffin number? Peng Chion had been restraining himself until now, to the point that the veins in his hands were bulging, but he still had to be polite. It seems you don't like it. The gray-haired guy cried and sweated at the same time. Now he couldn't tell where the tears were anymore. He stared at Du Yugong with a plea in his heart. Older brother, please sit down for me. Du Yugong seemed to know what Peng Chion would do if he refused, so he had to reluctantly sit down and look at the common people. Ja-sun also glued his face to watch the dramatic developments of the story there. From then until now, he had to breathe a sigh of relief because there were no more bloody battles. He realized that Du Yugong was planning to say something he'd been holding back, making Jia Sun increasingly anxious and impatient. Du Yugong didn't know how to phrase his words correctly because the fate of Green Forest was now in his hands. Jia Sun noticed the abnormality, so there was no reason why Peng Qion standing next to him wouldn't notice. They had been communicating telepathically. And then Peng Qion suddenly bowed in obedience. After saying that, he turned to the crowd below, becoming Du Yugong's spokesperson, and boldly declared, "Listen carefully. The master has given his orders. First, bury all the bodies of the Black Dragon Union. The Black Dragon Union was never here. Second, Green Forest, act as usual but monitor each other. Don't let anyone escape. Finally, bring the best chef here." Those are the 3 key instructions Du Yugong wants to convey. And there's one last word to consolidate and threaten them. If anyone dares to escape, send them to the Western Heaven to seek scriptures. Jia Sun, hearing the 3 commandments along with the threat, widened his eyes in surprise. At this moment, he clearly saw the face of Du Yugong sitting arrogantly above. This kid is as cruel as Peng Qion. Suddenly, Du Yugong stood up gently and turned towards Peng Qion to speak to him. But it wasn't a word of gratitude. Du Yugong angrily gripped the chair tightly. Then, without mercy, he threw it straight at Peng Qion's head in a savage manner. "Is this how you treat your master, you insolent fool?" Jia Sun couldn't foresee this development. His heart felt like it was being hanged when he saw this. In Jia Sun's mind, he only knew that Du Yugong had just given orders and now he was beating his subordinate. Jia Sun concluded that Du Yugong was a psychopath, but only those involved knew the true story. Who would have dared to think that Peng Qion had been acting alone all this time? "Even if you gave me money, I wouldn't dare to do that." Suddenly, a figure entered and continuously blew a horn. The loud noise broke the strained atmosphere that even Peng Qion and Du Yugong didn't dare to interrupt. A group of 5 people with swords charged into their territory and announced themselves as the Black Dragon Union. Green Forest's surrender. The Green Forest people had been extremely frustrated and unable to do anything until now. Meeting these guys was like handing themselves over. As soon as they heard Black Dragon Union, they grabbed swords, spears, and blades and glared at them. The Black Dragon Union member with a weird haircut who was blowing the horn suddenly realized something was wrong. Why is the number so strange? There's not a single real Black Dragon Union member in this group, like master, like servant. Old man Jia Sun had been looking for a place to vent his anger. Consider meeting these Black Dragon Union guys a lucky break from heaven. Don't waste it, slaughter them all. The guy with the weird haircut was the first to get hit. Now, calling for daddy or mommy wouldn't help. He might as well line up and wait his turn with those who went before. He could only scream to the heavens. The shout echoed throughout the mountains and forests, shattering the silent darkness of the forest. At this moment, in a certain inn, a delicious meal was set up, and there was endless gossip. It's a pity that they didn't get to deal with the scarred guy. Another voice rang out in the room filled with golden light. "I'm more curious about those 5. The guy with the 2-part hairstyle poured wine while constantly marveling at the battle from this morning. "They're very special. That's Murong Wunshin, from the renowned Murong clan." The person Murong Wunshin was pouring wine for was Peng Anrok from the Peng clan in Hebei. He echoed what Murong Wunshin said. "One crawls on all 4s, and the beautiful woman speaks like a gangster." Another pale-faced guy chimed in, plus a country bumpkin and a young man with extraordinary aura. "They walked to their deaths. They're probably dead by now. That's Jaegal Sumyong from the Jaegal clan." Only one young man was concerned about the real issue rather than criticizing them. "What was the reason we fought?" "The last of the 4, Namgung Yun from the renowned Namgung clan." Murong Wunshin burst out laughing when he remembered the hurried look of Du Yugong's group this morning. "Didn't you hear them say it's for the young generation to train?" As soon as Murong Wunshin finished speaking, all 4 of them started chatting enthusiastically, not noticing that another pair of feet had just entered the door. A Green Forest soldier with an axe entered, followed by a group of other soldiers. They were looking for the chef of this restaurant. The Green Forest uniform was easy to recognize, so Murong Wunshin suddenly stood up. Jaegal Sumyong was also confused because Mount Amei was surrounded by the Black Dragon Union. But the Green Forest guys didn't have time to pay attention to these guys. They politely suggested that they borrow their chef for a bit. "If you have any objections, come talk to us at Mount Amei." How dare commoners, with their meager wages, cause trouble with people in the Jianghu, so they had no choice but to turn a blind eye. But Namgung Yun and his group weren't afraid of these guys at all. The 4 talents gave up their delicious drinking session and picked up their swords to go talk to the Green Forest guys. But as soon as they stepped out of the restaurant, they stopped in surprise at the scene before them. A long line of people in chef outfits were being hurriedly taken away by Green Forest soldiers in the middle of the night. Why is Green Forest arresting all the chefs? What's going on? At this moment, at a small mansion within the Green Forest grounds, completely separate from the other buildings on their land, Unyomjio, one of the 10 great masters of Green Forest, the gray-haired guy who brought the chair for Pung Cheon, spoke up. This kid is really hard to deal with. Remembering the scene of Du Yugong splashing a bowl of soup in Pung Cheon's face, Unyomjio couldn't help but shiver. I've tried to tempt him with all kinds of delicacies, but he still won't eat. Ja Sun, hearing this, also had a headache no less than his subordinates. I can't guess what he wants. Gong Chuseng, how did you handle the bodies of the Black Dragon? Gong Chuseng, the leader of Green Forest, calmly reported. All have been buried and all traces have been erased. Compared to the others, his work seemed much lighter. Ja Sun was very satisfied that he had assigned the right task to the right person. However, that was only a secondary issue. The most headache-inducing problem now was Du Yugong's eating habits. Although there was no longer a Black Dragon Union, Ja Sun also felt a new threat. It didn't matter who those two guys were, as long as they were alive, Green Forest would fall into a dark period. This is a matter related to the survival of Green Forest. Think of a way to finish those two guys. When this issue was brought up, everyone fell silent as if on cue. Ja Sun also said to continue to bring it up. I told that country bumpkin that I wanted to discuss the future of Green Forest, but if it drags on for too long, he will definitely become suspicious. At that moment, suddenly, the vice leader of Green Forest, Shongnyo Myosen, raised his hand to speak, easing the awkward atmosphere. Shongnyo Myosen wanted to ask about Du Yugong, but couldn't remember his name. Sun Yakran eagerly helped, so that if something happens later, he'll remember the name of the person who caused it. Shongnyo Myosen gradually assessed the current situation. Our plan will change depending on Yugong's martial arts skills. The higher his skills, the more effort Green Forest will have to expend. Sun Yakran also contributed a bit of her effort to the plan. I carefully observed him along the way, and it seems his martial arts skills aren't that high. Shongnyo Myosen didn't believe this and suspiciously questioned, if he's not strong, then why are we all hiding in here? But Sun Yakran was certain about it. After all, they've been sharing the same bed, so that's her assessment. If you have any objections, file a complaint with the department. Ja Sun saw that the two were about to start fighting like cats and dogs, so he slammed the table to stop them. Now is the time to join forces, don't argue. Shongnyo Myosen then continued to propose his suggestion. The first option is to kidnap Yugong, but Unyomjio immediately shot down that idea. I'm afraid that's a bit difficult, Vice Leader. That guy is always sticking close to Yugong. Ja Sun heard that and thought it made sense, so he sternly asked about Shongnyo Myosen's second option. The second option is to plant explosives to blow both of them away, one for each so no one fights over it. Ja Sun thought this option was quite feasible, but there was a huge loophole. But what if that country bumpkin doesn't disappear? Then a memory of the future suddenly appeared like a prophecy. A scene of Pung Cheon slowly walking out of Green Forest after turning it into a wasteland. So all the brains of Green Forest unanimously affirmed, if Du Yugong dies, they'll be packed into the same coffin layer upon layer like sardines. Unyomjio, unable to contain his anger, slammed the table and stood up, shouting, why do you only know how to use such stupid methods? Use the Chiman Duanjia to trap them. Ja Sun heard that and was full of admiration. He didn't hesitate to give Unyomjio a warm head rub. After the gentle stuff, it was time for business. Ja Sun grabbed Unyomjio's waxed topknot and asked clearly, who in Green Forest can use the Chiman Duanjia? With that, Ja Sun slammed Unyomjio's face onto the table. The elders around them didn't care much about this. What they cared about now was how to save Green Forest from destruction. At this moment, Sun Yakran suddenly slammed the table and stood up again. Why does everyone have to slam the table before giving their opinion? But Sun Yakran didn't care much, because she had come up with a brilliant plan. Ho ho ho, why didn't we think of this? Shongnyo Myosen, holding an axe, was planning to take this opportunity to chop Unyomjio, but had to stop when he heard her speak like that. Ja Sun pulled Unyomjio's head up and asked her, what kind of idea have you come up with? Sun Yakran said menacingly, it's poison, father, see how clever I am. Ja Sun was naturally surprised to see his daughter's sudden intelligence, but what he cared about was the solution she had just proposed. We'll use the strongest poison, fire red poison, to poison those two. Another fresh morning came to Green Forest, a day full of warm sunshine, blue clouds, and vast forests. At this moment, Du Yugong was leisurely enjoying a delicious cup of tea in the morning. After sipping his tea, he leaned back to enjoy this moment. What a refreshing morning, comfortable place to live, and delicious food. This scene really makes people want to quit the city and return to the countryside. Du Yugong continued to enjoy another cup of tea when a knock on the door broke the atmosphere. But he didn't find it annoying. and even welcomed the person outside the door to come in for a visit. The door gradually opened, and outside was Pung Cheon escorting Sun Yakran, who was bowing her head as if tiptoeing around something. But as soon as she saw Du Yugong's figure, Sun Yakran regained her courage and clasped her hands in a bow. "Young master, did you sleep well?" Du Yugong heard these words, saw this scene, and suddenly found his morning tea unappetizing, so he spat it all into the cup. But Du Yugong quickly had an explanation. "Pung Cheon, how many times have you hit her to make her this way?" But contrary to Du Yugong's calculations, Pung Cheon was innocent this time, so he bowed his head and stated, "I didn't do anything. It seems she realized that opposing you is useless." But with Pung Cheon's personality, Du Yugong would rather believe the demonic cult than believe the things he made up, so he had to ask the owner, "So Sun Yakran, how many times has Pung Cheon hit you?" Sun Yakran confirmed to Du Yugong once again, "Pung Cheon has never touched me. Please trust my loyalty, I will serve you for life." Du Yugong saw the two of them putting on a show like this, so he reluctantly pretended to accept so they could get to the main topic. Very good, very good. Did you come to see me early in the morning just to say those words?" Sun Yakran once again bowed respectfully to him. "I have presumptuously come here to offer you advice." Du Yugong frowned in suspicion. He didn't expect that one day Sun Yakran would be kind and sober enough to give him advice like this. Sun Yakran got to the main point. "Yes, young master, if you want to take control of Green Forest, you must eliminate the vice leader Shangyo Myosin. Shangyo Myosin is a cunning person, the brain of the Green Forest King, while the Green Forest King is just a useless person, no different from someone without a brain. This girl is so impudent, daring to talk about her father like that." Even Du Yugong felt annoyed in his heart. "The Green Forest King is your father." But Sun Yakran remained steadfast in her intention. "To achieve great things, one must abandon personal feelings, so please think carefully about my advice. A child who dares to insult their own father, and even betray the great cause that their father spent their entire life creating, is the kind of person that Du Yugong loathes and despises the most in the world." After saying what she needed to say, Sun Yakran quickly retreated. She would return when she had a better plan. Before leaving, Sun Yakran didn't forget to gently slam the door shut and leave the two of them alone. At this moment, Pung Cheon had the opportunity to express his opinion. It's best to eliminate Shangyo Myosin as soon as possible. Du Yugong heard that and was even more angry. He was so angry that he wanted to throw everything off the table and berate Pung Cheon. "Is all you think about is slaughter? He's an intelligent person, imprison him, just don't beat him to the point of reincarnation." At this moment, Pung Cheon suddenly moved to the side and approached Du Yugong. In his heart at this moment, the number 7749 suddenly jumped out. A scene of Pung Cheon slashing him while angrily saying, "I don't want to follow your orders anymore." Contrary to his calm exterior but with tears inside, Pung Cheon leisurely walked and recalled the past. "Yesterday, you were going to smash me with a chair in front of Green Forest," Du Yugong hesitantly admitted, and Pung Cheon continued, now ordering not to eliminate Shangyo Myosin. Du Yugong was so oppressed by Pung Cheon's aura that he unconsciously touched his neck. "Could it be that I'm going to get kicked off the Earth server here?" But Pung Cheon didn't overthink it. He simply admired what you had done. Du Yugong thought he had escaped a disaster and was speechless looking at him while he kept rambling on. "The authority you displayed in front of Green Forest yesterday. And today you've decided to use Shangyo Myosin in the end. It's still his familiar trusting statement. I don't know how to express this gratitude." Seeing this, Du Yugong chimed in jokingly, "That's right, authority. I'll beat you often to make others fear you." Even though Du Yugong said that, Pung Cheon still enthusiastically accepted. Luckily, using his brain is too much of a luxury for him, so consider yourself lucky this time. Du Yugong considered that he had gotten past him, but in his heart, he had to always be vigilant. "I'm alive, but I feel like I'm being infected by Pung Cheon." Pung Cheon, smiling, closed the door to go carry out his mission. "Then, I'll take my leave to persuade Shangyo Myosin." The scene quickly shifts to a room where Sun Yakran and Unyomjio are escorting Shangyo Myosin to Pung Cheon. Shangyo Myosin calmly looked at the person in front of him, but his heart was turbulent. Even though I had prepared myself, I still couldn't help but worry. It turned out that the night before, in the planning room of the Green Forest leaders, Ja-sun had made an offer to Shangyo Myosin. "We must gain the trust of that country bumpkin in order to poison him, so you have been chosen, do you agree?" Shangyo Myosin's face was bloodless, it was blacker than coal, but his fate was even blacker than that. But he still had to reluctantly obey his superiors. "I'll try to escape from there." At this moment, Sun Yakran smiled with satisfaction and reassured him, "I'll be by your side to stop Pung Cheon. Just rest assured." Back to reality at this moment, all three Green Forest members were facing each other, but in reality, it was only Shangyo Myosin. Pung Cheon gently suggested, "Shongnyo Myosin, I'll use your head to serve the master." No sooner said than done. Pung Cheon gently squeezed his neck like a chicken's neck. He barely managed to say "I" before stopping as if he was still hesitant about something. But in Pung Cheon's eyes, that was a refusal. So he immediately twisted Shongnyo Myosin's wrist until it was completely contorted. Unyomjio, standing next to him, had to shrink his neck when he saw this scene. Shongnyo Myosin had just made the decision that he would do it. But Pung Cheon didn't even bother to listen and continued his torture. "You're so stubborn, indeed a vice camp leader." By this time, Shongnyo Myosin's voice could no longer be heard. Pung Cheon simply improvised. "I'll use every means to persuade you." Unyomjio and Sun Yakran had to cling to each other to stand firm in front of this scene. It could easily be seen that Shongnyo Myosin's limbs had all fallen off. Only Pung Cheon's voice remained. "Even though I've used every way to lure you, you still won't yield. I have to do this to make you surrender. It's all because you won't listen to the master." Shongnyo Myosin could only wail loudly at this moment, crying to the heavens, but the heavens didn't hear. At this moment, in the extremely peaceful war room of Green Forest, Ja-sun was constantly angry and punched his fist on the table. The plan was underway and everything had been decided. Then he began to feel remorse. "The plan to sacrifice Shongnyo Myosin is very good, but I feel a little guilty." So, to fill that guilt in his heart, he decided to ask the person next to him how Shongnyo Myosin was doing. Unyomjio, sweating profusely, explained to Ja-sun, "It seems that he won't be able to move for a while. All of his bones have been broken by Pung Cheon." Ja-sun thought to himself, every cloud has a silver lining. Luckily, he still managed to stay alive. It seems that Sun Yakran persuaded Shongnyo Myosin about serving Du Yugong. "I'm so proud of my daughter." But Sun Yakran never intended to do that. She just told that Pung Cheon guy to send him to the afterlife while he was at it. At this moment, the three of them, Ja-sun, Unyomjio, and Gong Chusang, felt like they had fallen to the 10th level of hell in an instant. Sun Yakran still calmly raised her hand as if she had done nothing wrong. She calmly explained to them, "Why would doing that make him trust us more? Right after going with Pung Cheon, I realized that their trend is." Then she used the action of swiping her hand across her neck to indicate what she meant. "Messing around with Du Yugong's gang is instant death. Green Forest should also catch up with the trend." Ja-sun clutched his head, not understanding the trend of young people these days at all. "What nonsense are you talking about? Alright, let's get back to the matter of that Du Yugong guy. I heard he hasn't skipped a meal, right?" Gong Chusang quickly reported back, "Yes, he's eating very well," as if his attitude has never changed. At this moment he even added with a serious face, "Not only that, Pung Cheon is also eating with him tonight. If so, we can poison both of them at the same time." Then a scene of Du Yugong and Pung Cheon constantly clutching their necks, uncomfortable because the poison appeared in their heads, made them ecstatic. But Ja-sun always had to ask about every detail of the implementation of the plan. Is he suspicious of anything? Gong Chusang looked at the dirty piles of bowls, plates, and dishes from yesterday and immediately affirmed that there wasn't. Finally, hearing a name that made Ja-sun sigh with relief, "That's good news. Is the fire-red poison prepared?" Gong Chusang pointed to a bug that was taken out from inside his body to imply that everything was ready. Ja-sun grinned widely and ordered them, "Very good, let's begin." The final feast of those two guys. Du Yugong still had the mind to look at the stars at night in the windy forest. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind, attracting his attention. As soon as Du Yugong saw the identity of the person walking towards him, he frowned immediately. "Pung Cheon, you didn't finish off Shongnyo Myosin, did you?" His clothes were tattered and covered in human blood, but Pung Cheon still calmly reported to him, "Of course not, I persuaded him with words." Du Yugong had lost all faith in him, wondering if he should trust him this time or not. "Alright, that doesn't matter. There's something that's bothering me more, Pung Cheon. I have something I want to ask you." Du Yugong looked at his unusual behavior from the past few days and gradually came to a conclusion. "You must have a reason for taking over Green Forest. If you don't intend to make me the Green Forest King, tell me the reason." But Pung Cheon simply replied calmly, "You be the Green Forest King, impossible. I took Mount Amei because Green Forest is there. And the Black Dragon Union was an obstacle, so I destroyed them." Then Pung Cheon revealed a shocking secret that shook the three realms. The arrangement that Heavenly Demon Azura had painstakingly prepared was at Mount Amei. Du Yugong was stunned at this moment. After piecing together all the events, he finally understood. Pung Cheon's bizarre actions always have a legitimate reason. Sun Yakran is the daughter of the Green Forest King. Is it all because of that arrangement? Thinking about this, Du Yugong was so angry he was trembling. His hands clenched tightly. "What did my father leave for me?" Under the silvery light, Du Du Yugong decided tonight he must find a satisfactory answer to this. What exactly is my father's arrangement? Peng Qion hesitated for a moment, then gently opened his mouth to answer his question. But in the end it wasn't the right time to tell Du Yugong. He could only respectfully bow his head and reply, I can't tell you. Du Yugong angrily waved his hand aside. After all the crazy things he's done, now he gives me this answer. Do you dare deceive me? Peng Qion tried to avoid the question as much as possible. He could only bow his head and apologize. Please forgive me, master, then I'll take my leave to restore order in Green Forest. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared immediately, leaving Du Yugong standing there alone, unable to swallow the anger in his heart. Tell me what my father's arrangement is before you go. But no matter how many times Du Yugong called, Peng Qion didn't respond. He could only scream hopelessly into the night and curse him, until a new day dawned on the land of Green Forest. The Green Forest guards were all exhausted now. Everyone wearily stepped out of the resting room and gathered behind Jia Sun, who was already standing there. Early in the morning, all the manpower of Green Forest, including their leader, had gathered and lined up in front of Du Yugong's room. And that Peng Qion guy was blocking their door. Meeting these disgusting faces first thing in the morning made him frown. But what puzzled him was, why are you bringing food here yourselves? Jia Sun held a huge plate of food with a very serious expression. Following him was a long line of people carrying plates of food. He didn't say anything but just glared at him and communicated by telepathy. A delicious and nutritious plate of meat with evenly arranged pieces of meat and cucumber made by the hands of a grand master chef. As soon as the plate of meat was placed down, Jia Sun couldn't stop marveling at the dish. This 5-spice meat dish looks so delicious. An elderly chef with a tired back kept bowing before the trio of Jia Sun. I have poured all my heart into this dish. It's so delicious, you could die at any moment. Jia Sun was so happy that his mouth stretched into a grin and waved his hand at the remaining chefs. You've worked hard. I'll let you go tomorrow now, step aside. The chef was overjoyed and immediately asked to leave. Jia Sun didn't waste another second. He immediately ordered Nyomjio, who was standing behind him, to receive the order. Nyomjio immediately took out a small white bottle wrapped with sealing tape from his pocket. He didn't hesitate for a second and poured the entire bottle into the plate of meat in front of him. However, Jia Sun asked with some concern, have you checked the poison thoroughly? Of course, Nyomjio did that a long time ago. I tested it on 3 wild boars. They all disappeared instantly without even a scream. With just 1 drop of poison into a barrel of water, we have 3 delicious roast pigs. Jia Sun smiled with satisfaction and rewarded him. Very good, you've worked hard. This humiliation will end today. Ending his recollection, Jia Sun, holding the plate of food, bowed before Peng Qion. I used to be the Green Forest King, but now I am just a subordinate of the master. To show my loyalty, I have personally brought this dish. Peng Qion had never believed his words, but Jia Sun kept urging him. The food will get cold, hurry and go inside. But Peng Qion took a step ahead of them and picked up chopsticks. Even a lowly person like you is showing loyalty. I can't stand idly by. I will test the poison myself. They really didn't anticipate this. An unexpected twist suddenly fell on their heads. But for Sun Yakran, this was an opportunity. She glanced at her father and signaled, Du Yugong is not a master. If we defeat Peng Qion first, Du Yugong will be easily defeated. It seemed that father and daughter had a spiritual connection, so Jia Sun easily let Peng Qion eat the plate of meat without stopping him. He excitedly watched every delicious bite of Peng Qion, until the final chew ended and the food was swallowed by Peng Qion. At this moment, Jia Sun couldn't hide the elation in his heart. He laughed loudly. Ha ha, how does the taste of poison feel, you country bumpkin? But who knew, Peng Qion also laughed loudly with him, even louder than Jia Sun. Jia Sun's smile immediately faded. His face fell and his mouth was constantly gaping in surprise. Peng Qion smiled contentedly at them. No poison, it's normal to laugh at such delicious food. The scene of both Du Yugong and Peng Qion suffering in agony from the poison shattered in an instant along with their dreams. He is the impervious to 10,000 poisons level. If so, our plan to eliminate both of them is ruined. At this moment, Jia Sun looked at his beloved daughter and asked in his mind, Hey Yakran, is Du Yugong also the impervious to 10,000 poisons level? But in response, he only received a blank look from her. Jia Sun's face darkened and he hurriedly asked again, is he also the impervious to 10,000 poisons level? Sun Yakran was dumbfounded when she heard this. How the heck would she know? The order of the plan was suddenly reversed in an instant. Jia Sun only knew that he had to go ahead and carry the pile of meat into the room. But in his mind he imagined all kinds of scenarios. If Du Yugong ate this dish and logged out, Green Forest would be destroyed. The whole group carried the food inside. At this moment, Sun Yakran thought of a wonderful plan and quickly signaled her father. "Father, quickly drop the tray of food and spill everything." Ja Sun immediately listened to his daughter and acted out the most realistic scene of his life, which was dropping the tray of food. Oops, I lost my grip. But they were still under Peng Chion's surveillance. He quickly used his chopsticks and spiritual power to hold the plate of food steady in the moment of life and death. Then he politely returned the plate of meat to Ja Sun, who reluctantly accepted it. Peng Chion thoughtfully took the dish from Ja Sun and cautioned, "Oh dear, be careful, this dish is very special, I'll take it in myself." Hearing this, Ja Sun broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly and skillfully refused. "Oh, there's no need, I want to show my loyalty." But then Peng Chion asked a strange question, "Are you crying?" Ja Sun's eyes widened, and tears welled up as he admitted, "Yes, you bastard, are you trying to kill your master?" Because of this thought, he continued to cry and plead with Peng Chion, "I want to offer it to the master myself." Hick hick, Peng Chion laughed heartily, deeply moved by his loyalty. Just a second ago he was laughing and joking, but in the next instant, Peng Chion's face darkened as he got close to Ja Sun. "Let go, you bastard, before I send you to the afterlife." At this point, Ja Sun could only concede, handing the plate of food to Peng Chion and kneeling on the ground, watching helplessly as the door slowly closed. Sun Yakran suddenly had a quick idea: antidote. Hearing this, Ja Sun regained his composure and immediately understood her. "That's right, the antidote, we need to bring the antidote." But what Sun Yakran wanted to do was the complete opposite. "We have to get rid of all the antidotes." Ja Sun immediately retorted, "What are you saying?" But what she said had a reason behind it. Sun Yakran quickly devised a plan. "We'll pretend to be victims of the poisoning. If we poison the well and get rid of all the antidotes, we can blame it on someone else." She quickly calmed Ja Sun. "Even if we have to sacrifice a few lives, it's better than letting Green Forest be destroyed. I'll stall them, father, quickly run to the well." Ja Sun reluctantly listened to his daughter's words and rushed out with lightning speed. Meanwhile, inside the room, Peng Chion was reverently presenting the plate of meat to Du Yugong, while Sun Yakran watched them intently. She had no choice but to go in and place the plate of food she was carrying on the table. "Master, please eat more." Just as Du Yugong's chopsticks were about 1 centimeter away from the piece of meat, Sun Yakran's heart began to race. At this moment, she sent a mental message to Unyomjio. "Quickly eat the 5-spice 6-inch intestine and sacrifice yourself." The plate of meat now exuded an eerie aura. Sun Yakran continued to speak about Unyomjio's noble mission. "That way, Du Yugong will be saved, and Green Forest will also be saved." Unyomjio suddenly tilted his neck from side to side and pretended that his neck was hurting and he couldn't hear any requests. Sun Yakran was so angry that the veins popped out on her face, but Unyomjio just turned a blind eye, pretending not to see anything. But things were already hanging by a thread. Du Yugong had picked up the first piece of meat and was about a hand's length away from his mouth. Sun Yakran became desperate and forced a smile as she interrupted him. "Master, I want to try it too." Her actions caused Du Yugong and Peng Chion to fall silent and look at her like an idiot. Peng Chion angrily scolded her, "Go away after you've finished mixing the medicine." But Sun Yakran shamelessly begged them, "Just let me have one bite." Peng Chion had reached his limit, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and he threatened her. "I said no." Sun Yakran of course sensed the situation, but out of desperation, she could only turn a blind eye. "Considering we've been together, I don't think we're strangers to that extent." Finally, seeing that there was not much time left, Sun Yakran had to shout and jump up, "So please let me eat one damn bite." She was of course no match for Peng Chion. He only needed one kick to stop her, but Sun Yakran was lucky enough to dodge it and escape with her life. At this moment, Du Yugong stared at Peng Chion and scolded, "Why are you causing trouble during the meal?" Peng Chion took note of his meaning and bowed to apologize. Du Yugong didn't pay too much attention and had to order Sun Yakran, "I'll pick out a separate plate for you, eat it later." Sun Yakran considered the plan a success, so she smiled and thanked him. It turned out that being stopped by Peng Chion halfway was all part of her plan. She didn't need to eat it and still succeeded. Requested to eat. They definitely won't think that Green Forest poisoned it. Du Yugong quickly picked up a piece of meat, curious. How delicious is this dish that she wants to eat it so badly? It took a dozen pages of the story for the first piece of meat to be picked up and put into his mouth again. Du Yugong was finally able to eat it. He chewed it happily. Even Sun Yakran and Unyomjio had to hold their breath and watch Du Yugong chew each bite. But nothing happened. He just smiled and admitted, "Indeed, it's very delicious. No wonder Sun Yakran wanted to eat it. But at this moment, Ja Sun burst through the door heroically. Master, are you okay? Peng Cheon went into a mad rage and angrily looked at him. How dare you cause trouble during the master's meal? You guys wait, I'll take care of you soon. But at this moment, something strange happened on Du Yugong's side. A sharp smell of human blood rushed straight to Peng Cheon's nose, causing him to turn around. What hit him was the scene of Du Yugong vomiting blood incessantly, so much that he could catch it with a hand and still spill it. As soon as he vomited that much blood, his eyes became drowsy. His whole body lost all its strength and gradually collapsed. Du Yugong hit his head straight on the floor in Peng Cheon's astonishment. At this point, he understood the situation and quickly took a series of actions. Peng Cheon used acupuncture to seal Du Yugong's meridians, stopping the bleeding. He supported one side of his head and lifted half of Du Yugong's body, while rummaging for something in his pocket. Master, no, I can't let you go. Peng Cheon took out a blue pill and gently placed it in Du Yugong's mouth. I will definitely find a way to detoxify you. Punish me later. Du Yugong finally showed a slight movement of his eyelids after all this time. The thing that Peng Cheon just gave him was the primordial heart pill, a divine medicine comparable to the great revitalization pill of Shaolin, a precious medicine only used by the lord of the demonic cult. Ja Sun then followed the script and recited, "Someone has poisoned the well water. More than 30 of my subordinates have been poisoned." The script suddenly took a different turn. Peng Cheon then issued an ultimatum to them. "I give you 2 hours." Peng Cheon's eyes warned with killing intent. "If you don't bring a famous doctor here, Green Forest will be officially exterminated." Ja Sun felt that something was a little off with the plan, but he still had to listen to Peng Cheon's words with apprehension. That same evening, the sky over Green Forest shone brighter than any full moon of August. Namgung Yan and his gang hadn't left yet. He suggested, "Tomorrow we should go to the main hall of Green Forest." Murong Wunshan also stood beside him, leaning against the wall, and agreed, It's strange that Long Bang suddenly disappeared. But something even stranger made Pang Anrock curious. Why did Green Forest arrest all the chefs? Do they want to run a tavern business? Jagal Sumyong also gave in. "We'll find out when we get there. But remember that we're not going there to start a war." Namgung Yan agreed with that because it's not like Green Forest could suddenly dominate the whole region like that. Green Forest is the strongest force ever. Even the Black Dragon Union had to ally with the Wushan Seven Ghosts to deal with them. Knowing the current situation is enough. Murong Wunshan seemed to be looking forward to this trip, looking into his eyes and that smile. He probably didn't take Jagal Sumyong's words to heart. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside, causing everyone to turn their heads to the window. "A famous doctor, we must catch the famous doctor." Down the street were Sun Yakran and Ja Sun. Pang Anrock immediately recognized them. "What's going on? Is that one of the leaders of Green Forest?" Murong Wunshan also recognized Sun Yakran and signaled Pang Anrock to be quiet. "And that crazy woman blowing the whistle too." In Ja Sun's heart now was a tangled mess. He kept grabbing at his hair. "We're going to be wiped out. What should we do? What should we do?" At this moment, Sun Yakran was just as confused as he was, and the more she listened, the more irritated she felt. "Father, you are being too controlled. Maintain the dignity of the Green Forest King." The 4 talented people eavesdropping upstairs were startled. They all looked back at Sun Yakran and couldn't help but suspect that she was the daughter of the Green Forest King. Then they glanced back at Ja Sun with suspicion. "Is that guy the strongest person in the history of Green Forest? Is he the Green Forest King?" A subordinate of Luke Lon interrupted the 2 father and daughter. "I have brought all the famous doctors here." Ja Sun then saw the light at the end of the road, and raised his hand to welcome the group of famous doctors. "Excellent. Now, let's choose the ones with real ability." Suddenly, an old man holding a 3 of spades stepped forward, hurriedly bowed his head and reported to Ja Sun, "I'm just a quack who's learned a bit of medical skill." A goatee guy brandishing a needle pretended to be crazy, stabbing his own tongue and said, "I have a hobby of stabbing patients, you know." Next, another guy loudly smashed the apple stand next to him. "I'm not even a famous doctor, I'm just a thug, not even as good as a bandit." Then there was a competition of "I'm an even bigger quack" between the 3 of them to see who was the most useless, accompanied by acts of throwing rocks around the market. Ja Sun, who had been ignored until now, finally held back his anger, grabbed an axe and pointed it at their faces, threatening, "Drag the last one to the back of the mountain, and if you want to survive, choose the best ones." Murong Wunshan's group continued to observe the scene, full of speculation in their hearts. After the chefs, now the doctors. The Green Forest King looks healthy though. Murong Wunshan looked at the situation and wondered. Then who's injured? Du Yugong was now lying neatly on the bed, but his complexion didn't look good at all. Around him now were two famous doctors, being careful due to the pressure of Jia Sun standing behind them and Peng Qion guarding above. They all came to the same conclusion when they saw Du Yugong's current state. His complexion is very serious. He's barely hanging on. Peng Qion had lost all patience and began to get angry with them. What are you still standing there for? His pressure made the two quacks not dare to utter a word, nor dare to step forward. Suddenly, a hand silently pushed one of the two guys in front of him. The person who got the short end of the stick was the goatee quack. He angrily turned around to look behind him. Who pushed me into this situation? But it was none other than the powerful green forest king Jia Sun. His aura made the old quack lower his head. The quack had no choice but to cautiously take each step closer to Peng Qion and suggested, "I'll take his pulse first." Just as the quack was about to take Du Yugong's arm, Peng Qion gently comforted him with a threat, "If you don't cure him, don't bother coming back this spring." Although he was just a quack, he still acted very professionally. "First, we must identify the type of poison that was used." Then there was a convincing presentation by the old man. "There are thousands of types of poisons, and when combined they can create tens of thousands of different types." At this moment, Du Yugong slightly opened his eyes to see the needle piercing his fingertip to draw blood. Peng Qion didn't have time to attend this biology lesson. He urged the old quack to hurry up. The quack took a little blood and held it on the tip of the needle. He had a reason for doing so. The quack brought the needle to his mouth, licked it, and explained, "I can distinguish all kinds of poisons by tasting them." But as soon as he licked it and swallowed, he keeled over to the side and died even sooner than the patient. Peng Qion looked at this scene and didn't know what to say. The patient Du Yugong turned his face to look at others, pulled the quack out without saying another word. "That bastard is considered a famous doctor." Then a series of others came in and did the same method with him, keeping watch by his side because Yugong needed 4 renowned doctors to work together to treat him. One person took the needles, wiped them, and explained, "This is not a poison extracted from animals or plants." Peng Qion, standing behind, didn't understand and raised his hand to ask, "Then what kind of poison is it?" Another old gray-haired renowned doctor bowed respectfully to him and said, "It seems to be a mixture of several types of poisons. My knowledge is limited, I don't know what to say." But one thing he was sure he had to tell Peng Qion. "He's out of immediate danger, but the problem is what comes after." The old man paused slightly, then glancing at Du Yugong helplessly, "If we can't find an antidote, this young master will be dead within 3 days." Hearing this, Du Yugong was so shocked that he opened his eyes, but he no longer had the strength to be surprised or angry. Du Yugong could only weep silently in his heart. "I haven't even lived a peaceful life yet." Not only had he not lived peacefully, but he wouldn't be able to see the sunlight in 4 days. The phrase "will be dead within 3 days" was unacceptable to Peng Qion, but the renowned doctor insisted that it was accurate. That affirmation made Peng Qion angry, and he ordered Jia Sun, Green Forest King, "Get rid of all these doctors." Hearing this, the 4 unfortunate renowned doctors' faces darkened, but they couldn't believe what they had just heard. But when they saw Jia Sun's huge axe being dragged noisily closer to them, they finally believed it. The oldest renowned doctor suddenly knelt decisively before Peng Qion and begged for his life. But Peng Qion had never done that before and never intended to. He turned his face and asked back, "Why should I?" Then, seeing Peng Qion turn away, leaving only one word to signal Jia Sun. At this moment, the old renowned doctor suddenly said loudly, "I know a divine doctor." As soon as he finished speaking, the axe blade stopped right in front of him. Hearing this, Peng Qion was curious and paused, turning back to ask for clarification. The old renowned doctor, having just escaped a disaster, quickly reported in a trembling voice, "That person can cure all kinds of illnesses in the world. It's the divine doctor Wuzin." Hearing the name of the divine doctor, Peng Qion immediately looked skeptical and asked again. The old renowned doctor immediately bowed and said loudly, "The divine doctor can cure all kinds of illnesses in the world." But it turned out that Jia Sun had heard of the divine doctor's reputation before, so he scolded and said, "Nonsense, Wuzian is gone," slang. The old doctor immediately glared and asked him, "Did you personally witness Wuzian's death?" Jia Sun hadn't witnessed it personally, but he had a basis for it. The divine Dr. Wuzian has been missing for 20 years. While bowing, he reaffirmed the truth to Peng Qion. "I have met him, I can stake my whole family's lives to guarantee it." Peng Qion temporarily believed him and rubbed his chin, pondering, "Can cure all kinds of illnesses, huh?" Sensing that his words were a matter of life and death, he tried to persuade him as much as possible. His skills are so superior that he can disregard even the imperial physicians in the palace. Many people think comparing him to Hua Tuo is an insult. At this moment, he suddenly trembled and said his last words. But if you meet Hua Xin, please keep secret that I told you about him. Peng Qion just looked at him calmly. I don't even know who you are. Hearing this, the doctor was relieved and bowed in gratitude. Then he revealed some more useful information. The divine Dr. Hua Xian is in the Water Curtain Valley at the foot of the Longqiu Peak. Hearing this, Peng Qion ordered Jia Sun, luckily, it's not too far, Green Forest King, quickly prepare my things. That phrase coming from Peng Qion was a sensitive trigger for them. In their minds, they imagined a scene where an arm or leg was being wrapped in the luggage. He wants to kill us. All three had the same thought, so they nodded and begged for mercy. The story of the divine Dr. Hua Xian is true. Please spare our lives. Peng Qion, hearing them chattering incessantly and causing a splitting headache, shouted, silence. Jia Sun, startled, bowed and asked curiously, what do you want cloth for? It turned out that he was using the cloth to carry Du Yugong, prepare something to carry a child. Du Yugong thought in his mind that Peng Qion didn't need to go so fast, so he could only utter the words hurry up. So this caused Peng Qion to misunderstand, and he became even more urgent. He threw things to the ground very hard and angrily ordered, the master is in critical condition, hurry up. Jia Sun and the others disappeared in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Seeing this, Du Yugong gritted his teeth and looked at Peng Qion resentfully, thinking I meant go slowly. But for some divine reason, what Peng Qion heard was completely distorted. He scolded Jia Sun, who had been dawdling outside the door all this time. You bastard, the master told you to hurry up. Du Yugong was angry but could only grit his teeth and look at him. Peng Qion approached the bed and helped him sit up. Master, we're leaving now. Then he tied Du Yugong on his back like a mother carrying a child, and while doing so, he instructed, I will use mobility arts slowly so as not to affect you. But what he said and did were the opposite. Peng Qion tightened the rope around his stomach. This inadvertently caused the rope in the back to tighten as well, shocking Du Yugong. He even proudly tightened the knot again without hearing his wailing cries, because the rope behind Du Yugong was even tighter, to the point where it felt like his liver, intestines, and lungs were about to come out. Yugong's body was limp, but because his throat was so sore, he couldn't curse at him. I'm suffocating you bastard. Sun Yakren even doubted if he was gone or not. She kindly asked, how is Divine Master Peng? But Peng Qion didn't pay attention to what she said and only talked to Du Yugong. Master, let's go. Then he launched himself upwards with a great burst of strength, pushing both his body and Du Yugong upwards with great force, causing a huge hole to appear in the roof. Jia Sun didn't scold Peng Qion for damaging his house, but looked at him with suspicion. That guy said he was going slow. Sun Yakran had just returned to the room and hadn't fully grasped the situation, so she asked, Father, why is Peng Qion like this? Jia Sun recounted what had happened. It seems the divine Dr. Hua Xian is still alive. He wants to find the divine doctor to save Du Yugong. Sun Yakran, upon hearing this, hurriedly said loudly, what, then we have to chase after them too? She immediately explained to him, if Du Yugong dies on the way, Green Forest will face a great disaster. We have to pretend to be as loyal as possible. Jia Sun was now beginning to realize how foolish his actions had been. You're right, damn it. Jia Sun could only stand there, gesturing wildly to his subordinates. Quickly summon all the leaders. The 4 talents from Namgung Yun's side were also strolling along the road into the Green Forest's lair. They walked and chatted, looking around to observe the entire forest. Namgung Yun couldn't believe that there wasn't a single member of the Black Dragon Union left. Pang Anrok felt a slight shiver. I don't see the Black Dragon Union. And I don't even see the Green Forest. Does anyone live on this mountain? Just then, 2 auras flashed past them overhead like lightning. Namgung Yun turned his head in surprise. What was that just now? The speed was so fast that Jagal Sumyong only knew it was a person, but didn't know who it was. But he had to admit it was too fast. Not like a normal person. Murong Wunshin, upon hearing this, could only conclude that if it wasn't a person, it could only be a ghost carrying something on its back. At this moment, 2 dark shadows suddenly appeared from inside the forest behind Namgung Yun, causing him to jump. He clutched his small heart and turned around. A ghost. Luckily Pang Anrok saw it in time. Just now, it was the Green Forest King and his daughter. Suddenly, 4 more figures appeared above them and darted past. At this time, Pang Anrok immediately recognized them as people from Green Forest. Something must have happened in Green Forest. Should we continue up the mountain or follow the Green Forest King? Following that, A few more dark shadows jumped past overhead. This time, Pang Anrok didn't have time to see the faces of those people. What is it? Why is something always flashing by? But Namgung-yeon saw it in time, 7 people in black clothes. Could it be the Wushan 7 ghosts? But what Jae-gal Sumyong wondered wasn't those things. A painful truth was discovered. Can't they see us? They just keep passing by. During this time, the tranquility of the green forest was broken by the powerful movements of the dark shadows constantly flashing past. Suddenly, a foot approached the 4 of them. Namgung-yeon was surprised when he saw the person approaching them. It was Lightning Child, someone Namgung-yeon didn't know at all. Namgung-yeon's heart was full of questions. Why is a child? It's not the time to think about whether he is from a prestigious family. We have to help this child. He smiled gently at Lightning Child. Little kid, it's very dangerous to be alone on the mountain. But Lightning Child suddenly got angry, opened his mouth and shouted, "Silence!" Powerful air currents constantly appeared around him. A red aura quickly erupted and engulfed the 4 of them. That aura covered the entire surrounding area. Lightning Child asked them gently, "You must answer my question clearly. Do you know who the 7 people in black clothes who just passed by are?" Lightning Child's face was as black as the bottom of a monkey. Looking at them, this red aura made them unable to move. How can a child have such a terrifying aura? Lightning Child waited for a long time but still didn't hear them answer, so he raised his face arrogantly. How scary, the kids nowadays are really useless, my time wasn't like this. He sighed a long sigh of resignation and left in the astonishment of Namgung-yeon's group. After Lightning Child left, a silence fell between the 4 of them. The first person to react to this atmosphere was Murong Wunchin. He pointed angrily. "Who is that brat? What the hell is going on?" But no one knew the answer. Namgung-yeon resolutely turned around to reassure them. "So we have to follow them, right?" The other 3 also agreed with him. "Let's go." At that time, in another scene of the forest, 5 dark shadows were constantly moving nimbly. One of them, named Spirit-Chasing Ghost, was one of the 3rd of the Wushan 7 ghosts, constantly questioning, "Older brother, how long are we going to surround Green Forest?" Then he added, "We came here to help the Black Dragon King, but there's no one left on the mountain. Since when have we been treated like this?" A goateed man turned around and replied to him, "Third brother, you'd better be quiet. That's Heaven-Piercing Ghost, one of the 2nd of the Wushan 7 ghosts." Spirit-Chasing Ghost immediately fell silent. Heaven-Piercing Ghost also agreed with him. But the fact that the Black Dragon Union suddenly disappeared is true. Could it be that the Black Dragon Union was destroyed by Green Forest? At this moment, the leader of the group suddenly laughed heartily. He was delighted because of that news. If his prediction was correct, the corpses would have piled up into mountains. The Black Dragon King wasn't someone easy to defeat. That was their older brother, Formless Ghost, the 1st of the Wushan 7 ghosts. Heaven-Piercing Ghost didn't question anything further after hearing that answer. But Formless Ghost hadn't finished saying what he wanted to say. He put his hand behind his back and clenched it tightly. But if the Black Dragon King has really disappeared? He smiled slyly and contentedly. "I will make them pay dearly for my friend, the Black Dragon King." Right now, the one being chased at the front of this whole mess, Pung Cheon, is carrying Du Yugong across every road. The air pressure from moving so fast is making it hard for him to breathe. Du Yugong looks at the remaining distance ahead and despairs. Finding the divine Dr. Wuzyan is a good thing, but at this rate, I'm going to die from suffocation. He's decided this time he has to say it clearly without hesitating like last time. He needs to clearly say, "You don't need to go fast." Then Du Yugong takes a deep breath into his chest and says it clearly, but with a slight pause, unable to breathe. "Slow down." After saying what he needed to say, he sighs in relief. "Okay, this time I said it clearly." And of course, Pung Cheon hears him clearly. His face immediately darkens as he turns his head. "Can't breathe, so we have to go slow." Then suddenly, for some reason, he gets furious with him. "Master, how can you say such irresponsible things?" Du Yugong suddenly becomes the target of his scolding. "Is it because your body is weak that your spirit has also become weak?" Then he makes him promise. "Promise me that you will never say such weak things again." Du Yugong can barely breathe, let alone make promises. He can only curse silently in his heart. "I'm about to die from suffocation, you bastard." Pung Cheon doesn't hear an answer from him, so he starts speculating. "If you're too tired, I'll speed up the search." At this point, Du Yugong is crying, but no tears come out, because any that start to flow are immediately blown backward by the speed. Pung Cheon's enthusiasm doesn't stop, even when they reach a cliff. He stands on the edge and jumps right off. "You'll get better soon, I'm going on ahead." Du Yugong can only take a deep breath, maintain a steady mind, and resolve to set his life goal from now on. "Pung Cheon, I will definitely get rid of you." At this moment, not far away below, Strange noises keep appearing in the forest. The Green Forest Group is constantly tracking Peng Qion and Du Yugong's trail. Jia Sun glances at his subordinates behind him and sighs softly. Luckily, I know a shortcut in this area. I almost got left behind. Sun Yakran, being carried on Jia Sun's shoulders, suddenly wonders, Father, where did you go before we set off? Sun Yakran then recounts what happened earlier. You gathered all the leaders, and then you went somewhere else. Sun Yakran, already secretly guessing, blurts it all out to him. Could it be that you went to see Wang Yuk? I can't believe someone likes her. Jia Sun suddenly retorts fiercely, Hey, she's the daughter of my beloved wife. She doesn't care much or take those words to heart, and immediately changes the subject. And I heard that Wazian is stubborn and would rather die than submit. Jia Sun angrily shouts, I'm the one who told you that. Sun Yakran is stunned and remembers. But now there's a bigger question. Do you think Du Yugong can survive with Wazian's personality? He'll definitely be torn to shreds by Peng Qion. But Jia Sun firmly asserts, no, the divine Dr. Wazian will not be eliminated. Jia Sun's earrings suddenly glow as if confirming something. Jia Sun assures Sun Yakran, I will prevent that from happening at all costs. Sun Yakran feels relieved, but also can't escape many doubts. What if Du Yugong isn't healed? Green Forest will be doomed. I trust you, Father. Jia Sun is as if injected with blood into the brain. He immediately urges his subordinates, speed up and chase after them. The scene shifts to Mount Xianglong Tri Fong. Peng Qion and Du Yugong have been constantly moving until the next morning. At this point, Du Yugong is barely alive and collapses on Peng Qion's shoulder. Welcoming them to this mountain is the appearance of an old man busily tending his herbs in front of Peng Qion. The old man looks at the strangers suddenly arriving and curiously turns to look. In the old man's eyes, Peng Qion is as huge as a gorilla. Interrogating him, where is the Water Curtain Valley? The old man gently picks up his basket of herbs and answers Peng Qion, I don't know who the Water Curtain Valley is. Peng Qion patiently explains to the old man, the Water Curtain Valley is the name of a valley. The old man tremblingly hugs his basket even tighter. I don't know, please spare my herbs. Peng Qion frowns, losing it, patiently asks another question. Then have you heard of the divine Dr. Wazan? The old man blankly asks him back, Wazan, I've never heard of any sleeping deity. Hearing this, Peng Qion irritably walks away. This hick doesn't know anything. Then he quickly disappears, leaving no trace. The old man, holding his basket of herbs, watches the two of them leave, not understanding anything. Then 3 more dark figures appear above his head, while the old man still hasn't digested what happened earlier. It's the Green Forest Group. They quickly surround the area, even in the air and on the ground, making this old man's soul tremble again. The old man's voice trembles again as he asks Jia Sun about something. Jia Sun doesn't say much and gets straight to the point. Tell the truth, where is the Water Curtain Valley? The old man tries to hug his basket to protect it, and softly answers him. There's no one with the surname Tui, water, in this village. Jia Sun angrily explains to him again. It's the name of a valley where the divine Dr. Wazian lives, but Sun Yakran immediately signals to him. Father, this old man must be confused. Jia Sun doesn't say much before the old man can even answer. Jia Sun listens to Sun Yakran and leads his subordinates deeper into the forest. Another group of annoying people passes by the old man. A peaceful morning turned unlucky, encountering only ghosts and spirits of all kinds. But these things are no longer of concern to the old man. He only focuses on his main task. I need to pick more herbs here. At this moment, another group of 7 talented individuals block the old man's path. Each of their faces is cunning, and they're carrying super huge weapons. Formless Ghost represents the group to speak. He exudes a threatening aura before asking what he wants to say. But before anyone could ask, the old man answered clearly. There's no place called the Water Curtain Valley in Mount Xiang. The Formless Ghost froze. He stroked his chin, hesitant to interrupt the old man. Seeing this, the old man answered once and for all. I also don't know who the divine Dr. Wazan is, so please spare my herbs. The Formless Ghost didn't expect to get such useful information without doing anything, so he was secretly delighted. The Water Curtain Valley and the divine Dr. Wazan. Where did those guys go? The old man didn't hesitate and pointed in the direction the previous group had gone. Go use it up if you stay here any longer. I'll log out because I'm afraid of losing it all. The group that was just pointed in the right direction didn't wait another second and sped off. That's it, this is more than enough being online today. The old man decided to stop picking herbs and go straight home for peace and quiet. But at that moment, Lighting Child unintentionally landed in his path. The moment the old man saw him, He knew he had to pray to Buddha and his ancestors from 80 generations ago. Just like with the formless ghost, this time the old man pointed him in the right direction. "Hey kid, if you're looking for the Water Curtain Valley." But the brat-lighting child didn't pay much attention to the old man's words. He turned his face away as if he was investigating something. In an instant, he quickly brushed past the old man decisively, and he disappeared into the deep forest, just like those other guys always do. As soon as he left, another group arrived. This time it was Namgung Yun and his 4 talents. This was also the last tribulation of the old man's mourning. Namgung Yun seemed to be the only polite and kind person among those who had come here so far, although he was very tired and out of breath. He still politely asked the old man, "Esteemed sir, excuse me, but do you know?" But the old man was too tired to appreciate his obedience. He immediately screamed with all his might, "Damn you, you dead dogs, I said I don't know the Water Curtain Valley, and I don't know the divine Dr. Wuzhen." Namgung Yun didn't have time to do anything before he was scolded, so he was a little surprised and lightly bumped into Murong Wunchen. He forgot his fatigue, but the news just now worried them even more. Namgung Yun glanced at Murong Wunchen, speculating, the Water Curtain Valley, the divine Dr. Wuzhen. Having obtained the information, all 4 of them didn't hesitate any longer and immediately glanced into the deep forest, not forgetting to thank the old man. As they went deep into the remote forest, the old man still stood there, holding the basket of herbs with a dark face for a while. After making sure that they had left, the old man dared to vent everything he had just received. He threw the basket to the ground and cursed. Afterward, he was no longer the weak, fearful old man from before, but a weather-beaten old man with a heroic demeanor and muscular shoulders. He immediately realized that the identity of the 4 groups was Green Forest and the aristocratic brats, who were the 7 men in black and that child. Peng Chion's face suddenly appeared in his mind. He was the most dangerous of the people just now. Who exactly was he? The old man trampled on the herbs that he had previously cherished, muttering as he walked, "My head is about to explode." Then the old man sped off quickly, heading straight ahead. The old man finally realized the current situation and decided, so, it's time to leave Mount Xiong after all. The sky gradually turned to dusk, sunset descended, covering every blade of grass, tree, and cliff on Mount Xiong. Du Yugong, being carried without any effort, casually enjoyed the wonderful scenery of this place. Mount Xiong was truly a beautiful place. He looked at the trees growing in layers below and couldn't help but admire. The pine trees are truly majestic. The waterfall is truly magnificent. A huge waterfall covers their path, except for a straight line path on the inside connected with the outer path. While enjoying the scenery, Du Yugong reaches a conclusion. That is, this Peng Chion is crazy. He's breathing like a bull and carrying me forward non-stop. Even though we've been walking for a whole day, he seems to be getting even more energetic. He only knows how to jump from one place to another without thinking about Du Yugong at all. Running non-stop since early morning, my head is about to explode. Peng Chion realized Du Yugong's situation and turned to reassure him, "Master, please try to endure. I will definitely not let you log out." Du Yugong's face was constantly bouncing up and down in rhythm. Maybe he wouldn't fade away from the poison, but from this maniac. At this time, Peng Chion jumped onto a low cliff and stopped for a moment to talk to him. With many people working together, there will definitely be good news. Du Yugong still had saliva dripping from his mouth, so he didn't quite understand what he was saying. Many people. At this moment, the group from Green Forest appeared and bowed respectfully before them. Peng Chion stood up straight and demanded a report. "Have you found the Water Curtain Valley yet?" Jia Sun nervously reported to him, dripping with sweat. "Sir, we still haven't found it." Even Sun Yakran standing next to him was so afraid that he didn't dare to look up. Peng Chion was angry after hearing the report and scolded, "Useless trash." Jia Sun only knew to bow his head and admit his guilt, not knowing what else to say. At this moment, on the other side of the cliff, a few more dark figures appeared, jumping down from above to where they were standing. Before they could see them, they heard their loud voices everywhere. "You damn bastards, don't run around anymore." They landed gently on the ground. Chasing after this group for a whole day had cost them a lot of energy. The smallest of the spirit-chasing ghosts was panting non-stop and pointing his sword at the Green Forest group and Peng Chion. At this moment, a hand quietly placed on his shoulder and reassured him. "Calm down, third brother." As soon as Jia Sun heard the voice, he recognized the acquaintance. First of the Wushan 7 ghosts, the formless ghost gently negotiated with them. "We didn't come here to fight, but your answer will determine whether we leave or not." Jia Sun had to calm down and wait for the question. Suddenly, a strong wind blew through their location. The formless ghost immediately went straight to the point. "We didn't see the Black Dragon Union in Mount Amei. Could it be that green forest has reconciled with the Black Dragon Union? Suddenly, a rosy scene. The owner of Green Forest and the owner of Black Dragon are shoulder to shoulder smiling at each other. But unlike that scene, reality is much more cruel. Ja-sun remembers some 18+ scenes. We've buried them. But Ja-sun had no intention of speaking. He glanced lightly at Pung Cheon. Now is not the time to care about the Wushan 7 ghosts. He looked at him and assessed the situation. Pung Cheon is very sensitive because of that fake master. If we anger him, we'll end up like the Black Dragon Union. Now it's a precarious situation, a dilemma that Ja-sun doesn't know how to handle. At this moment, Sun Yakran blurts out, "They're all done for." Ja-sun was shocked to hear his daughter say that. Sun Yakran, unconcerned, continued to laugh and talk. "Don't you guys know the Black Dragon Union was destroyed a long time ago?" Formless Ghost's expression didn't change a bit. He calmly continued to speak. "Insulting my friend, the Black Dragon King, is the same as insulting me. You're quite amusing." But Sun Yakran didn't hesitate to say bluntly, "I've never considered you a friend." Spirit-chasing Ghost couldn't listen anymore, so he swung his blade forward, making the first move. Ja-sun thought, well, we've been honest with each other, so let's fight. While they were going at it, Pung Cheon was grinding his teeth in the back. Immediately, he roared in his thunderous voice, "Silence!" A surge of energy flew past Ja-sun and his daughter's faces and struck Spirit-chasing Ghost directly with sound. With just that move, Spirit-chasing Ghost clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Internal energy. What is this? Sun Yakran seized the moment to add fuel to the fire. "I also feel sorry for the Black Dragon King." He tried to escape, but Pung Cheon chased him down and personally beheaded him. She turned her head to look at Pung Cheon and confirmed it again in front of the Wushan 7 ghosts. At this moment, Ja-sun understood the intention of what his daughter was doing. "You want to ignite a fight between Pung Cheon and the Wushan 7 ghosts?" Formless Ghost asked Pung Cheon, his face dark. "Is that true?" Seeing Pung Cheon suddenly become silent made them extremely bewildered. Before he spoke, no one dared to move. Pung Cheon rubbed his chin, his memories hazy. "Maybe I missed something. It's that old man." It seemed like Pung Cheon now remembered what he had done. But Pung Cheon's answer didn't coincide with any of Sun Yakran or Formless Ghost's questions. Only Du Yugong knew what Pung Cheon was referring to. "That's right, Pung Cheon, I also suspect. That old medicine gatherer. The one we first met when we came up this mountain." At that time, neither Pung Cheon nor Du Yugong paid attention. Now that they thought about it, they discovered a loophole. How could a normal old man be so calm in the face of Pung Cheon's aura? This is absurd. Everything had been thought through clearly. So Pung Cheon immediately turned to leave. "Get lost, we'll find you guys later." Sun Yakran, seizing the opportunity, pointed directly at the faces of the Wushan 7 ghosts. "What are you wretched bastards looking at? Pung Cheon told you to get lost." Formless Ghost was publicly humiliated, causing him to become so angry that veins popped out all over his face. He quickly lunged forward, but before he could do anything, Pung Cheon jumped off the cliff and disappeared. The scene quickly shifted to a very large waterfall in the forest, where strong currents flowed over protruding rocks. Du Yugong looked at the traces around him, secretly contemplating. "The last time I saw that old man was here. Looking at this waterfall next to this valley, Water Curtain Valley seems reasonable." Pung Cheon gradually entered the cave behind the waterfall. After he washed his face, it was Du Yugong's turn. The strong water flowed torrentially over his head, forcing him to endure in silence. "I don't expect any help from you." Inside, the cave was even larger than it appeared from the outside. Pung Cheon was now walking on a road stretching out in front of the cave. Du Yugong glanced at the scenery ahead, while shaking off the water still lingering on his head. Below was a lush green forest nestled between 2 cliffs. Du Yugong extended his gaze several hundred kilometers further. But all around were cliffs. No wonder they couldn't find it. At this moment, a group of people, including 2 who were constantly begging someone, attracted their attention. "Please, I beg you," the brown-haired man constantly lamented. "How could God bear to abandon someone about to log out? Please save my son." The hair-slicked man also kept begging. "I told you my daughter is just sick, she's not a martial artist." But the old man named Wazion didn't care in the slightest. Pung Cheon was now certain of his prediction. It seems he is the divine Dr. Wazion. At this moment, the Green Forest group quickly crossed the forest and stepped forward. They lined up right behind Pung Cheon, their numbers reaching several dozens. The divine Dr. Wazian felt that he would have a hard time escaping this time. He resolutely said to the 2 people who were coming to beg for treatment, "Get out of the way. I will not treat martial artists. That is my vow to heaven and earth. I'd rather die than betray it." Pung Cheon felt that this ability of his was truly resilient, so he couldn't help but sigh. Ja Sun also heard somewhere that even one of the 4 great heavenly kings could not subdue Wazin. Seeing that the title of the 4 great heavenly kings didn't make Pung Cheon fearful or falter at all, Ja Sun simply shrunk to one side when he heard that. Pung Cheon suddenly decided, then I'll cut off your legs first. Just having hands is enough to treat illnesses. Ja Sun almost agreed with this crazy idea. But when the information was digested, he asked, cut what? He intended to stop Pung Cheon, but it was too late. Pung Cheon gradually approached the divine Dr. Wazin and made a proposal. Wazin, treat my master, you have 3 seconds to decide. Every time you refuse, I will cut off one of your legs. The divine Dr. Wazin looked at them seriously. I have met countless types of people. You the impatient, you the beggar, you the flatterer. But this one doesn't have a shred of emotion, he's not bluffing. He really will cut off my legs. Pung Cheon started counting down. As soon as he counted to 3, he pulled out his blade. The divine Dr. Wazin still resolutely refused. I will not break my vow. But Pung Cheon didn't care at all and continued to count to the second. And as the final countdown echoed, Pung Cheon prepared to draw his blade to end the spectacle. At that moment, the 2 men who had pleaded for the divine Dr. Wazian's help rushed to protect him, determined not to let Wazin sacrifice himself. One of them immediately launched a small, power-infused knife straight towards Pung Cheon with immense force. But he only needed a single strike to block this insignificant, mosquito-like attack. But as Pung Cheon deflected that attack, the other man, sword in hand, had already moved in close, right beside him. The man stabbed a powerful blow into the ground, but Pung Cheon lightly leaped into the air to evade it. Then, using the momentum from his aerial position, he focused his power into the blade in his hand. Suddenly, a surge of pressure surrounded him, causing Pung Cheon to stop and turn his head back. The slick-haired man who had thrown the knife earlier had, without anyone noticing, successfully maneuvered behind Pung Cheon and was preparing to strike again from behind. That man was also putting all his effort into focusing power into his hands, charging them up to unleash a powerful palm strike. Pung Cheon instantly assessed which sides posed the greater threat, so he could focus his defenses accordingly. The slick-haired man's attack was unleashed with incredible force, distorting every blade of grass and twig in its path. After the attack, all that remained was a desolate wasteland, with dirt and debris scattered everywhere, the entire landscape destroyed. Ja Sun and the others, despite being blinded by the dust, widened their eyes to observe this battle. Slick hair and brown hair stood side by side, confronting Pung Cheon, viewing the scene before him. Ja Sun immediately declared that this was not a human's battle. But what surprised both Slick Hair and Brown Hair was Pung Cheon's current state. He was completely unscathed and even had time to ask Du Yugong, who was behind him, "Are you all right, master?" The divine Dr. Wazian, sensing that things were not right, immediately tried to stop them. Union leader Guiman, Master Guangsen, this is not your fight, but they have justified reasons to do this. If that guy continues to live, Wazian's feet will be chopped off. That's right, to save my daughter Wazin you can't log out. Union leader Guiman, known as the immortal of the demonic path, whose every move is lethal. Master Guangsen, whose martial arts rival those of the 7 great clans. Today, the divine Dr. Wazian witnessed these 2 great men being defeated by that bastard Pung Cheon. He was nonchalantly reassuring Du Yugong, master, "I'll send him on his way after he finishes the treatment. Please be patient." The divine Dr. Wazian smiled wryly at them, knowing that they all wanted him to break his oath. Sun Yakran, now able to speak, angrily shouted at him, "Hey, old man, why are you saying such nonsense? No matter what, just heal him." But the divine Dr. Wazian also had deep reasons, which not everyone could understand. 25 years ago, a severely injured middle-aged man came to me. I did my best to heal him. I thought he was a martial artist with good qualities. It would be a shame if he had to log out. But he slaughtered indiscriminately, distinguishing neither civilians nor Jianghu people. Because I healed one person, hundreds had to sacrifice themselves. Saying this, the divine Dr. Wazin took a deep breath and continued, "At that time, I swore that I would never interfere in Jianghu grudges again. Let them die rather than heal them." But Du Yugong also thought like the other 2, that the divine Dr. Wazian could not be lost because of Pung Cheon's senseless actions. At that moment, the divine Dr. Wazin suddenly dropped his kit and proposed, "But it seems that all of you really need my help." All right, I'll handle it neatly." Master Guangsan then breathed a sigh of relief. The divine Dr. Wazin finally agreed to heal. But it turned out that it wasn't so. Old man Wazian gave off a heroic look, determined to keep his oath. That is why he chose to commit suicide to uphold his vow. This decision of his caused the whole world to admire him. Everyone turned their eyes towards him. But the divine Dr. Wuzyan meant what he said. He did not hesitate for a second and continued to focus his strength into his hand, intending to use his fist to hit his head until he ended his life. But now the moment the fist just touched the temple, then his body was suddenly frozen. His fist trembled and raised into the air. He quickly realized the situation. Someone has used finger pressure point to block me, I can't move. It turned out that Peng Qion did it. He raised 2 fingers that had just blocked the acupoint and warned, "You must not die without the master's permission." Du Yugong was shocked to hear this. His eyes stared at him. "Since when do you ask my permission before slaughtering others?" Peng Qion looked at the 2 union leader Guiman and Master Guangsan in front of him, and decided that eliminating the obstacles would be fine. Then he walked like a grim-faced Hades full of murderous intent and approached them. At this moment Du Yugong realized that this guy Peng Qion only intended to spare Wuzin. They are just fathers who love their children, why should they die here? At that moment, there was a strange noise from the forest. The noise even knew how to curse. The formless ghost, spirit-chasing ghost, and heaven-piercing ghost suddenly appeared and surrounded Peng Qion. It seemed they were very angry because he had looked down on them. But Peng Qion just clicked his tongue in dismay and showed no interest whatsoever. Peng Qion leaped up and easily grabbed the formless ghost's head as easily as grabbing a bag of trash. He spun the formless ghost around a dozen times, then threw him back at his older brother's 2 younger brothers, the impact causing all 3 to fall backward. The formless ghost was grabbed so hard that his shoulder bone broke, and he screamed out in pain and terror. Union leader Guiman adjusted his collar and couldn't say a word at the scene. Master Guangsan also didn't expect him to easily defeat the Wushan 7 ghosts. All 3 groggily sat up, and the heaven-piercing ghost, having regained consciousness, immediately worried about the formless ghost. At this time, the formless ghost still hadn't regained consciousness when Peng Qion ambushed him from behind and threatened, "I told you to take your lives." Peng Qion was preparing to draw his sword from his side, ready to finish off the 2 in front of him. Suddenly, a faint voice called his name weakly from behind, causing him to stop. Startled, he turned around to ask about Du Yugong. Du Yugong, though breathless, still tried to dissuade him. "Do not massacre anyone here, including Master Guangsan and Union leader Guiman." Only then did he seriously look at him. "Answer me, Peng Qion." Even though he didn't like it, he reluctantly sheathed his sword and carried out his orders. The Wushan 7 ghosts breathed a sigh of relief. The others quickly landed to support the formless ghost. Peng Qion wasn't happy to see this reunion, so he asked, "Just no massacre, is that it?" Before Du Yugong could even reply, he quickly grabbed the formless ghost by the neck. Then a series of anguished screams echoed throughout the mountains. Peng Qion stacked the Wushan 7 ghosts in layers like sardines. The head of the ghost sect couldn't help but wonder, what kind of martial arts is he using? After witnessing this fight, the divine Dr. Wuzyan was truly amazed. "Humph, how powerful, I truly admire you." Hearing that, Peng Qion approached him. He couldn't easily let it go after Wuzyan's actions. The next person to be struck was the divine Dr. Wuzyan. He easily grabbed him by the neck. Then he stated his demand one last time. "Heal him, Wuzyan." Sun Yakran also added his voice. "Yes, don't provoke him anymore. Heal him quickly." The divine Dr. Wuzyan remained steadfast. "No means no, no way, I've lived enough, I have no regrets." At this point he didn't flinch or fear, even challenging Peng Qion, "You can cut off my legs or gouge out my liver, it's fine." His words successfully provoked Peng Qion's anger, and his face became flushed with veins. Suddenly, the fingers of his hand holding the sword were twitching erratically. Those around him immediately noticed his abnormality and acted immediately. No, he really wants to finish him off. The divine Dr. Wuzyan had accepted giving up everything and closed his eyes to await what would happen next. Suddenly, Peng Qion gently spoke in a soft voice, "Wuzyan." Then he did something unbelievable. He bowed before the divine Dr. Wuzyan and pleaded with him. This action of Peng Qion startled everyone in the area. Even Du Yugong, who witnessed it from close range, was surprised. He bowed to someone else. Jia Sun glanced at his daughter behind him and asked, "Why are you crying?" But it turned out that this scene had made her shed tears. "Why did he become like this? Aren't you crying, father? It's so touching." The divine Dr. Wuzyan couldn't believe how things had turned out, so he had to close his eyes in embarrassment. "It seems like you are not happy. Is that young man behind you more important than your life?" But the divine Dr. Wuzyan remained firm in his position. "Your kneeling is useless. I also have my principles. I can't heal him anymore, so just end me. Pung Cheon's Adam's apple slowly moved up and down. This seemed to be his last limit. Pung Cheon had to raise his hand towards him, while constantly apologizing to Du Yugong, master. Please understand me. Then he neatly grabbed the top of the divine Dr. Wazian's head. Master ordered me not to massacre you, so I won't do that. But let's see how long you can endure my torture, divine doctor. Suddenly, Jia Sun didn't know where he got the guts, but he rushed up to stop Pung Cheon. You can't do that to the divine doctor. He has his principles. Pung Cheon immediately stopped and glanced at Jia Sun. This stopping action also made Wazian curious. Jia Sun had to bow down and explain to him, please give me an hour. I guarantee that I will get the antidote for you. Even if we have to do everything we can, we of Green Forest will do it. Pung Cheon also withdrew his hand and listened to what he said. Alright, I'm not in a hurry, so you just do as you please as long as it gets done. Pung Cheon turned away, but didn't forget to threaten and warn. I'll give you an hour if you fail. Then you of the Luke Lamb will follow him. Jia Sun felt that he could compromise with him this time. So he assured Pung Cheon, alright, we'll do it. At this time, in a thatched house located in the middle of a vast meadow in the middle of the forest, the divine Dr. Wazian was violently thrown against the wall. The Green Forest gang, led by Jia Sun, was constantly torturing him. Sun Yakran looked at his father with confusion. What's wrong, father? Why are you torturing the divine doctor? But the divine Dr. Wazian didn't budge at all. Torture me, I won't give you the antidote. Nyomjio raised his hand to volunteer an idea to Jia Sun. What if we press hot iron onto him? He won't be able to withstand that. But Sun Yakran had lost all patience. Father, if you're going to beat him, hurry up, we only have an hour left or we're doomed. She looked even more impatient than her father. One of her earth-shattering kicks even put a huge hole in the wall, but someone grabbed the old man by the collar and pulled him back. Sun Yakran's eyes widened in surprise. What? Why? It turned out that Jia Sun had saved the old man from his own daughter's wrath and was signaling her to be quiet. At that moment, Jia Sun used his hand to apply pressure points on the old man's neck, rendering the divine Dr. Wazian unable to move. Haha, let me think for a moment, divine doctor. Sun Yakran didn't understand. In a situation where even torture wasn't working, why was her father trying to put him to sleep with pressure points? He rummaged through his bag for a moment. Then he produced a small, 5-colored red vial in front of them. Inside was a purple substance. The antidote for fire red poison. At this point, everyone was gaping in astonishment. Sun Yakran panicked and whispered, Didn't you lose it the other day, father? He had indeed planned to lose it that day, but Jia Sun had kept some back in case of unforeseen circumstances. It turned out that unforeseen circumstances really did happen. Sun Yakran finally saw a glimmer of hope in the storm. This is really lucky for us, isn't it, father? You're so amazing. But contrary to her, Nyomjio worriedly warned, if Pung Cheon finds out, we're all dead, so we need to be careful. But at this moment, Jia Sun and his daughter looked at him coldly. He didn't understand why they were looking at him like that. At this moment, Gong Chusang had an idea, but it's illogical that the divine doctor suddenly agreed to hand over the antidote. He'd rather release the turtle before. We need someone to scream as if they're being tortured in place of the divine doctor. Let's take that as the reason why he handed over the antidote. So, whoever objects is the replacement. Everyone unanimously decided without saying a word. Jia Sun used his elephantine body to squeeze Nyomjio's shoulders. Here we go, divine doctor. Be as desperate as possible, the father shouted, the daughter screamed, and Sun Yakran stood behind, massaging her arms and legs to prepare. Then came the first kick of the day. Nyomjio could only stand there, terrified, and receive her attack. One side was constantly screaming, while on the other side, Gong Chusang was discussing with Jia Sun. Just to be sure, we should replace the vial with a fake antidote right away. After an hour of struggling with life, Nyomjio finally completed his mission excellently. Sun Yakran, who had been stressed for days, finally had a place to relieve her stress. It feels so good to hit him. Don't worry, father. They'll believe outside that we've tortured the divine doctor. Jia Sun looked at Nyomjio's current state and a question arose in his mind. It's like you've been preparing for this for a long time. A small white vial was held out. Jia Sun approached the divine Dr. Wazian, who was sleeping soundly, oblivious to everything. Jia Sun took a deep breath, then said loudly, "Ha ha, worthy of being called a divine doctor, so the poison's name is fiery red poison." He must have realized how important life is while being tortured, so he handed over the antidote, right? Jia Sun had recognized from the beginning that Pung Cheon had been observing from outside the house. If he has profound internal energy, he must have heard us torturing the divine doctor in here. Jia Sun continued with his acting. I'll show my respect by going easier on you, divine doctor. With the job finished, Ja-sun opened the door of the thatched house and faced Pung Cheon, who was standing outside. He, along with two union leaders, Guiman and Master Guangsen, had been standing outside all this time. Pung Cheon crossed his arms, frowned, and asked for clarification. Is it true? Union leader Guiman was sweating profusely. So brutal torture made the divine doctor change his mind. Master Guangsan was also constantly bewildered. I thought the Green Forest bandits only knew how to beat people and didn't know how to think, but they actually know how to do that too. Ja-sun felt uncomfortable in his heart when he heard that. Do you really think that we, Green Forest Holdstrong, are just stupid kids who only know how to use our fists? You're right, but now we have a little bit of cunning. He could only say softly in his heart afterwards. Pung Cheon untied the rope that was binding Du Yugong from behind and helped him down. He had been hanging there for almost a whole day and night, and his body was exhausted. Pung Cheon didn't wait any longer and urged Ja-sun, the antidote, hurry. Ja-sun quickly handed the antidote to Pung Cheon without hesitation or worry. Pung Cheon took the vial and suddenly shouted loudly, 10,000 years of prosperity, long live, long live, long, long live. He bowed before Du Yugong and respectfully held the vial with both hands to him. Master, I hope you can recover your strength. Seeing his actions, Du Yugong's face was darker than soot. But he couldn't do anything if he didn't take it. His crippled life would be over. Du Yugong slowly drank the vial in front of everyone. After finishing the vial, his lower abdomen suddenly glowed. Du Yugong closed his eyes to focus. He gradually felt all the changes in his body. The pressure that had been compressed in his blood vessels was slowly disappearing. If it weren't for Pung Cheon's innate core energy protecting my vital organs, I would have been gone. Pung Cheon turned to Ja-sun and ordered, you two stand guard. I will circulate qi to help the master recover faster. All the people present formed a circle around the two of them carefully, while Pung Cheon continuously channeled qi into Du Yugong's body. Suddenly, Du Yugong spat out a small mouthful of strawberry syrup. Seeing that the situation was stable, Pung Cheon was respectful to him. The blocked blood and meridians have been cleared. How do you feel, master? Du Yugong wiped the remaining fluids from his mouth and answered him, I'm fine, there's no problem now. Suddenly, Du Yugong's stomach suddenly made a violent expression, embarrassing both of them. Du Yugong remembered what had happened in the past few days, and now realized that he hadn't put anything in his stomach for 3 days. Pung Cheon, knowing his place, stood up and did what needed to be done. We will return to the mountain camp right away. And then he suddenly squatted down. Allow me to carry you, master. But Du Yugong quickly refused because the past few days had been enough. It's okay, I can walk myself, I'm better now. Suddenly a headache made Du Yugong dizzy and fall backwards. Fortunately, Pung Cheon was standing next to him and caught him. Walking is still a bit too much for you today. Du Yugong had to admit, it's true, I'm still too weak after just recovering. In the end, he still had to let Pung Cheon carry him for a while longer. Then the two of them, not caring about anyone else, only focused on heading deep into the forest, then crossing the long path behind the waterfall to return to the old road. At this point, Du Yugong's complexion had improved. A little water from the waterfall at the entrance had made him more awake. At this moment, the entire beautiful scenery of Mount Seong Forest at night was clearly visible before his eyes. Du Yugong had to admit, now that I've recovered, everything seems so beautiful to my eyes. Security here has been tightened, so my life won't be in danger for a while. I need to rest and recover first. However, things are not so simple at this moment. At the towering skyscraper in Green Forest, the image of Du Yugong locked alone in a closed room, lying flat on the ground, gasping and calling Pung Cheon's name. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth. It seems that things are not over yet. Let's go back a little earlier, when the morning sunlight covered the entire Green Forest citadel. Du Yugong is now facing a table full of food. The best meal is when it's enjoyed with everyone. A table full of familiar people, Pung Cheon Tun, Vu Tun, Yakran, Non Dm Kyo, were all invited by him for breakfast. Eating alone is not only lonely, but the joyful laughter while eating together is the perfect seasoning for the dish. Really getting to eat with everyone in Green Forest like this. Pung Cheon, sitting next to him, suddenly slammed his hand hard on the table. Then he shouted out loud and clear so that everyone was sure to hear, begin. As soon as the signal was given, the 3 people from Green Forest suddenly picked up food continuously. They ate frantically, shoving a little of each plate of food into their throats and munching constantly, until Un Yomjio swallowed the last piece of food in his throat hastily and forcefully. Then all 3 simultaneously clasped their hands and affirmed that there was no poison. Long live the master. Just looking at it, you know this is Pung Cheon's intention. Du Yugong had no say in this matter, so he could only silently watch them do whatever they wanted. I really want them all to disappear. Du Yugong, while putting food in his mouth, thought about what had just happened. It's been 7 days since I detoxified and recovered in Green Forest. Even though Peng Chion had prepared in advance to guard against poisoning, I never expected to be so sick that I couldn't eat or drink anything. While he was deep in thought, Un Yomjio was discussing something with Ja Sun. I want to tear that guy's guts out. At this moment, Un Yomjio suddenly spoke fiercely to Du Yugong. I have something to report. Peng Chion didn't want Du Yugong to lose his appetite while eating, so he asked the question on his behalf. Un Yomjio reported to him. My subordinates discovered a wolf while patrolling. That wolf was eating the corpses of the Black Dragon Union that we had buried. Du Yugong just imagined it and already lost his appetite. Peng Chion immediately realized the problem. It must be because of the rain 3 days ago. Un Yomjio completely agreed, therefore. My subordinates ordered people to dig up the ground and bury them again. The two of them discussed the matter naturally, without paying any attention to Du Yugong, who was grimacing beside them. Sun Yakran had to raise his hand to express his opinion. Why don't we slaughter all those wolves? The piece of meat about to slide down Du Yugong's throat suddenly got stuck. At this moment, Peng Chion added a few more sentences. Using wolf meat to cook is not bad either. Du Yugong felt that he couldn't live well in this environment, so he gave up and decided to change the subject. Peng Chion thought he was just being picky and didn't like the food being served. Du Yugong took his teacup and made up some reason. I ate a lot in the morning, so I'm not hungry now. Please help yourselves. By the way, I was able to recover like this thanks to Wazin. Du Yugong slowly drank his tea and suggested to him. Peng Chion, in the near future, we must visit Wazin to thank him. This decision of his was like a bolt from the blue for the Green Forest people. But Peng Chion refused. Master doesn't need to do that. Treating people is the greatest honor for a healer. Ja Sun also chimed in with his decision, and Sun Yakran had the responsibility to add more. Hehe, just meeting Wazian is like a dream come true. Next it was Un Yomjio's turn to speak. Ja Sun and his son immediately glared and signaled, if you meet Wazian again and talk like that, he will be suspicious. Just say something. Un Yomjio, pressured from all sides, stuttered and opened his mouth. Suddenly he remembered what had happened in that shack and what he had suffered at that time, and he said, that is, Wazian is the bad guy. Suddenly, a pair of chopsticks appeared from the right temple, stabbing straight into his head, and a hand punched Un Yomjio's face. Ja Sun and his son and Sun Yakran joined forces to warn him. Did you eat something wrong, young master? Wait for me a moment. This guy needs to be beaten awake. Du Yugong, indifferent to worldly affairs, picked up his teacup and looked towards the window. In his heart, he secretly prayed, I hope he's okay. Wasn't. At this moment, deep inside a forest covered by the night, there was a huge bang coming from a small house with not a soul around. The divine Dr. Wazian was in tatters. Not a single place on his body was intact. What's more, he was tightly tied to a chair. It turned out that Union leader Guiman and Master Guangsan were the cause of these things. Master Guangsan ended his torture session. You have been subdued by the torture of Green Forest. Don't be stubborn anymore. Union leader Guiman also kept urging, they have been treated, why won't you treat us? The divine Dr. Wazian, even though he slept through the torture of Green Forest, knew very well what had happened. It's their trick. I swear I won't treat them. The divine Dr. Wazian recalled what had happened before. 4 days ago, the guy whose neck was broken didn't believe me either. The formless ghost, whose neck and arm were broken, also asked me to treat him. The divine Dr. Wazian recounted the humiliations. I have been tortured unjustly for a week now. Where on earth is that young man hiding and playing tricks like that? All of them are. Union leader Guiman rolled up his sleeves and took over for Master Guangsan to continue torturing the divine Dr. Wazian. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from the door, causing both of them to turn their heads to look. It turned out to be the lighting child. He had brutally broken the door and barged in, and as soon as he appeared, he arrogantly interrogated, Who is Wazian? The two of them simultaneously felt a sense of oppression upon seeing that kid lighting child. I couldn't sense his presence at all until he got close. He's definitely a master. The divine Dr. Wazian had no intention of hiding himself, so he immediately introduced himself to him. I am Wazian. Lighting child then realized, damn it, it's the old herb-gathering geezer. Then he got down to business, only asking 2 questions, young cult leader, or no, how is that young man doing? The divine Dr. Wazian remained silent, so Master Guangsan answered on his behalf. He has been cured. Then lighting child asked the next question, what disease? Master Guangsan, without even realizing it, answered everything in detail. It seems to be fire red poison. Lighting child immediately became lost in thought. There are only 3 places that can create fire red poison: Sichuan Tang Clan, Poison Sex, Wyong Valley. But looking at the fact that they targeted the young cult leader, it's possible the poison was smuggled out. If so, it could be related to a high-ranking figure in the demonic cult. Either way, I have to report this to the main hall. Lighting Child sighed wearily. Could it be that I have to eliminate them all? Upon hearing this, the two guys immediately imagined all sorts of scenarios in their heads. Surely he's not going to destroy all the places that make fire red poison, is he? Lighting Child had finished his business here, so he had no choice but to wave goodbye. You've worked hard, old man. That young man is not allowed to die, oh man. The divine doctor now had 100 mouths but couldn't argue back. I told you I didn't treat him. However, Lighting Child suddenly turned around, smiling slyly. What are you being shy about? It's not known whether he knew something or simply thought that the divine Dr. Wazian was the one who cured the poison. The divine Dr. Wazian suddenly felt a chill after seeing that sly smile. Then he left as if nothing had happened. Master Guangsan also didn't pay attention to it and told Union Leader Guiman to continue the unfinished work. Suddenly a loud laugh echoed inside. Ha ha ha, Wazian has broken his oath, how delightful. Just torturing one old man isn't enough. And now someone's about to barge in here too, causing the three of them to be both startled and vigilant. Outside, countless figures are now slowly emerging from the forest. The loud voice from before was Lone Bamboo, a merchant. He had just arrived and immediately took the first spot. Following behind was Heavenly Fragrance Fairy, a fairy. She smiled in response. Of course, when Wazian is here, the order doesn't matter anymore. The divine Dr. Wazian used his power to assess the situation around the house. This aura. There are at least 20 people surrounding us. Despite Master Guangsan and Union Leader Guiman constantly arguing with each other, the Flower Fairy continued to speculate. Those who come to find me are all people with incurable diseases. They will definitely torture me more terribly than these two. Whether I treat them or not doesn't matter anymore. That young man is destined to be eliminated. I have clearly witnessed the sacrifices that those who escape fate make and endure. The divine Dr. Wazian finally agreed to compromise with the two people in front of him. I only have one question. Your children really weren't injured due to Zhonghu disputes, were they? The two of them unanimously promised and vowed to him. I swear by everything I have, me too. The divine Dr. Wazian received a satisfactory answer to this. All right, I will treat them, but this time I will take a higher fee. Then he looked up at them seriously and with determination. The fee is the life of the young man who came here 7 days ago. Union Leader Guiman understood the old man's feelings. Wazian, I understand that you want to prevent the tragedy of 25 years ago from repeating itself, but why do you want to end an innocent person's life to save my child? Despite the opposition, Master Guangsan began to think of ways to do it, but it's not impossible. Master Guangsan immediately made a tempting offer. We can pay half the fee. I'll hire assassins for you. The divine Dr. Wazian still suspiciously glared back. All right, are those assassins trustworthy? If Master Guangsan hired them, they couldn't possibly be street urchins, of course. They are silent assassins. No one can detect them. In the darkness on a branch in the forest, where a squirrel was sleeping soundly, a person gently approached without disturbing it. As Master Guangsan introduced, they acted like ghosts and gods, always completing their missions. They were called the Spirit Valley. They were a group of people who always wore black cloaks, masks, and wide-brimmed hats to hide their identities. While they were lying in ambush on the branch, below them were two men holding lanterns and wandering in the forest. The man with long hair asked his friend, Hey, Chung Hian, going back to the main hall will be very busy. Should we rest for a bit? The man named Chung Hian objected. If we're discovered, the great chieftain won't forgive us. Let's go quickly before he gets angry. The two of them turned back together, completely unaware that the men of the Spirit Valley were approaching them. Then they struck them hard on the back of their necks with a strong blow. The attack, both strong and unexpected, caused them to lose consciousness immediately. They grabbed them by the collars and carried them like chickens. Then a person standing in the back ordered the two people in front, 7th, 10th. Disguise yourselves as people of the Green Forest and infiltrate it according to the plan. Report the situation and carry out the mission. If you encounter difficulties, retreat immediately. The two people called 7th, 10th immediately removed their masks and took the order. At this moment, Du Yugong was alone in his room practicing Qigong. When harmonizing Qigong and meditating, the bloody battles of the past seemed meaningless. I will definitely give up the fate of the liege demonic cult. The more Du Yugong thought, the more determined he became. But as determined as he was, reality gave him a painful blow. Even so, it was currently impossible. Everyone has the right to choose and be free. Both previous escape attempts had failed. Du Yugong recalled the humiliation, pain, and shame when he had to surrender to Peng Qion. Even if I try to escape again, it's just like a puppy trying to escape a tiger's den. It's so foolish. But an idea flashed in Du Yugong's mind, enough to change his outlook on life, as well as the reality of the present. What if that puppy was stronger than the tiger, still a dog's head, but with a muscular body and broad shoulders. If I cultivate peerless martial arts, what's a tiger? When I escape my father's arrangements, I'll be free. Suddenly, a loud voice cut through his cultivation. Ha ha, the auspicious hour has arrived, happy birthday, Lord. Because he was interrupted, he suffered a backlash, the energy surged backward, causing him to cough up blood. Du Yugong tried to crawl towards the door for help. No, if my chi is scattered, I'll experience energy deviation. That Peng Chion bastard, how dare he make noise at this hour? The voices of the crowd grew louder. Let the whole world celebrate the Lord's birthday. What kind of birthday is this at this hour? I can barely hold on to my life if I don't handle this carefully. My birthday will become a funeral and death anniversary. Du Yugong felt like the world was spinning. But he didn't give up hope. I can't die here. And especially not because of Peng Chion, my subordinate. At that moment, Peng Chion, ready and smiling, opened the door and stepped in. Congratulations on turning 19. What greeted him was the image of Du Yugong, completely battered and broken. He quickly rushed to his side and helped him up. Did you experience energy deviation? Don't worry, I'll take care of it right away. Peng Chion quickly transferred a bit of his energy to regulate the chi within Du Yugong's body. As Peng Chion did this, he felt fortunate, Master. If I had arrived any later, you would have been in danger. Du Yugong, upon hearing these words, wondered if he owed him something in a past life that he couldn't seem to repay. But he didn't care about Du Yugong's dark expression and took advantage of the situation. When regulating internal energy, you must be careful and observe your surroundings. Du Yugong didn't hear a word of what he said, and now he was lecturing him. Du Yugong's chi had stabilized. So Peng Chion stood up and respectfully wished his master a happy birthday. The birthday party outside is ready, let's go. Du Yugong knew that this party should be something to celebrate, but he was almost on his way to meet his ancestors because of it. Let's see if it's worth my life. At that moment, Jia Sun, the leader of the subordinates, led them in a respectful bow before Du Yugong. Facing Du Yugong were dozens of people bowing to him. 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 of 10,000 years. Long live, long live, long live of long live, happy birthday, Lord. Du Yugong didn't show any emotion in the face of this scene. He was strangely calm, very different from his previous attitude. Du Yugong walked past. Peng Chion, still proud of what he had arranged for him. Master, I wish you eternal life. Upon hearing that, Du Yugong sat down and repeated, eternal life. How delightful, even more delightful is this. Du Yugong suddenly gave Peng Chion a signal. But on such a joyous day, someone wants to assassinate me. Peng Chion, upon hearing this, flew into a rage. Who dares to do such a thing? Tell me, I'll tear him apart. Du Yugong didn't hesitate to tell him straight to his face about what had happened and what he had endured. Before you came in, I was regulating internal energy at that time. Someone shouted, happy birthday, Lord. But somehow I heard you're done for. And just like that, I was about to die. Du Yugong continued to narrate. Immediately, the chi in my body was disrupted. I couldn't breathe. I almost died on my birthday. Then, Du Yugong turned to look at him with an innocent expression. If you hadn't arrived in time, I would have surely passed away. Now, do you know who tried to assassinate me? A word to the wise is sufficient. But with Du Yugong being so vague, how could someone without a brain like Peng Chion understand? Seeing his blank face, Du Yugong became even more angry. He gripped the chair he was sitting on. Then he threw it straight at Peng Chion's face. Is this all you can do on my birthday? Angrily, Du Yugong turned and went inside. That's all for today. Come see me tomorrow. The subordinates in Green Forest witnessed this scene and didn't dare to make a sound, let alone breathe heavily. Two disguised assassins also held their breath as they watched this scene. That arrogant brat is the target of the assassination. The entire Green Forest kneels before him. Is that all? He's truly a genius. He alone can shake up the Jianghu. As they noticed Jia Sun standing tall like a mountain at the front, the Green Forest king approached his subordinate. What's going on? They looked at Peng Chion, trembling uncontrollably, and guessed, it seems like he's comforting his subordinate. But that was obvious. Being humiliated like that in front of so many people, no matter how loyal you are, it's unbearable. Jia Sun placed a hand on Peng Chion's shoulder in a comforting and sympathetic manner. A youthful schoolyard scene with a soft yellow background appeared. You must be very hurt. This situation moved even outsiders like them. If I were comforted like that, I would want to cry even more. No way, no matter how touching the hug is, I won't cry. But then it was Peng Chion's turn. The background suddenly turned dark and gloomy. He ruthlessly slapped Jia Sun's face painfully. Jia Sun was rejected and even abused like that, making the heart of a fragile maiden weep. The unfolding of the story caused 7th and 10th, who were teary-eyed, to swallow their emotions. Peng Chion couldn't hide the contempt on his face as he looked at Jia Sun. Today I should have died. Then he suddenly screamed loudly. But the master spared my life. What could be more touching than that? What's suffering? Done in front of everyone. Pung Cheon flatly refused and kicked Ja Sun out. This bastard, go away. The 7th and 10th immediately fell silent in fear, daring to touch the Green Forest King. The Green Forest would not let this go. Then they decided to look around to choose the right time to leave here. We should leave here before something happens. Wait. The strange thing was that all the guards of the Green Forest didn't react at all. Some looked up at the sky, some glanced away. These guys were pretending not to see anything. Ja Sun could only hold his broken heart and slowly walk down the stage. At this moment 10th and 10th asked together, "Shall we act?" The atmosphere seemed strange, but Green Forest no longer had the mind to pay attention to us. This was the only mechanism to carry out the mission. The party quickly ended because of Du Yugong's angry attitude, and AI was going home to get some rest. Only 2 guys, 10th and 7th, are sneaking towards the water barrels. But there's not a soul around. One of them takes out a small tin from his pocket. Green herb poison. It takes 6 hours to work. They'll be gone without knowing why. We just need to poison the well and leave before it takes effect. Haha, perfect plan. Sorry Green Forest, but you guys have to be buried alive with that kid. The moment 7th and 10th looked down into the water, they saw a familiar face. It's Pung Cheon's mug. They weren't flustered at all and immediately turned back to bow. "My lord, you've arrived. Did you come here for a drink?" Pung Cheon hasn't said a word this whole time. He's just standing there staring at them and stroking his chin, deep in thought. 10th is still smiling respectfully at him, but he's scared witless. Why are they being so frighteningly silent? 10th quickly grabs the rope to pull up the water bucket and find an excuse to escape this awkward situation. "We came here for a drink." 7th quickly coordinates with his buddy and holds up a glass of water. "Please, have a drink first, my lord." Pung Cheon is still looking at them without saying a word. His expression hasn't changed at all, only his eyes are getting darker. They quickly take the buckets themselves and drink in front of him. "Have they found out about our poisoning plan? Damn it, we have to retreat. The water here is really good." "Yes, the water is amazing, haha." Then suddenly, they choked all the water out of their throats and collapsed. Turns out it's the well that Ja Sun poisoned earlier and hadn't replaced yet. 7th and 10th suddenly realized in the last moments of their lives. How is this possible? The well was poisoned beforehand, colorless, odorless, and it can kill people instantly. It must be fire-red poison. At this moment, 7th looked up at Pung Cheon standing there. Could they have predicted our arrival? In the end, they could only conclude one thing: this is extraordinary, and then logged out of this world. Pung Cheon is still stroking his chin, staring intently at these guys without saying a word. He's just been standing here watching them put on a show this whole time. Finally, the play is over. Pung Cheon also returns to his room. Why am I only encountering strange people today? The 2 corpses of 7th and 10th lie bare on the ground without anyone covering them up. At this moment, the remaining cloaked figure among them gently landed between the 2 corpses, without making any noise. He closed 7th's eyes in a serious and slow manner. Then it was 10th's turn. Even though this guy's face was upside down, it didn't cause any trouble for the other guy. Under the bright moonlight of the night, he drew his sword and swore before the bodies of his 2 friends, "I will not let your sacrifice be in vain. I will definitely take that kid's life." He slowly got up, trying not to change the scene to avoid suspicion from others. He peeked out from behind a partition to observe the Green Forest people gathering on the other side. Even if he shouts, "Long live," or beats his subordinates with chairs, I can endure it. But the fact that my close subordinates sacrificed themselves in such a meaningless way, I can't stay calm anymore. His target is Pung Cheon. That bastard folded his arms and watched them die. I won't forgive him. He continued to affirm his current life goal. "I will definitely slaughter that kid and you." A cloud of black smoke appeared on one side of the man's face. Until half an hour later at Mount Amay, that cloud of smoke still hadn't disappeared, and he had been standing guard there ever since. He stared intently at the large buildings next door. "Is that where that kid lives? First, I have to check if there's anyone around. It's a bit far, but with a Spirit Valley's special skill, I can do it." No sooner said than done. He widened his eyes. His pupils turned a beautiful purple color, and quickly executed the black cloud vision technique. A thunderous telepathic transmission swept through every corner of the castle to gather information. Even though it was night, there was no one guarding. But this was a good thing for him. The only person he picked up a signal from was Pung Cheon standing on the roof. He sneered when he heard this news. "Humph, it's that subordinate. He can't stand there all night. As soon as you leave there, I'll slaughter that kid." But unlike what the Spirit Valley guy thought, Pung Cheon was still standing there for another hour. And another 2 hours passed by slowly. Pung Cheon didn't budge an inch. He only turned his face from side to side to probe. Peng Chion's ability also made the Spirit Valley guy admire him. I have to admit that he is no ordinary person, but I have endured 2 days in a stinky place. The Spirit Valley guy felt that he was no less than Peng Chion. He stared at the roof triumphantly. That's right, you're no exception. Just at this moment, he decided to eliminate Du Yugong. Suddenly, Peng Chion, who should have been on the roof, suddenly appeared beside him and asked, "What are you doing?" He was startled and backed away. "How did you?" "That's right, Peng Chion knew someone was secretly spying on him for a long time. I've been waiting for you for a long time." He felt that everything was exposed, so he decided to fight to the death heroically. He drew his sword, then bravely shouted at Peng Chion with determination, "Now I will send you to the Yellow Springs," and he easily pierced one side of Peng Chion's body. But the deeper he stabbed, the more he felt that something was wrong. Only then did he realize the anomaly. It was just Peng Chion's afterimage. Peng Chion had now moved behind him, asking rhetorically, "Discovered and not committing suicide. You are not an assassin from Main Hall." He was exposed but didn't seem flustered at all and quickly slashed at Peng Chion again. But this time he not only missed but was also approached by Peng Chion from behind. He put his hands on either side of his opponent's head and commented, "Furthermore, you're slow." A scream echoed through the mountains and forests. "At night here. Green Forest seems too lively and noisy." Peng Chion only intended to scare him a little, but he already wet his pants. Peng Chion crossed his arms and began his interrogation. "Are you from this sect?" The moment he said the 3 words that couldn't be spoken, Peng Chion broke his neck. Then Peng Chion continued to circle a few more times and interrogated again. "Who hired you?" He also surrendered and conceded at this time. "Wait, I'll talk." But Peng Chion still pretended not to hear. He kept twisting the old man's neck. The old man knew that if this continued, he'd never be able to speak again. He tried to resist Peng Chion's strength so he could bargain with him and reveal some names. The Spirit Valley, the Divine Dr. Wuxian. Peng Chion stopped when he heard this. The Divine Dr. Wuxian hired the Spirit Valley to assassinate, even though he had revealed everything. His neck couldn't return to its original shape. What kind of punishment is this? It would be better to just let him die. Peng Chion was inexplicably angry with him. "You worthless fool, you cracked after just a little torture. Are you even worthy of being an assassin from the Spirit Valley?" Even though his neck was twisted like a spring, he could still feel the fear and tried to avoid it. It turned out that he was so shocked by those words that he lost all will to fight. "You told me to talk," Peng Chion said as his final words to the old man. "Go back and tell the Spirit Valley." He was a bit surprised because this wasn't the Peng Chion he knew. You're not going to finish me off." But it turned out that Peng Chion had his reasons. "Today is my lord's birthday. I cannot slaughter people on this auspicious day." Then he turned away, but didn't forget to leave one last word. "If the Spirit Valley dares to come here again, I will wipe them all out. Consider your survival today a stroke of luck, you worthless fool." With a final message delivered, he quickly returned home. After Peng Chion left, he breathed a sigh of relief. But the humiliation of today was too great. What was even sadder and more hateful was that he couldn't avenge his 2 lost comrades. And the last thing was his crooked, unhealed neck. He could only lament in despair. "Give me back my neck before you leave, you bastard." And another new day began in Green Forest. The morning sun shone throughout the nooks and crannies of the magnificent ancient citadel. Du Yugong was in high spirits. He even leaned on the window to catch the breeze. "Finally, the day has come for me to find my father's arrangement. I'm so eager to know what it is." At this moment, Peng Chion opened the door and asked a few brief questions. As soon as Du Yugong saw his face, he was overjoyed. Peng Chion came here on his own to sincerely apologize. "I'm sorry for my carelessness yesterday that put you in danger." But Du Yugong had no mind to pay attention to that. Peng Chion then remembered that there was another incident that happened last night that he hadn't had time to report. Peng Chion stood in front of Du Yugong and recounted everything. 3 assassins sent by the Divine Dr. Wuxian infiltrated Green Forest. Yesterday was the Lord's birthday, so I spared one. The other 2 were going to drink water from the well. I signaled to them, but Peng Chion clenched his fist in regret. They just kept tilting their heads and didn't understand, so I had to leave them alone. Du Yugong concluded, "So you just left them to die?" Du Yugong could only focus on the main thing. "Yes, it seems the Divine Dr. Wuxian is very distressed. It's understandable since he had to create an antidote for me. Even though I was saved, I still feel guilty." Du Yugong, although often displeased with him, still knew how to give praise where it was due. "You did well to spare one of the assassins. Now, let's get to the main issue. Tell me about the arrangement." This was also one of the main reasons why Peng Chion had arranged to meet with Du Yugong today. He took out a tiny red scroll from his pocket. Then, he placed it on the table with both hands and with all due respect. Pung Cheon then tapped on both ends of the scroll to break the seal that was locking it. Pung Cheon easily opened it, and inside was a very detailed map. Before speaking, he respectfully apologized to Du Yugong. Please forgive me for hiding this from you all this time. Heavenly Demon Azura instructed you to seek out the arrangement when you turned 19. Du Yugong had already suspected something, so he asked, is the arrangement martial arts? It turned out that what he had suspected was correct. He probably had been sure of it for a long time, but he only believed it when Pung Cheon confirmed it again. Du Yugong was overjoyed when he heard that, my father's arrangement is definitely peerless martial arts. The day I am free is near. Pung Cheon then pointed to a place on the map and explained, this is where you are now. Then he gently pulled to one side of the map, and if you go northeast from here. Pung Cheon stopped his finger on a certain mountain peak. That is the location of the arrangement, Arachnid Peak. If you go down the cliff of Arachnid Peak, there will be a cave in the middle. The entrance to the cave is hidden by the Chiman Duanjia. But I have also found a way to break the formation. These were all things that Pung Cheon had done personally. I've been inside to check, I assure you. Du Yugong wondered, what kind of martial art is it? But his memory was hazy. I'm sorry. I thought that peeking at martial arts was disrespectful, so I just looked around. Inside the cave there's a giant spider corpse. Du Yugong was delighted inside. A giant spider, how mysterious. It seems that the arrangement is really peerless martial arts. Without hesitating for another moment, he ordered Pung Cheon, very good, after breakfast, we'll leave immediately. Pung Cheon respectfully obeyed. He was then excited to accompany Du Yugong on this journey. The meal still had the participation of familiar people. As we said goodbye to Green Forest before leaving, Sun Yakran and Green Forest King couldn't hide their joy, and Pung Cheon also said some nonsense like Green Forest has no value to exploit, so I will destroy them. Apart from those words, everything was fine because he was able to stop it in time. Green Forest cheered 10,000 years, 10,000 years for you. And we were given a grand farewell by Green Forest. The whole group almost kneeled down and planted 3 incense sticks and lit an altar. While the two had not gone many meters, the Green Forest was in a commotion. Sprinkle salt. Use all the salt in the warehouse to sprinkle. Probably only Du Yugong heard this, but if it was Pung Cheon, he would definitely turn his head back once again. Half an hour later, the two of them came to a place with countless precarious rocky mountains and rarely a flat road or forest. Du Yugong stood on a large cliff, gazing at the majestic scenery of the nature around. Where he stood was Arachnid Peak. Pung Cheon stood beside him and asked him again, Master, are you ready? Du Yugong has been ready from the moment he left. Only one more step left. The last step to regain my freedom. Both of them had made up their minds, and nothing could stop them. Especially for Du Yugong, this trip would determine his fate from now on. Gazing at the Arachnid Peak for so long had become tiresome. Pung Cheon felt it was enough, so he embraced Du Yugong's waist and signaled first. Then let's go. Then, before Du Yugong could react, he jumped into the deep abyss with him. After reaching a suitable distance, Pung Cheon drew his sword. He turned to face the inside of the cliff and then stabbed with all his might. Pung Cheon stabbed straight into the cliff to create friction to help them stop. Suddenly, the sword was interrupted and bounced out of the cliff unnaturally. Pung Cheon then kicked the cliff, causing his body to bounce away. A pressure wave spread around them, lifting them into the sky. Du Yugong looked at his feet dangling in the void and couldn't help but marvel. Is this an illusion created by the Chiman Duanjia? It's so amazing, like floating in the air. Pung Cheon leaned in and discussed the next step with Du Yugong. Now we must break the Chiman Duanjia. Hold on tight to me. Du Yugong obediently clung to Pung Cheon's shoulders, so that his hands and feet could move easily. Pung Cheon continuously punched the cliff in front of him many times. There must be dozens or hundreds of punches to break the formation. At this moment, a strange spiral of ivory-white smoke appeared behind Du Yugong. He immediately realized this strange situation. Is the Chiman Duanjia about to be broken? At this time, Pung Cheon's breaking work was completed, and both of them landed safely in front of a cave entrance. Both quickly jumped into a nearby pit. The height was a bit high, but they still landed safely. Appearing before them now was a very large stone door, and the space inside this pit seemed to extend further. Du Yugong was eager to enter, but Pung Cheon stopped him. Pung Cheon quickly executed magic. I will hide the cave entrance so that no one can see it from the outside. A spiral of energy appeared, covering the entire cave surface and gradually concealing it. At this moment, Pung Cheon respectfully clasped his hands to him. Master, everything is ready. You will now hold Jonghu in your hands. Du Yugong's mood was very good today, feeling that everything Peng Qion said was correct. Yes, this is just the beginning. A gust of wind rushed into the cave and the nooks and crannies of the cave, blowing deep into the remote cave. This is the beginning of Du Yugong's freedom. Lighting Child hugged his head and sighed early in the morning, bowed. I don't understand what's going on. It turned out that he had followed Du Yugong's group to this mountain. And of course, the scene of the two jumping down together made him extremely confused. Hugging each other and jumping into the deep abyss like this. At this moment, he suddenly came up with the most reasonable explanation for this situation. Could it be that they have fallen in love? A love scene suddenly appeared in his imagination. Du Yugong weakly fell into Peng Qion's arms and cried, Peng Qion, I can't take it anymore. The two fought together against the demonic cult, and finally jumped off a cliff to commit suicide. However, that nonsense thought was immediately rejected by Lighting Child, because there were too many suspicious points. At first, I thought they wanted to gather forces to fight against the demonic cult, but they have been taken by the green forest. A strange purple aura suddenly appeared on Lighting Child's arm. Moreover, I have marked the scent of 1,000 miles and contacted the demonic cult. It's strange that no reinforcements or news have been seen until now. To deal with Peng Qion, at least the 5 evils must come here. Suddenly Lighting Child thought, wait, could it be that they jumped off the cliff to cut me off? Thinking of that, his face was immediately terrified. Lighting Child didn't hesitate and rushed off the cliff. Damn it, can't let them escape. At this time, the two Du Yugong were walking along a road that was carefully fitted with lights on the ceiling. Peng Qion took the lead to guide him. Master, we are almost there. Before them now appeared a stele carved with a giant spider, just like in Peng Qion's memory. Du Yugong didn't understand what was happening, so he asked, is the arrangement behind that wall? Peng Qion confirmed to him with a serious face. Peng Qion gently placed his hand on the spider's bloodshot eyes. Then he stroked each drawing carved on the stele slowly, seemingly according to some rule. The heavy door quickly opened. The compressed air inside quickly escaped, and inside was a dazzling light shining straight in. Du Yugong's eyes reacted and squinted because of the pressure wave. Inside was a room. Adorning the room was the image of a giant red and black spider, and it was teasingly floating at the bottom of the upper corner of the room. Du Yugong confidently walked in without a bit of fear. He walked leisurely while observing the room. Admittedly, it's really big. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang out. Ask your destined welcome you. Du Yugong immediately recognized that it was the voice of an old man. Du Yugong bowed respectfully. Du Yugong would like to pay his respects. Peng Qion immediately turned around to explain to him, Master, this is the voice from the past, you don't need to answer. Du Yugong was a little embarrassed, so he hummed in a deep voice and that voice continued the story. I am the Scarlet Arachnid. I despise evil and heretical paths and only follow the orthodox path. Suddenly at this time, Peng Qion didn't know what he ate and angrily shouted, Shut up. Du Yugong looked at him going crazy, drawing his sword like a madman. You told me I didn't need to answer. Du Yugong asked the living person who knew the story to change the subject. Peng Qion, martial arts, the orthodox path. Is this my father's arrangement? Peng Qion angrily answered his question. Yes, the important thing is martial arts. You don't need to pay attention to those words. The Scarlet Arachnid continued his story. I can confidently say that the martial art of the Scarlet Arachnid is the strongest martial art in the world. I spent 50 years to master it. Du Yugong was startled and terrified when he heard this. 50 years, I'd have to be 70 years old to master it. Is this a scam? But the Scarlet Arachnid gave him a glimmer of hope. But I found a way to master it in 10 days. Surely no one is foolish enough to practice the way I did for 50 years. Du Yugong, now completely impatient and angry, said, Speak properly, you old man. Peng Qion, standing next to him, had to constantly remind him, Master, it's just a voice. But since Du Yugong could beat him right here, it was possible if he reminded him of this again. The Scarlet Arachnid continued, To master the martial art of the Scarlet Arachnid, you need the liquid silk of the ancient spider. Then, he pointed to the small glass placed on the stone pedestal. Do you see, the liquid silk of the ancient spider is melting and accumulating. This internal energy has another function. After drinking it, you will be immune to all kinds of poisons in the world. Asking you, the destined one, please drink the liquid silk first. After speaking, he paused as if waiting. Peng Qion didn't forget to bow and congratulate him, Master. Congratulations on reaching the impervious to 10,000 poisons level. Du Yugong didn't know what else to do but say thank you. He stepped forward, ready to receive the teacup, and gulped it down in one breath. The Scarlet Arachnid continued, It takes half an hour for the medicine to take effect, because you only take 10 days to master it. There will be a little pain. Peng Qion heard the word pain and radiated murderous intent everywhere. "You bastard, you call that a little?" Even Du Yugong, upon hearing that, started sweating profusely. But instead of half an hour for the medicine to take effect, his body suddenly reacted, starting from both shoulders. Then the tremors continued to spread throughout his legs and spread throughout his body. Finally, Du Yugong's entire body suddenly reacted violently at the same time, causing him to cry out in pain. At this moment, he couldn't stand steadily and collapsed to the ground in his remaining gasps. He muttered Peng Chion's name. "Save me, Peng Chion." Peng Chion heard this and rushed up, intending to help. But at this moment, the scarlet arachnid stopped him. "Absolutely do not use internal energy to resist the pain. If you do, the internal energy will be destroyed, and you will not be able to master the martial art of the scarlet arachnid." These words were like a bolt from the blue to Du Yugong. Then Peng Chion suddenly glanced at him, and at that moment, he glanced back at him. Peng Chion grabbed Du Yugong's arm and head, then pressed them hard onto the cold ground, making it impossible for him to move. Du Yugong cried out to the heavens. Why is it always so terrible after a little bit? Both maintained that position for 4 hours. By this time, Du Yugong no longer had the strength to scream. Peng Chion quickly stood up from Du Yugong and gently asked, "Master, are you okay?" He barely got up and brushed the dust off his body. "Do I look like I'm okay?" Enduring so much pain and humiliation, but the results were not in vain. A stream of light energy like silk flowed through Du Yugong's hand. Now he felt his whole body surrounded by ribbons of power. The scarlet arachnid, sensing Du Yugong's success, said, "Oh, you destined one, you have endured very well. You are ready to master the martial art of the scarlet arachnid." Stare at the wall. Du Yugong did as he was told. A stream of white energy gently snaked around his body. He explained to him, "Internal energy will operate automatically, and when you wake up after a long sleep, the martial art of the scarlet arachnid will be mastered." Du Yugong, upon hearing this, could not hide the excitement in his heart. Finally, freedom is right in front of my eyes. Du Yugong was concentrating his mind, solidifying his energy around his body, and sitting motionlessly on the rocky outcrop below the corpse of the giant spider. His mind was now enlightened. He opened his eyes wide to receive what was pouring into his body and mind. So the saying, "Sit in the shade and eat from a golden bowl," is true. Martial arts are now automatically imprinting into my mind. First is the general application of the martial art of the scarlet arachnid. Second is to help move quickly on walls and ceilings, suspended shadow body. Third is a type of seizing and grappling technique, grasp of the arachnid. Fourth is sound arts that can terrify the opponent, resonance of desouling. Fifth is to help enhance hearing, vision, the ability to sense danger, and conceal murderous intent. Finally, it helps to increase attack power, finishing claw of the arachnid. An oppressive aura spread throughout the room. Du Yugong was still calm, watching what was happening and awaiting the results. Only Du Yugong was concerned with something else. With this martial art, I can defeat Peng Chion. The pressure was getting narrower and gradually reversed back into the body. Peng Chion, standing behind him, bowed respectfully. Congratulations on achieving success after a long period of hard work. Du Yugong was a little startled when he heard this. A long time, wasn't it just one day? Peng Chion revealed. No, today is the 10th day. Du Yugong was surprised when he heard this. The 10th day, I not only don't feel hungry, but I'm also full of energy. What a wonderful martial art. He curiously asked him, "What have you been eating all this time?" Peng Chion smiled loyally. "Master is busy with great deeds. How could I indulge in eating? Just seeing Master's achievements, I feel like I've eaten 1,000-year-old ginseng." He was suddenly speaking so eloquently today, but Du Yugong didn't feel suspicious at all. He even felt grateful to him. During the time that Du Yugong was cultivating, I couldn't have any defenses or ability to defend myself. Peng Chion, you didn't leave there a half step to protect me, did you? Du Yugong looked at him with regret, thinking, if you hadn't forced me to be your liege, perhaps we could have become friends. He proposed to him, "I want to see the results of my training. Would you please be my sparring partner?" For Peng Chion, that was not a troublesome matter at all. "It is an honor for me, Master. Before that, I need to take care of something." Having said that, he suddenly reached behind him and drew his sword, then continuously delivered crisp and clean strikes to the giant spider's body, splitting it into many pieces, much to Du Yugong's astonishment. After finishing his preparations, he was ready to get into fighting stance for training with Du Yugong. Don't hold back during training. Du Yugong had no objections to what he had just done. He was only focused on what was happening in front of him. Then let's begin. He pulled one foot back to use as a pivot, giving the other leg momentum to move forward. Du Yugong was the first to move. He darted forward like lightning, closing more than 2/3 of the distance to Peng Qion, while he was still in his ready stance. Peng Qion spread out his 5 fingers. He planned to unleash one of his familiar moves, but Du Yugong clearly saw through the entire trick. He easily dodged Peng Qion's attempt to grab him. Moreover, Du Yugong could see Peng Qion's weakness in an instant. Peng Qion's movements. Du Yugong was launching an attack from above, his body leaning forward. His right hand clenched into a fist, indicating that he was about to strike down with a very strong, decisive blow. Du Yugong was very calm, his eyes cold, without any panic or strain, which showed that he was completely in control of the situation. His hand made contact with one side of Peng Qion's chest. Then he used 2 newly learned ultimate moves, the martial art of the Scarlet Arachnid, finishing claw of the Arachnid, striking Peng Qion and slamming him against the wall, a blow filled with all the pent-up frustration and humiliation he had endured for so long. Du Yugong looked at the result of his training. I just blew Peng Qion away. He clenched his fist with boundless joy. He was happy because of the results of his training, not just because he could finally punch Peng Qion with his own ability, truly a destructive power worthy of the pride of the Scarlet Arachnid. Peng Qion had regained his fighting senses and easily leaped out of the wall that was pinning his body. He quickly slipped behind Du Yugong in an instant. I truly admire you. The event happened so fast that he was amazed, until he realized he was already in Peng Qion's encircling arms. But Du Yugong only panicked for a moment. He quickly regained his composure and used both hands to grab Peng Qion's arms, then turned and pulled them forward. He channeled his internal energy into his hands, making them stronger and harder, so that he could easily break Peng Qion's powerful arms. But Peng Qion seized the opportunity when he had not yet finished channeling his energy, and took advantage of the opening to jump back. Peng Qion was pushed back for the first time in a solo battle, at least according to Du Yugong's memory. That surprise attack was very good. Now draw your sword. Peng Qion heard this and immediately obeyed his order, although his face was still very scary and full of murderous intent. He was always aware of who his master was. Then he unleashed some powerful and decisive sword strokes towards Du Yugong without any mercy. Peng Qion was calm, but Du Yugong was able to feel the anger inside each of his sword strikes. But so what compared to what Du Yugong had to go through? He even traded his blood and life. He immediately executed his second ultimate move, the martial art of the Scarlet Arachnid, suspended shadow body. Du Yugong bent his knees to gain momentum. Then he leaped into the air and easily dodged the swords that were coming at the speed of light. Not stopping there, Yugong continued to lunge in for the attack. His ultimate move was just beginning. Then he used Peng Qion's favorite and familiar action, which was to grab someone's head to suppress and restrain the opponent. It's over. Peng Qion, the martial art of the Scarlet Arachnid, grasp of the Arachnid, continuously performed 2 ultimate moves at once. Du Yugong threw Peng Qion's powerful body with great force far down to the ground. He was tossed like a sack of salt. The impact changed the ground, and fine dust flew everywhere. Du Yugong maintained his kneeling position, silently waiting for the smoke to gradually dissipate in his anxiety. Peng Qion seemed to have lost consciousness and was still face down on the ground, so Du Yugong slowly checked him bit by bit, until Du Yugong was sure that Peng Qion was unconscious and no longer reacting. He then relaxed himself and was overjoyed. I finally defeated Peng Qion. Taking advantage of the fact that Peng Qion was not paying attention to him, Du Yugong suddenly discovered 3 glittering spheres mixed in the devastation of the battle. I will sell the radiant spheres for money and run far away. I should go to Hainan, the southernmost part of Zhongyun. Thinking of this, his heart was endlessly excited. He gradually collected all the radiant spheres, which had just painted a bright path for him. I will find a job, marry an ordinary woman, and build a family. The liege demonic cult full of blood and gore ends here. Du Yugong left without a trace of regret, but didn't forget to say goodbye. You just rest, Peng Qion. Suddenly at this moment, Peng Qion, who was sprawled out on the previous page, suddenly stood up, the moment he told them to go on their way. He knew that his bad luck had not ended. Startled, he pointed at him, trying to salvage some last hope. You can move, don't force yourself. But Peng Qion leisurely brushed the dust off his body and said to him, I can still handle it, I will follow you anywhere. At this moment, Yugong suddenly remembered a similar incident in the past. Peng Qion, you bastard, you pretended to lose to encourage me, just like in the Green Forest. What a fraud. Du Yugong didn't want to accept this reality. He had endured so much pain to absorb the martial art of the Scarlet Arachnid, just to wait for this moment, yet it was destroyed by him in an instant. For a moment he couldn't accept it, so he had to use suspended shadow body to run away. While running, he cursed in his heart, You said this is the strongest martial art. Is this my father's arrangement? I can't defeat Peng Chion. How can it be called the strongest? Du Yugong could now nimbly jump up steep cliffs as if walking on the road. Despite Peng Chion constantly calling out from behind, Du Yugong was determined not to stop. Suddenly Du Yugong glanced back, but didn't spot Peng Chion's figure below. Peng Chion can't keep up with his speed, I can escape him. Just as he approached the top of the mountain, just when Du Yugong thought he was about to reach freedom, Peng Chion's face suddenly appeared and called him master. Then came a hopeless chase with a thunderous voice of Peng Chion echoing throughout the mountains and forests. And it was only meant to call out the name of one person. Sun Yakran suddenly shuddered slightly. Her whole body suddenly stiffened, her face darkened and lost all color. She was currently in the green forest under the protection of Un Yomjio and Gong Chusang, but she couldn't help but hug herself in fear. I suddenly shuddered when I heard Peng Chion's shout. Un Yomjio wondered, so much salt has been thrown, is it still not enough? But Sun Yakran still tried to reassure herself and her subordinates with words. I think it must be because I'm unlucky. I have to go get my fortune read or do something, like offering food to wandering spirits. But Un Yomjio was able to have a positive thought in this situation. But we're also lucky. Speak of the devil, it's bad to perform a ritual without inviting a shaman. There are always some fortune tellers going up the mountain. They were smiling at them. But these guys are not shamans at all. They felt reassured that their disguise was so perfect that even one of the leaders of the Green Forest didn't recognize them. You fools, we are not fortune tellers but high-level assassins. The scruffy bearded one is Gong Ryong, a high-level assassin of the Spirit Valley. And the one with the beard is Chu Mongja, also a high-level assassin. These people are acting on the orders of their superiors. We are here to complete the assassination mission of Du Yugong that the previous ones failed. That Yugong guy is surely dead. But Sun Yakran didn't care at all. She ordered her two subordinates, Un Yomjio, Gong Chusang, ask my father about the future of the Green Forest later. At this time, the whole group, including the two shamans, were slowly heading towards the Grand Hall of the Green Forest. Sun Yakran, acting like the sole mistress here, respectfully opened the door and invited them in. Come on, if you don't want to die, come in here first. As soon as they stepped inside, they couldn't help but be surprised by the scene before them. What is this? Inside the room, there were already two groups of people who had arrived before them and were sitting and talking. The appearance of the two of them caused everyone to turn their heads to look. At the nearest round table was the group of the 5 great families, the orthodox faction of Namgung Yun's group. Next was the group of 2, consisting of Lone Bamboo, the merchant, and Heavenly Fragrance Fairy. And they represented the high-level assassins of the Spirit Valley. This bizarre combination made them unable to imagine what was going on. Sun Yakran gently and hospitably arranged comfortable seats for the two of them to sit opposite and discuss things with Shongnyo Myosin. Shongnyo Myosin crossed his hands and rested them on his chin, his eyes constantly staring at the two of them, continuously evaluating them. Sun Yakran gently pressed Gong Ryong's head and kept smiling reassuringly. Old man, rest assured, we won't kill fortune tellers because we're afraid of bad luck, so don't worry. At this moment, Chu Mongja immediately sent a Bluetooth signal to his comrades. Now is not the time to cause trouble, so sit still. Next, Chu Mongja was also pampered under the caring hand of Sun Yakran, in the most genuine and closest way possible. She patted him repeatedly and instructed him. Relax too, old man. Chu Mongja was furious at being treated like a stray dog and could only vent through telepathic communication with his friend. It's been a long time since I felt like killing someone for money. Gong Ryong could only sigh and comfort him, telling him to wait for an opportunity. Gong Ryong also carefully instructed the increasingly agitated Chu Mongja. First, you need to be careful not to let her discover your identity. Despite Shongnyo Myosin watching them without taking his eyes off them for even a millimeter, Gong Ryong immediately got into character, speaking in a way that resembled a fortune teller as much as possible. What aspect do you want us to divine? Gong Ryong now had a chance to notice the person sitting in front of him. This was Shongnyo Myosin, the advisor of Green Forest. Did he want to divine the future of Green Forest, or the time to take action to unify the evil factions? Shongnyo Myosin was finally able to naturally break away from the serious role he had been playing until now and take a deep breath. He spoke with a serious expression, asking an extremely serious question. I wonder if I can find my soulmate this year. In all the years that Gong Ryong and Chu Mongja had lived, they had experienced everything, but this was the first time they had experienced something like this. It seemed that Sun Yakran had foreseen these things. She left the old men to confide in each other slowly, while she went over to the 4 guys at the next table. Sun Yakran very naturally struck up a conversation with them like close friends. Oh, so you guys are still alive? Didn't you guys suddenly rush out and fight with the Black Dragon Union people earlier? She cheerfully picked up a celebratory cup of wine and urged them. Let's talk about why we came here later. Let's just raise a glass together first. Sun Yakran raised her glass in the astonishment of the four of them. For the prosperity of the green forest. Namgungyun didn't know what to say. He could only close his eyes and deliberately ignore her. We are upright members of the righteous path, and now we have to. Sun Yakran saw that he was unhappy, and her mood also dropped accordingly, bringing with it a little annoyance, and she asked back, "What's with that expression on your face? Could it be that you?" Sun Yakran covered her mouth and smiled cunningly at Namgungyun, blurting out, "Have you fallen in love with me and followed me all the way to this green forest?" She was talented and famous, and she also had an abundance of confidence. Namgungyun, upon hearing this, jumped up in agitation. "What are you saying?" Sun Yakran suddenly angrily pointed her finger at his face. "Look at that expression on your face. You're actually getting angry. Huh, what's wrong with admitting it? If you like me, if you don't say it now, if you dare open your mouth and say you like me later, you'll be dead meat." Namgungyun knew that he couldn't argue with this woman. Pang Anrok understood this too, but he could only pat his friend's shoulder to comfort him. "You need to calm down a bit." Jagal Sumyong took a sip of tea to cleanse his mouth. Then, he used his skillful speaking skills to discuss things with Sun Yakran. "Excuse me, Sun Young Miss, I have a few things I need to ask. The Black Dragon Union seems to have disappeared recently. I wonder if they have reached a truce or not." Sun Yakran rested her hand on her chin and answered in a bored tone. "What truce? They're all dead, don't bother trying to find them." Jagal Sumyong thought she was downplaying things and didn't believe her, so he asked again, "They're all dead, isn't that a bit of an exaggeration?" But Sun Yakran was certain about it. "They've probably become nutrients for the plants by now." Jagal Sumyong saw that she was denying it, and his mood worsened somewhat. "If that question is too difficult, then I'll ask another one. Are the four people who were with young Miss earlier still here? What are their real identities?" Sun Yakran, who never hid anything, immediately answered him honestly. "Two people stayed in Green Forest. While that scribe kid and that country bumpkin have left, I don't know what their identities are." Jagal Sumyong continued to be suspicious because of her vague answer. "You don't know? It seems this question is also difficult to answer." Sun Yakran was annoyed that she had told the truth, but that guy didn't believe a word she said. Therefore, Sun Yakran also refused to be outdone and pointed to the other side. "Now it's my turn to ask you guys a question, those people sitting at the table over there." One of the people sitting at the next table heard this and angrily slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Lone Bamboo heard them mention his name and immediately got to the point. "I heard you brought Wazian to Green Forest, is that right?" Sun Yakran immediately denied the baseless rumor. "Why are you like this, Unyomjayo?" Unyomjayo, who was standing still, was also hit by a stray bullet. But he didn't seem to care much about it because there was something else that was making him drool non-stop, so he answered casually, "I don't know." At this moment, Heavenly Fragrance Fairy began to discuss in a coquettish tone. "I'm telling you, Guangsan already told me." She recalled what happened in that shed. Master Guangsan ran out clutching his painful stomach and told them, "Peng Chion has kidnapped the divine doctor, causing us to chase after him all the way to Green Forest." Heavenly Fragrance Fairy reached out her hand, using mind manipulation techniques to influence the entire room. "Is it really true that Peng Chion and the divine Dr. Wazian aren't here?" The group of Unyomjayo and Lone Bamboo suddenly shrank their necks. They knew exactly what she was doing, mind manipulation technique. That's a mesmerizing trick that throws the opponent's mind into chaos. Even Lone Bamboo has to admire 8 or 9 parts of this technique. It's hard for me to defend against, so that guy is probably doomed. At this moment, Unyomjayo's throat suddenly moved up and down gently, and his whole body was constantly trembling. Suddenly, Unyomjayo grabbed his sword and stood up, unhesitatingly pointing his sword at Heavenly Fragrance Fairy and Lone Bamboo. "How dare you mention Peng Chion in front of me? Do you want to die?" Heavenly Fragrance Fairy was a bit surprised and flustered. She didn't expect that there would be a type of person in this world that she hated the most. He could resist the bewitchment technique. Sun Yakran, sitting with her chin propped up on her hand on the other side, spoke up to dissuade him. "Stop making a scene. It's already too complicated here. You guys should back down." It was fortunate for Heavenly Fragrance Fairy that Sun Yakran intervened, because the sword was already close to her neck. Sun Yakran arrogantly pointed her finger directly at them. "To be honest, if you dare to mention Peng Chion in front of me, then get ready to tell your family to go and draw numbers for the coffin shop." At this point, everyone realized who this person named Peng Chion really was that made all the people of Green Forest angry when his name was mentioned. Even the 4 people from the 5 great families were no less surprised and curious about the real identity of Peng Chion. Suddenly, a tremendously loud noise came from the window next to Gong Ryong and Chu Mongja's table, causing everyone to turn their heads to look at Peng Chion. What followed was a scene of utter chaos, like chickens flying and dogs barking, with the house falling apart, forcing everyone to grab their sandals and run for their lives. It turned out to be acquaintances: formless ghost, heaven-piercing ghost, and spirit-chasing ghost. Unfortunately, even after more than half a month, formless ghost's neck hadn't been properly straightened. He angrily stomped in, shouting, "Green Forest, get out of the way today, we're going to risk our lives against him." Formless ghost didn't spare anyone. Just stood in front of the house yelling and screaming, "Come out here now." Ja-sun appeared out of nowhere, carrying his axe to greet the guests. "Pung Cheon is gone, what are you yelling about?" Formless ghost angrily retorted, "You're lying," but Ja-sun didn't have time to waste arguing with him. "I don't need to waste my breath on you. Your friend, the Black Dragon Union leader, is gone too, you should leave as well." Formless ghost was pushed to his limit. His face turned black and changed continuously. "Do you think we're fools? We saw what we needed to see when we were at Mount Tai." Formless ghost then recalled the past, a beautiful morning inside Green Forest, or more precisely, the day after encountering Pung Cheon. Formless ghost and his underlings were digging a hole to bury their fallen comrades. Formless ghost was defeated by Pung Cheon, so he felt very guilty. "I'm sorry, I intended to spare your life, but you went and drank from the Namosani soup." In anger and helplessness over his weak power, he could only stand there silently shedding tears. "Please forgive me for having to bury you here. After I take revenge, I will give you a proper burial." Suddenly, just as the scene was getting emotional, his younger brothers screamed. Spirit-chasing ghost had dug something up and frantically reported, "Master, underground." His mood was suddenly ruined, so he angrily asked, "What are you making such a fuss about? You're yelling like you've seen a ghost." But when formless ghost looked down following spirit-chasing ghost's finger, he was slightly startled. This Green Forest mountain must have thousands of hectares of land, yet they managed to dig up this secret. Underneath the hole they just dug was a cold corpse decomposing underground. Back in the present, formless ghost stood proudly before everyone, exposing all the sins of Green Forest. That is the corpse of the Black Dragon Union leader, the one who was supposedly killed by Pung Cheon. It was at this moment that Nam Gung Yan and the others truly believed what Sun Yakran had said earlier. So the Black Dragon Union had been wiped out. Heavenly Fragrance Fairy and Lone Bamboo were equally shocked. Did Pung Cheon capture the divine Dr. Wuzhen? Is he that strong? At this moment, Gong Ryong used telepathy to talk to Chu Mongja. "It seems like Lu Jiang has left Green Forest." Chu Mongja agreed. "He really did leave quietly." Sun Yakran suddenly pointed and waved her hand. "Pung Cheon, great warrior, they're here." As soon as spirit-chasing ghost heard Pung Cheon's name, he excitedly reached behind to grab his sword. "It's really Pung Cheon, you're hiding here." Following him were all the members of the Wushan Seven Ghosts. At that moment, the floor suddenly shook violently, causing a slight tremor. Immediately, the entire group of Wushan Seven Ghosts were thrown outside one by one, passing on either side of Sun Yakran. This strange event left her speechless, and she ran back to Ja-sun. "Why is he acting so weird?" Ja-sun was annoyed by his daughter's constant chatter. "Quiet down, that's the explosive chi." Ja-sun stopped and explained to Sun Yakran. When the explosive chi is used to its limit, one's own blood and flesh shoot out like hidden weapons. Once it's executed, it can't be stopped midway. Sun Yakran understood but didn't think it made sense. "I was just joking that Pung Cheon was here. Why are they trying to explode here?" Spirit-chasing ghost and the rest of the Wushan Seven Ghosts were in the state of the explosive chi, their bodies round. They were determined to fight Pung Cheon to the death, but when they heard Sun Yakran say that, they stared blankly at her. And then, there was no then, it was simply a massive explosion that shook the heavens and blew the roof off the house, mixed with bits of minced meat mixed with a smell of blood pudding. Lighting Child, who was sitting in a place not far from Green Forest, could clearly see what was happening inside. He had seen a lot of stupid people in his life, but this level of utter stupidity was a first for him. "I came to Green Forest to find Liege, but it turns out there are only idiots here." Lighting Child didn't want to stay there any longer, afraid of catching their stupidity. So he flew away to find Du Yugong, young cult leader. "Where are you?" At this time, inside the cave of the Scarlet Arachnid, the giant spider had been chopped to pieces, along with large cuts etched deep into the rock. A group of two people with white hair had just entered and discovered this scene. A long-haired white girl turned to the person next to her in confusion and asked, "Master, this is..." An old man with white hair knew at a glance that something bad had happened here. Someone has been here. But what worried him wasn't because Slot got the martial art of the Scarlet Arachnid, but he was worried about the person who stole it, because he touched something he shouldn't have touched. The disciple of the Seven Heavenly Master, Ju Yen Jin, looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment and exclaimed, "Master, this..." A gloomy voice rang out, "It seems that someone has been here." Seven Heavenly Master, Manmyo Singun, said in a low voice. "He dares to touch something that he shouldn't have touched. He asked irritably. How dare he steal the treasure of the Divine Master? Manmyo Singun narrowed his eyes, expressing his unwillingness, and added, even I, the 7 Heavenly Master, had to spend 3 years to find this place. I thought no one would be able to find it. But it turns out I was wrong. After the battle on the mountain top, I vowed never to let this happen again. He recalled an ancient memory. Ah, the battle on the mountain top. The 7 Heavenly Master believed that the Divine Master would make the Heavenly Demon cult leader kneel. Baek Mujeol could easily defeat his opponent with just one move, because the Heavenly Demon cult leader was very strong. But Baek Mujeol was a divine prodigy. It felt like everything in this world was born to serve the Divine Master, but after he lost the battle to the Heavenly Demon cult leader, I was so surprised I couldn't speak. Manmyo Singun was completely stunned by that scene. Why did the Divine Master lose? He stared wide-eyed, as if he couldn't believe what he had just seen. Why didn't the Divine Master execute his strongest technique? There was only one answer, and that was because of his pride. Manmyo Singun instructed in a deep voice. If the Divine Master had used his strongest technique from the start of the battle, the result would have been different. Believe in yourself. But remember not to be too arrogant. My disciple Ju Yenjin clasped his hands respectfully and replied, Disciple will remember. He observed for a moment and then continued softly, By the way, they took the beads as well. If they have such ability, they must be from a certain sect. Manmyo Singun sternly speculated. The Shadowless Thieves and the Buchwigek. Only they have the ability to overcome the energy barrier and take away the treasure. Ju Yenjin asked doubtfully, Master. Could it be the Green Forest's doing? He observed the giant spider lying on the ground and calmly said, No one in the Green Forest could have handled this incarnation so carefully. And above all, we need to save our lives now. Ju Yenjin, confused, asked again. Now Manmyo Singun said gently, I'll explain the details to you later. Now let's go catch those thieves. She glanced at the ruined field and remained silent in contemplation. Ju Yenjin hurriedly followed him and replied, Understood, disciple. At the Green Forest stronghold, Ja Sun leaned back in his chair and said cheerfully, How peaceful it is. Hearing this, Shongnyo Myosen's face darkened as he wondered to himself, Peaceful. Gong Chusang said gently, We managed to avoid misfortune with fewer casualties than expected. The future of our Green Forest is brighter now. Ja Sun laughed loudly and said, If this is called luck, then I would have lived peacefully until death. We still need to repair the destroyed plantation. Unyomjayo then spoke up, Destroyed? He asked in a low voice, Wasn't the Green Forest destroyed 20 years ago? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room became heavy. Unyomjayo said fearfully through clenched teeth, It's similar, but not exactly like then. Sun Yakran asked anxiously, What exactly happened 20 years ago? Ja Sun calmly explained. He means that the Divine Master Baek Mujeol appeared. Hearing this, she turned pale and asked again, The Divine Master, the one who cornered the demonic cult. Gong Chusang added softly, This one is surely similar to you, Gong. He suddenly said sternly, Right here, in the stronghold of the Green Forest, the Divine Master began to make a name for himself. Ja Sun exclaimed in shock, That's right, I remember now. It was the one who charged straight into the Green Forest alone. He remembered the distant memory when the two factions were facing each other on a high cliff. Ja Sun slowly recounted, At first, the Green Forest had the upper hand. Ja Sun drew his bow and aimed straight at Baek Mujeol in his last breath. He was hit by a poisoned arrow. He could only helplessly widen his eyes as the arrow rushed closer. He calmly continued and fell down the deep cliff. So we thought that arrogant brat was dead. However, Baek Mujeol unexpectedly returned. Ja Sun remembered his cold face. He had survived and returned, causing serious damage to the Green Forest. Sun Yakran covered her face in panic and shouted, Wait, Yugong was also poisoned and cured. She screamed in shock, No way, could he be the Divine Master reincarnated? Gong Chusang calmly replied, It's too early to say that he is the Divine Master reincarnated. Sun Yakran suddenly jumped up and grabbed his collar, shouting, What a useless thing to say. Ja Sun ordered sternly, Let him go immediately. Seeing this, she clicked her tongue in annoyance but obeyed and let go. Ja Sun stroked his chin in thought. There is one difference between Yugong and the Divine Master. He emphasized the Green Forest punitive force. Ja Sun pensively recalled, Our Green Forest was destroyed by the Green Forest punitive force led by the Divine Master. He continued softly, It wasn't until after the Divine Master passed away that the Green Forest was rebuilt. Thanks to our best efforts, we were able to rebuild the Green Forest and make it stronger than ever. The person next to him continued, Yugong doesn't need the Green Forest punitive force, because he has Peng Chion. Ja-sun couldn't restrain himself any longer and slammed the table, angrily shouting, "Damn it! First it was Baek Mujeol, now it's Yugong. Why does everyone choose our Green Forest as their starting point?" He punched Eun Yeomjao hard in the face and scolded, "Eun Yeomjao, Shongnyo Myosin, this is all your fault." Sun Yakran also took the opportunity to slap him across the face. "Eun Yeomjao, you." At the same time, Gong Chusang was getting up and preparing to attack. Seeing this, Eun Yeomjao shouted in indignation, "Gong Chusang, how dare you!" Suddenly, someone unexpectedly opened the door to the room. Sun Yakran scolded irritably, "This guy scared me to death." He held up a notice with the words, "The Master of the Devil is rewarding the Green Forest," and stammered that, "The Green Forest punitive force has been completely wiped out." Everyone who heard this was extremely shocked. Gong Chusang held his head and said in a trembling voice, "The past is coming back to haunt us." Shongnyo Myosin quickly retorted, "Perhaps it wasn't Yugong and Peng Chion who did it, if someone has a grudge against us recently." Ja-sun remembered someone and said fearfully, "It's the divine physician, it won't take him long to realize we lied." He said dejectedly, "I shouldn't have used poison." Sun Yakran sighed, "It seems there's no other way." Ja-sun asked worriedly, "Have you figured out what we should do now?" She said decisively, "If we want to avoid the rain we have to take cover and look for Yugong." Sun Yakran calmly continued, "We've allied ourselves and sworn oaths with him, so we have plenty of reasons to find him." Ja-sun unwillingly muttered to himself, "I thought I had completely escaped, but now I have to go beg them." He flew into a rage, slamming his fist so hard on the table that it cracked open and cursed, "God damn it." Eun Yeomjao saw this and thoughtfully remained silent. He curiously asked Sun Yakran, "Young miss, where did the clan leader go?" She gave a meaningful smile and softly replied, "Get up and go." Eun Yeomjao, he means, "God damn it. There's nothing we can do now, let's go." Sun Yakran softly said, "Let's go find Yugong." A moment later, at Mubium village, a person dressed in black robes with jet black hair stepped inside the gate. Du Yugong looked at the scene before him and smiled happily. Mubium village, the village with no sins, this is a good start, isn't it? At the gate of Mubium village at that time, Du Yugong was strolling leisurely through the busy street. He looked at the 2 coins in his hand, and Du Yugong cheerfully said, "After leaving Peng Chion, money falls on my head, I'm only encountering good luck." He recalled the previous time and wearily thought to himself, "Even though I have the radiant sphere in my hand, I don't feel it's time to sell it yet. In the month of escaping Peng Chion, I had to hunt wild animals to survive." Du Yugong looked at the Tsu Lu restaurant in front of him with interest, thinking to himself, "Finally, I can eat a decent meal." He quickly opened the door and stepped inside. The waiter saw Du Yugong and enthusiastically ran to greet him, "Welcome, sir." He held out the coins in his hand and asked, "What can I buy with this amount of money?" The waiter replied, "Just enough to buy a meat-filled bun and a small bowl of noodles, sir." Du Yugong nodded. "Then give me a small bowl of noodles." The waiter politely asked, "I'm sorry, but it's lunchtime and we're out of seats. Would you mind sharing a table with someone else?" He gently replied, "No problem." Du Yugong quickly went to another table and thought to himself, "I want to hear everyday conversations, this is even better." A voice suddenly rang out, attracting his attention. "Really?" The man next to him said enthusiastically, "How could anyone jump over a wall that's 1 jong high? That's called a scam, a scam." He added, "Looks like you haven't met the quack doctor who came here last time." The person across from him asked in confusion, "Quack doctor?" The man recounted, "Yes, a quack doctor with bulging muscles, who specializes in performing tricks." Then he pulled out a sword that looked evil and started stabbing himself randomly. What's even more shocking is that the sword shattered after stabbing his neck, heart, and all over his body. Du Yugong ate and eavesdropped, the indestructible Vajra. He must be a high-level master from Peng Chion. The man next to him looked mysterious and whispered, "But the main story is about to begin." He slowly said, "A child about 9 years old saw this and imitated him, stabbing himself too." The person across from him heard this and exclaimed in shock, "That's an unbelievably horrifying story." He smiled reassuringly, "Hold on, if the result was truly horrifying, why would I tell the story? Because the sword would break upon impact." The child was unharmed, and the quack doctor ran away. Du Yugong sat next to him and smiled to himself. "Now I understand why this place is called the village with no criminals. A village that knows absolutely nothing about Zhonghu martial arts." The man continued gently, "The world is full of tall tales. How about I tell you a story about someone running on a cliff face as if walking on the ground? Hearing this, he was so surprised that he accidentally bit his tongue. Du Yugong started coughing violently. The man saw this and patted him on the shoulder gently, saying, "Young man, take your time eating." The person across from him looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Hey, you look like a stranger, are you a tourist?" Du Yugong quickly replied, "Ah yes," he said excitedly. "Then you've come at the right time. Starting tomorrow, there will be a big feast at Yongyun Square." Yongyun Square was now decorated with sparkling yellow lights all along the area. Du Yugong asked suspiciously, "Looks like there's a happy occasion in the village," he softly replied. "Yes, it's the birthday of an elder in the village. There will be 3 days of feasting and drinking." The two men chatted happily. "Thanks to that, no one will have to go hungry for 3 days. I was even planning to starve myself from this morning so I could eat my fill there." Du Yugong thought to himself, Hainan Island is good, but village with no criminals is a great village. A peaceful village where people live without worry, always full of hope for tomorrow. He thought to himself, a village like this makes me want to sell the radiant sphere to help them. That night, near Murim village, at the Chongzhou mansion of the Nine Dragon sect leader, 2 people were sound asleep in the room. A ray of spiritual energy began to seep inside, accompanied by a voice, "Wake up, I told you to wake up." The man wondered to himself, am I dreaming? How dare someone intrude into the Nine Dragon sect leader's place? It's been a long time since someone dared to speak so rudely to me. The voice angrily roared, "You dare to laugh!" At the same time, a large sword stabbed straight down at the Nine Dragon sect leader's leg, causing blood to splatter everywhere. He immediately opened his eyes wide. Peng Qion glanced at him and said coldly, "2 warnings are enough." The Nine Dragon sect leader rushed forward and angrily asked, "Who are you?" But his punch went through Peng Qion's body and shot out behind him. He saw that and was stunned, wondering the body-shifting technique. Peng Qion didn't say much and pressed the sword down hard. Blood flowed out more and more, causing the Nine Dragon sect leader to only be able to scream in pain. "Ah," Peng Qion said in a harsh voice, "you want to seek death." He kept threatening, "You don't have the right to ask me. Shut up, let me ask you. If you dare to ask again, I will gouge out your eyes." Peng Qion gritted his teeth and secretly guessed that in this place, the only ones who dared to target him could only be the Shining Star sect leader and the Divine Moon sect leader. Could it be that the Divine Moon sect has been in conflict with me many times recently and sent assassins here? The Nine Dragon sect leader asked. "How much did the Divine Moon sect leader pay you?" Peng Qion's face darkened and he spoke angrily. "How dare you ask me?" He hurriedly shouted, "I will pay you double, not triple the amount the Divine Moon sect leader gave you." He stretched out his hand and repeated the question, "Did you just ask me?" Seeing his finger about to touch his eye, the Nine Dragon sect leader panicked and begged, "Ah, my lord, spare this little one. Please don't gouge out this little one's eye." The woman lying next to him then rubbed her eyes and sat up, softly asking, "Master, what are you talking about?" She immediately had to witness the gruesome scene before her. The girl immediately widened her eyes and screamed in fear. Peng Qion heard that and got angry and slapped her, "Too noisy." The Nine Dragon sect leader saw this and cried out in pain, "Choyan." He hugged her, trembling, and said, "The meaning of my life," Peng Qion said sarcastically, crying over a woman. "What a despicable person, not even worth having his eyes gouged out. That woman, come back here." Choyan immediately opened her eyes wide, slowly turned her head to look. The Nine Dragon sect leader saw this and let go of her body, screaming loudly. Peng Qion angrily reprimanded, "The first time I called you, you should have immediately gotten up. If you did that, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. That woman wouldn't have had any problems. It's all your fault." He loudly protested, "I was just sleeping." In just a moment, the Nine Dragon sect leader knelt down, helplessly saying, "It's all my fault. Please give me any order." Peng Qion glanced out the door, his voice full of meaning. "It seems like 3 people are better than 1 to hear. Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people slowly walked into the room. Seeing them, the Nine Dragon sect leader was surprised and exclaimed, "Who are they?" The Divine Moon sect leader, the Shining Star sect leader, both of them with bruised faces, slowly walked in. Peng Qion ordered in a low voice, "Everyone sit down." The 3 of them immediately followed suit and sat down obediently. He said loudly, "I called you here because I wanted to find someone." The Shining Star sect leader timidly asked, "Who is that? Should we kill him?" Peng Qion approached him and said in a harsh voice, "You dare to ask?" He immediately panicked and shouted, "Please, please spare my eyes." He quickly vented his anger by throwing him out the door. Peng Qion threatened loudly, "Star Eyes, if you can lick his feet then it will be your honor. If you dare to say one more word of nonsense, then I will kill you all and find someone else." The 9 Dragon sect leader and the Divine Moon sect leader quickly bowed their heads respectfully and replied yes. Peng Qion turned around and continued in a low voice, "You should consider yourself lucky. The person you are looking for is my master. My movement technique is not profound enough, so I cannot keep up with his speed." The 3 of them were extremely surprised when they heard this. They wondered who his master was and why he left his subordinates. "He couldn't even find him, so how can we find him?" they said in unison. He suddenly threw a white Myung Jin on the ground. Peng Qion instructed, "You bring all the information related to this radiant sphere to me. The deadline is 3 days. Within 3 days, if there are no results." He glared threateningly and said, "You don't need to exist anymore." Looking at the radiant sphere on the floor, Peng Qion slowly said, "The time limit is 3 days." The 3 of the Shining Star sect leader knelt on the ground, their faces pale, listening to his next threats. "If within 3 days they don't find the master, there's no need for you to exist anymore." After listening, he thought to himself, who would dare to sell a radiant sphere so openly? Even so, on the surface the Shining Star sect leader still clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "We understand." Meanwhile, in a certain shop under the dazzling light of the radiant sphere, the manager opened his mouth in surprise and shouted, "You really want to sell this radiant sphere?" Seeing his overreaction, Yugong just chuckled, thinking to himself, "Just a radiant sphere and you're already so surprised. Judging by your reaction, it seems like it's very beneficial to this village." At this moment, the steward was still admiring the radiant sphere in his hand, his mouth continuously uttering words of praise. He had never seen anything so precious before, so he didn't know how to properly price it. Seeing that he seemed to be hesitating about the price, Yugong had no choice but to speak up to reassure him. "I only intend to sell at a low price, so you don't need to act like that." Hearing this, the manager immediately smiled brightly and quickly stopped him. That was unacceptable. An unfair transaction could not be allowed to take place in this village. He continued to make a suggestion, "I want to invite an appraiser to ensure that it is properly valued." But the Yugong opposite, after hearing that, also showed a satisfied smile, thinking, "A village manager is so kind." However, the steward suddenly put the radiant sphere in his hand on the table and hesitantly said, "But there is a small problem." The old man stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It would take at least 5 days for the appraiser from Zhengzhou to get here." Halfway through, the butler suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Ah." The old man pondered for a moment and said, "If it's no trouble, please rest at the Yongyun Square guest house while you wait. I'll take care of this." Receiving the invitation, Du Yugong raised an eyebrow and secretly praised, "You're truly considerate to a stranger like me. Since leaving Jianghu, I've realized how warm this life can be." Then he stood up and softly thanked, "Thank you." Without another word, Du Yugong immediately turned and left. Just as he stepped out the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to remind, "Oh, keep it a secret that I brought the radiant sphere here." The chief manager quickly put away the radiant sphere and cheerfully replied, "I won't let anyone know about this." A moment later in the main hall, the head of the household, his eyes wide, exclaimed excitedly, "A kid brought the radiant sphere here. What a great opportunity." Looking at the laughing couple in front of him, the chief manager bowed respectfully and replied, "There's even more to be happy about. I've confirmed that there are 2 more radiant spheres." The old man recalled what the maid had told him after serving Du Yugong. "I asked the servant to check his clothes while he was bathing to see if there was anything else." The chief manager excitedly recounted in a very smug tone, "As a result, in addition to the radiant spheres, I also found 2 daggers. He must have them for self-defense." Hearing that information, the lady covered her mouth and burst into a smug laugh. "Ha ha ha, I wonder what kind of vagrant he is." Seeing that, the chief manager bowed and replied in an uncertain tone, "Looking at his actions and demeanor, it seems like he comes from a noble family." The head of the household sat to one side, listened to their exchange, then stroked his chin and said, "So it's not stolen goods, that will make things easier." Then, stroking the wine bottle in his hand, he turned to look at Ku Moon and asked, "Are you confident, Ku Moon?" Under the head of the household's scrutinizing gaze, he simply rolled his eyes and replied with a smug smile mixed with disdain, "Please rest assured and entrust this task to me, head of the household." Seeing his confident answer, the head of the household raised an eyebrow and praised in a deep voice, "Ku Moon, you truly are a cold-blooded killer, one of the grandmasters in the village." He gave a wicked smile, looked at Ku Moon and said softly, "If you can quietly complete this task." Then the head of the household didn't continue speaking, but directly opened the wine bottle in his hand, causing a strong aroma to immediately fill the room. Ku Moon smelled the aroma and knew it was good wine. He swallowed and stared at the wine bottle longingly. asking Rose wine. Seeing his drunken, craving expression, the head of the household immediately glanced at Ku Moon meaningfully. "All right, I'll sit here and wait with a glass of rose wine." Understanding the deeper meaning of those words, Ku Moon didn't reply, but instead gave a confident smile. He arrogantly raised his face to the sky and replied in a murderous voice, "I probably don't need to use my full strength on a kid like this." Then Ku Moon reached out and stroked his dagger, musing, "I'll complete the task and return safely." That night, in the guest house where Du Yugong was staying, he was standing blankly by the window. Du Yugong glanced up at the sky and mumbled to himself in frustration, "I've been here for 2 days already. If I have the chance to go to Hainan Island, I must build a village like this." He recalled the bustling scene on the village streets earlier, and a little anticipation grew in his heart: comfortable beds, hot meals, the happy and lively sounds of a crowded feast. After contemplating life, Du Yugong was now quietly meditating on the floor. At this moment, his mind was as still as a lake. A few thoughts seemed to transform into drops of water connected together, forming links. Du Yugong pondered, to enjoy these things, one needs power. The scene of his direct confrontation with Peng Qion suddenly appeared in his mind. Du Yugong said smugly and contentedly, "I've almost completed grasp of the arachnid." In an instant, Du Yugong was standing inside the large, strange spiderweb created by his spirit, thinking, "That's the method of emitting qi like a spiderweb to bind and control the enemy." But he suddenly glanced down at his hand, wondering, but can it only be used with seizing and grappling techniques? As soon as he thought that, a sharp throwing star appeared. This sudden appearance immediately made him come up with a very bold speculation: what if I apply it to the dagger? Immediately, in reality, Du Yugong quickly threw the dagger with force, causing it to deeply embed itself in the wall beside him. He looked at the throwing star embedded in the wall, still emitting a faint haze, and calculated, the distance to the wall is only about 2 zhang. It's difficult to retrieve hidden weapons from this distance. Du Yugong thought sadly. Zhang is a traditional Chinese unit of length. However, another bold thought suddenly popped into his head. But what if it's grasp of the arachnid? Thinking this, Du Yugong reached out towards the throwing star without hesitation. He saw the throwing star firmly embedded in the wall suddenly shake a few times, as if an invisible force was slowly pulling it out. Although he didn't achieve a very good result, this still made Du Yugong laugh happily a few times. "Haha, that's good then." He was laughing when he suddenly stopped because of a knock on the door. Du Yugong frowned warily, and the atmosphere in the room became quieter than before. He quickly stood up, secretly annoyed at himself for being so focused that he didn't realize the enemy was approaching. Even so, he said aloud, "Come in." Receiving permission from the person inside the room, the maid slowly entered and respectfully asked, "Did young master sleep well?" Looking at the petite woman in front of him, Du Yugong secretly realized that it was the girl who had taken care of him yesterday and today. He didn't answer her question but spoke suspiciously, "Is something the matter?" Seeing Du Yugong's wary expression, the maid quickly bowed and reported, "The head of the household has sent me to serve and take care of you while you rest." But these words made him even more vigilant. Hundreds of thoughts rushed to him, causing Du Yugong to frown and wonder, "Because I'm a distinguished guest, do you intend to serve me even in bed?" Sure of his suspicions, he ignored the maid's distressed face, turned his back and coldly ordered, "You don't need to do that just because you're a maid." Rejected by him, her face drooped, and she stammered, "But the head of the household instructed me to." The more Du Yugong heard, the angrier he became on the maid's behalf. He couldn't help but turn around and shout, "Even if you're just a maid, you don't need to sacrifice yourself to please me for one night." At the same time, before the maid could understand his words, she respectfully offered a small bowl of candles and said, "You told me to bring you this incense to help you sleep better." As soon as she finished speaking, the two Du Yugangs froze and stared at each other. A strange expression was evident on each of their faces due to the other's words. The atmosphere became more awkward than ever. After a few frozen seconds, the maid snapped out of it and asked in shock, her eyes wide, "Young master?" While on the other side, Du Yugong was so embarrassed that he was about to melt into the air. She forced a few awkward laughs and quickly placed the candle holder on the table, stammering, "Ah, it's an aroma. No, it's a sleep aid." Then, without waiting for him to react, she turned and fled from the room as if her life depended on it. "Have a good sleep then." After the maid had disappeared, Du Yugong's mind returned to normal, remembering his delusional words. He was so ashamed that his face turned red. Du Yugong gritted his teeth, stared at the candle in front of him, and screamed in despair, "How foolish, because I was thinking about sleep, I misunderstood." After a while, his head was now steaming, because Yugong had just reached out to the candle while muttering to himself, "Next time I definitely won't let such a misunderstanding happen again." Finishing his words, He immediately channeled his spiritual energy to light the incense candle. After that, Du Yugong carelessly turned around and left. He sat down by the window again, trying to calm himself. This scent is really effective in soothing the mind. Tomorrow I need to send a thank you to the host. Then Du Yugong didn't think any more and closed his eyes, sinking deep into the vast sea of consciousness. At this moment, the remaining rays of consciousness wrapped around each other, forming a chain. Grasp of the arachnid has not been developed to its optimal level, so I need to pay more attention. From the palm of my hand, I release the silk threads wrapped around my soul force. Just then, from deep inside his consciousness, he suddenly heard some strange footsteps. Some doubts gradually arose in his mind. The sound of the door opening. Could it be the maid from earlier? Why is she heading this way? Instantly, Du Yugong quickly opened his eyes. What immediately caught his eyes was a strange face. The masked servant, seeing him suddenly open his eyes, was no less startled. He tightened the bag in his hand and stammered to explain. The host specifically instructed me to come here. Du Yugong was so scared that his face turned pale. He raised his hand to pat his chest, reassuring himself while saying, I already received the candle. You don't look like someone the host would send. At this moment, a bold speculation flashed in his mind. Did they send the maid home and replace her with a servant? Following that line of thought, the image of the masked servant suddenly standing up and tearing his shirt open flashed through his mind. The host specifically instructed me to come here. This perverted thought immediately made Du Yugong's face turn green with fear. It's unbearable. Jianghu is dangerous. And the outside world is no less cruel. Just then, the masked servant's apologetic voice cut off his bizarre train of thought. I apologize for disturbing you. I was sent to ask if you need anything. Seeing that, Du Yugong's face darkened, quickly replying, I don't have any problems, you can leave. But why do you have to cover your face like that? Being excused. He hurriedly walked out the door. This is because I'm sensitive to scents, so I have to wear a mask. Then please continue to rest. Waiting until the masked servant disappeared from sight, Du Yugong closed his eyes again. But even so, he still asked incomprehensibly, is this really the concern of ordinary people? They care about me too much now. Let's get back to grasp of the arachnid. Just as he was about to meditate, the sound of the door opening rang in his ears again. Du Yugong, being disturbed time and time again, immediately angrily cursed, is she back again? Even a toilet isn't visited as often. Thinking this, he raised his head and scolded lightly. I said I don't need anything. However, the tall man in a black suit standing in front of the door immediately surprised him for a moment. The raging killing intent emanating from him made him vigilantly jump back and question. Who are you? Du Yugong, while taking out throwing knives, frowned and asked, Did Wazin send you here, or are you from the cult? But even though he had said everything, the man standing opposite remained silent. After some time, Ku Moon slowly stepped forward. He gritted his teeth and sneered mockingly. A person about to die still has the energy to talk so much. Looking at the face revealed under the light, Du Yugong's eyes widened in horror. This guy, I can't sense his aura. He frowned, sensing the cold killing intent surrounding him from all sides, and sighed in his heart. He's definitely not ordinary. The more he thought, the more vigilant Du Yugong became. I can't grasp his aura. Remembering the oppressive feeling of the killing intent surrounding Ku Moon made his mind even more determined. His realm has reached such a high level that he can perfectly conceal his aura, refined to perfection. Returning to reality, facing him, Du Yugong frowned and thought, I didn't expect to encounter such an expert in this place. His hands suddenly clenched his weapons. His mind constantly thinking, I haven't lived a normal life yet, I can't die like this. Then, thanks to his intense desire to live, Du Yugong didn't hesitate, immediately throwing the throwing knives in his hand and jumping to launch an attack. Even though the throwing knives flew everywhere in the room, they couldn't touch Ku Moon's body, who was standing still in the middle of the room. This peculiarity quickly caught Du Yugong's attention. He gritted his teeth, his eyes widening in horror. Ku Moon remained motionless, without a single wound on his body, making Du Yugong even more confused. Impossible. He didn't even move. Thinking this, he retrieved the throwing knives. His body also landed opposite Ku Moon. And then, in an instant, he teleported in front of him. While the sharp throwing knife was already close to that thin neck as he attacked, Du Yugong asked himself, what exactly are you plotting? However, at the very moment the two passed each other, Ku Moon's sharp eyes made his heart sink. Du Yugong hurriedly turned his head back, looking at Ku Moon, who was being suppressed. A bold thought flashed in his mind. Could it be that you look down on this attack? Meanwhile, in the main hall, the masked servant had returned to report. The host, after hearing this, burst out laughing triumphantly. Perhaps that kid is already helpless now. Hearing that, he stood up straight and seriously confirmed, "That's right, even I can hardly measure the cultivation of Kumun." After a moment of silence, the lady finally spoke slowly. In her eyes there was also a flash of malice. "Have you personally witnessed his cultivation?" This question quickly made the servant sink into thought. The image of Du Yugong attacking like crazy immediately appeared. "Yes, I saw it clearly with my own eyes." He bowed his head respectfully and reported further. After completing the mission, he immediately returned to practice. The servant recalled what he had witnessed, the throwing knives flying all around Kumun's tall figure, leaving a dazzling light before the expectant and fearful eyes of the host and his wife. He swallowed his saliva and narrated, "Kumun at that place, here." It seemed that the terrifying scene at that time had strongly impacted the servant's mind, only to see him widen his eyes and stammer, with just one fingertip. The servant recalled that at that time, Kumun's situation could be said to be hanging by a thread. The sharp blades kept flying back and forth around his body, making it impossible for him to escape. He swallowed hard a few times to reduce his fear and continued, "Pierced through a wooden plank at that time, Kumun's face had become paler than before. It seemed that he had also realized that he couldn't deal with this move. The more he thought, the darker his complexion became. Sweat gradually poured out, covering his face. He rolled his eyes in extreme confusion. In Kumun's mind he suddenly thought, I heard that that guy was poisoned by green herb poison and was still fine, so I went to see. The scene shifted to a few hours before when the servant had just escaped from Du Yugong's room. He quickly grabbed him and questioned, how can anyone in the world resist toxins? But at that time, he had frantically confirmed that it was true. His mind switched to another thought. He suddenly disappeared and then reappeared in front of me, recalling when Du Yugong teleported close in just a few seconds, causing Kumun's eyes to widen in horror. Hugh, how long have you been here? Then there was the scene when he and his weapons just flew back and forth in the room, causing him to despair and shout, let alone now flying in the air. Is he really a human? At that time, Kumun was really so shocked that he froze on the spot. In his mind, only the cries remained, it can't be like that. Remembering the image of Du Yugong just tiptoeing and flying straight to the ceiling, causing Kumun to freeze to death on the spot. He stiffened his body and thought, ordinary people certainly can't fly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the village chief was completely unaware that the plan had failed and stubbornly continued to praise Kumun, truly a monster beyond the ordinary. At the same time, Du Yugong swiftly rushed towards Kumun with his sharp knife, unaware of what was about to happen. The servant was still praising the man's skills, claiming he could even hit a target blindfolded from a distance of 3 yards. But the man considered a monster in the eyes of those people had now been killed by Du Yugong with a single strike straight through the chest. Back in the main hall, the village chief, after finishing his speech, stood up excitedly and ordered, then let's take the Manhwa wine to Yongyun Square now. He gave an arrogant smile, as if Du Yugong's assassination had been completed. His voice also revealed some excitement about the mission assigned to Kumun. The village chief confidently said, it must be done already. But he was completely unaware that on the other side, Du Yugong had defeated Kumun right now. He was panting, trying to calm himself after the battle. Ignoring the warm, sticky streaks of blood all over his face, Du Yugong suddenly gave an excited smile, thinking to himself, I did it, stabbed this badly, it's hard to survive. Thinking this, he asked, now, are you going to talk? Who are you? Kumun, after the fatal blow, was now lying on the ground, continuously coughing up blood. Under his fierce gaze, he slowly said, I can pierce through wooden planks. This nonsensical statement made him pause for a few seconds. In his mind, 2 thick wooden planks appeared. Du Yugong repeated in astonishment, pierce through. Seeing that he said nothing more, he hurriedly sat down and shouted, why are you bragging about piercing wooden planks in the Murim world? Who can't pierce wooden planks? Halfway through, Du Yugong suddenly stopped. His eyes widened because of the thought that had just flashed in his mind. Then looking back at Kumun, who had completely died on the ground, he hesitated and wondered, could this guy have wanted to steal the radiant sphere? Then Du Yugong immediately stood up and looked towards the window. He worriedly murmured, wait, do I have the radiant sphere at the village chief's place? Then, without thinking further, Du Yugong immediately flew out of the window, shouting, the village chief is in danger. Meanwhile, in the large courtyard in front of the village chief's residence, a grand party was being held, with red curtains draped everywhere. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the village chief suddenly burst into excited laughter. Ha ha ha, quickly, everyone raise your glasses in celebration. He looked around with joy, constantly calculating in his mind, soon, the radiant sphere will completely belong to me. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the main gate, accompanied by a thunderous shout, village chief. As soon as he saw the figure, The village chief excitedly stood up and asked, "You've arrived. Did Ku Moon deal with the kid holding the radiant sphere?" At this moment, Du Yugong's blood-covered face slowly appeared before them. He blankly repeated the words, "The kid with the radiant sphere." Contrary to the joy just now, at this moment, seeing Du Yugong walk out unharmed, the faces of all three village leaders turned pale. The whole group simultaneously widened their eyes and gaped in horror. Before everyone could react, Du Yugong, after thinking for a while, realized his purpose. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth, his face darkened, and he strode towards the high platform. Seeing the tall figure that had moved in front of him in the blink of an eye, the previous joy was now replaced only with fear. The village chief stammered, "W." But without letting him say anything more, Du Yugong swung his hand and gave the village chief a powerful blow, accompanied by an angry shout, "Village with no criminals, my ass." A moment later, the villagers who had been celebrating were now kneeling respectfully all over the courtyard. At the front were the village chief with one side of his face swollen, along with his wife and chief steward. Du Yugong walked back and forth in front of them, so angry that he shouted, "This is the first time I've killed someone. If you had told me beforehand, why would I have acted so cruelly?" Looking at the village chief's pale and frightened face, he became even angrier and burst out, "I'm a martial artist, yet now I've killed ordinary people. This is truly a disgrace, letting ordinary people freely carry knives and swords everywhere. This place is more dangerous than Jianghu." Then Du Yugong pointed directly at him and demanded, under the name of Village with no criminals, "How many lives have you taken? If you have any conscience left, confess now." As soon as the words were spoken, an old man kneeling on the side could not help but speak up, "Young master. Oh, it's a misunderstanding. The people are all simple and honest, only oppressed by the village chief." Hearing this, he turned to look at the old man and asked back, "Are those oppressed people feasting and drinking at banquets like this?" At this moment, disbelief also appeared in Du Yugong's eyes. He frowned and said, "This can't be misunderstood even if I wanted to." Under his suspicious gaze, the old man hesitated for a moment and then slowly said, "The village chief is the king, the law of this village with no criminals. This annual festival is just for him to show off his power." The old man recalled what had happened to the villagers, and some indignation appeared in his voice. It's also a festival built on the exploitation of the villagers, although some people refused to submit and dared to resist. Images of villagers being hanged on trees flooded his mind. The old man finished tremblingly, "But they have long disappeared into nothingness." As soon as the words were spoken, all the remaining villagers bowed their heads, looking very miserable and reluctant. But Du Yugong, after hearing these earnest words, immediately turned his head to look at the village chief, causing him to jump. And then, before the village chief's horrified and fearful eyes, he ordered with a dark face, "Those who are not related to the village chief, leave now. Today I will act on behalf of heaven and punish you for what you have done." As soon as these words were spoken, the villagers were as if granted a favor, and everyone's faces showed joy and excitement. Without anyone telling them, everyone stood up and left together. The old man and a few others did not forget to bow to him gratefully. After witnessing the villagers leaving without paying attention to him, the village chief angrily cursed, "Dare to abandon me and run away, you bastards." But before he could utter any more harsh words, Du Yugong's threatening voice rang out, "Village chief." The village chief looked at the raging fire and rolled his eyes. He quickly bowed his head and shouted, "Spare my life," but he only coldly ordered, "Quickly bring me the radiant sphere." Hearing this, the village chief paused. He stammered that the radiant sphere was taken to Zhengzhou by my rebellious son, because he thought it would be difficult to invite the appraiser masters with just words, so. Seeing his purpose, Du Yugong snorted coldly, "Humph, you must be looking forward to it. When will it be done?" The village chief stammered in fear, "Yes, it won't be long now." This vague answer made him roar in anger. When exactly? Just as the tense atmosphere was reaching its peak, a figure suddenly fell straight down in front of them, leaving everyone stunned in surprise. When the dense smoke had dissipated, the pale face and pathetic appearance of the young master gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing this sudden appearance, Du Yugong could not help but be stunned. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the village chief's horrified shout, "Ah, why is my son here?" Before I could think, Peng Qion, standing on the roof, suddenly burst out laughing excitedly, "Ha ha ha." Hearing the familiar voice, Du Yugong looked frantically towards the sound, stammering and wondering if the voice was. Seeing that he had finally noticed him, Peng Qion clenched his fist and said, "Master, it truly moves this subordinate." He looked excitedly at him, asking tentatively, "Have you taken control of the entire village?" But contrary to his joy, Du Yugong's expression was, to say the least, ugly. He gasped in surprise, Pung Cheon. Before the astonished eyes of everyone in the courtyard, Pung Cheon quickly landed and stepped forward, asking Master, "Are you well?" Du Yugong did not answer his question but challenged, "Why are you here, Pung Cheon?" As if thinking of that possibility, his face turned pale, and his voice revealed some disbelief. "Could it be that you have found the radiant sphere?" Not wanting to disappoint him, Pung Cheon replied with an excited voice, "Master, I have countless radiant spheres. I have obtained all the dantian and radiant spheres of the arachnid and brought them here for you." The more he spoke, the more joyful he became, like a child. "There are a total of 182 radiant spheres. Don't you think that's a lot? It will surely be very useful for Liege's great cause of unifying the world later." Pung Cheon, ignoring his surroundings, laughed and boasted, "Master is now a great tycoon." Meanwhile, witnessing the tragic state of her son, the village chief cried out in panic, "What is happening here, my son?" The lady sitting on the side also sobbed and screamed, "Where is my son's hair? Why is there only a body left?" Witnessing the scene gradually becoming chaotic, Du Yugong could only hold his forehead in helplessness. The image of Pung Cheon silently grabbing the young master's hair and dragging him away immediately appeared in his mind. This style of action was his. The more Du Yugong thought about it, the more his head ached. He knew without even looking. Thinking this, he hugged his head and said in a weak voice, "Yes, I have become rich, but my mood is confused. I can't think anymore." What one said unintentionally, the other heard with intent. Pung Cheon, without thinking, angrily roared, "Yes, I have become rich, but my mood is confused. I will go kill that person to vent your anger." Seeing his righteous face, the anger in Du Yugong's heart did not decrease but increased. His face darkened as he tried to restrain himself, cursing inwardly, "It's you, you stinky brat, Pung Cheon." But immediately afterwards, his thoughts changed completely. "No, this is good. I can't keep hiding like this. I need to end this." After thinking carefully, Du Yugong suddenly cast a sharp look at him and slowly said, "Pung Cheon, I once said that my father's plan for me was truly useless, yet I can't escape this vicious cycle." Remembering the times he ran but could not escape, Pung Cheon made him panic greatly. And then that magnificent building appeared in his mind again, making Du Yugong's voice heavier, returning to the sect. "What's the use of a place that only values strength? My father's plan has failed." Seeing his dejected expression, Pung Cheon had to speak up, "Master, you have misunderstood." But hearing these words, the suspicion in Du Yugong's heart grew even larger. Misunderstood. He lowered his head, revealing some murderous intent, and began to tell, "Now that I have obtained a curse, perhaps it's time to tell you everything." Pung Cheon paused for a moment and continued, "The arachnid's curse is only one of 7 curses." Even though it was just a sentence, it struck hard at Du Yugong's perception, shocking him to the point of gaping. After a long time digesting those issues, he slowly asked with wide eyes, "There are other curses?" Remembering the countless lives that had perished at its hands, his heart suddenly felt heavy. "Just one curse has taken so many lives. I don't want to see anyone else die. There have been too many useless sacrifices." After thinking carefully, Du Yugong slowly said, "You are worthy of the sect, not me but you, Pung Cheon." Regardless of Pung Cheon's bewildered expression, he continued, "The path of the Lord that my father desired. Let you continue. I no longer have the will to continue." After he finished speaking, Pung Cheon clenched his fist and replied in a low voice, "Consider that I haven't heard anything Liege said." But Du Yugong didn't care. He just turned around and coldly ordered, "My mind is made up. You are the next Liege." He closed his eyes tightly, thinking to himself, "Leave me alone. Kill whoever you want, I don't care." At this moment behind him, Pung Cheon suddenly raised his hand and touched the sword behind his back. Without a word, he quickly drew his sword. The sound of the sharp weapon quickly attracted Du Yugong's attention. Thinking of something, he frantically turned his head at the same time. Pung Cheon's loud shout rang in his ears, "Could it be? Could it be that you don't need me anymore, Liege?" What caught his eye was Pung Cheon's cold face. He swung his sword and roared, "If that is Master's will." Seeing his fiery aura, Du Yugong was also startled. "Pung Cheon, you." But contrary to his thoughts, Pung Cheon suddenly held his sword to his neck, loudly declaring, "I will end my life here." At this moment, Du Yugong had not yet recovered from the shock. Waiting until he realized what was happening, he frantically shouted to stop him. Wait, don't stop." Seeing the great commotion of the two, the village chief and his wife, who were originally worried about their son, had to look at him in horror. But at this moment, the sharp blade was held close to Pung Cheon's neck. After that, only the sound of metal colliding with something else echoed throughout the main hall. And Du Yugong's expression had completely changed at this time. His eyes rolled back, speechless when he saw the scene before him. The sound of the collision was because Pung Cheon used his sword to slash his own neck. Seeing this scene could not help but make Du Yugong speechless. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and a painful cry rang out, only to see that Pung Cheon had stabbed the sword in his hand hard into his chest, but strangely, it shattered instead of piercing through his body. Those groans kept hitting Du Yugong's ears, making his face darken as he thought that even suicide was impossible. What exactly is this body? Unable to bear it anymore. He had to surrender. I lost. Stop it. So Pung Cheon immediately let go, bowed his head gratefully. Thank you, master. I almost died. Hearing this, Du Yugong could only roll his eyes, cursing inwardly. Dream on, what a nuisance. Ignoring him, he turned to look at the village chief's group and threatened coldly. I will punish you later. Now get inside. The 3 village chiefs trembled as soon as they heard and hurriedly replied, yes, yes. With that, Du Yugong turned and left with Pung Cheon before the watchful eyes of the 3 village chiefs. Waiting until the 2 had disappeared from sight, the village chief and his wife exchanged meaningful glances. He relaxed his body and laughed mockingly. They are really cunning. I almost got fooled. Hearing this, the lady covered her mouth and sneered. That's right, I didn't believe the story about 182 radiant spheres from the beginning. The head of the household sneered and scolded. A formidable swindler indeed. But contrary to them, the head steward only stroked his chin thoughtfully. A swindler, you say? After careful consideration, he slowly spoke, my lord. There is something that puzzles me. Isn't the young master supposed to arrive in 2 days? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's gaze fell upon the young master, with his pale face and pathetic appearance. As if he had heard something ridiculous, the head of the household, supporting himself on his knees, laughed and said to the head steward, You are so naive. Then he strode towards Pung Cheon's broken sword, before the head steward's astonished eyes. Stroking the sharp blade in his hand, the head of the household smiled with interest. The sword stabbing technique is exactly like that charlatan from before. Hearing these words, the head steward exclaimed in surprise, a charlatan. The head of the household recalled the charlatan's trick and said, yes, that charlatan also stabbed himself with a fake sword and broke it. He stabbed himself but was unharmed, so his trick was exposed. He spoke with increasing conviction. As long as there is evidence that this sword is fake, eliminating these swindlers will be a piece of cake. I will definitely avenge today's humiliation tenfold. At the same time, the madam sat down, picked up the sword, and exclaimed, How awful, it's heavy, just like the real thing. As she raised the sharp blade, she laughed and said, Well, just like with the child and that charlatan, I'll show you what this fake sword will look like when it pierces someone. Hearing this, the head of the household excitedly agreed without hesitation. All right, show me your unparalleled power, madam, come here and stab me. Encouraged by the head of the household, the madam excitedly rushed over and stabbed him in the stomach. Seeing the sword deeply embedded in the head of the household's body, she covered her mouth and giggled, exclaiming without noticing his trembling hands, Wow, the blade is even deeply embedded inside. At this moment, the head of the household suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. He gripped the hilt tightly and shouted, This is a real sword. Seeing that scene, the madam also screamed in panic. What's going on? Without waiting for her to say anything else, the head of the household angrily pulled the sword out of his body and rushed towards the madam. He roared, Let me show you if it's real or not. Seeing his crazed expression, the madam could only pale and fall backward, while the head steward standing in the distance was also gaping in horror. And then, before anyone could escape, the head of the household stabbed the sword straight through the madam and the head steward. The sudden pain caused him to bend over backward, his hands trying to cover the wound in his stomach, but blood continued to gush out of his mouth. In just a moment, the head steward finally collapsed beside the corpses of the head of the household and his wife. A moment later, a few raindrops suddenly appeared on the pool of blood under the head steward's body. Under the sudden downpour, the figures of the 3 members of the household lying collapsed beside the pool of blood became more desolate than ever. At this moment, a figure suddenly landed on a branch not far away. Looking at the scene below, the lighting child couldn't help but frown and curse. The young cult leader's behavior has always been strange, but why would he kill ordinary people who don't know martial arts? Observing the large sword wound on the head of the household's chest, he slowly remarked on these crude marks, It's clear that he killed people just for fun. The lighting child frowned even harder. Even the demonic path doesn't kill people indiscriminately for fun. Without bothering to investigate, he directly blamed him, muttering softly while looking down at the household, But this madness ends here, young cult leader. The lighting child recalled, while pursuing the young cult leader, I received an order to change the plan. The note clearly stated the task of extermination was to be carried out by Yugong and the 5 evils. The mysterious figures of the 5 people suddenly appeared in his mind. He frowned and thought, the 5 evils suddenly disappeared 20 years ago, and recently they suddenly reappeared, recalling their bloody massacres. The lighting child could only exclaim, they have never failed when they appear in Zhonghu, and their martial arts are unpredictable. This can be said to be one of the most difficult challenges you must face. Snapping out of his thoughts, his face suddenly turned grim, and his voice became cold. Young cult leader, you should have retired from Zhonghu long ago. Remembering the faces of the 2 people, he sneered and muttered, both Peng Qion and you have reached your end here. After everyone had left, the young master woke up and, witnessing the tragedy of his parents, he sobbed under the heavy rain. The young master cried and muttered a desperate plea, parents, parents, you can't leave me like this. Under the heavy rain, looking at the cold bodies of his parents, he was stunned, thinking despairingly, how did things get to this? I was just in Zhengzhou to appraise the radiant sphere. Returning to that scene, looking at Peng Qion in front of him, the young master asked blankly and suspiciously, who are you? Why are you barging in while we are appraising it? Seeing the large hand suddenly appearing in front of him, a nameless panic immediately surrounded his body, causing his eyes to widen in fear. Peng Qion grabbed the young master like he was grabbing a chicken, and he growled, what did you say you were doing? Suddenly being grabbed by the hair caused him to gape in shock, and only after a long time could he utter a single word, huh? The young master recalled the last moments when he still had his hair intact and burst into tears. What exactly happened? As he was thinking, his gaze suddenly fell upon the sword stuck deep in his father's body, causing the young master to flinch slightly. How could he forget? The image of the sword hilt behind Peng Qion's back suddenly appeared in his head. The young master gritted his teeth and thought hatefully, that sword is definitely. Suddenly, a foot gently stepped in front of him. Looking at the bloody and macabre scene before him, Du Yugong asked with slight surprise, what is this? The young master, immersed in the pain of losing his parents and a surge of hatred, startled and vigilantly looked towards the voice upon seeing someone arrive. Du Yugong, after clearly seeing the tragic scene before him, was no less shocked than the corpses. After a moment of thought, he looked cautiously at Peng Qion and questioned, Peng Qion, what's wrong with you? They are just ordinary people who don't know martial arts. Under the umbrella, he calmly replied without changing his expression, Master, this subordinate did not do this. Hearing this, the young master shouted hatefully, ridiculous, you killed my parents and you still dare to deny it. As soon as the words were spoken, Peng Qion's eyes, filled with murderous intent, glared directly at him. The young master, shaken by the piercing gaze, stumbled backward. Only then did he coldly recount. They used the story of the medicine man to say the sword was fake and stabbed and slashed each other to prove it. Saying this, there was a hint of helplessness in Peng Qion's voice. I heard it all very clearly. Du Yugong frowned and pondered after hearing this. He glanced around, observing the stab wounds on the clan leader, then commented in a low voice, these clumsy wounds don't seem to be caused by you. Then Du Yugong shook his head, clicking his tongue a few times with regret. So they thought the sword was fake and killed each other. Meanwhile, the young master, having heard the whole story, sat on the side crying in despair, no, it can't be. Ignoring him, Peng Qion suddenly leaned in and whispered, Master, I've kept 2 maids to serve you breakfast. Would you like to have breakfast? After this incident, Du Yugong no longer had any interest in eating. He shook his head and replied, I'm not hungry, I don't want to stay here anymore. Then, the 2 slowly left, leaving the young master sitting blankly in the rain. Let's head to Yangtze quickly. Suddenly, Du Yugong turned back to look at him and reminded, you should thank heaven and earth for surviving, and you should dedicate your life to living for this village. If one day I return to this place, I will see if this village is worthy of its name. After leaving this threatening statement, the 2 of them left the villa. As night fell, the atmosphere around the villa became quieter than ever. Inside the dark room, only the young master remained, hugging his bald head in despair. As he grieved over the tragic scene of his ruined home, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. The young master thought Peng Qion and the other person had returned, so he spoke with suspicion. Before he could finish speaking, he stopped abruptly, terrified by the appearance of a group of strangers. The formless ghost didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Baldy, where are they? The abrupt question made the young master a little stunned. Seeing his dazed appearance, he patiently asked again, do you know the radiant sphere? Hearing the 3 words the radiant sphere, the image of Du Yugong and Peng Qion immediately appeared in the young master's head. He exclaimed vigilantly, ah. Then the young master stood up straight and said in a low voice, they've run away. Hearing this, heaven-piercing ghost frowned and asked further, where did they go? He furrowed his brow, pondering, let's see, it seems like. But before the young master could say anything more, a heaven-piercing kick landed right on his face. The young master was in so much pain that his face changed color after delivering a warning kick. He threatened coldly, you better remember carefully. He frantically searched his memory at that time. He said, let's head to Yangtze quickly. Seeing the two formless ghosts preparing to kick again, the young master turned pale with fear, raised his hand, and hastily reported, that's right, Yangtze. He clearly said he was going to Yangtze. Heaven-piercing ghost didn't let him go and pressed him to the ground with his foot, asking in a gritting voice, you're not lying to me, are you? The young master's face turned pale, and he cried out in panic, really, it's definitely Yangtze. After confirming that the fear on his face wasn't fake, he turned to signal to him. It seems he's not lying, older brother. Knowing where Du Yugong and the other person were going, the formless ghost suddenly let out a few strange laughs. Ha ha ha, their fate is really turbulent, Yangtze, huh? The person behind him also asked curiously, Yangtze. Hearing this, he laughed gleefully and explained, yes, my master is there, I wanted to kill them myself, but borrowing my master's power isn't bad either. Then, the formless ghost turned around and walked out of the room, let's go. After the group of people had left, the young master, with a swollen and bruised face, cried and cursed, what the hell is going on? He knelt down on the ground in despair, muttering, why do these things keep happening to me? Just then, the silhouettes of two people appeared by the window again. Then, a voice suddenly rang in his ear, causing the crying young master to jump and stop. Hey, Baldy. The people who came were Gong Ryong and Chu Mongja. He asked coldly, where are they? Gong Ryong didn't say much, but raised his hand and struck a palm towards the young master. He only had time to cry out miserably, what the hell is going on? On the other side, a large hand suddenly slammed down on the table, causing it to shake. The entire Green Forest gang was eating like hungry tigers, accompanied by Ja Sun's hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, it's been so long since I've had such a delicious meal. The large hand was about to lift the huge plate of meat towards itself when it was blocked by someone else. Sun Yakran, with murderous intent in her eyes, threatened in a gritting voice, old man, you're not going to put down my piece of meat, are you? Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two, Ja Sun hurriedly laughed to mediate. Come on, don't fight over food, we're almost catching up with Du Yugong and his group, from now on we won't have to go hungry anymore. Hearing this, she stopped all her actions and stroked her chin thoughtfully. About that, Dad, is what we're doing right? He asked back, confused, what are you talking about? Sun Yakran looked melancholy and explained, I said we were going to find Du Yugong, but now I'm starting to feel uncertain. If we keep chasing Du Yugong like this, aren't we getting involved in even bigger trouble? Recalling the fearful kneeling posture of the Nine Dragon sect leader, she clicked her tongue and lamented. Who would have thought there would be so many people chasing Du Yugong? Even that Nine Dragon sect leader suddenly appeared and rambled on with us, and then there was that Baldy from the village with no criminals. Sun Yakran still clearly remembered the disheveled and torn appearance of the young master when they arrived. He was hugging his head in a panic, muttering, they're going to Yangtze, I'm sure of it. She looked at the young master hugging his bald head and shook her head in admiration. You look like you've been beaten to a pulp. Hearing the story, Cheon Young also fearfully stroked his shiny black hair, muttering, being completely bald and getting your hair plucked out looks so miserable. Just then, Sun Yakran suddenly glared and shouted, but even if Du Yugong is really handsome, he's not allowed to kill people indiscriminately. You ruthless guy, even if you're handsome, isn't that going too far? As soon as she finished speaking, Kwangsa chimed in, I disagree with young miss, cough cough, yes, this time he even killed ordinary people who didn't know martial arts. He glanced around at the people sitting around the table and asked in a low voice, I wonder if we're on the right path with these people who treat human lives like grass. After a moment of contemplation, Ja Sun slowly opened his mouth, even so. He frowned and said, we still have to head to Yangtze. I've already had someone contact the stronghold Yangtze. Even if we don't follow Du Yugong and his group, we can find a hideout there. Kwang Issei and Cheon Young lowered their heads in silence after hearing this. Sun Yakran, seeing the atmosphere seemed heavy, quickly spoke, Yangtze, it's been a while, why do you all look like you're attending a funeral? Are you so afraid of dying? Don't worry. She winked playfully and patted her chest confidently. If the situation becomes critical, I'll personally handle Du Yugong. The three Ja Sun, upon hearing this, were wide-eyed and open-mouthed, their faces filled with astonishment. Seeing that no one was responding to her, Sun Yakran was a little annoyed. waving her hand a few times and asking, "What's wrong? Why are you all silent?" Finally, she honestly admitted her mistake. "Damn it, alright, I misspoke." Then, Sun Yakran turned to face the corner, muttering, "I was planning to sleep with him once, but now it's ruined." Ja Sun, upon hearing these words, couldn't believe it and stared blankly. She saw her father holding his head in sorrow and happily laughed encouragingly. "Father, don't be sad anymore. Let's quickly set off for Yangtze," not knowing the letter had been sent to school. At this moment, amidst the vast sea of water, lush green hills appeared under the bright sunlight. On the wide river, rafts of wood passed by busily, and a large dragon boat with a strong presence moved arrogantly. On the deck of the boat, a person dressed in extremely wealthy clothes looked thoughtfully at the paper in his hand. That person was the leader of the stronghold Yangtze, the Dongting Dragon King. He looked at the information in the letter in his hand and frowned thoughtfully. "Who are Peng Chion and Du Yugong that they dare to come here?" Bu Twigik sat properly on the back of the fairy crane, moving everywhere. Finally, he landed at the residence of the drunkard, smoky bones covering the space. He was a man of the 7 heavenly master, got off the back of the fairy crane, frowned and asked the person in front, "Have you found that drunkard yet?" You facing Bu Twigik also replied confusedly, "I haven't found it yet." That was Manmyo Sin-gun of the 7 heavenly master. He looked at Bu Twigik extremely nervously and said, "It seems he knows we are chasing him, so he left earlier." He heard him say that and also silently lowered his head. On his forehead there were clear layers of wrinkles. Just like him, the shadowless thieves had also ran away. Manmyo Sin-gun, hearing Bu Twigik report the news, didn't know what to say and just quietly thought. He was a little angry in his heart. The image of the two people running away appeared in his head again, the shadowless thieves and the drunkard. Surely they had ruined the god's achievement of the benevolent landlord, then caught the radiant sphere and then escaped. Standing in the room, Manmyo Sin-gun raised his hand and rubbed his white mustache, focusing on his thoughts. If both of them are not here, then in the end. But he did not have time to complete his line of thought had been interrupted by another person. Ju Yenjin came in from the outside and called softly, "Sixth Master." She was a disciple of the 7 heavenly master, with a cold and emotionless face, continued to report the situation to him. "It seems that this information has been leaked. Should we continue to pursue?" Manmyo Sin-gun was a little uncomfortable, turning his head and staring at her, replied, "No, don't chase anymore, just wait and see." His arm lifted up, gently placed on Ju Yangin's head. She blankly looked up, her eyes suspiciously asked, "Wait for what?" Manmyo Sin-gun looked down directly at her. His eyebrows furrowed with a little calculation. If they stole this seal, they certainly will not stop there. They certainly will covet other seals. We just go there and wait. This place is done. Let's go to the second seal outside. Heavy raindrops were constantly falling down on the white cloths hung high. In a cave of the deep forest, the space was strangely quiet. Only the sound of rain was disturbing the quiet. The drunkard sat cross-legged, crouched in a corner of the cave. In his heart he was still thinking, in the end, why am I? He was extremely uncomfortable. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. The 7 heavenly master were chasing after father. Father should be careful to run away, being chased by the 7 heavenly master. Then the drunkard was overwhelmed with feelings of helplessness and guilt by his own thoughts. His head lowered deeper, buried in his 2 arms. "I am sorry, my only son." Suddenly from afar, someone was approaching him. The tall figure of that person blocked the light, so their face could not be seen temporarily. But the voice of that person echoed to the front, in the voice full of sarcasm and mockery, "You only dare to hide and hide in this place." The drunkard must have guessed who was approaching him, fearfully turned around. His teeth clenched together. The shadowless thief slowly appeared in the space. In the palm of his hand was hiding a terrible force rushing straight towards the drunkard. He shot each bunch of energy towards him, shouted out a confirmation of the nature of the question. "Surely you have taken the radiant sphere." The drunkard fell backwards in fear, but the attacks of the shadowless thieves were coming at an incredible speed, so he could not avoid it. Behind him, his back hit hard against the large rocks on the cave wall. In front of the drunkard, helplessly clenched his teeth. His hands crossed in front of his chest to block the powerful attack. He widened his eyes and looked at the shadowless thieves, trying to shout loudly and quickly explain himself. "I have only been in Xiangyang recently. I have never touched anything of the 7 heavenly masters." Stop. The shadowless thieves was reaching out to catch him, but after hearing those words, he quickly stagnated, furrowed his eyebrows, suspiciously questioned, "Not you do?" He saw the shadowless thieves finally stopped attacking. Fatigue and fear made him sit down, panting. "I have never heard of the name the Radiant Sphere. Injustice for me too." He reached back and grabbed the gourd of wine and pulled it out. Immediately after that, the gourd of wine was thrown to the drunkard. He was given the opportunity to reach out to receive it. The shadowless thieves helplessly sat down right next to the drunkard. Annoyed vented his feelings. Someone took the 7 heavenly masters' radiant sphere, so we were suspected and chased. He tilted his head back and poured the wine into his mouth, frowned as if or not offered a plan, or we just surrender. The shadowless thieves incomprehensibly turned to gnash his teeth and glared at the drunkard. Surrender? Didn't steal what surrender? After drinking a good sip of wine, he smiled refreshingly, just reached out and wiped his mouth while answering, I mean we go there to talk clearly. After taking a sip, the drunkard threw it away. His eyes were sharper. Then the 2 of us will capture the real thief and hand him over to the 7 heavenly master. The shadowless thieves quickly reached out and caught the gourd of wine in his hand. He jumped up, agreed with the opinion of the drunkard. The spirit also soared. Yes, can't hide from the 7 heavenly master forever. The face of the shadowless thieves became extremely determined, raising his voice with the drunkard. Get ready quickly, let's go catch the damn thief. The scene shifts to Hubei Wuhan, where a few sparse people are standing right by the pier, where many boats are moving back and forth. As Du Yugong clutches Peng Chion's arm, tears streaming down. He tilts his head and screams in pain. Stop it, I'll never run away from you again. Peng Chion, utterly enraged, tightens his grip on his arm even more, with his other hand clenched into a fist. He threatens in a cold voice, I'm truly amazed by your mobility arts, master. I never expected I'd have to resort to Burning Shadow. Burning Shadow is a martial art that uses vital energy to condense into a tattoo on the body. Once it's etched onto someone, they can be tracked down even from thousands of miles away. His hand gently moves on his shoulder, the force in his hand gradually increasing, but his tone gradually softens. Master, please try to endure it a little longer. Du Yugong grits his teeth, staring at the place where the hand is placed on his shoulder, with a hint of resentment. Why do I always have to suffer like this? In the silent space, only the sound of water crashing against the shore from moving boats can be heard. Suddenly, his scream echoes through the clear blue sky. A moment later, the burning shadow on his shoulder becomes scorching hot, and smoke rises from his shoulder. Du Yugong turns pale and trembles all over. Peng Chion stands beside him, bowing respectfully and saying, Master is about to disembark. You should rest a bit. Finally, Du Yugong regains his composure, sits up straight and adjusts his clothes. What do you mean, disembark? This is just a lake. Even if we take a boat on the lake, we'll still just be going around in the lake. Peng Chion stands up straight, clasps his hands behind his back, and walks along the corridor. That's right, but this lake connects to the Yangtze. He then recounts the situation to Du Yugong. Following the flow of the Yangtze will lead to Dongting Lake in Hunan. Dongting Lake is where the master will obtain the 2nd seal. Du Yugong's eyes darken, and he thinks to himself, the best way to escape from Peng Chion is to quickly obtain the seal. But then, with some doubt, he raises his head, looks directly at Peng Chion, and says, Peng Chion, I have a feeling this path isn't the path to becoming a lord, but the path to unifying the world. He immediately looks directly into his eyes and replies earnestly, if it's convenient, unifying the world would be a good thing too. Peng Chion gradually moves behind him, closes his eyes, and pretends to be calm. It's good to have sewing and embroidery as a side job. Du Yugong's face darkens, and he thinks to himself, don't talk about unifying the world with that tone. Du Yugong helplessly interrupts Peng Chion. My point is, there shouldn't be any meaningless sacrifices in the process of obtaining the seal. If we slaughter like we did at the Black Dragon Union, we'll get caught up in Jianghu grudges again. He sits casually on the chair and slowly explains to Peng Chion, getting involved in the path of unifying the world will delay the acquisition of the seal. Do you understand my meaning? His face brightens up after being enlightened by Du Yugong. Yes, master. Your subordinate also hopes that you can quickly obtain the seal. Starting from the 2nd seal, your subordinate will pay special attention to not causing any commotion. He picks up the teacup on the table, wipes away the sweat, and sighs with great relief. Good. That's why I've decided not to stay at the Yangtze River stronghold. I can't let the Green Forest incident happen again. Peng Chion raises a hand, somewhat hesitantly, to inform Du Yugong of the situation. Master, the seal is located under Dongting Lake, so you need to know how to swim and dive to get it, and to learn how to swim and dive. Your subordinate believes that the leader of the Yangtze River stronghold, the Dongting Dragon King, can help the master. Du Yugong is a little unhappy and rebuts Peng Chion in his heart. He's not the only one who's good at diving. Any boatman can teach me. As he raises his hand and clears his throat, preparing to say something, He angrily slams his hand on the table beside him. Do you dare to disobey me? Pung Cheon respectfully bows his head to appease the situation. I wouldn't dare. Everything will be done according to the master's wishes. Then, your subordinate asks for permission to go find a boat. Before the door is completely closed by Pung Cheon, Du Yugong, still with that unpleasant expression, says after him, Okay, remember to be quiet, don't cause any commotion. In the last moment, a glint of murderous intent flashes in his eyes, with a look of helplessness that cannot be expressed in words. Do you understand? Some time later, a boat with a carefully carved dragon head is brought before him. The surrounding air seems to be covered in a layer of mist. Du Yugong stands on the deck, looks up at the dragon head, and marvels. This boat is called the Eastern Dragon Ship. How interesting. Pung Cheon slowly speaks from behind him, explaining why they are standing on this boat. Dragons have always symbolized the masters of heaven and earth, so your subordinate was very pleased and decided to choose this boat. Du Yugong observes the Eastern Dragon Ship and softly marvels. It must have cost a lot to get a whole ship this big. Pung Cheon happily boasts of his accomplishments in a very nonchalant voice. Your subordinate bought this boat at a cheap price. They were really good people. Hearing him say that, the image of Pung Cheon in Du Yugong's heart shines even brighter. Pung Cheon, I didn't expect you to handle everything so smoothly. You're finally starting to become more like a person. Then he begins to look around at the boat next door, where many other passengers are waiting. They are reaching out their hands as if to greet him, with a slightly confused expression. He marvels in his heart. It's been a long time since I've lived like a human, it's good. Du Yugong thinks they want to talk to him, so he raises his hand and greets them. Is greeting strangers the culture of boatmen? He tries to force a flattering smile, his eyes closing into a straight line, and waves his hand. Hopefully, this peace will last forever. Suddenly, a series of anchors are thrown onto the side of the Eastern Dragon Ship decisively. The people opposite all advance fiercely, pulling hard, causing the two boats to move close together. Everyone is holding a sharp and deadly sword, shouting angrily, How dare you steal a boat from the White Dragon clan today? I will kill you with my own hands. Du Yugong doesn't understand what's happening, so he stares blankly with wide eyes. Pung Cheon, standing behind him, is quicker without a word. He grabs the hilt of the sword that is stuck behind his back. He quickly swings his sword back and forth to warm up his limbs. Each sword stroke is so fast that only long streaks of light can be seen. Seeing the people on the other boat swinging along the anchor cables to come to the boat he is standing on, Du Yugong helplessly asks, Steal. He can't understand this situation. His face hardens with discomfort as he looks at Pung Cheon standing beside him. Wasn't it bought? The gray-haired guy on the opposite side rushes up first, impatiently. He angrily grips his sword and shouts threateningly, Shut up, you have no way out. Pung Cheon also prepares and rushes towards another guy who is preparing to attack him. Deng Muguk is filled with murderous intent, his face full of tension, his arms and legs swinging forward to rush faster. He shouts at him, Prepare to die. Pung Cheon's huge sword is also swung high, its speed incredibly fast, creating a large whirlwind. Deng Muguk's terrifying face is reflected in his sharp sword blade immediately after. With just one blow, Deng Muguk was sent flying hundreds of meters away, blood streaming from his nose in a straight line through the air. His subordinates cried out in fear, Hall Master. They quickly regained their composure, stomped their feet to gain momentum, and charged forward, seeking revenge for that scoundrel Deng Muguk. Pung Cheon remained calm, gripping the hilt of his sword behind his back, and advanced forward without hesitation. His speed was astonishing as he darted past them one by one. In a flash, he had eliminated all those who intended to attack him. The last bald man standing was the last one to have his head grabbed by Pung Cheon. He looked up in stunned disbelief and only managed to utter one syllable, warehouse. Immediately afterward, Pung Cheon hurled him into the sea, to be bait for the big fish. Water splashed everywhere from the powerful impacts of the large muscular bodies. Deng Muguk then emerged from the water, his face still in a daze, not understanding what was happening. Around him were pools of water created by his subordinates being thrown in. The subordinates, beaten and in pain, could only groan and scream, my head, my neck. Deng Muguk couldn't believe his eyes, looking up at the situation in despair. Had they all been defeated in an instant? He bit his fingertip until it bled, secretly calculating, I can't accept this humiliation any longer. Immediately, Deng Muguk gritted his teeth and ordered in a low voice, Everyone destroy the ship. Deng Muguk grinned wickedly, still dreaming that he could win this battle. I'll show you the consequences of relying solely on strength and acting recklessly. The sound of Peng Qion throwing people into the sea continued to echo. On board the Eastern Dragon ship, Du Yugong's face darkened, and he glared at Peng Qion with murderous intent, coldly questioning. Peng Qion, didn't you say you paid the full rental fee for the ship? Then why are they saying you stole it? He feigned innocence, lowered his head with an extremely wronged expression, clenched his fists, and replied, I paid in full, master. Du Yugong was moved by this act. Slowly reassessing the situation, looking at his face, it seemed like he really did pay. He bowed his head in thought, while those who had been beaten were slowly moving towards the boat to destroy it. Peng Qion witnessed all of this. He turned to look at the small boat they had abandoned earlier and reminded Du Yugong, master, we should leave here first. Without hesitation, the two jumped from the large ship down to the small boat, landing firmly on its deck. As they stood steady, everything around them suddenly began to shake violently. Deng Muguk's voice echoed through the air, now's the time. He shouted loudly to his subordinates to give the order, destroy the ship, both the Eastern Dragon ship and the speedboat. Du Yugong was stunned by the tremors, temporarily not understanding what was happening. At the same time, he felt the bottom of the boat being pierced with large holes by those men. Du Yugong began to feel a little pressure, looking around in confusion. Damn it, if this continues we're going to sink. He looked at Peng Qion, who was standing on the same boat, and asked anxiously, Peng Qion, can you dive? At the same time, Deng Muguk, underwater, was extremely pleased with what he was doing, gleefully shouting upwards, die together. Peng Qion remained silent, looking down below, temporarily not uttering a single word. Du Yugong became anxious and called out to him again, Peng Qion, Peng Qion. Only now did he tell Du Yugong what he was thinking, we need to fix the boat right away, master. He began to observe the surrounding space, except for the two boats that had been floating on the sea. There was no sign of anything else. Du Yugong anxiously asked again, fix the boat in this desolate place. From another direction, a boat carrying a family of 3 happily admired the sea together. The father asked, do you think the scenery here is amazing? The child eagerly leaned out to observe. Yes, it looks like the real sea. Suddenly, a large splash of water in the distance caught their attention. The mother cheerfully pointed to her son. Look, son, water splashing everywhere. There must be a lot of fish here. The boy's face lit up, and he cheered excitedly. Oh, so many. I've never seen fish with human faces before. But it wasn't a fish. It was Deng Muguk trying to relax his body and float to the surface along with his companions. The mother, stunned, covered her son's eyes. The two parents were pale with fear, not understanding what was happening in front of them. Du Yugong, standing next to him, heard what the boy said. He only knew helplessly embraced the head of the person-faced fish. Peng Qion approached him from behind and reported, Sir, I let one of them get away, please forgive me. He simply glanced over and replied, it's all right, the reaction was very good. He looked at Deng Muguk lying on his back under the sea, and asked puzzledly, it seems you are just the commander, what is your name? He was covered in wounds, reluctantly glanced at him and replied, Deng Muguk, 7th Hall Master of the White Dragon clan. Du Yugong, after fighting a battle, still wanted to find out the truth, looking down at Deng Muguk with cold eyes. Deng Muguk, we paid enough for the boat rental, so why did you say we stole the boat? His face darkened, so angry he wanted to get up and shout you. Deng Muguk shouted at a nearby subordinate, are you sure you received the money? He lowered his head helplessly, and quickly replied to his hall master's question. Yes, I received the money. Hearing this, Du Yugong showed that he understood everything. Peng Qion paid in full. There must be some misunderstanding here. Deng Muguk was trembling with anger. Only his head sticking out of the water had to scream in anger. You received the money and you dare to deceive me, you bastard, I will not let you rest. But it wasn't just a misunderstanding, the subordinate was shaking with anger. His face was pale. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed together, expressing his feelings, but he only gave 1 silver coin, only 1 coin, and he wanted to rent the Eastern Dragon ship. How is that possible? Everyone fell silent when they knew the truth. A series of incomprehensible, stunned and murderous eyes were all shot at Peng Qion in a flash. He knew the disaster he had caused, so he looked up at the sky, not daring to face anyone. Du Yugong turned around and shouted in embarrassment, Peng Qion. He still seemed to reply as a matter of course. His head bowed very respectfully to him, master. They should be grateful for receiving that amount of money. Because Yugong couldn't stand it anymore, he pointed his finger straight at his face. His face twitched and shouted, shut up, I have told you so many times. Quickly completing the goal is the wise choice. Do you like to bully weaklings like the White Dragon clan? Peng Qion at this time also stopped arguing and bowed his head to admit his mistake. His subordinate was truly blameworthy. Deng Muguk was lying underwater, listening to the whole conversation with his face darkened with anger. Are we weak, this brat? Peng Chion was not having it easy either. He got angry and took everything out on him. He still had a long way to go. Did he intend to lie there and rest? Those who had attacked and destroyed the two boats immediately swam closer, no longer floating on their backs in the sea. Oh no. A boat with an elaborate large dragon head once again set sail in the thick fog. Peng Chion stared straight ahead. His eyes narrowed suspiciously as he called out to him, Master. The two of them seemed to be facing a more difficult problem as the boat got closer and closer. Peng Chion said coldly, It seems bloodshed is unavoidable. Du Yugong also watched vigilantly in that direction. With no other choice, Peng Chion gripped the hilt of his sword, ready for battle, and reported, I request permission to attack first. The boat then stopped, and a figure emerged from the ship's deck. He looked down at the two people standing guard in front of him with great interest. Are you Du Yugong, young master from Mount Tai? He heard him mention his name and was a little confused, turning to ask, Peng Chion, do you know this person? He also looked at him and quickly replied, This subordinate has never met him. Knowing that the two were talking about him, he clasped his hands together above. I am Gu Yongsu from the Yangtze River stronghold. He introduced himself clearly. His face didn't show any embarrassment at all. He smiled slightly and said very properly, I have been waiting for you two for quite some time. Du Yugong looked up at Gu Yongsu with confusion. You were waiting for us. Finally, the two were invited onto the boat. The Dongting Dragon King Zhongyong, chief of the Yangtze River stronghold, greeted them with a warm smile. Welcome to the Yangtze River stronghold. Du Yugong sat upright across from him and politely replied, Thank you for your welcome, but we are not here to cause trouble. If you don't want us to stay now, we can leave immediately. Peng Chion stood firmly behind him, appearing protective. He bowed his head and frowned slightly, probing slowly. I have heard many things through letters from the Green Forest King. Please feel free to stay as long as you like. I also have some questions. Zhongyong didn't hide his intentions and began the conversation first. I heard that you eliminated the Black Dragon Union on Mount Tai. The destruction of the Black Dragon Union was truly unexpected. Du Yugong quietly closed his eyes and listened from across the room, secretly annoyed. You want to confirm if the destruction of the Black Dragon Union is true? Indeed. This reception was not pleasant. He coldly interrupted, I don't want to mention that again. Two of Jianjiang's subordinates saw that he was disrespectful to their master, and glared fiercely at Du Yugong with their eyes. But Peng Chion was not to be outdone. As soon as he caught the signal, he coldly shouted with great authority, You two, lower your eyes before I gouge them out. Du Yugong helplessly turned his head and waved his hand at him, indicating that he didn't need to go that far. All right, Zhongyong is being very respectful. It's normal for some subordinates to be hot-tempered. Just ignore them. At this point, Peng Chion withdrew his hostility and bowed obediently like a puppy, replying, This subordinate obeys. Zhongyong also smoothed things over, slowly getting up to say goodbye. All right, I'm sure you two are tired after your long journey. Please go to your rooms to rest. We will serve the food in half an hour. He leaned back towards the door and bowed as he left. I wish you two a pleasant rest. As soon as the door closed, it was also the moment when Zhongyong could no longer maintain his composure. The teacup in his hand was thrown violently to the ground, shattering into pieces. He shouted loudly to vent his frustration. Ah, you bastards. He remembered when he coldly said that line to Peng Chion. All right, Zhongyong is being very respectful. His face turned red, his teeth clenched, and his fists clenched with determination. I will destroy you. Looking down at the letterhead placed on the table, Zhongyong became even more furious and clenched his fist, crumpling the paper in the left corner. What? Be careful, son, have you finally become senile? He slammed his hand hard on the table in annoyance, the paper almost torn because of his anger. What you couldn't do, Zhongyong, will do for you. I'll even put fiery red poison in the food. Inside another base, the fog still hung thick around the space. Sun Yakran looked up at her father with some confusion and worry. But father, Uncle Zhongyong surely wouldn't use fiery red poison, would he? The Green Forest King replied to his daughter with a bit of helplessness. I've reminded him. But if he still does it, then he's truly hopeless. Zhongyong anxiously had people carry over a large coffin. He stopped right in front of the screen separating the room where Du Yugong and Peng Chion were staying, secretly pleased in his heart. By now, those two must be dead from fiery red poison. Zhongyong began to imagine things. He saw Du Yugong lying motionless in the coffin without a reaction. Thinking of the scene of them lying in the special coffins, I prepared it, I'm so happy. The number 2 figure of the Yangtze River stronghold, Chosu Taekong, standing next to him glanced at him and offered excitedly, "I have a suggestion. Why don't we just keep the bodies of these two until the Green Forest King arrives?" The chief of Noyong Channel, Gu Ilsong, also waved his arms and joined in from behind. Then the Green Forest will never dare to raise his head in front of the Yangtze River stronghold again. Immediately, Gu Yongsu and the surrounding followers burst out laughing, very pleased with what Gu Ilsong had just said. Zhang Yong gave a sly smile, staring intently at the door, as if wanting to pierce through it to see inside. "That's right. I'm very curious to see the Green Forest King's expression when he sees these two corpses." Thinking that he had defeated Du Yugong and Peng Qion, he confidently kicked down the screen in front of him, still grinning, "Ha ha ha." Zhang Yong still dreamed of seeing him and him collapsing on the floor, spewing blood from their mouths from the poison, shouting loudly with great satisfaction. "How about it? This is the price you pay for daring to mess with the Yangtze River stronghold." But the things in front of him were not as he thought. Zhang Yong turned pale and took a few steps back, gaping in shock. Du Yugong was still sitting there gracefully raising his teacup to his mouth. Peng Qion was sitting opposite him and turned his head to stare at him. Zhang Yong stammered awkwardly, How can you drink tea?" He didn't understand what he meant, frowned and looked at Peng Qion suspiciously. "Just bring it to your mouth and drink it." Peng Qion saw Du Yugong's meaningful eyes. He pushed the chair and immediately stood up. Peng Qion immediately rushed forward and slapped Zhang Yong across the face, angrily cursing, "Dare to be rude to us, are you tired of living?" He could only stare blankly with wide eyes, speechless. The subordinates carrying the coffin in the back and Gu Yongsu looked at him in astonishment. Zhang Yong painfully hugged one side of his swollen cheek. His whole body was shocked by this situation. Finally, Peng Qion noticed the men behind him. He looked at the large coffin that they were carrying on their shoulders and asked suspiciously, "What's that?" When they saw that Peng Qion had called their names, they froze, their eyes widened in fear, their mouths open, but they didn't know what to say. Peng Qion became impatient because he had been waiting for too long. He directly drew the sword on his back and threatened, "I have a way to make you open your mouths." Zhang Yong was kneeling behind, his face pale, his eyebrows furrowed, cursing himself. "I didn't expect both of them to have the impervious to 10,000 poisons level body. I can't let the Yangtze waterway be destroyed like this. How can I justify this?" Seeing that the situation was too tense, Yongsu had no choice but to step forward and take responsibility. "This humble Gu Yongsu asks to speak." As soon as Peng Qion heard this, he decided to wait and see. But he didn't forget to threaten, "If you talk nonsense, I will take your life." Zhang Yong looked up at him with some emotion. "Son." He slyly winked behind him, gave a standard smile, and began to introduce, "This is the instrument of the Yang, a special treasure prepared by the Yangtze waterway. This treasure is made from a combination of dark steel and black iron, based on the laws of the 5 elements. Simply lying on it can increase qi." Peng Qion heard this and was a little suspicious, also somewhat amused. He glanced at Gu Yongsu, "Increase qi, huh?" He closed his eyes and spoke nonsense. Cold sweat had already started to pour out, but it would take at least half a year to see the effect. Zhang Yong heard his son solve the problem and felt a little guilty. Hanging his head low, at first glance, it seemed like a clever improvisation. But anyone experienced in the Jianghu would immediately recognize this as nonsense. On the other side, Peng Qion was also emitting a dense killing intent that enveloped the space. He reached out towards Gu Yongsu, who was closing his eyes in front of him. He didn't dare to move, just waiting for the final judgment for himself. Chosu Taekong in the back had also gripped his sword hilt tightly, waiting. Zhang Yong watched and gritted his teeth, preparing himself in his heart. He was still unwilling. "Damn it, can't we avoid a fight?" Unexpectedly, Peng Qion used his large hand to cup Gu Yongsu's head, gently stroking it with some praise. Then he opened his hand and repeatedly patted the top of his head a few times, leaning over and grinning. "Very good, you wanted to give a gift so much that you had to barge in here like this, huh?" Chosu Taekong and Zhang Yong were so surprised that their mouths dropped open. All movement stopped. That actually worked. Du Yugong, sitting next to him, was also stunned and didn't understand what was happening. He secretly glanced at him and thought, "Even your master is suspicious." Everything that just happened was just an interlude. Peng Qion turned around, sheathed his sword, and walked back inside to deliver his judgment. "However, it's true that you have been disrespectful to the master. I will report to the master and will punish you according to his wishes." He walked in front of Du Yugong, closed his eyes, and respectfully waited for orders. "Please give your command." Du Yugong quickly ran through his thoughts. He also recognized the irregularities in this matter. Although suspicious, if these people were really wrong, Peng Qion would have drawn his sword. It's best to warn these people first. Waiting with his eyes closed for the order and not hearing him say anything, Peng Qion opened his eyes, stared at him, and improvised, "Yes, master." Before Du Yugong could understand what was happening, Peng Qion quickly turned around and conveyed the order. "The master is touched by your sincerity and has decided to forgive you this time. Leave the coffin here and retreat." Jianjiang's heart skipped a beat. His face was still swollen, and beads of sweat were constantly flowing. He had escaped death on the surface. He still tried to maintain a calm demeanor to respond, "Yes." After all those people left, Du Yugong stood up, trembling with anger, and faced him. He angrily clenched his fists, widened his eyes, and shouted at Peng Qion, "Peng Qion, why do you always make things up?" He bowed his head and calmly explained his actions. "Master, this is to increase your internal energy. The more internal energy, the better." Du Yugong was so annoyed that he pointed at the coffin, unable to understand what Peng Qion was thinking. "You think that hunk of iron is really useful, then you go lie in it." He was still not angry, but opened his eyes and looked directly at him, pretending to be knowledgeable, and continued, "In our sect, there are many treasures beyond ordinary understanding, and since this is for the master, your subordinate cannot go inside." Staring at the person in front of him, Du Yugong felt extremely frustrated. "It's always like this. No matter what I am, the final decision is still made by Peng Qion." While he was still trying to remain calm, his whole body still trembling with discomfort, two maids walked in from outside. "Excuse us, the Dongting Dragon King sent us to clean up." Ignoring them, Peng Qion smiled and turned to Du Yugong, trying to curry favor. "Master, what do you think about learning to dive from the Dongting Dragon King?" The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Du Yugong grabbed the arm of the chair next to him, gritted his teeth, and thought to himself, "I already told you, what's the point of asking for my opinion?" The next second, without hesitation, he threw the chair straight at Peng Qion's face, shouting to release some anger. "If you've already decided to do as you please, then go do it." He didn't even bother to dodge, but chose to take the full force of Du Yugong's power. The chair shattered into pieces. Peng Qion didn't make an extra movement. He fell face down to the ground without bending at all. The splinters of wood were scattered around where he was lying. Du Yugong felt like he had just punched a cotton ball, unable to calm his anger and becoming even more uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth and stared at Peng Qion lying motionless on the ground. This guy is faking unconsciousness again. But a small, shocking sound in the room brought him back to reality. Du Yugong turned his head to observe the direction the sound came from. The two maids, after witnessing the scene just now, shrunk back. The two girls hugged each other, retreated to the table behind them, and trembled as they looked at him like a living demon. The closer Du Yugong got, the more violently they trembled. Their faces were pale and bloodless. He thought to himself, "Oh, I scared them, my bad." Like a schizophrenic person, Du Yugong tried to soften his facial muscles, gave a faint smile, and raised his hand to reassure them. "Don't tremble anymore, I'm sorry for scaring you." The two maids were so frightened that tears welled up in their eyes, their mouths wide open in fear. A while later, after leaving the room, they returned to report to Zhang Yong after hearing it. He was very angry and shouted, "Is this guy crazy?" One of the two maids, still trembling with fear, bowed her head and slowly recounted what she saw. "I've never seen anyone with such distinct split personalities." Not only did he not suspect anything about the food, but he was also busy beating his subordinates. Zhang Yong stood aside, not knowing what to say. In his heart, he was still a little scared. In the Jianghu, the most frightening person is, of course, someone with high martial arts skills, but someone even more frightening is someone who is both highly skilled in martial arts and insane. The most dangerous person hides behind his subordinates. For him, Du Yugong and Peng Qion were two dangerous, uncontrollable entities. Yangsu felt that his father was wavering a bit, so he raised his hand and spoke softly, "Father, I have something to say." He stared at the plate of food and the tea on the table, and suspiciously voiced his thoughts. "I suspect there's something wrong with the fiery red poison. Medicine or poison has an expiration date." Chosu Taekong, hearing this, seemed to suddenly awaken. His eyes lit up and he chimed in, "You're right, who could withstand the fiery red poison?" Zhang Yong saw that what he said made sense, so he turned to agree, "You're right. Then let's try it." Before everyone could say anything, a hasty arm reached out to grab the food. "Then let me try it." Gu Ilsong didn't hesitate to put the food in his mouth, chewing it thoroughly in front of the shocked people around him. He was then still able to raise his hand to wipe his mouth, close his eyes and laugh mockingly. "Ha ha, it seems the poison has weakened." But before he could finish his sentence, Gu Ilsong collapsed without a sound, and blood gushed from his mouth. No one had time to react. Jianjiang's face darkened as he looked at him. Chosu Taekong, next to him, was also stunned. "Didn't the poison weaken?" Jong Yong angrily slammed his hand on the table, causing him to jump in surprise and turn around. He gritted his teeth, his whole body tensing up so that his veins were clearly visible, and he shouted to release all his feelings. Who are those bastards? Night fell, and Jong Yong lay peacefully in bed with the Dongting Dragon King's wife. He couldn't help but think about Peng Cheon and Du Yugong. The poison didn't work, so it seems the only way is to use force, or when he's sound asleep, I'll stab him with a knife. Just then, a surge of murderous intent rushed in, causing Jong Yong to open his eyes in alarm. In the dark night, Peng Cheon, with gleaming eyes, was gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. A decisive sword strike plunged straight into his knee. If it had been off by a little, the point of impact would have been Jeonjeong's head. He opened his eyes wide in fear, biting his lip to keep from making a sound. After everything was over, Jong Yong lay still without moving, glancing at Peng Cheon, stammering, "Why? Why did you do that?" He casually replied, "Don't you know the reason?" The murderous aura that Peng Cheon emitted was immense. He glanced at him like a tasty prey, coldly threatening. "The door was smashed to pieces, you know." In a moment, a warning bell went off in Jeonjeong's head. Things are not looking good. He recalled the moment when Gu Yongsu introduced to everyone, "This is the instrument of the Yong, a rare treasure carefully prepared by the stronghold Yangtze." His eyes shone with extreme fear, sweat pouring down, constantly begging, "Please, spare my life." Peng Cheon coldly looked down at Jong Yong from above, his face half in shadow, threatening, "The master doesn't want to cause more trouble, otherwise you would have lost your lives long ago." Jong Yong, seeing him solemnly inform him, immediately knew better, and looked over. "I guarantee, I won't act foolishly again." Peng Cheon finally pulled his sword out of the pillow next to him. This attitude was considered acceptable. "You still have some value, so I will spare your life this time." Jeonjeong's face darkened, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm alive." But things weren't just a gentle reminder like that. Peng Cheon turned around, made a fist, and thrust it hard into Jeonjeong's stomach. He painfully opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his whole body arching up out of instinct. Immediately after, Jong Yong had a pillow pressed over his face by Peng Cheon, who pressed down hard with his weight, causing him to gasp for breath. He punched hard down below his chest, extending to his stomach. The painful screams of Jong Yong were swallowed in his throat. Finally, Jeonjeong's whole body trembled violently. His arm, which had been slightly raised, also cramped up, and groans burst out through the pillow. After a while, his arm lost all strength and fell limp to his side. All of Peng Cheon's movements stopped immediately after that. He glared at Jong Yong and sneered, "Humph, trying to play dead, huh?" Even though he knew the truth was that he was fine, Peng Cheon still stopped torturing him and turned around and left, leaving Jong Yong with final instructions and threats. "Absolutely no action, no matter how small, that harms the master, and you are not allowed to say any offensive words. Remember that the master is as important as your own life." In an instant, Peng Cheon's figure and presence in the room disappeared. The Dongting Dragon King's wife, lying on the bed, had her back to him since when? The pillow pressed tightly on Jeonjeong's face, because it was no longer pressed down by Peng Cheon's weight, slowly swelled up in a curve as before. He reached out and removed the cumbersome pillow, revealing a pale face, tearful eyes, and lips pursed in pain. The Dongting Dragon King's wife sat up from beside him. She had witnessed everything since just now. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly in sympathy. "It's fortunate that you are still safe." Her eyes stared at her husband, beginning to recount what had happened. "When I was prepared to sacrifice myself to face the worst situation, he sent a telepathic message to me." At that time, she was still lying in bed, with her back facing where Peng Cheon was standing. He plunged his sword hard into the back of the Dongting Dragon King's wife, and used a cold voice to warn, "If you know what's good for you, I'll spare your life." Jong Yong, after being beaten, gradually realized the truth, painfully tearfully looking at her and recounting, "What he just said earlier seems to be the truth. It's best not to mess with that young master." Du Yugong's face appeared like a demon in Jeonjeong's heart. He seemed to have learned his lesson after the beating. The night gradually retreated, leaving a clear blue sky and warm sunshine. The sun's rays shone down on the large boat bobbing on the sea. Inside a room of the boat, Du Yugong and Peng Cheon were sitting across from each other at a large table. He gracefully lifted a cup of tea in his hand. Du Yugong's face shone with great satisfaction, and he smiled approvingly as he drank the tea in the cup. "The food of the Yangtze River stronghold is quite delicious." Du Yugong thought back to the things he had experienced in the past. "Although I used to suffer from their poison in Green Forest, they couldn't have been settled either. Suddenly, Du Yugong became extremely alert when he sensed that something was wrong. Peng Qion had also noticed this change, and at the same time as him, turned his head to look in one direction. This feeling. Jia Sun and his daughter were slowly advancing on the deck of the boat. In contrast to her father's serious appearance, Sun Yakran happily observed everything around her. Zhang Yong and a few of his subordinates came out to greet them. Long time no see. Jia Sun frowned but also politely replied to him, "It's good to see you again." The two men at the head of two different places grabbed each other's hands. The pressure created by the two men was immense, spreading throughout the surrounding space. Jianjiang's subordinates raised their hands to shield their faces, their bodies leaning back slightly due to the immense pressure, their eyes wide with surprise, exclaiming in their hearts, "Just a handshake creates such terrible pressure." The two leaders are equally matched. They walked behind the two men, constantly assessing and observing. This was the crucial appointment that would determine the future between Green Forest and the Yangtze River stronghold. Suddenly, Jia Sun stopped walking, his face a little serious, and spoke, cutting off the tense atmosphere. "Hey, you were beaten by Peng Qion, right?" Jianjiang's face was no better, silently answering his question. "Don't mention it. He beat me so badly that I rolled around several times." Jia Sun shot a sad look, feeling a little sympathy for the person next to him. "Come on, don't be sad, I was also beaten by him." Zhang Yong heard that, his face relaxed, and he felt a little gleeful in his heart. "Really, ha ha ha, hearing that I feel less resentful." Then he moved forward a few steps, stood in front of the partition, and turned his head to instruct. "The Du Yugong and Peng Qion that you want to meet are right in front of you, except for Chosu Taekong. Everyone else should leave quickly." They stopped right in front of the door, taking a deep breath to prepare themselves before facing him. Finally, having mustered up the courage, Jia Sun also reached out and slowly opened the separating screen, revealing the space inside. He loudly shouted towards the inside, his face shining with extreme worry. "Lord, are you still okay?" Du Yugong still sat quietly in place, looking at him awkwardly, asking, "Green Forest, why have you appeared here?" Peng Qion, sitting opposite him, also pushed his chair out and slowly stood up. Sun Yakran was probably the only calm person in this room. She happily ran straight to him, hugged him tightly, and asked with a smile, "Hey, are you okay?" Du Yugong was extremely flustered by this situation. He stepped back in a hurry and said, "Stay away." She reluctantly smiled at him. "Hee, why so cold?" Humph. After twisting her tone, she stopped clinging to him and looked in the opposite direction. Sun Yakran jumped up and down with innocence, waving her arms continuously. "Wow, Lord Peng Qion, it's been so long since I've seen you." Peng Qion also withdrew his cold, fierce look and stiffly turned to raise his hand in response. But just a second later, he did an about-face, waved his hand and sent Sun Yakran flying, angrily turning his head to question the others. "The master told you to be quiet. How dare you enter here without permission?" Jia Sun clasped his hands together, his face dark as he looked at his daughter, who had been hit and stuck to his door. He felt pain in his heart. "I told you to stay still." Then he bowed respectfully and said, "When you were with me, I didn't realize it. But when you left, I understood that your presence was a great favor." Sun Yakran laughed through her tears when she heard Jia Sun say that, jumping up in shock. Weren't you happy when I left?" Du Yugong seemed to be slapped in the face by those words, coldly looking at Jia Sun and urging, "Come on, tell the truth. What's the purpose of you coming here?" Peng Qion, standing next to him, also grabbed the hilt of his sword, ready to fight at any moment. He powerfully drew his sword, pointing it straight at him and his accomplices, threatening, "If you dare to say any more nonsense, don't expect a chance to regret it." Immediately, Jia Sun's face turned pale with fear. His attitude also became much more tense and respectful, bowing his head lower and reporting, "Please forgive us, our Green Forest is being forced into punitive force." Du Yugong heard this and was a little thoughtful. His face darkened as he bowed his head, thinking of the lighting child. Green Forest punitive force. This is getting more and more complicated. I'm having trouble dealing with the assassins and the demonic cult. And now there's the Green Forest punitive force too. Peng Qion became uneasy after hearing this, the sword in his hand ready, softly telling him his thoughts. "Master, perhaps we should deal with them immediately." His eyes lit up, still calculating in his head, if it's a punitive force, it will definitely be large-scale and full of masters. If we don't want to get into trouble, according to Peng Qion, killing them is the best way. Murderous aura surrounded Du Yugong's voice, Green Forest King. He was so frightened at this moment that his face tightened, and sweat began to fall. "Please give your orders." Du Yugong, on the opposite side, was silently thinking, carefully arranging each of his words in his head. Then he grabbed his head in frustration, finally not making the decision to slaughter everyone. "You must never be careless. Remember to be vigilant and hide yourselves well. Remember, if you are discovered, you will see how fast Peng Chion's sword is. Ja Sun heard these words as if he had been granted a special favor, startled into a daze, unable to react for a moment. After a moment of blankness, he finally reacted, clasped his hands together, and bowed respectfully. The subordinates and Sun Yakran behind him did the same. "We are extremely grateful for the Lord's generosity. Long live, long live, long live, 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years." Outside, the sunlight also became bright, shining down on the blue sea. The 6 of them sat at the same table. Cho Su-tae-kong was the first to break the silence. "Haha, what a surprise, I didn't expect the Green Forest King to shout, 'Long live.'" He showed no respect for the people opposite him, continuously laughing and joking. The way he groveled and begged for mercy looked so natural. I wonder if he'll play dead if Peng Chion beats him up later. Eun-yeom-jio and Gong Chu-sang were so angry that they trembled, standing up and shouting, "You idiot." While Cho Su-tae-kong was still laughing and joking happily, someone swung a fist. Jong Yong angrily swung his fist hard, punching him out of everyone's dining table 8 feet away. His face was contorted to the extreme, his fist still clenched and unable to be released, shouting at Cho Su-tae-kong, "You little brat, you've never been beaten by Peng Chion, so you can say these words." Then he tried to calm himself, turning to look at the Green Forest King and asking, "Ja Sun, who are those crazy people?" Ja Sun helplessly bowed his head, not knowing how to answer, sweat pouring out like a stream. "If I knew, I wouldn't have fallen into this situation." Jong Yong heard this and glanced at him. "Now I have to find out." Ja Sun still bowed his head thoughtfully. "Don't be curious, they are not easy people to deal with." Then his voice sounded mysterious, especially Du Yugong. "His personality is very unpredictable. He is a very erratic person, killing whoever he wants, forgiving whoever he wants, completely depending on his will." Jong Yong was already very tired at this moment, his face pale and standing still, not daring to act rashly anymore. Suddenly on the other side, Peng Chion came out to the hallway and shouted loudly, "Hey, you, why are you standing trembling alone in the hallway like that?" Ja Sun and Jong Yong saw him walking over and slowly sat down, shrinking back and being more careful. "Is there anything you need help with?" He approached the table where the two were sitting and pretended to be cold. "I have carefully considered you." A flash of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, solemnly looking down at Jong Yong and Ja Sun. "There is only one way for you to survive." A moment later, Peng Chion stood outside the room where Du Yugong was sitting, slowly reporting, "Master, this subordinate has brought the people here." He looked outside, a little surprised, where Peng Chion was bowing his head and walking in. Who did you bring here?" Faintly behind the screen was the soft flap of a dress with a gentle natural pink color, and a hairpin with a few feathers and petals was also securing the person's long, soft hair. Du Yugong's face suddenly turned red. He looked forward to it and turned his head to stare outside. That person is Eun-yeom-jio, Gong Chu-sang and Ja Sun were all wearing women's clothing, their hair neatly tied up. Ja Sun's long beard was also braided into a thick braid in front of his chest. He shyly flirted with Du Yugong. "From now on, we will live as women." Du Yugong's face darkened, his whole body trembled, his teeth gently biting his lip to prevent himself from laughing out loud, secretly thinking in his heart, "Green Forest, you dare to do this?" Peng Chion coldly looked at the 3 people and asked in a hoarse voice, "Ah, master, are you not satisfied?" All 3 of them were frightened, silently bowing their heads, waiting for Du Yugong's answer as if it were a verdict. Eun-yeom-jio could not stand this feeling of oppression and was the first to shout loudly in desperation, We tried our best." Du Yugong also said to himself, "Yeah, you really tried your best." Gong Chu-sang thought he was smart, raised his hand and scratched his collar, revealing his muscular chest. "Indeed, we should show more skin." The more he heard and saw, the more helpless he became. "Don't, you should cover up more." Ja Sun, the leader, was even braver, holding the puff in his hand, his eyebrows furrowed in resignation. "If you don't like it, I'll put on even more makeup." Du Yugong really wanted to curse. "How much further are you planning to embarrass yourselves?" He sat up straight, staring ahead, his whole body stiff. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect Green Forest to be so serious about cross-dressing. If I'm going to respect Green Forest's feelings, I can't laugh." All 3 leaders of Green Forest were extremely serious, trying to become better in his eyes for their own survival. But Du Yugong couldn't stay serious for long. After only a few seconds, he threw his head back and burst out laughing so hard that tears welled up in his eyes. "Ha ha ha." Du Yugong laughed even louder and louder, laughing so hard he was about to fall out of his chair, unable to stop. Cough, ha ha ha. Peng Chion, who had been standing seriously to one side, also began to throw his head back and laugh. Ha ha ha. But he still paid attention to the surrounding movements, quietly retreating behind Ja-sun, suppressing his laughter. Don't you know how to read his face? Do you want to die? Immediately everyone, whether forced or genuine, had to open their mouths wide and laugh. The laughter echoed throughout the space. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a tear welled up from the corner of Ja-sun's eye. He also stopped his loud laughter at that moment. Immediately after, Sun Yakran also poked her head out from behind the wall next door, pointing at herself and laughing playfully. I've disguised myself as a man. But she quickly felt that something was wrong. The atmosphere inside was extremely strange. One person was laughing, while everyone else only dared to stand still and say nothing. Sun Yakran saw her father's situation, covering her mouth and widening her eyes as she looked at Ja-sun father. He seemed to feel comforted, turning his head to look at her with wide eyes. His eyes also welling up with tears, secretly happy in his heart. Yakran, you're the only one who cares about me. But Ja-sun wasn't happy for long. He immediately froze when he looked directly at Sun Yakran's face. He coldly ordered his daughter, pretending to understand everything thoroughly. Don't lower your hand. Sun Yakran's slender hands moved away from her mouth, revealing a cheerful, smiling face. She stopped pretending and covered her mouth, bursting out laughing, her eyes closing slightly as she sincerely praised. Oh my, you two are so pretty. Jongyong, standing behind her, darkened and didn't know what to say. Ja-sun heard those words, crying silently, gnashing his teeth as he looked at Sun Yakran, secretly complaining, I'm that person's father. Pung Cheon looked at Sun Yakran, retracting his cold expression and smiling boastfully when he heard her praise. What do you think? I personally did the makeup. She also understood his meaning and jumped up, pretending to be excited and trying to please him. That's indeed the great Pung Cheon. In her heart, she was still secretly apologizing to Ja-sun. Hee, father, I'm sorry, I don't want to be like you. After a scene of laughter, Du Yugong could no longer stand it and left his seat, his whole body collapsing to the ground as he laughed madly. Everyone cried silently, closing their eyes and enduring his ridicule. I'm going crazy. His laughter echoed across a vast sea, the sky gradually turning to night. Next to the guardrail, two drunk men staggered, supporting each other. Chui Guansindui put his arm around another guy's shoulder and joked, Hey, watch where you're going, you dare bump into me. Suddenly, the two stopped at a bridge, where a lonely figure was sitting. The drunk Chui Guansindui approached him, pointing at him rudely. What's this? This brat dares to drink alcohol. He began to bully, reaching out to the person. Quickly hand over the red wine to me. The other guy joined in, threatening, You better apologize to me now, you little brat. How dare you drink alcohol? Lighting Child only glanced lightly at the two people in front of him, his eyes sharp and cold. The guy saw him like that and thought he was easy to bully, so he slowly moved closer. Chui Guansindui also waited with his hands on his hips for him to do what he said. Suddenly, Lighting Child tilted the gourd upside down, showing that there wasn't a single drop of alcohol left inside. The lackey saw that he didn't say anything, thought he wanted to hand him the gourd, and shouted loudly, Hey brat, apologize and hurry up. A flash of killing intent appeared in Lighting Child's eyes. He reached out decisively. In just a moment, the two guys in front of him became dumbfounded, their mouths open, their eyes wide, not understanding what had just happened to them. The two of them fell face down in front of him, lying scattered on the ground, making no more sound. Lighting Child looked down coldly at the two men, pointing, I just erased your memories, so be warned. Then he stood up and looked out at the distant sea, his thoughts confused and uncertain. I've followed young master's trail all the way to this place, Dongting Lake. There's no need to cause a disturbance and alert everyone here. Then he began to feel a little worried, but young master has already taken over Green Forest, and now the Yangtze River stronghold. What exactly are you planning, young cult leader? In Lighting Child's thoughts and understanding, young cult leader had always been a mystery since they were in the demonic cult. Nothing about his personality, habits, or martial arts strength was ever revealed. But there was one thing for sure. Young cult leader had practiced the hidden spirit flash, reaching the 5-star realm. 5 years ago, the patriarch of the demonic cult became the strongest person in the world thanks to the hidden spirit flash. The hidden spirit flash was profound and unpredictable, incomparable to anything else. There was no doubt about young cult leader's martial arts aptitude, which is why he needed the 5 evils. Suddenly, Lighting Child angrily stomped on the barrel under his feet, causing it to spill out everywhere. They're still not here. How leisurely are the 5 evils being? I need to rest too. The two guys who had just been knocked out and lost their memories had woken up and were scrambling to get up. They still approached him as before, using the same words as before to provoke Lighting Child. Look, this brat dares to drink alcohol. Quickly hand over the wine to us and apologize immediately. But the situation was completely different now. He was very angry, gnashing his teeth and clenching his fist, causing the wine gourd to crack open. Lighting Child used a little more strength, and the wine gourd immediately shattered into many small pieces. He turned around with murderous aura, clenching his fist and swinging it towards the two guys who were causing trouble for him. You little brats. His powerful punch caused the wooden stakes planted straight into the water to surge violently. On his boat, Jong Yong cried out helplessly, "What?" So it turns out Shingi the drunkard was beaten to a pulp by Lighting Child. His eyes swollen with accusations. He's a branch leader beggar from Hunan, Jong Yong asked, puzzled. What happened to your face, Chuiguan Sindri? He bowed his head and scratched it helplessly. I don't remember, so I don't know what happened. That made him annoyed, Jong Yong coldly snapped. Then quickly tell me why you're here and get out. Shingi the drunkard, unable to open one eye, pointed at his face and resentfully lamented. You're so heartless. Anyway, we came to talk about that, so, have you met leader Baek Yongbu yet? Jianjiang's eyebrows furrowed, his eyes revealing uncertain contemplation. Recently, beggars have been loitering around the Yangtze and Dongting Lake. I was wondering what was going on, so it's because of leader Baek Yongbu, the leader of the White Dragon clan. 8 years ago the White Dragon clan was just a small sect, but suddenly rose to power and abducted the entire area north of the Yangtze. That's why the Yangtze 18 forts became the Yangtze 10 forts. In the end, we had to agree to a truce, but ceded the land north of the Yangtze to the White Dragon clan. He spread his hands out in a gesture of utter helplessness facing Chuiguan Sindri. I thought those beggars were desperate for food and trying to catch fish. I didn't realize the White Dragon clan and the beggars were enemies. He also acted useful and told Jong Yong, I have a few words about the White Dragon clan leader for you to know. He looked up at him with some suspicion. Chuiguan Sindri covered one side of his mouth with his hand, feigning mystery. He put his other hand on his waist. Since it's just speculation, consider it my conjecture. Then he slowly told Jong Yong what he knew. I believe you know about the 10 great evils that we beggars have eliminated. But we couldn't kill the black-hearted reaper, the leader of the 10 great evils. Chuiguan Sindri spoke even softer, trying to keep it a secret. The black-hearted reaper is not only highly skilled in martial arts, but also very good at controlling and manipulating others, and at the art of face-changing. Hearing this, Jianjiang's heart was slightly shaken. His pupils contracted, and his eyebrows furrowed tightly. The art of face-changing. He began to have some dangerous thoughts in his heart. If it's the art of face-changing, then has he changed his appearance to live in seclusion? Jong Yong became more and more silent as he thought, trying to use all the gray matter in his brain to calculate the art of face-changing. The reason the beggars are looking for the White Dragon clan leader is. Finally, a name appeared in his head. The leader of the 10 great evils, the black-hearted reaper, has changed his face and disguised himself as the White Dragon clan leader. This thought shook his heart even more. In another place, a voice rang out, attracting the attention of the White Dragon clan leader. Long time no see. Just as he turned to see who was calling him, Formless Ghost entered, and Spirit-Chasing Ghost respectfully greeted him. The peerless 7 fiends pay their respects to Master. The White Dragon clan leader hunched his back, his face wrinkled in a playful smile. Heh, long time no see, why do you look so miserable? The 3 peerless 7 fiends froze at his teasing, sweating profusely and unable to speak. Formless Ghost was the first to speak, breaking the silence. The 4 who followed me are dead. The White Dragon clan leader almost immediately followed up, asking, the one who killed your sworn brothers broke their necks, right? He looked at him with some helplessness, his tone sincere and pleading. Yes, that's right, I'm here to ask Master for help with this. The White Dragon clan leader frowned in suspicion, raised his hand to gently stroke a few of his white beard and cleared his throat. Come here and let me see. Formless Ghost immediately sat upright in front of him. The White Dragon clan leader placed his hands on his neck and shoulders and exclaimed, It's truly amazing. The neck bones have been completely broken by momentum. He bent over and stared at it, then withdrew his hand and took something out of his coat. Opening his palm, it was a set of sharp silver needles placed inside a glittering gold box. After performing acupuncture, 2 silver needles were inserted directly into 2 acupoints on Formless Ghost's palm. The old man softly said, Now, try circulating your chi. He immediately followed the White Dragon clan leader's words and circulated his chi. The aura around him was quite large. From the needle-pierced holes in Formless Ghost's neck, it flashed slightly. The White Dragon clan leader raised 2 fingers and gently tapped them to calculate. His face wrinkled in surprise as he leaned down to look more closely. It's truly miraculous. The chi that person left behind is holding your acupoints. How could he execute such a sophisticated technique? Having said that, the old man raised 2 fingers, preparing to apply pressure to Formless Ghost's acupoints. In an instant, the old man pressed hard on the necessary acupoints on his body, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. Feeling that his meridians had been cleared, Formless Ghost knelt down, clasped his hands, and bowed very gratefully. "I thank you, master." The old man simply clasped his hands behind his back and coldly asked, "First, tell me who did this." Hearing the old man ask, Formless Ghost pondered, recalling unhappy events. Cold sweat began to break out. He recounted the events that had happened to him and his brothers, the death of his sworn brothers, and the Black Dragon Union. "My neck was injured like this by Pung Cheon." Hearing this, the White Dragon clan leader stiffened and widened his eyes. His reaction as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. "Pung Cheon. He's appeared again." Formless Ghost quietly watched the changes in the old man's emotions, and guessed whether he was a famous figure in the Jianghu. The White Dragon clan leader clasped his hands behind his back and told him what he knew about Pung Cheon. "I only learned about him yesterday from a subordinate who escaped and reported the news. It is said that the Pung Cheon used his people to create a makeshift boat." As he spoke, he was already planning to eliminate him 100 times in his heart. "You dare to recklessly mess with the White Dragon clan. Pung Cheon, you have no more chances." The White Dragon clan leader suddenly curled his fingers, rolled his eyes, and spoke as if possessed. "He's making me too excited. We must prepare a surprise gift for him. We cannot ignore this." Formless Ghost felt a little resentful and confused. A gift? Why not just go kill him? Could this be a subtle way of implying death? Thinking like this, he and his 2 men tensely shouted, "We understand everything." But the gift was just a gift. Immediately after, the White Dragon clan leader brought a large platter of dazzling gold to the faces of the 3 men, causing them to freeze. After giving it to them, the White Dragon clan leader turned and left, quietly instructing, "My chest is burning. Take this and call a doctor for me immediately. This old man wants to live a long life." Elsewhere, a stunning sunset sky cast its light upon the small boat of the 2 people adrift at sea. Pung Cheon gazed thoughtfully at the water below, the shadow aiming for the location of the second plan. "Master, please dive down there alone quickly." Du Yugong looked at him a little confused and asked, "At the location of the first plan, you guided me, so why must I enter this plan alone?" Pung Cheon looked at him silently, his eyes firm as he replied, "Master, at the location of this second plan, there is one restriction. Those who practice demonic arts are forbidden from entering." Du Yugong froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What?" He shouted in surprise and frustration, countless absurdities making it impossible for him to stay calm. This plan was prepared by the demonic cult. How could this be? In his heart, Du Yugong considered secretly, if demonic arts cannot enter, that means this plan was schemed by the Orthodox sect. The location of the first plan clearly identified as the Orthodox sect, but demonic arts could still enter. Everything in his head became confused. Du Yugong stammered blankly, "What exactly is the plan my father left behind? Why did he choose the Orthodox path martial arts as the plan?" Pung Cheon feigned innocence, bowing his head and closing his eyes respectfully. "I know nothing, I only follow orders. I sincerely apologize." Du Yugong's fist curled up, clenching tightly, showing the strong fluctuations in his thoughts. "So this place doesn't allow cultivators of demonic arts. Father only taught me the hidden spirit flash, so that's the reason." He recalled his father. "My father became the lord of the demonic cult in the past thanks to the hidden spirit flash. Therefore, many people believe the hidden spirit flash is a demonic art. Only through self-cultivation did I realize that." Du Yugong's eyes were full of contemplation. The hidden spirit flash is a pure martial art. The hidden spirit flash is a martial art originating from sword control technique, leading to the path of heart sword. This martial art is originally orthodox. After reasoning with himself, Du Yugong looked at Pung Cheon again, puzzled. But isn't that person practicing demonic arts? Why do you know there's a plan here?" He immediately replied without hesitation, "It was the channeling technique that told me." Once again, Du Yugong was a little bewildered and didn't understand channeling technique. Pung Cheon lowered his head, recalling and telling him what he knew. "He is a subordinate I trained, focusing on cultivating orthodox martial arts. Now he is imprisoned in Mok, we can't meet him." Hearing about Mok, horrifying scenes flooded back into Du Yugong's mind. He was very confused as to why the person being mentioned was there. Isn't Mok a place where all kinds of brutal punishments are carried out? So the question immediately spilled out of his mouth. "Why is your subordinate imprisoned there? Why did you imprison your subordinate in Mok?" Pung Cheon knew he would ask that, and quickly answered all of his questions. "He knows the plan, we can't let him talk nonsense. His martial arts are relatively low compared to others in the sect, that's the biggest reason." Du Yugong became angry again, clenching his fists and shouting, "How can loyalty be judged solely by martial arts proficiency? Even the demonic path despises the secular world but still values words." Peng Qion, far from being afraid, calmly pointed a finger to the sky, stopping his anger. "Master, you misunderstand. He volunteered to go there for fear of accidentally revealing secrets. Heavenly Demon Azura had to think long and hard before deciding to agree." Hearing such a profound reason, Du Yugong's expression became blank. He silently assessed, "It seems none of your subordinates are normal." Then Du Yugong had to accept the truth and bowed his head, compromising with what Peng Qion and everyone else had arranged. "I understand. Enough said. Tell me about the plan." Peng Qion seemed to have been waiting for just that, and immediately continued without hesitation. "Yes, master, now I will tell you what the channeling technique presented. Master, you must go down about 20 zhang from a depth of about 10 zhang downwards. Light cannot penetrate, and the water will be pitch black. Dive down another 20 zhang, and you will encounter a strong current. Channeling technique instructed not to do anything, just let the current carry you away. The final destination of the current is..." All of that channeling technique experienced, he stood very deep underwater and pondered, "There is a secret chamber underwater, and this is where the second plan is." Yugong looked at the reflection of himself on the water's surface and sighed. "More difficult than I imagined. So I have to go learn to dive from the Dongting Dragon King." Peng Qion only softly reassured, his face calm and filled with utmost belief. "With your position as master, you can complete the plan in just 3 days." He also became determined and walked straight to the edge of the boat, revealing his whole body in the water. "No matter what, I have to do it. I don't want to waste any more time." Immediately after, the two people were on the large boat again and moved out into the open sea. A moment later, Du Yugong surfaced from underwater, water spraying everywhere. Exhaling a tired breath, cough on the boat, Peng Qion and Zhang Yong were still standing still and observing. As soon as he climbed onto the deck of the ship, Zhang Yong quickly praised. He absorbed it immediately. "With this level, no matter how deep the water is, there is no danger." He pointed one hand to the sky very happily, his voice somewhat excitedly praising. "In the Murim, people often regulate the innate core energy through daily breathing. Based on the martial arts realm, people can hold their breath from 1/4 of an hour to 2 hours. But Du Yugong didn't care about those things. He took a towel from Peng Qion and roughly wiped himself, absent-mindedly asking him, "The Dongting Dragon King, how long can you hold your breath for?" Zhang Yong also looked directly at him and replied, "I can stay underwater for about 2 hours. And then, as if understanding the meaning in that question, he also asked, "How deep does Lord want to dive? How many zhang?" His sharp eyes shot over, stopping his wiping motion and gently answering, "A depth of 2 zhang." Zhang Yong looked down at the calm water, thought for a moment and then spoke, "Then today we'll try at a depth of 3 zhang, holding your breath for 1/4 of an hour, okay?" After resting for a while, Du Yugong slowly climbed down to the surface of the sea via the rope ladder. Before diving down, he looked up and instructed, "You just stand there and don't be too impatient. Peng Qion, do you understand?" Peng Qion heard him mention himself and immediately looked down, nodding in agreement. "Ready, master." Watching Du Yugong's figure quickly swimming and diving down into the deep sea, Peng Qion instructed, "Please be careful." After leaving the boat, he also rushed down quickly. His movements were smooth like a professional, parting the water and swimming very quickly. After diving down for a while, Du Yugong stopped diving deep and continued to look around to judge. "Maybe this is a depth of about 3 zhang." He looked down at the deep ocean floor beneath his feet, thinking with a little confidence, "I can continue to go a little deeper." Thinking that in his head, Du Yugong also didn't continue diving deeper. He just gently stopped at the bottom of the sea. Du Yugong channeled his qi and began to move under the deep sea. He observed the ideal space around him, where schools of fish swam and large rocks were formed long ago. In his heart, he exclaimed, "I can't hear people's screams. There is no noisy sound of metal colliding." A moment later, he meditated right on the seabed. His inner self also became more peaceful. "I love this tranquility. After everything is done, I will go to Hainan Island." While Du Yugong was still relaxing, his face broke into a happy and content smile. Thinking about swimming, just like today, a rope suddenly landed over his head. Because he was too relaxed, Du Yugong became careless and didn't notice the rope tightening around his throat in time, which startled him. His eyes full of murderous intent, he scanned behind him, his face twisting in discomfort. An ambush. After seeing many people preparing to attack him, Du Yugong gritted his teeth, his hands trying to grasp the rope around his neck to avoid suffocating. His brain quickly working at full capacity. Who are these guys? With his profound internal energy, in just a moment, Du Yugong easily broke free from the rope binding his neck. He gritted his teeth and yanked it hard. The rope quickly fell from Du Yugong's neck. He looked in that direction, a little fearful of his carelessness. A noose? Are you trying to chain me to death? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Du Yugong quickly took advantage of their openings and shot upward. Fighting underwater is still too much for me, I have to swim up quickly. The bald assassin swung the noose toward him again. His face incredibly fierce. Trying to hold his breath, Du Yugong's mouth puffed out suddenly. He stopped in the middle of the water. He turned around in panic to look behind him. The rope had tightened around his leg. He couldn't move anymore. The noose is caught on my leg. The bald assassin took the opportunity to pull the rope hard, yanking him back toward them. Du Yugong was completely helpless, gritting his teeth and struggling in vain. His entire body was pulled down to the bottom of the abyss. Damn it. He was gradually falling into the hands of the assassins. Du Yugong thought unwillingly, I can't die like this. After pulling him close, the bald assassin immediately seized the opportunity, clenched his fist, and punched him straight in the chest. His face was full of anger, gritting his teeth to use all his strength. Du Yugong raised one arm back to grab his collar, the other hand raised in preparation to attack. With a twist, he neatly grabbed the bald assassin's shoulder, making him terrified. Du Yugong struck powerfully toward him. His beast cannon flung a chi-filled blow that sent the bald assassin sinking deep into the water, while he used the force to propel himself upward. He opened his mouth in pain, and because he was underwater, water quickly flooded his throat, bubbles constantly escaping. Du Yugong bent down, trying to untie the rope binding his leg. His eyes darting around, quickly seizing the opportunity. He was careless again. The rope was untied from his leg. Du Yugong happily thought, just get out of here. But in the next second, another noose was placed around his neck from behind. Furthermore, an extremely powerful blow, a great force, landed, shaking the depths of the sea. The mustached assassin tightened the two ends of the rope to tighten the noose around his neck. Du Yugong widened his eyes in astonishment, looking behind him. When did that guy get behind me? Suffocating, he was forced to open his mouth to gasp for air. Bubbles escaping and water nearly flooding in. Du Yugong wearily and helplessly lamented, I'm running out of breath. His vision was blurring, his eyes slowly closing, his consciousness fading. Someone save me. His arm reached up toward the surface of the sea, his mind only waiting for luck. His brain softly called out in his consciousness, Peng Qion. At this moment on the surface of the sea, Zhang Yong also called to him, Lord Peng Qion, I have something to say. Peng Qion coldly glanced at him, then continued to focus on observing the movements below. He spoke indifferently, speak. Zhang Yong was helpless and couldn't say anything. He had to frown and stare at him. The White Dragon clan has sent an envoy here. Peng Qion didn't care, just silently looking down at the sea. That's not my concern. Zhang Yong tried to provoke his warlike spirit. They dare to do that when the Lord and you are still here. Furthermore, he began to complain and exacerbate the problem. Apparently, they're very angry about the human boat incident. Zhang Yong looked very angry, his hands clenched, his tone becoming more strident. They're demanding that we hand over the group of people, Deng Muguk, who participated in the human boat incident, along with Lord Peng Qion and the Lord. He lowered his head, a sly smile on his lips. His hands still clenched to act the part. That's a lie. Zhang Yong recalled the large, glittering gold ingots that had been offered. It was truly unbelievable that the White Dragon clan would actually bring us treasure because of this mermaid boat incident. But if I can divide them, get Peng Qion and the White Dragon clan to fight. He was extremely cunning, like an old fox staring at Peng Qion as if his calculations were perfect. Whoever dies, I don't care, I'll be the last one standing. Peng Qion finally gave him some reaction. Humph humph humph, how interesting. Zhang Yong took the opportunity to push further, stirring up the relationship even more. They dare to fantasize about the Lord, unforgivable. As a warning, I think we should behead Deng Muguk and send it to them. What do you think? Peng Qion crossed his arms, thought for a moment, and replied, good idea. Zhang Yong, hearing the answer he wanted, was secretly happy, success outwardly. He still pretended to be angry and growled, then I'll carry it out immediately. But before he could finish speaking, Peng Qion coldly interrupted, I greatly admire your spirit, therefore, I will assign the task of annihilating the White Dragon clan to the Yangtze River stronghold. This was no different from telling him to lead troops into battle. Jiang's face immediately fell. Peng Qion finally stopped staring at the water and gave him a sharp look. In the future, the entire world will kneel before the Lord. The life and death of the White Dragon clan will be decided by the Lord at that time. At this moment, 2 diving tubes emerged from underwater. Jeonjeong's inner self began to scream, "I'm dead," with a pale face. He couldn't refuse the order, "I understand." After speaking, the two people continued to observe the movements below the surface of the water. The presence of the two diving tubes was finally noticed. Pung Cheon coldly glanced down and asked Jeongyong, "Can this bamboo tube float upright on its own without someone holding it?" He quickly replied, "It depends on the current." He observed the situation for a moment and continued, "However, right now the bamboo tube is floating horizontally." Pung Cheon turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. It was upright just now. This made Jeonjeong's heart skip a beat. He immediately shouted with extreme tension, "With the current like this, there's no way, Master must be in danger." Indeed, now under the sea, Du Yugong was floating like a soulless corpse. His throat was choked by a dangling rope, the other end of which was tied tightly by two assassins to a large rock, preventing his body from floating to the surface. After tying the knot, the two assassins stepped back a distance to observe the situation. Seeing that Du Yugong didn't float up, they both breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally, we've completed the mission." The eyes of the two assassins met, exchanging a silent message. "Now we just need to leave this place." But at that moment, a large burst of energy struck down from the surface of the water, directly shattering the rock. The two assassins saw the rope break immediately after and jerked their heads up in shock. Pung Cheon and Jeongyong had already jumped directly into the sea and were rushing down to them. The two assassins' hearts raced wildly. "Damn it, we've been discovered." Pung Cheon looked at Jeongyong, raised two fingers and pointed downwards, signaling. He quickly understood and nodded. After giving the order, he swam to Du Yugong, reached out and grabbed the rope, and wrapped his other arm around him, while Jeongyong continued to rush down to catch the two assassins. He carried Du Yugong upwards. The two assassins, seeing this, quickly took action, gritting their teeth in anger. "No way, we can't let Du Yugong be taken from us here." But before they could rush upwards, he shot forward at lightning speed and slammed into them. In just 1 second, the figures of Jeongyong, Pung Cheon, and Du Yugong disappeared, leaving only white bubbles. The mustached assassin couldn't believe his eyes, they disappeared. But Jeonjeong's cold voice spoke from behind. "Did you think you could fight me underwater?" The two assassins immediately turned around, extremely alert, their faces contracted with fear. "He's behind us." Jeongyong swung his hand with lightning speed towards the two assassins, his face full of murderous intent. Before they could move or react, he struck each of them twice on their pressure points. Immediately after, Jeongyong grabbed each of the two assassins by one hand and jumped out of the water, heading towards the large boat. He gently landed on the deck of the boat and respectfully reported to Pung Cheon, "I've struck their pressure points." But there was no response. Jeongyong stared blankly at him and Du Yugong, his pupils contracting in astonishment at the martial arts he was witnessing. Jeongyong saw Pung Cheon pointing two fingers towards the sky. Enveloping Du Yugong was a red aura of energy. After a few times Pung Cheon executed his martial arts, Du Yugong quickly opened his mouth and coughed up large mouthfuls of water. A moment later he was helped to sit down on the deck of the boat. Pung Cheon knelt down right beside him, asking with concern, "Master, how are you feeling?" Du Yugong regained some consciousness and replied, "I'm fine, I just swallowed some water." Pung Cheon again took his head in his hands, gently pressing two fingers on the back of his neck, instructing, "Master, you should rest a bit." Du Yugong didn't object and closed his eyes to rest, his face still slightly damp with seawater. Seeing that he had become quiet, Pung Cheon angrily shouted, ordering Jeongyong in his own rage, "The Dongting Dragon King, quickly pull out their teeth." He also panicked and stepped back a few steps to receive the order, "Yes, sir." But in just a few seconds, Pung Cheon changed his mind, darkly grasping the hilt of his sword. "Ah, no, never mind." As soon as he turned to stand up, he swung his sword and struck the mustached assassin, blood spraying out in a large arc in the air. A second before the disaster, the two assassins were still sitting dumbfounded like statues, staring straight at him. The very next second, the mustached assassin had collapsed silently. The blood from him sprayed out, splashing onto the bald-headed assassin sitting next to him, leaving him speechless and unable to see. The head of the mustached assassin had been separated from his neck, rolling a few times behind Pung Cheon. He coldly stepped over it, moving closer to the bald-headed assassin. His face was completely hidden in the shadows, the sword pointed at the ground. His voice a dark and threatening as a demon's, "One should be enough." Jeongyong standing right next to him couldn't help but exclaim. The headless corpse of the mustached assassin collapsed with just one move that severed his head. Pung Cheon's eyes and entire body were shrouded in intense murderous aura. He moved closer to the bald assassin, demanding, "Where do you come from?" He stubbornly replied, "I can't say, even if I'm tortured I won't utter a single word." Immediately after, Peng Chion stopped right in front of him, dragging the tip of his sword close to the foot of the bald assassin. He didn't rush to attack but just kept chuckling, causing the bald assassin to stare blankly at him. Ha ha ha. Peng Chion's sword gradually darkened, covered in dark demonic energy. The surrounding space also became more somber. He slashed a straight line down the bald assassin's entire shin, and blood spurted out from it. He was in so much pain that he was numb. His eyes rolled back, his mouth was wide open, and he couldn't do anything but scream. Peng Chion brought his face close to him, the sword in his hand already stained with fresh blood, and threatened in a cold voice for the last time, "Speak." After everything that had happened, the boat finally returned to its original state of tranquility. The sea was also calm without a ripple. Peng Chion very gently placed Du Yugong's head on the soft pillow. He was still quietly closing his eyes to rest. Zhang Yong just stood silently watching his back. Peng Chion gently adjusted Du Yugong's posture, so he was the most comfortable he could be. He was a little scared, his eyebrows furrowed, and wondered, "What is that?" Zhang Yong recalled that time. He himself witnessed Peng Chion interrogate the two assassins, so his face was completely pale. Peng Chion's entire body aura was covered in a huge amount of demonic energy during the interrogation. He glared at the bald assassin and interrogated, "Who sent you here?" He finally couldn't withstand the pressure from the person in front of him and screamed loudly with his mouth wide open, his body constantly trembling and moving back against the edge of the boat. "It's the White Dragon Clan. The White Dragon Clan sent me. Please spare my life." After getting the answer he wanted, Peng Chion quickly disposed of the bald assassin. His mouth wouldn't close in the end. The atmosphere was extremely heavy at that moment. His head, like his comrades, was severed from his neck in an instant. Zhang Yong, standing nearby, witnessed everything speechless. Even now, when he recalls it, he still feels shivers. He thinks to himself, although many experts use demonic energy, that energy felt like that of a demonic cult disciple. Then Zhang Yong continued to think about the person resting in bed. Could Du Yugong become a demonic cult leader? He slowly opened his eyes, receiving the light. Du Yugong wearily pushed himself up. A bit of pain made him grab his head and moan. "Ugh." Peng Chion, seeing him awake, asked, "Master, how do you feel?" His head ached vaguely. Du Yugong was a bit annoyed in his heart. "I'm getting more and more disgusted with this Zhanghu," but outwardly, he tried to stabilize himself and replied, "I'm fine. Have you investigated their identities yet?" Peng Chion lowered his head and respectfully reported, "I interrogated them before they died. They confessed that the White Dragon Clan was responsible." Hearing this, Du Yugong paused, letting his hands fall. He looked at him with some doubt. "The White Dragon Clan, that's illogical." He recalled when his feet were tied with ropes underwater. A series of hypotheses were presented in his mind. If the White Dragon Clan had attacked, they would have eliminated Peng Chion. But this time they only targeted me, nor the demonic cult. They did not dare to touch me when Peng Chion was here. Du Yugong silently stared at Peng Chion. The final conclusion was drawn. In that case, there's only one possibility. He solemnly explained to Peng Chion, "It was caused by the divine Dr. Wazian. They also sent assassins to Mount Amei before." He remembered the scene where Peng Chion reported to Du Yugong at the tea table a few days ago. At that time, he said that 3 assassins sent by the divine Dr. Wazian had infiltrated Green Forest the day before. Because it was the old master's birthday, I spared one of them. That may be the one who came back for revenge. Peng Chion, hearing his analysis, bowed deeply to apologize. "I didn't think of that. I'm truly ashamed before you." Du Yugong didn't blame him but gently reassured him, "It's not your fault, it's just that they're too cunning." After speaking, he stared at Peng Chion, let out a sigh of relief, and secretly rejoiced in his heart. It seems he understood the situation. That's fortunate. Peng Chion's eyes once again filled with murderous intent. He coldly asked for permission. "But we can't rule out the White Dragon Clan based solely on your speculation. I will go there to verify." Du Yugong was a bit dazed. His eyebrows furrowed, showing his displeasure, still not willing to believe. Zhang Yong, who had been observing everything, stepped forward, pretending to mediate. In fact, he still wanted to sow discord. "Peng Chion is right. We can't let our guard down against the White Dragon Clan leader." He raised his hand as he explained, his eyebrows furrowing with great tension as he reported, "According to a source, I know that the White Dragon Clan leader is the Black-Hearted Reaper, who is also the leader of the 10 Great Evils." Du Yugong, because of this information, looked at him in a daze. the 10 great evils. Zhang Yong, seeing him ask, affirmed, "Yes, I'm sure you've heard of them, master." He began to tell Du Yugong all the evil things. They massacred a village, they even stuck the heads of those they killed everywhere in the village. Their crimes couldn't be fully told, even if we spent 10 days and nights. Peng Qion, hearing him, raised his hand to his chin, showing a clear expression of contemplation. But calling them villains is a bit much. The subordinates of the master kept saying, the 10 great evils. Then he concluded with a final sentence that stunned everyone, quite cute. Jianjiang's face turned pale upon hearing that. Du Yugong looked at him with some curiosity. What madman would say that? In Jianjiang's mind now, Somyun Megan was a smiling psychopath traitor. Lighting Child was a cannibalistic madman. However, only Peng Qion was being assessed by him. This one is a true madman. But not only that, Du Yugong coldly said, "That's right." His voice pulled him back to reality. Jianjiang's heart trembled slightly. The craziest one is right here. He grabbed his head, screaming inwardly. Could these guys actually be a demonic cult? Zhang Yong helplessly watched Du Yugong and Peng Qion exchange words. "If I let you go to verify, you might annihilate the White Dragon clan. I'll verify this myself." Du Yugong glanced outside, raised his hand to his mouth and speculated, "The Black-Hearted Reaper. We can't rule out that possibility," he coldly said. "I need more time to think." Then Du Yugong gently ordered the two. "Let's dock at that village and take a rest." Because of this, the boat also turned straight to the shore. The village was extremely deserted, with not a single person on the road. In many houses, Bu Twigik said first. "Are you sure that the item arranged by Master Baek Mujial is in Dongting Lake?" Manmyo Singun replied firmly, "Certainly." Hearing him affirm so firmly, Bu Twigik grabbed his beard and seemed to ponder. "For Zhu Yan, we must hurry." Zhu Yangen's slightly uneasy face appeared. Zhu Yangen's time is running out. Inside a room, a long-haired girl in the mirror was changing clothes, masks and white strings. Zhu Yanjin gracefully strode with long steps inside the room. She flicked her sleeve, revealing a beautiful and graceful face. Zhu Yanjin sadly looked down at her hand, wondering how long her weak daughter's body could hold out. Her hand was shaking uncontrollably. Zhu Yanjin painfully thought, "My condition is getting worse and worse." 7 Death, a disease that gradually blocks the 7 meridians, leading to death. Zhu Yanjin recalled the times Manmyo Singun took her hand and examined her illness. "If I hadn't met my master, I wouldn't have been able to live until now. Master said that the only way to cure the illness is the item arranged by Master Baek Mujial. I can't lose it like last time." Thinking of this, Zhu Yanjin reached for the hat with a veil around it and put it on. The item arranged by Master Baek Mujial is in Dongting Lake. She finally decided to leave the room. "I have to ask the people who live around the lake." At the market outside, people were coming and going in droves. The sound was noisy and clamorous throughout the area. Zhu Yanjin looked through a thin veil, observing everything around her, secretly calculating her plan. "I need to find someone who knows Dongting Lake well first. Who should I ask?" Suddenly, the loud voice of the vendor attracted her attention. "Candied Hawthorns here." Zhu Yanjin looked over there, a little absent-mindedly, her face with an indifferent expression but a little expectant. Finally, she approached the Candied Hawthorn stand, thinking to herself, "Maybe I'll eat a skewer and then get to work." Zhu Yanjin softly called out, "Give me a skewer." The vendor happily replied and started working. "Yes, ma'am." After receiving the Candied Hawthorn skewer, Zhu Yanjin quickly put it in her mouth and took a small bite. The sweetness of the candied hawthorn spread throughout her mouth. Her small face flushed red, and she chewed adorably. "Delicious, so delicious." The vendor quickly gave the price. "1 coin, please." Zhu Yanjin coolly reached into her clothes to get the money. "Okay." But the vendor waited and waited until he became annoyed. She still couldn't get out a single coin. Zhu Yangen's inner self helplessly cried out, "Oh no, it's gone." Her face became blank, sweat dripped with worry. Her hand still firmly held the candied hawthorn skewer. "I forgot my money pouch at the lodging." Zhu Yanjin lowered her head helplessly, stammered and awkwardly explained her situation. I don't have any money right now, wait for me a moment." The vendor immediately angrily shouted, "What are you saying? You want to eat for free without money?" He unhesitatingly pointed at her face and shouted for everyone to hear, "There's a thief here. Guards, where are the guards? Call the guards quickly." His noisy voice attracted the attention of Du Yugong, who was passing by. "Why is it so noisy here?" Zhu Yanjin still tried to explain herself. "I'll go back and get my money pouch and bring it to you." But the vendor wouldn't listen. His voice grew louder and louder. "You think I don't know you're planning to run away?" Du Yugong glanced over, internally wavering but still indifferent. "There are too many people here. I can't help you publicly. Drawing attention now wouldn't be beneficial, so I guess I'll have to let it go." But Zhu Yangin's panicked face and lifeless eyes made it impossible for him to leave. Du Yugong stood helplessly in place, scratching his head and thinking. The people around him were still swarming like ants to eavesdrop. Finally, he decided to step in and help her out. This isn't good. If I just ignore it, I'll probably have nightmares. Du Yugong coldly placed 2 coins on the vendor's counter. Here's the money, get me another skewer. After he made another candied hawthorn skewer for him, Du Yugong took it and turned to look at Zhu Yanjin and softly called out, "Let's go, young miss." She quickly regained her senses and strode after him. Oh yes. After leaving that place a good distance, Zhu Yanjin shyly spoke up. "Oh, thank you, great warrior, I want to repay you." But before she could finish, Du Yugong coldly interrupted, "I just helped out, don't worry about it." His coldness didn't kill her desire to repay him. Zhu Yanjin quickly ran over and hugged his arm tightly, panicking and hurriedly arguing, "No way, I definitely have to repay you." After realizing that the distance between the two of them was too close, a silent space lasted for a few seconds. Zhu Yangin's face flushed red. She shyly jumped backward, panicked and widened her eyes and mouth. Her inner self violently wavered. "Ah, what have I done?" He smiled and helplessly said to her, "That was too impolite." Because she was too excited, Zhu Yanjin stepped back too much and crashed into 2 children who were laughing and playing behind her. Du Yugong saw the dangerous situation and stepped forward to reach out and support her. The atmosphere became even more awkward. After helping Zhu Yanjin stand firmly, Du Yugong politely stepped back, smiled and reminded her, "There are too many people, be careful." Zhu Yanjin was captivated by his handsomeness, her cheeks flushed red, constantly stammering and widening her eyes to look at him. Thank you." Du Yugong quickly turned to leave, tilting his head in farewell. "I was just passing by and saw you like that, so I helped. You don't need to repay me, have a good walk." Night finally fell, the sky was covered with glittering stars. Zhu Yanjin sat by the window of her room, blankly looking outside. In the end, I still couldn't repay his kindness and let him go. She remembered Du Yugong's firm back and was lost in thought. I should have asked his name. Zhu Yanjin tightly held the empty candied hawthorn skewer in her hand, staring at it with regret. She gently smiled, carrying longing in her heart. If only we could meet again. Outside, the 3 people's boat continued to move along the water. Above their heads were countless lanterns hanging in a straight line. After going for a long time, Du Yugong suddenly raised his head and said, "Here we are." In front of the 3 people was a vast area covered by the bright red color of lights and red lanterns. The residence of the White Dragon clan leader. Above on the building's corridor, a guard frowned when he looked down and saw the presence of Du Yugong through the window. Another one also recognized the appearance of the 3 people on the quiet water. Peng Qion raised his head to look up and observe, then casually reported, "Master, it seems that the White Dragon clan is about to come here to welcome the people." Suddenly, from the top of the tallest building, a vague figure appeared, shouting towards the 3 people's boat, "The Dongting Dragon King, please stop." She covered her mouth and laughed mockingly. "Deng Muguk is nowhere to be seen. Only the Dongting Dragon King has come." "Who is that?" "That's the White Dragon clan's leader, Beck Knuckle." She glared maliciously downward. "I wonder what's going on that makes you visit so late at night." Zhang Yong saw Beck Knuckle's attitude and frowned uncomfortably, but his voice was still pleading as he turned to her. "I have something important to announce to the White Dragon clan leader. Please show me the way." Beck Knuckle raised her hand and laughed scornfully, squinting with a mocking expression. "You dare to demand to see the clan leader without prior notice? What impudence! Perhaps the Dongting Dragon King is mistaken." He was extremely angry at being mocked like that. His eyebrows furrowed closely together, the wrinkles on his face were all revealed, but he couldn't vent, trying to reassure himself, "I have to be patient, I have to be patient. Du Yugong and Peng Qion are here too." Then Zhang Yong suddenly stopped. His brain began to calculate flexibly. "Wait a minute, if I provoke a conflict, causing the White Dragon clan to fight with Peng Qion and Du Yugong, wouldn't that be able to completely destroy the White Dragon clan?" Therefore, immediately afterwards, Zhang Yong changed his attitude, raised his face high and didn't care about trivial details anymore. He roared angrily at Beck Knuckle. His facial muscles tensed to suppress her with his aura. "I've been talking to you very politely. It seems you're tired of living." Beck Knuckle couldn't believe her ears and eyes. A fit of rage quickly came over her. She tightly grasped her sword and shouted, "You Dragon King." Zhang Yong saw that she had fallen for the trap, then gave a sinister smile. His eyes gleamed with triumph. "I understand, as long as there's conflict." But before Zhang Yong could calculate for long, he was furiously slapped in the face by Peng Qion, stunning him. He glared at him and shouted, "The master doesn't like noise." Zhang Yong was suddenly hit. He fell to the ground. His hand went up to hug his swollen cheek. silent and not daring to say a word. Beck Knuckle, before she could move, witnessed this scene and could only gape, her pupils contracted with tension. Du Yugong turned to look at him, praising him and completely ignoring Zhang Yong, who was sitting quietly beside him. Well done. Peng Qion also had his own plans in mind. Yes, we can't afford any more problems, it's best to resolve this quickly and smoothly. Then, Du Yugong turned and looked up at Beck Knuckle, shouting loudly to announce, "We didn't come here to massacre you, so rest assured. Just take us to the White Dragon clan leader. After discussing things we will leave." Beck Knuckle was frightened by Peng Qion's aura, and the immense pressure from Du Yugong made her speechless. Peng Qion, hearing him speak, immediately put on a gentle face, giving a faint smile. When Du Yugong saw this, he felt a chill down his spine, furrowing his brow and glaring at him. "What's with that face, Peng Qion?" After taking a moment to compose herself, Beck Knuckle roared furiously, brandishing her sword and pointing it straight at him, shouting intimidatingly, "Massacre! Let's see if you can still utter such words after you're dead." Then, she ordered her subordinates to attack. The subordinates, receiving Beck Knuckle's order, quickly drew their bows and prepared to fire. The arrows were drawn, and the subordinates' attitudes were extremely tense. Hundreds and thousands of arrows were fired down at the small boat where the three were standing, covering a vast expanse of sky. Seeing this, Peng Qion gripped his sword tightly, stepping back into a battle-ready stance to protect Du Yugong. He stomped his feet and leaped into the air, clearing away a swarm of arrows heading straight for them with just a few sword slashes. Seeing that the situation was not good, Beck Knuckle also decided to join the battle herself. She jumped off the roof where she had been standing from the beginning. The subordinates on the upper corridor quickly chased after Beck Knuckle's figure after firing their arrows. Many people simultaneously joined the attack on the boat of Du Yugong, Peng Qion, and Zhang Yong. Du Yugong clasped his fingers together, looking up with a slightly tense face. Is it really impossible to avoid a declaration of war? The bloody battle, however, did not take place. The White Dragon clan leader appeared in time and shouted loudly, "Stop!" The old man's arm and his iron words rushed towards Beck Knuckle at the same time, making her jump in fright. The White Dragon clan leader directly grabbed her neck without hesitation, lifting Beck Knuckle's entire body into the air, causing her to cry out in pain. Zhang Yong was startled by this scene, stuttering in disbelief. That person. The White Dragon clan leader was so tense that all his age wrinkles were visible, and he bowed respectfully to Du Yugong. "This old body was late in receiving guests. Please forgive me for not managing my subordinates more carefully." After hearing that, he glanced at Peng Qion and teased, "His excessive kindness is quite distracting." He smiled contentedly and put his sword back behind him. He must have seen that even the 10 great evils, no matter how strong, are just weak ants compared to the master. He is prostrating himself before the demon monarch's sternness. Du Yugong glanced at Peng Qion meaningfully, thinking to himself, "Do you really think so? I still need to investigate to be sure." After the two exchanged thoughts silently, he looked up and smiled back at the White Dragon clan leader. "I accept your kindness, so please take us to the White Dragon clan." A moment later, they appeared at the White Dragon clan, a building much taller than the surrounding ones, decorated with countless red lanterns. The White Dragon clan leader was kneeling very respectfully on the floor, silent and waiting for orders. On the contrary, the guests like Du Yugong were sitting on the throne. Peng Qion and Zhang Yong stood solemnly on either side. He thought helplessly, "He's being overly kind." Du Yugong raised his head, closed his eyes and sighed. "Someone like this couldn't possibly send someone to assassinate me." He helplessly questioned the kneeling man. "White Dragon clan leader, did you send someone to me?" The White Dragon clan leader had indeed sent someone to him, so he answered without hesitation, "Yes, I did." This answer was the truth but beyond Du Yugong's imagination. He opened his eyes in astonishment. "He called people here." He raised his hand to wipe his nose, adding further to the misunderstanding, "And the price to hire them is quite expensive. I wonder if you will accept this gift." The more Du Yugong listened, the colder he felt in his heart. He began to show his anger. He hired someone to assassinate me. Because of these mistaken thoughts, Du Yugong's face darkened. He lowered his head, thinking, "Because of you, I almost drowned, you bastard." Then Du Yugong gave a cold smile. "Then I'll have to personally give you a gift." Peng Qion, standing beside him, understood and gripped his sword hilt. He raised his hand and drew his sword from his back. Du Yugong coldly pointed at the White Dragon clan leader and ordered, "Kill him." Peng Qion, waiting for just that, he stomped his foot and left his position, rushing forward, slashing at the old man and shouting, "Understood." The White Dragon clan leader, not understanding what was happening, was attacked. Instinctively, He jumped back, and the ground where Peng Qion slashed cracked into many pieces. The old man tied countless threads on his hands, watching the situation in front of him with a tense face. Immediately after, the White Dragon Clan leader counterattacked, jumping high into the air, throwing his sharp small threads forward, with flames surrounding them. Zhang Yong, upon observing, was startled, his eyes wide with astonishment. Those are the velvet silk threads, hidden weapon of the poisoned sects of the Black-Hearted Reaper. Peng Qion was not easily defeated. His eyes and sword were covered in fiery red demonic energy. With just a few slashes, Peng Qion overcame hundreds of the White Dragon Clan leader's velvet silk threads. The demonic energy grew thicker and thicker. He swung his sword forcefully, lunging straight towards the old man's position. The White Dragon Clan leader had no choice but to jump back to escape. The old man couldn't believe his eyes, shouting angrily, "The velvet silk threads can be so easily defeated." At that moment, Peng Qion's attack came. The White Dragon Clan leader luckily avoided being beheaded but was still cut, blood splattering everywhere. His eyes rolling back as he stared at Peng Qion's sword covered in thick demonic energy. A large explosion occurred on the top floor of the White Dragon Clan. Lanterns flew everywhere from the pressure, and dust and smoke exploded, whitening the sky. The entire building was shattered, the ceiling turned into rubble flying everywhere, revealing the dark, deep sky. Peng Qion continued relentlessly chasing after the White Dragon Clan leader. The old man tried his best to evade, desperately seeking a chance to survive. "Wait a moment. Could it be that you don't like my gold, silver and jewels?" Hearing this, Du Yugong was stunned. Gold, silver and jewels. It seemed that he realized he had misunderstood the old man, shouting loudly to order Peng Qion, "Stop!" Peng Qion at that moment. His sword was just a little short of piercing the White Dragon Clan leader. Finally, due to his order, the sword stopped, placed right next to the old man's aging head. The White Dragon Clan leader was scared out of his wits, sweat pouring out like a stream, glancing at the sharp blade beside his neck. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, Du Yugong spoke gently to break the tension. "Quickly explain everything clearly. White Dragon Clan leader, if you dare to lie to me, I will not show you any mercy." The old man knelt down, filled with injustice, and shouted towards him. "It's true that I asked my subordinates to come here to deliver gold, silver, jewels, and rare treasures to the two of you." Du Yugong, somewhat suspicious of Lung Noyet, the White Dragon Clan leader, asked again to be sure. "You said you sent gold, silver, and jewels to both of us. Then why did your subordinates attack us?" The White Dragon Clan leader immediately bowed deeply, hands crossed respectfully, and explained, "That was a gift I secretly prepared for you without letting my subordinates know. It's a gift that common people like us wouldn't dare use to oppose the two of you." Feeling that his own plot was about to be exposed, Zhang Yong lost his composure and pointed at the White Dragon Clan leader, shouting, "You send treasures while secretly plotting against us. How many times have you played this game?" While he respected Du Yugong, he didn't defer to him, quickly shouting back, "What are you implying? You're the one playing tricks." The White Dragon Clan leader, having suppressed his anger and injustice until now, turned and unleashed it all on Zhang Yong, yelling back at him, "If I had known this, I would have destroyed you long ago." Zhang Yong didn't back down and ran up to argue. "I'm the one who should be saying that. Now I know your true identity." Peng Qion, unable to endure it any longer, jumped up and stomped heavily on the ground, his aura beginning to spread throughout the space. He slammed his sword into the floor, his face taut as he shouted at the two of them, "How dare you be disrespectful in front of the master? Do all of you want to die?" Zhang Yong and the White Dragon Clan leader instantly fell silent, both turning to face Peng Qion, awaiting his next command. Peng Qion silently glanced at the White Dragon Clan leader and coldly ordered, "And you as well. No one is ever allowed to be in disguise when meeting the master." The old man supported himself on one leg, half kneeling, half sitting, and replied, bowing his head, "I understand." In the next moment, his entire being changed. His hands were no longer aged but instead bulging with green veins. The old man fixes everything. His hand touches the acupuncture points on his body, and his whole body changes, making everyone amazed. That is, his true face was finally revealed. It was the Black-Hearted Reaper, the leader of the 10 great evils. Du Yugong, after seeing the face of the Black-Hearted Reaper, wasn't surprised. He simply commented, "So, the White Dragon Clan leader is indeed one of the 10 great evils. Dongting Dragon King, I ask you." Zhang Yong frowned, bowing his head nervously. "Yes, master, if it's about the Black-Hearted Reaper, I will answer everything." Du Yugong's gaze suddenly became sharp, sweeping across Jianzhong's entire face. "Then tell me why you concealed the fact that the Black-Hearted Reaper sent gold, silver, and jewels." Caught red-handed, Jianzhong's face darkened, and he said nothing. Du Gang pushed himself up, continuing, "If what you say is true, then the black-hearted Reaper was so reluctant to lose an Eastern dragon ship that he had to offer gold, silver, and jewels to the Yangtze River stronghold." Just as he stood up, Du Gang coldly exposed the wicked thoughts in Jianzhong's heart. "To kill me, right?" His hand was clenched into a fist on the chair in anger. Zhongyong, exposed, turned his head away, not daring to face Du Gang. Immediately afterwards, he stood up straight, grabbed the chair, and threw it straight at his face. The chair shattered everywhere, and Du Gang's voice echoed throughout the room, "You villain." He pointed at Zhongyong in extreme anger, his face taut as he shouted, "If you had told the truth, you wouldn't have needed to come here. You would have almost turned the White Dragon clan into a sea of blood, wouldn't you?" Peng Qion also added fuel to the fire, yelling straight at Zhongyong, "The master has already acted, and you're still just standing there." He was silent, his face dark, clasping his hands behind his back, and daring not to say anything. Immediately afterwards, Zhongyong collapsed forward, startling Du Gang, who didn't understand what was happening. He had no more words to scold and could only glare through clenched teeth. "Fine, I have nothing more to do here." Du Gang suppressed his anger, turned, and left, leaving these final instructions for them. "From now on, the White Dragon clan leader is not to loiter around the Dongting Lake area. Those offerings are just a nuisance, don't do such useless things anymore." The black-hearted Reaper bowed his head in silence, secretly sighing in relief. "Am I going to be safe and sound after all?" As if reading his thoughts, Peng Qion glanced over, half admonishing, half threatening, "You better engrave the master's words in your heart." His eyes flashed with icy coldness, his voice so cold it could kill. "If I ever see your face again, don't blame me for taking action." After finishing his threat, Peng Qion stomped his foot and left, the ground beneath his feet cracking and spreading outwards. Finally, only the black-hearted Reaper remained, standing silently in the middle of the shattered hall of the White Dragon clan. After a moment, the black-hearted Reaper glanced around, turning his head to look outside. He finally took long strides and left. It wasn't time to just stand there. In the black-hearted Reaper's heart, he had his own calculations. "If I'm not mistaken, they..." He stopped in front of a towering, pure white door. After a moment, the black-hearted Reaper flung the door open violently, as if wanting to vent all his anger into it. Formless Ghost and his two brothers stood close together, unable to move, and shouted, questioning the black-hearted Reaper, "Master, why did you strike the demonic path acupoints on us?" He frowned, reached out, and struck the acupoints again, angrily scolding his students, "Shut up, do you know who you were trying to kill?" After having his acupoint struck, Formless Ghost became even more fierce, his voice raising in tone, "You've met that Peng Qion, where is he now?" Immediately, the black-hearted Reaper punched him straight in the face, extremely angry, and shouted, "Even now, you still don't know, you useless thing." Formless Ghost couldn't believe that his master would hit him, falling to the floor, his face dark. Recalling Peng Qion's cold gaze, the black-hearted Reaper once again loudly affirmed and scolded his stupid and useless students, "You just messed with someone who can be compared to the world's #1. The pressure that Peng Qion created while fighting him was still vivid. The sword energy he created, carrying demonic energy and its power, was something unheard of, never seen in the Jianghu world. There is only one place that can use such a person as a confidant, and that is the demonic cult. It would take all the masters of the orthodox sects to unite to barely compare with the demonic cult. Hearing this, Formless Ghost turned his head in astonishment, his inner feelings beginning to waver violently. The black-hearted Reaper roared loudly for them to hear, "It's better to be chased by beggars than to compare yourselves to the demonic cult." Heaven-piercing Ghost took a step forward, expressing disbelief. "The demonic cult, impossible." But the black-hearted Reaper quickly cut him off. "Are these people still not awake?" He angrily approached, reaching out and grabbing the head of the heaven-piercing Ghost, muttering to himself, "No good, before others find out about this, I have to deal with them." The black-hearted Reaper grabbed his neck with one hand and his head with the other, exerting a slight force. The heaven-piercing Ghost screamed in agony. The black-hearted Reaper became increasingly impatient, applying more force with his hands. "TCH, I'm too hasty, I can't do it the way I want to." Immediately after, the black-hearted Reaper twisted sharply, and the heaven-piercing Ghost staggered a few times before collapsing to the ground. Witnessing him being murdered by the black-hearted Reaper, the Formless Ghost and the other man just stood there in shock. Finally, the white-haired man was the first to react, screaming in anguish, "Brother!" The Formless Ghost couldn't help but turn pale. "Second brother." They anxiously took a few steps forward, stammering, "Dead, he's dead." The black-hearted Reaper also looked at the lying heaven-piercing ghost and cleared his throat. Did it wrong again. Then, he raised his hands and moved towards the formless ghost and the other man, his fingers slightly curved. "Don't make so much noise, I'll do it right this time." They were so angry that the veins on their hands bulged. They clenched their fists and glared at him. The two understood each other perfectly, and at the same time, one after the other, they charged straight at the black-hearted Reaper, risking their lives. "Daring to do that to our brothers, you'll die with them," the black-hearted Reaper. The black-hearted Reaper didn't expect them to resist. Startled, he jumped back warily. "The explosive chi, I have to avoid it." They fought more and more fiercely, continuously attacking him, forcing him to retreat all the way to the back. The formless ghost lost all control. His eyes rolled back as he rushed towards the black-hearted Reaper, murderous aura spreading everywhere. "Die." The black-hearted Reaper couldn't resist or retreat any further. His face turned pale. He opened his mouth and screamed, cursing him, "You bastard." Another shocking explosion erupted over the White Dragon clan. Dust flew everywhere, and the still water was pushed by the pressure, creating waves that pushed the boat where Du Yugang and Pung Cheon were standing. He squinted one eye, avoiding the dust, looked at the building that had just exploded and sighed. Looks like he was humiliated pretty badly. Pung Cheon, next to him, was even colder, grabbing his sword. "Indeed, it's better to kill him now." Du Yugang knew he meant what he said, so he turned his head to look at Pung Cheon and gently reassured him. "Okay, you can vent your anger in a place where there's no one involved. Let's just let it go this time." Pung Cheon quickly calmed down, closed his eyes and replied obediently. The large dragon-headed boat continued to set sail, drifting on the sea. At the Yangtze River stronghold, the water below was extremely clear, and overhead was a bright full moon shining everywhere. Sun was still wearing women's clothing, his muscles rippling as he stretched and sighed. "Phew, I can finally breathe some outside air. I can't swagger around in broad daylight looking like this." Then suddenly his eyes turned to one side, and all his actions stopped. Following Sun's gaze, Pung Cheon was sitting leaning against the side of the boat, holding a gourd of wine and looking into the distance. Sun looked up, very puzzled by his actions. Doesn't that guy sleep? He really does everything to protect that so-called master. In his thoughts, Pung Cheon wasn't allowed to sleep and didn't have a free life. If that master was good, then it would be acceptable. Then he remembered the scene of Du Yugang angrily smashing everything and secretly felt sorry for Pung Cheon. "Is this all you're doing to celebrate my birthday? That guy must be suffering from worry." Sun thought of this and raised his hand to close his eyes, his eyebrows furrowing tightly together. He had once gently placed his hand on Pung Cheon's shoulder to show his sympathy, wondering how much hardship he had endured. But Sun also remembered the scene at that time. Pung Cheon was so angry that he slapped him painfully. Thinking of this, Sun's eyes went dark and his whole body stiffened. He hurriedly took large strides towards the inside, just wanting to run away as fast as possible to escape this place. He almost thought about that day again, and had to return to his room, but Pung Cheon noticed him and coldly called, "Green Forest King, come up here." Sun's heart was screaming violently. Damn it, his face had also turned pale, but he still had to respectfully reply, "Yes." As he jumped up, Sun said to himself, "Just make small talk and then get out of here." As soon as he landed, he opened his mouth to start a conversation. "It's the first time I've seen you drinking alone. Is there anything unhappy happening at the White Dragon clan?" But the situation was no different from last time. Pung Cheon again forcefully slapped him in the face, causing the face to swell. Sun cursed silently in his heart, "Damn it." Pung Cheon was extremely angry, turning to glare at the painful Sun and scolding, "So grateful that you don't know what to do. What nonsense are you talking about?" Trying to endure the pain on his face, Sun bowed his head and apologized, "I'm sorry." Then he sat down right next to Pung Cheon to listen to him recount what had just happened. The master showed his majesty to the White Dragon clan leader, and not only that, you couldn't control your anger and smash the Dongting Dragon King with a chair. Sun added a few questions. "I don't know why the master smashed the Dongting Dragon King with a chair." As expected, he continued to receive another slap on the other side of his face. Pung Cheon angrily shouted, "If the master has taken action, just accept it." Sun cursed silently again, "Damn it." After hitting someone to vent his anger, Pung Cheon gritted his teeth and looked down at him from above, scolding, "You don't need to talk nonsense anymore, just focus on disguising yourself." Sun pretended to be a delicate young woman, his big round eyes sparkling, raising his hand to hug the cheek he had just been slapped on and acting coquettishly. Yes, of course, to disguise myself as a woman, I've already put on underwear and female clothes. But everything happened as before. Every time he spoke, he would get slapped by Pung Cheon. He growled furiously, dirty useless thing. For the third time being hit, Jae-sun still only knew to cover his face and lower his voice, I'm sorry. This time Pung Cheon became even more fierce, knocking Jae-sun down and stomping on him repeatedly, yelling as he hit, change your voice, who will believe you're a girl with such a rough voice? Jae-sun helplessly lay on the floor enduring the rage, painfully pursing his lips, preventing himself from making a sound, tears streaming down his face and dripping onto his nose. I'm sorry. The night gradually faded, giving way to the bright sun rising. After the rain, the sky cleared, and everything returned to its original peaceful appearance. The large boat continued to set sail, the sea around it seemed to favor it and there were no large waves at all. Pung Cheon stood beside him, looking at Du Yugang, his face coldly reporting, Master, the time has come. He looked into the distance, pondered for a moment, and then slowly replied, okay. Du Yugang closed his eyes to relax, secretly praying in his heart, I hope this time it will be the greatest martial art in the world. After finishing praying, Du Yugang straightened his back and looked out at the vast ocean, his face full of determination. Let's go. The large waves crashed, forming a beautiful wave face, and in the distance, a small ray of light flickered like Du Yugang's thorny path ahead to the mystic underwater cave. After finishing his words, Du Yugang didn't hesitate at all and jumped straight into the whirlpool of the sea, obscuring the tiny ray of light. He closed his mouth tightly to hold his breath, his eyes wide as he dived down below, secretly guessing in his heart, the deeper he went, the darker it became, and he couldn't see anything. That meant he was almost 20 jong deep. It was time to change, wasn't it? Suddenly, from afar, large and fast-flowing currents of water were rushing towards him. Du Yugang seemed to have noticed it as well. His eyes widened, and his pupils contracted in surprise. In an instant, he was caught in the middle of that whirlpool. Du Yugang struggled to raise his hands to cover his chest. His eyes closed tightly to reduce the pressure. After a while, having gotten used to the pressure exerted by the whirlpool, Du Yugang squinted to observe his surroundings. The current was stronger than he thought. Suddenly, Du Yugang couldn't take it anymore and was hit by the current to the point where he gasped for air. Air bubbles poured out of his mouth, and he felt helpless inside. At this rate, he might actually die. In another place, the scenery was more peaceful than ever, and the sun was gradually rising, spreading warm sunlight everywhere. Seeing Ju Yangjin sitting blankly by the window, Manhwa Singun slowly approached from behind and asked, You look worried, don't you? She turned her head in surprise to look at him, quickly replying, Master chill, it's nothing, I'm just worried about the arrangement. Then Ju Yangjin lowered her head, propped her chin up with her hand, and revealed a thoughtful expression. What if the shadowless thieves and the drunkard, those who stole the Scarlet Arachnid's arrangement, have already reached the location of the second arrangement? Ju Yangjin hastily turned to look at Manhwa Singun. This is bad, I need to practice diving more quickly. He found his disciple a bit cute and burst out laughing. After a hearty laugh, Manhwa Singun stroked his beard and calmly instructed, There's no need to rush so much, after all, they won't be able to reach the location of the arrangement. She immediately asked in confusion, why? Manhwa Singun's face was very smug as he explained to Ju Yangjin, if they go below 20 jong in the lake, they won't be able to do anything and will be swept away by the strong current. They'll die without even realizing they had to entrust themselves to the water to be killed. That's also what Du Yugang is experiencing right now. In the depths of the sea, Du Yugang was unconscious after suffocating from being caught in the whirlpool. He squinted his eyes open, his mind very hazy about his situation, even if he managed to escape in that place. Finally, Du Yugang was able to escape. He was climbing out of the water, his whole body very disheveled. Anyone who practices evil martial arts cannot enter. At this moment, before his eyes was a skeleton sitting and practicing in front of a landscape painting. Du Yugang blankly looked up, his whole body soaked in seawater. Is this the place of the arrangement? Then he began to observe everything here. Everything was very new. That's the remains of an immortal, although they are deceased. Expressing respect is in accordance with the principles of humanity. Du Yugang clasped his hands and respectfully bowed, introducing himself. Du Yugang, greetings. I don't desire to be the best in the world, nor do I seek power over others. I only wish to live a normal life. Please help me. The skeleton seemed to be smiling at him, but didn't say a word. Du Yugang curiously reached out towards the skeleton, wanting to wipe away the dirt on it. Unlike when he arrived at the Scarlet Arachnid's martial art location, No sound rang out, there was dust on the remains of the deceased. But as soon as he touched it, each small bone separated and fell sporadically, no longer in its original orderly shape. Du Yugang was so scared that his face turned pale. He couldn't believe he had done something so terrible. He frantically began picking up each bone, trying to put them back together, but it was still a tangled mess. "I'm sorry, I was going to dust you off, and I'll restore it to how it was." After a while, the skeleton was reassembled, but it didn't look like the original at all. He only knew how to arrange them randomly, with ribs sticking out of the head and skull. The more Du Yugang did, the more confused he became. His eyes darkened, and his hands, which were arranging the bones, stopped moving. An aura began to emanate from the skeleton. Du Yugang stood up, helplessly clutching his head. What am I going to do? In the meantime, he accidentally looked up and observed the painting behind him, a little surprised. Oh, that landscape painting is. The painting evoked an old scene in his mind. Ah, isn't that Mount Seong, where I ran around trying to find the divine Dr. Wuzyan? The memories of that time were terrible, but it looks beautiful like this. Du Yugang's eyebrows furrowed as he kept staring at it. What is it? It seems like the painting just moved. In a corner of the painting, the figure of a graceful girl was sitting on a large rock, her small feet dangling, wanting to touch the water. Her face slowly turned towards him. Finally, a beautiful face with jade-green eyes turned its head, smiled gently, and raised a hand to wave hello. This face reminded him of someone he had met a few days ago, young Miss. Du Yugang froze for a long time, his eyes wide, and his hand that was raised also stopped in midair. Then he lowered his head and cleared his throat to regain his composure. No, that young miss can't possibly be here. What are you thinking? The girl inside the painting saw his reaction and raised her hand to cover her mouth and laugh. Du Yugang's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene. Hundreds of different questions were running through his mind. She saw my actions and laughed. Can this woman see me? Suddenly, the girl furrowed her eyebrows, a little displeased with what he said. Her eyes glanced angrily at Du Yugang. You woman. Du Yugang was startled, a little scared and sweating. His mind was racing. This is bad. Can she hear me too? Suddenly, the painting glowed brightly, blinding him, the light from inside the painting. Great gusts of wind blowing leaves everywhere were engulfing Du Yugang. He raised his hand to cover his eyes because it was blinding. Feeling the change around him, Du Yugang slowly squinted his eyes to observe. He had completely entered the landscape painting. Facing the girl from before, flocks of butterflies were flying around, creating an extremely peaceful space. The girl in the painting was still sitting next to the rock, her eyebrows still furrowed, the annoyance not yet subsided. The woman in the painting. Back to where Ju Yangjin and Manhwa Singun were talking, she opened her eyes in surprise. Do you mean I have to enter the painting? He unreservedly continued to tell her. That's right. Ju Yangjin became even more curious. But how can ordinary people enter a painting? Manhwa Singun stroked his beard and replied, depending on each person's aptitude, it will automatically open, so don't worry. Manhwa Singun stroked his beard and glanced at Ju Yangjin, his eyes full of love and subtlety. Moreover, you are a person with a once-in-a-thousand-year aptitude, so you can enter in 5 to 6 days. She paused a bit, confused, and vaguely turned to ask, so how long did it take the rising star martial soul to enter? Immediately, Manhwa Singun burst out laughing at this naive question. Ha ha, do you want to compete with the deceased? I heard it took exactly 5 days. The 7 arrangements are all legendary martial arts that once stirred up a storm. When you enter the painting, you will meet one of them. She immediately understood what he was conveying to her. Ah, so that person is Manhwa Singun stroked his beard and interrupted, confirming her idea. That's right. Thousands of years ago, the number one in the world was the immortal Master Chong Chong. Now she is crossing her legs, propping her chin on a rock, frowning and questioning Du Yugang. Just now you said it was this woman, right? What an impolite person. He knew he had been disrespectful to immortal Master Chong Chong, so he immediately apologized. I was so surprised that I misspoke. I apologize. May I ask if you know where the immortal is? Immortal Master Chong Chong frowned and scolded him. You idiot. Du Yugang was scolded and became angry, his teeth clenched together. An idiot. But because he was asking for help, he had to restrain himself. Calling me an idiot seems a bit much, but if you just let me meet my old friend, I will leave immediately. Immortal Master Chong Chong still didn't take back her words, but frowned and stared at Du Yugang, scolding him again. You are such an idiot, a complete idiot. Du Yugang couldn't contain his anger anymore, pointed at her and shouted, Hey, why have you been cursing people all this time? Immortal Master Chong Chong looked nonchalant, spread her hands out and replied, because you're an idiot, that's why I call you an idiot. Du Yugong's fist tightened slightly by his side, secretly thinking, okay, someone like this can't possibly be an immortal. He kept staring at the girl in front of him, assessing her. She must be a demoness trying to provoke me to prevent me from meeting the immortal. Du Yugong clenched his hands, took a step back and lowered his body into a fighting stance, his face full of tension. He shouted, I will overcome you and seek both my old friend and the arrangement, demoness. Immortal Master Chong Chong found Du Yugong's thoughts a bit amusing. She stood up, repeating his words, demoness. Immediately afterwards, her figure disappeared into the space, so fast that Du Yugong only saw a flash of light. Du Yugong's pupils contracted, his eyes widened in shock at the scene just now. In a flash, Immortal Master Chong Chong appeared in front of Du Yugong, one hand clenched, one hand open, preparing to attack head-on. She struck a palm with extremely great force towards him. Dust and smoke billowed up. Du Yugong, unable to react in time, took the full force of the attack. Immortal Master Chong Chong, after unleashing a powerful strike towards him, smiled with interest. Your strength isn't too bad, is it? Du Yugong in front of her was hugging himself, one hand outstretched to block that dangerous attack. Although not too struggling, he was also a bit bruised. Immortal Master Chong Chong praised, you can block this move. He clenched his teeth, his whole body fell into a state of alert, his eyes constantly looking at Immortal Master Chong Chong to observe all her movements. Indeed not an easy opponent. If I'm not careful, I could die in the painting. After a moment of thought, he let his hands drop down, hiding them behind his back, secretly creating a shimmering force in his palm. I have to use the grasp of the arachnid and the hidden spirit flash to finish this. Ready? His tone also became arrogant and haughty. Today you must die here. Immortal Master Chong Chong fearlessly stood her ground, smiled mischievously and commented on Du Yugong. Your words don't sound like someone from the righteous sect, do they? The sky was extremely blue, the warm sunlight covered a vast forest. The space here was extremely peaceful. Suddenly, a shout rang out, breaking the inherent tranquility of this place. The rabbits eating grass also had to stop in confusion, raising their heads to see what strange things were really happening. Du Yugong was lying flat on the ground, holding his head tightly, his whole body covered in mud, constantly yelling and begging. Stop it, I told you to stop hitting me, demoness. Immortal Master Chong Chong angrily clenched her fist. Smoke was still coming out of her hand, proving how fiercely she had just hit him. She shouted angrily, so an idiot like you knows how to feel pain, get out of my sight. After Immortal Master Chong Chong stopped, Du Yugong also sat up, his eyes full of resentment, raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, one hand outstretched towards her. Give me back my soul force. Immortal Master Chong Chong unhesitatingly reached into her shirt and took out sharp throwing knives. She held them up with 2 fingers, flashed a sly smile as she looked down at Du Yugong and teased. It seems this is the name of this thing, soul force, so what if I don't want to? He immediately lost his calm demeanor, angrily yelled like a child. It's so despicable to steal an opponent's weapon and then attack, if you don't return it immediately. Du Yugong didn't finish his threat. He was threatened back by Immortal Master Chong Chong raising her fist. Not enough yet, really, want to get hit. Having no other choice, Du Yugong withdrew his aura, took a step back and pointed at Immortal Master Chong Chong. Wait until I find the immortal, I will definitely take back my soul. Force. Immediately afterwards, he stomped his foot on the ground because he was too angry, turned his head and left. Immortal Master Chong Chong behind him raised her hand to cover her mouth, laughing with amusement. Okay, see you again. After leaving, Du Yugong angrily gnashed his teeth, his eyes full of resentment, and thought to himself, okay, finding the immortal alone is enough. After learning martial arts from the immortal, I will let that demoness know what's up. Full of enthusiasm, however, Du Yugong had no idea where to go. After a while he could only be seen walking on the forest path. Still that same scene, 2 birds had given birth to a brood of chicks. Du Yugong collapsed on the road he chose. In contrast to Du Yugong's helpless and heartbroken appearance, the bird family was very happy and happy together. Below, Du Yugong had collapsed to the point where his hair was messy, his face darkened with fatigue. He only knew how to look down at the ground, his limbs were weak and he didn't want to move anymore. 2 months had passed, not even a strand of the immortal's hair could be seen. Suddenly, Du Yugong's eyes became firm, he was determined. Now is not the time to care about pride anymore. Finally Du Yugang returned to the stream where he first met Immortal Master Chong Chong. Seeing her leisurely sitting on the log, her legs still stretched out playing, he cleared his throat to seek attention. Immortal Master Chong Chong knew this would eventually happen, propped her chin and turned to look at him, smiling mockingly. "Oh, isn't that the idiot from then? Seems like you still haven't met the immortal." Du Yugang shyly lowered his head. He tried to stay calm and then started a conversation. "It's the same old story. I apologize about what I said about you being a woman. What's your name?" Immortal Master Chong Chong smiled brightly at him, gently introducing herself. "Chong Chong, Yu Chong Chong." Du Yugang, as if receiving her absolution from afar, quickly introduced himself. "So you're Chong Chong, and my name is Du Yugang. Chong Chong, consider it helping someone in need. Can you give me a hand?" She smiled brightly, squinting at Du Yugang. "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, is there?" "I didn't expect you Chong Chong to be so straightforward. I was so awkward that I stuttered. Of course, just tell me, no matter what it is, I'll help you." She clapped her hands excitedly, looking at Du Yugang, and asked again, "Anything?" Her voice was a little slow and dangerous. Then, first, Du Yugang was a little worried. "First." Yu Chong Chong's eyes widened and lit up. She eagerly raised a finger and ordered, "I want to eat meat, so catch a wild boar and bring it here." Du Yugang, upon hearing this, immediately went to take down a wild boar. After he brought it back to her, Yu Chong Chong, half asleep, sat on the tree and coldly demanded, "I also want to see flowers on top of the cliff, so pick them yourself and bring them here." After he picked a somewhat withered flower for Yu Chong Chong, she pointed to the far end of the forest and continued to order him to fetch water from the riverbank on the mountain over there. Once again, after Du Yugang finished, Chong Yu Song happily added another task. "Today, let's eat fish. Go catch some for me, okay?" And immediately, a skewer full of fresh, delicious fish was thrown in front of Yu Chong Chong. Du Yugang was soaking wet from catching fish. He panted, rubbed his chin, and waited for her to continue ordering him around. "Is there anything else?" Yu Chong Chong looked at him blankly. In her heart, she felt a little helpless. "I just wanted to see if you would give up on your own, so I ordered you to do these trivial things. It's been a month already. Isn't that enough?" Finally, she decided not to challenge him anymore. "Yeah, that's enough." The two of them, one standing and one sitting by the rushing water, were very peaceful. Yu Chong Chong secretly assessed him. He's been doing these things for a month just to learn martial arts. He's really an interesting person. Yu Chong Chong looked around, her eyes downcast. Remembering something, she curiously asked, "Before coming here, what kind of person were you?" Du Yugang hesitated for a long time, scratched his chin, and was a little embarrassed, but didn't know how to answer. Finally, he made up his mind to answer Yu Chong Chong's question. "Cult heir, demonic cult." She was very surprised and immediately looked at Du Yugang. "Someone who has practiced demonic energy cannot enter this place. Where did you make that up?" Du Yugang was not surprised by her reaction. He slowly sat down next to Yu Chong Chong and continued, "It's true, my father didn't teach me demonic arts to prepare for the arrangement." Then he looked up at the sky in the distance, his eyes a little sad. "But when my father died, his closest confidant rebelled. My subordinates helped me escape, but he made a fuss that I had to become liege, but I will not become liege." Yu Chong Chong listened to Du Yugang's inner thoughts and looked up at him. "Didn't you come here to learn martial arts and become strong, so you don't want to be liege?" Du Yugang unreservedly spoke his mind. "For me, martial arts are just a means. My dream is to enjoy a normal life rather than become strong." His words reminded Yu Chong Chong of someone's image. Her eyes widened in surprise. In an instant, she fell into a world of her own. 1,000 years ago, the atmosphere was still so fresh, where young peach blossoms bloomed on the trees. A brown-haired boy, covered in dirt, with sharp eyes and a satisfied smile, clasped his hands and looked straight at her, admitting defeat. "I have lost, Immortal Master Chong Chong. Please accept me as your disciple." Yu Chong Chong's fists were still smoking. Her cold eyes looked at him angrily. "Your strength is not equal, so why do you keep coming? It's so annoying. Get out of my sight." Not only was the brown-haired boy not ashamed to leave, but he looked at her even more eagerly. "It's natural that my strength is not equal, isn't it?" He unashamedly used the most flowery words to praise Yu Chong Chong, because at the age of less than 20, you defeated the goddess of the tides with poison sex dance and our master who has reached the realm of #1 in the world. She sighed helplessly upon hearing this, her eyes half closed, her hand on her chin, revealing a pensive expression. "You're really persistent. Is there no other way?" Finally, she agreed. "All right, I will accept you as my disciple." The brown-haired boy happily took a few steps forward. Then I will immediately pay my respects to the master, but Yu Chong immediately extinguished his enthusiasm. Forget about that, I have something to tell you, which is an important thing that you must go through to cultivate. He faltered slightly, and in his heart he was very doubtful. Is it so important that you have to skip the initiation ceremony? What do you want to say to me? Yu Chong smiled mischievously, as if preparing to set up countless games for the two of them first. Then she smiled brightly, and a finger was raised along with the first challenge. Catch a wild boar for me. A wild boar and a series of carefully cut logs were brought before Yu Chong. She happily poked at the boar's corpse with a wooden stick. The brown-haired boy stood behind her, impatiently wiping the sweat from his hair. Master, when are you finally going to teach me martial arts? She just smiled gently and replied, I'll teach you when the time is right. Looks delicious. Along with a request to do Yugang, but the brown-haired boy did it differently. Yu Chong looked at him with some surprise. You didn't pick flowers, but picked fruit. The brown-haired boy not only didn't feel that he was wrong, but also firmly replied, how can I pick flowers on such a steep cliff? Moreover, you are not teaching me martial arts today. Autumn was gradually fading away, and the leaves were gradually turning bright red, preparing to fall. The brown-haired boy carried back a series of large bags. Today's harvest is quite good. Yu Chong came out of the house in surprise. Wow, that's enough for the whole winter. Winter came, and the two of them sat warming themselves in front of the house. In the middle of the fire were fragrant grilled fish. After a while, the two fish were cooked until they were bent on the wooden skewers. Yu Chong looked at the brown-haired boy sitting opposite her with wide eyes. I intended to make him bored with trivial things and leave on his own, but a year has passed. My martial arts inherently require extraordinary persistence and effort. Maybe he really can do it. He just stared intently at the fire. After making up her mind, Yu Chong raised her head and said firmly to him, from now on, there will be no more trivial tasks. Tomorrow I will teach you martial arts. You will finally learn the martial arts you have been hoping for. Congratulations. But it was not a celebration as imagined. The brown-haired boy just said indifferently, I don't want to learn martial arts anymore. Yu Chong was so stunned that she was a little uncomfortable. You've been working by my side for so long, and you're saying this, don't regret it later, reconsider. The brown-haired boy did not answer immediately but started telling her some stories. Just down the street, I heard a rumor. At that time, when passing through a village, he heard the people there talking. The number one in the world is a girl who is not even 20 years old. Hearing about his master, he immediately thought to himself, it seems that people still mention master. But the next sentence of the people made him a little angry. So what, it won't be long. In his heart, he thought, what a rude person. Then the brown-haired boy decided to stop and listen. The people continued to gossip. What do you mean? There has been a rumor spreading recently. Immortal Master Chong suffers from 9 yin perfect veins. That made the brown-haired boy stunned for a long time. Yu Chong bowed her head as if she understood everything. So it's because you know that I won't live much longer, not enough time to teach you, so you don't need it anymore. The brown-haired boy immediately interrupted her thoughts. It's not for that reason. He slowly answered Yu Chong's other questions. At first, my goal was martial arts, but at some point I realized that this everyday life is more precious than martial arts. In the remaining time, I want to enjoy this simple life with Master. Hearing such touching words, Yu Chong's pupils widened. The brown-haired boy then bowed very sincerely. That is my dream. Yu Chong snapped back to reality, staring intently at Du Yugang. Finally, she returned to the main issue, breaking into a radiant smile. I'll tell you where the immortal you're looking for is. Du Yugang turned to her in surprise, questioning, really? Yu Chong remained cheerful, revealing the truth to him. Yep, because the immortal is right in front of you. Du Yugang frowned, staring at her. He didn't understand what Yu Chong was saying. As if understanding his thoughts, Yu Chong continued, or rather, Immortal Master Chong. Looking at her radiant smile, Du Yugang helplessly turned away, sighing, don't joke around, there's no way an immortal would be so undignified. Yu Chong didn't say much but confidently stood up, looking down at him and calling out, seeing it for yourself will be faster, right, follow me. The two walked together to a large cliff, standing before a deep abyss. Du Yugang spoke up, puzzled. What are you bringing me here for? Are you planning to destroy the whole mountain? As if it was just his joke, Yu Chong joined her hands and activated her internal energy, replying with a calm face, yep. Immediately after, an extremely large force of energy emanated from between her two palms pressed together. Du Yugang observed the situation, his eyes widening in shock. A single slash swept across every part of the mountain. Due to the immense pressure, Du Yugong's eyes widened in astonishment, raising both hands to block his chest. Yu Chongchong put one hand on her hip, pointing with the other hand at the mountains that had been split in two behind her, breaking into a smile to instruct Du Yugong. You said you wanted to learn my martial arts, right? Now you just need to do as before. He observed everything around him, blankly widening his eyes staring at Yu Chongchong. Me. Du Yugong slowly recovered his spirit after being shocked, his hands curled up slightly, and he became a little scared. No way, if it's that then maybe I can beat Pung Chion. Suddenly, countless strange noises came from behind him, shaking everything around them. Rocks were collapsing down below, soil and sand, along with tall trees, were also rushing down with incredible speed. The two martial arts experts quickly jumped out of the place where they were standing. Immediately afterward, a large stone fell to the same spot. Du Yugong moved, still bewildered. A landslide. Is it due to the effects of martial arts? Du Yugong fell from behind and screamed loudly, Chong Chong. Yu Chongchong also rounded her eyes and called out to him, Du Yugong. Yu Chongchong's face lit up with delight. Now we'll start the lesson. In contrast to her calm appearance, Du Yugong widened his eyes in fear, looking over in disbelief. No, isn't there a landslide right now? The two continued to fall freely downwards. Yu Chongchong closed her eyes, casually beginning her lesson. What you'll learn is my poison sex martial art, the pure white palm. Originally, it can't be seen with the naked eye, but in order to cultivate, I'll show you the flow of the meridians. Watch closely. She was extremely at peace, closing her eyes, raised her hands and taught. First, the first move of the pure white palm. A huge force of energy was created right in front of her. Some of the power was swirling in the air, and the rest surrounded Du Yugong and Yu Chongchong. Du Yugong opened his eyes wide to learn. His state was still very panicked and stunned. Yu Chongchong gently landed on the water, her legs agilely stepping on the small leaves. Du Yugong was floating half of his body on the water. The two were covered by a large shadow. Yu Chongchong looked up and said, "This move." But before she could finish, a huge rock was falling down right next to the two of them. Yu Chongchong did not panic at all. Her hand opened, slowly moving to the front of her body. With just one palm strike, the huge rock shattered right before his eyes, fragments flying everywhere. Some small stones even shot towards where he was standing. As Yugong witnessed Yu Chongchong's power, he was speechless. Yu Chongchong, after demonstrating it once for him, bowed his head and calmly put his hand inside his robe. The pure white palm was created to suit my body's characteristics, so it won't suit you, so I will teach you the modified pure white palm. She took out a book from it, looked at it happily, and instructed, memorize this in a week. I don't know if an idiot like you can understand it. Right after that, as Yugong took the book and sat down to read attentively, Yu Chongchong behind him was wringing the water off his body while observing him. She revealed a wicked smile, her eyes slightly judging as she looked at Yugong's back. Puff puff. That was a 20,000 word long martial arts manual. Just the people who were defeated and ran away were countless. Yu Chongchong turned around, raised his hand to cover his mouth and laughed smugly, wondering if he could memorize it in time. From behind him Yugong folded the book in half. I finished learning it all. Yu Chongchong's attitude immediately changed. She turned around and looked at him blankly. She immediately angrily questioned, "Don't lie like that," as Yugong helplessly replied, "If anyone can do it, why lie?" Yugong also explained to Yu Chongchong without any concealment, "Since I was 8 years old, I learned the hidden spirit flash 30,000 characters in just one reading. My father saw this but still called me an ignorant person." Yu Chongchong was a little surprised. 300,000 words in one go. She still had some doubts and challenged him. "Then recite it for me so that anyone can do it." Du Yugong was not worried at all. He sat down on the green grass nearby, wiping and reading each word in the book. Yu Chongchong's eyes widened in surprise. He actually memorized it. She felt a little admiration in her heart, secretly worried, and asked Du Yugong again, "You said you won't become a liege demonic cult, right?" He also frankly replied, "Never." Yu Chongchong secretly sighed in his heart. If Yugong became liege, then the storm in Jianghu would not be small, possessing such terrifying energy yet wanting to live a normal life. "The dream is bigger than I thought." After reading it, Du Yugong slowly stood up. His face was confused, not understanding what Yu Chongchong was thinking. Time flies like the wind, as Yugong diligently follows Yu Chongchong to practice. The ropes were wrapped around his entire body, and Yugong was so tired that he gritted his teeth and endured it. sweat pouring out like a stream, while Yu Chong was extremely relaxed, enjoying the cool breeze blowing on his face. Actually, she's sitting on top of a large rock, which Du Yugang has tied with ropes and is carrying on his shoulders, and is trying to help her climb a steep slope. It's already been 108 days. Du Yugang has just forcefully chopped down all the tall trees. Tired, he raises a hand to wipe the sweat from his face and then sighs with relief. Yu Chong stands behind, watching him execute his strength, and praises him with a bright smile. You're much stronger now, you'll definitely succeed soon. Hearing this, Du Yugang happily turns his head and asks, really, how much longer will it take? She gently raises a finger, easily stating an estimated number, about 50 years. Immediately, his attitude does a 180-degree turn. Du Yugang shouts in disbelief, 50 years. Seeing Du Yugang's exaggerated reaction, Yu Chong gently reassures him, but if it's you, it'll probably only take 10 years. He collapses to his knees, dejected. 10 years is still a long time. She approaches Du Yugang and says, forget about that for now, I have a gift for you. Hearing this, Du Yugang's attitude changes again, and he looks up. A gift. Yu Chong slowly reaches into her sleeve. She takes out the weapon she confiscated from Du Yugang at the beginning and returns it to him. Here's your soul force. A look of disappointment flashes across Du Yugang's face. He forces a smile and looks at her. It was originally mine, how is this a gift? Yu Chong playfully winks at him, raises a finger, and jokes, just kidding, I'll teach you another martial art, reverse reflection, give me your hand. Du Yugang is a little doubtful but still places his hand in her palm. The third move of the pure white palm, reverse reflection, Yu Chong gently explains, this is a martial art that's applied from it. From the palm of Yu Chong's hand, she creates a stream of internal energy and transmits it to Du Yugang. Reverse reflection is a technique to reflect the opponent's attacks, but if you invert it and use it, you can know the level of the opponent without them even knowing. Her whole body seems to be glowing. Yu Chong holds Du Yugang's hand tightly and continues, if the opponent is weaker, you'll feel warmth. Conversely, if the opponent is stronger, you'll feel cold. If you want to live normally, wouldn't it be better to avoid the strong? Du Yugang listens attentively without a change in expression. His eyes droop slightly, and he blankly asks Yu Chong, but why are you suddenly giving me gifts? She lowers her head and remains silent for a long time. Afterwards, Yu Chong releases Du Yugang's hand, and her warm voice rings out, don't you know that the time left in this painting is 108 days? Today is the 108th day. Then she turns and leaves, concealing her true feelings. It's just that I'm very grateful to you. Without you, I almost forgot those precious memories. The radiant face of the brown-haired boy reappears. Yu Chong was also very happy back then. The two of them used to live very peacefully together, and he lovingly carried Yu Chong on his shoulders. Now, all that's left are memories. She quietly stares at Du Yugang. Hearing this, he vaguely understands a lot of things. Du Yugang opens his eyes wide and looks straight at her. Could it be that Yu Chong slowly turns and leaves, giving a farewell smile. That's right, it's time for me to rest. You've done well, Du Yugang. Her smile is brighter than ever. Yu Chong leaves with a face full of happiness and her wishes. I hope you can escape your predetermined destiny and find freedom. Du Yugang hasn't regained his senses. He yells in surprise, wait, why is this so sudden? But immediately after that, a piece of white covered his whole body. Du Yugang helplessly raised his hand to cover his eyes. The bright space disappeared, he opened his eyes slightly, and his hands drooped to see the surrounding landscape clearly. Du Yugang returned to the starting place once again. In front of him was still the landscape painting, only without the girl sitting by the tree. His palm was clenched tightly, full of determination. Then Du Yugang sincerely put his hands together, closed his eyes tightly and confided in the painting. Thank you, Chong. After speaking, he turned around and left this place. Du Yugang's steps are extremely firm. He resolutely and determinedly said to himself, I will definitely find freedom thanks to her martial arts. On the surface of the sea without a ripple, Pung Cheon was still standing on the large boat waiting. He looked attentively into the depths of the ocean, waiting for news of Du Yugang. The surface of the water moved slightly, creating small whirlpools. The sounds emitted were also quiet. Suddenly, from that whirlpool, a figure shot up very high, creating a large column of water, and air bubbles also shot up everywhere. Du Yugang gently landed on the boat's surface. Pung Cheon turned to face him. He bowed his head and raised his hand, bowing his head with respect. Congratulations on achieving your achievement in just one day. Du Yugang's whole body was soaked. He opened his eyes wide with a little surprise at Pung Chion's words. Wasn't it 108 days but just one day? This upcoming achievement is really amazing. After regaining his spirits, Du Yugang stepped forward and patted Pung Chion's shoulder. You've been waiting quite a while, haven't you? Thank you for your hard work. He remembered what Yu Chong had conveyed to him before disappearing. His curiosity began to rise. So I should check what level my martial arts have reached, right? Du Yugang grabbed Pung Chion's shoulder and began to execute the power that Yu Chong had transmitted. Pung Chion, finally I can estimate your martial arts strength. Suddenly, the feeling transmitted to his arm caused his face to darken. His inner heart trembled slightly. Du Yugang jolted back. His pupils were still dilated to the maximum. His arm began to tremble. Du Yugang hugged his arm in extreme fear. This is... Pung Chion stood opposite, observing his movements from earlier with extreme confusion, and took a step forward, calling softly, Master. In Du Yugang's heart at this moment was extreme chaos, impossible. While Du Yugang, looking grim, clutched his arm, Pung Chion glanced in another direction, his face wary. Master, someone is approaching, he said. Following Pung Chion's gaze, a large boat was slowly approaching. Du Yugang moved closer to Pung Chion, observing for a moment before asking, Is that? He didn't need to finish the question before Pung Chion understood and replied, Yes. It's Beggar, on that boat. Chuiguan Sinjai is standing with his hands on his hips, tightly gripping a long bamboo tube in one hand. Immediately, Du Yugang fell into a pensive state. He rested his hand on his chin, pondering, If it's Beggar, I've read about them in books. It's said that the people of Beggar are simple and free like beggars. But aren't they actual beggars? Chuiguan Sinjai was extremely confused, not understanding what Du Yugang and Pung Chion were talking about. He then responded to Du Yugang's question, Yes, they're originally like that. Du Yugang immediately became agitated, glaring at him. No one is born like that, they must have their own hardships. Chuiguan Sinjai's boat stopped just before crashing into Du Yugang's boat, sending waves of water splashing. Chuiguan Sinjai gave a gentle smile, clasped his hands, and introduced himself. I am branch leader Beggar, Chuiguan Sinjai. I have a few questions. May I come aboard? Pung Chion, annoyed, immediately yelled at him. You dare come on board, you filthy beggar. Chuiguan Sinjai didn't expect such a strong reaction. He stood frozen, his eyes widened, and he took a few steps back. Du Yugang also raised a part of his sleeve to cover his nose. Branch leader, why don't you bathe? Chuiguan Sinjai didn't understand anything. His eyes widened as he stared at the two of them. Why are you suddenly teasing me like this? Pung Chion once again flew into a rage and shouted, Answer when the master asks. Chuiguan Sinjai also became angry, pointing at Du Yugang and Pung Chion, scolding, I came to ask about the whereabouts of the White Dragon clan leader, and I encounter only crazy people. Beggar is originally a place for people who live freely like beggars. After hearing him shout helplessly, Du Yugang was stunned and confused, not bathing, begging for food. Is that called a free life? Pung Chion looked up, turned to Du Yugang, and explained, they're just failures. Du Yugang's face darkened, and his eyes became disgusted and contemptuous. They have hands and feet, yet they make begging their main profession. Aren't they just vermin? Pung Chion also chimed in and nodded, indeed, vermin. Because he was so angry, Chuiguan Sinjai began to raise the bamboo tube in his hand, preparing to attack. These brats really can't be reasoned with. Seeing this, Du Yugang immediately called out, Pung Chion. Pung Chion had already coldly gripped the handle of his sword, ready to fight. But unlike what he thought, Du Yugang pointed at Chuiguan Sinjai and shouted, Go and give them a good bath. Pung Chion, thinking they were about to fight, rushed forward, understood. But before he could finish speaking, he realized something was amiss and paused. His hand, which was drawing his sword, remained still in the air as he glanced back at Du Yugang. Du Yugang, with an air of course, folded his arms and continued, At least make them look human. Then, he continued pointing at Chuiguan Sinjai, ordering, Go bathe now. This time, Pung Chion heard clearly and immediately jumped down below, following orders. He landed forcefully on Chuiguan Sinjai's small boat, the impact causing ripples and splashes in the water. Chuiguan Sinjai was startled and backed away a little. In that moment, Pung Chion immediately struck 2 pressure points on his body. Chuiguan Sinjai's eyes widened in shock. He gritted his teeth, slightly afraid. Pressure points in an instant. Damn it, I don't know what you want, but I won't be easily defeated. While Chuiguan Sinjai was still bewildered, Pung Chion reached into his clothing, grabbed a rope, and swung it. Chuiguan Sinjai, not understanding what was happening, was plunged headfirst into the water. Du Yugong's large boat continued to sail swiftly across the sea towards the Yangtze River stronghold. Du Yugong angrily pointed forward, his eyes wide as he shouted, "Dongting Dragon King, why aren't you helping beggar?" Zhong Yong, suddenly being pointed at and scolded, still didn't understand what was happening, his mouth hung open, unable to say a word. Du Yugong continued to question, "Making them filthy like beggars is called a free life. Even if they work as waiters or guards, they should live decently." He spoke more and more vehemently, leaning to one side to reveal Chuiguan Sinjai squatting on the ground. "I heard you often meet with Chuiguan Sinjai, yet you don't help these people living like beggars." Jianzhong's face almost froze, unable to understand what was happening. "You're so clean, and you're Chuiguan Sinjai. Wait, is he blaming us for not getting rid of those orthodox sects?" Finally, he spoke, "Master, beggar is a sect comprised of beggars." Not waiting for Zhong Yong to finish explaining, Du Yugong shouted in extreme anger, "That's the problem, people must bathe and live virtuously." Jianzhong's face went blank, unable to understand Du Yugong's way of thinking anymore. "Beggar. Enough." The divine revelation remained clean and shiny in the corner of the room. Du Yugong stood quietly in the middle and ordered, "No, starting today, the naval camp must give beggar a thorough bath." Hearing him say that, Zhong Yong was startled and backed away. Master, this." Zhong Yong felt utterly helpless. "It's no different than telling us to fight beggar." He raised both hands, trying to refuse. "Since the White Dragon clan leader disappeared, we've been busy conquering Jiang Bei, so..." Du Yugong once again interrupted his excuses, scolding with annoyance, "If that black-hearted reaper or whatever has also disappeared, then what are you still busy with?" Hearing this, Chuiguan Sinjai was shocked and his mouth dropped open. "The White Dragon clan leader is really the black-hearted reaper." Pung Chion angrily turned and punched him in the face, causing him to fall backward. How disrespectful to master who is talking. Seeing him hitting harder and harder, continuously stomping heavily on Chuiguan Sinjai, Du Yugong helplessly turned to stop him. "Pung Chion, that's enough." Then, he turned to look at Zhong Yong again. "Dongting Dragon King, I called you here not just because of the ice, but also because I have something private to discuss." Zhong Yong didn't understand anything, but still responded respectfully. "You have something to discuss with me," Du Yugong coldly ordered. "Everyone except the Dongting Dragon King, please leave." After a moment, only Zhong Yong remained, standing silently facing Du Yugong. He was extremely nervous facing Du Yugong, and slowly spoke, "What's going on, ultimately?" Du Yugong helplessly recalled the feeling when he placed his hand on Pung Chion's shoulder, when confirming Pung Chion's martial arts. He flinched and recoiled as soon as the feeling transmitted to his hand, a feeling like he couldn't compare to even a toenail of Pung Chion. "I felt the bone-chilling cold, which is why his hands were trembling violently. That's why Du Yugong is now placing his hand on Jianzhong's shoulder. I need to grasp the level of my martial arts, there's still some hope." He continued to execute the power that Yu Chong left behind, completely focused, if he could easily control the Dongting Dragon King. Du Yugong stiffened as the sensation reached his hand, his face darkened. Seeing Du Yugong's expression, Zhong Yong cried out in fear, "Master." Du Yugong slowly removed his hand from his shoulder, his heart aching. Was his dream of freedom so distant? His face was terrifying. Du Yugong raised his hand in disbelief, his eyes wide. It wasn't overwhelming power, but martial arts only on par with the Dongting Dragon King. Zhong Yong stood there blankly and asked, "Is there a problem?" Du Yugong curled his fingers slightly and said coldly, "A problem? Yes, a very big problem." Suddenly, he decided to swing his fist at Zhong Yong, his whole body radiating murderous intent. A huge shock erupted, the surrounding doors exploded and cracked into many pieces. White smoke and dust covered the entire view. Zhong Yong was sent flying backward by his palm strike, his hand slightly raised to block the power of the blow. Du Yugong muttered angrily to himself, "My freedom, the path of the Lord, when will I ever escape it?" Zhong Yong paled and uncomfortably took a few steps back. "Just met and he already wants to kill me, this crazy bastard." Outwardly, he still tried to remain calm and asked him, "Why suddenly like this?" Du Yugong still hadn't regained his composure, continuously striking forward, his mouth constantly roaring. "How long is this path of the Lord anyway?" Zhong Yong didn't dare to counterattack, only able to grit his teeth and endure each of his blows directly into his body. He widened his eyes in pain, thinking silently, "What is this? Is Du Yugong's martial arts so strong?" Then Zhong Yong gritted his teeth and shouted, "Master, at least tell me the reason for the attack." Hearing the noise from inside, Pung Chion from above also smashed through the ceiling with murderous intent and rushed down below. He was so angry that he could no longer calmly assess the situation, drew his sword from his shoulder, and threatened, "Dare to harm the master." Jongyong looked over with great injustice, his eyes wide with fear, and shouted at him, "I didn't do anything." Du Yugang, who was quietly standing on the side, quickly reassured Pung Cheon, "Stop, Pung Cheon." Before his sharp blade could stab straight into Jianzhong's neck, Pung Cheon stopped in time. Du Yugang coldly stated his reason to Jongyong, "I attacked you because of my resentment at not being able to become a lord even though I have obtained the arrangements." Then, in the next sentence, he ordered Pung Cheon, "Stop." He was as cold as if nothing had happened, gently putting his sword back on his back, "As you command." Then, Pung Cheon turned and pointed his finger at Jianzhong's face and shouted, "Your cruel actions deserve death, but the master has specially granted mercy, thank the master." Jongyong unjustly pointed his finger at his face grimacing with helplessness, "I really didn't do anything." Pung Cheon didn't care about right or wrong, immediately shouting, "You still dare to deny your crime." In the end, Jongyong only dared to curse 2 words silently in his heart. Damn it, outwardly, he still had to clasp his hands and bow respectfully, "Thank you for the master's mercy." Pung Cheon also placed his hand on his chest and turned to look at Du Yugang solemnly, "Master, it is truly touching to see you yearn to become a lord. However, this is only the second arrangement. On the day you obtain the remaining arrangements, everything will proceed according to your wishes, master." Du Yugang was extremely helpless, his eyes still very sharp as he ordered, "Dongting Dragon King, prepare the speedboat." He cried silently, but still had to obey respectfully. He stood in a corner, receiving the light from outside, his face full of murderous intent and determination, along with the dawn of tomorrow. "We will go and look for the third arrangement." On the outside, the dark sky is also lit up by 100,000 stars. In the same position in front of the landscape painting and the skeleton as Du Yugang once stood, Ju Yangjin was extremely angry to see the skeleton arranged in a mess. That skeleton also exudes countless strange chi forces around. She opened her eyes wide in amazement, unable to believe what was before her. "Ah, who dares to insult the deceased?" Bu Twiggerek collapsed to the ground, causing her to be extremely frightened. The old man's eyes were misty, his mouth muttered incomprehensible things, unable to believe that 2 arrangements were lost. Ju Yangjin shouted anxiously, "Master chill." Next to her, Manhwa Singun also fell down in her bewilderment, "Sixth master." He gritted his teeth in anger, his hand clenched, his whole body trembling. How could it be like this?" Bu Twiggerek seemed to have lost all vitality, raising his hands in pain. "Who is the bastard? Who is the bastard?" Ju Yangjin only knew to stand there, not knowing what to do next, stammering, "The masters." She stared at the shining things in front of her, falling into a state of vague uncertainty. The arrangement was stolen, the master went crazy. Ju Yangjin thought for a long time, then her whole body exuded intense murderous intent, her hands clenched in anger, telling herself, "Who is the person? If I catch him, I will not spare him." Elsewhere, in a room with many people gathered, Sun Yakran shouted in surprise, "Du Yugang and Pung Cheon, will they leave tomorrow?" Jongyong on the opposite side once again affirmed his words. "Yes, they told me to prepare a speedboat." Jae-sun asked him in a daze, "Will you continue to move after catching up a little more?" Jianzhong's hand on the table curled slightly, suppressing anger, "And that Du Yugang is more terrible than I thought." Jae-sun didn't understand a little, tilted his head to look at him, "Weird, is there anything happen?" Jongyong frowned, his whole body revealed an embarrassed expression. That. He began to tell Jae-sun what happened, how Du Yugang angrily pointed his finger at Chuiguan Sinjai but did not help these beggars. His face revealed death, tension, and shouted at him, "People must bathe cleanly and live virtuously." Moreover, Jongyong recounted when he was brutally attacked by Du Yugang. Just how long is this lord's path anyway? Not only that, he was forced to apologize to him even though he did nothing. "We thank you for your mercy, master." After hearing Jongyong recount everything, everyone in that room fell silent. Jae-sun's face darkened as he huddled in a corner, muttering, his face seemed filled with fear, his eyes darting around nervously. "It seems we chose the wrong side, he's crazier than we thought." Gong Chu-sang turned to Un Yomgyo and said, "Indeed, who would think of cleaning up a beggar?" He replied fearfully, "At that point, it must be considered an incurable state of madness." Suddenly, Sun Yakran pushed back her chair, stood up firmly, and slammed her hand hard on the table in front of her. "Then this isn't the time for this, we must immediately." It seemed as if she was very angry, but the next second, Sun Yakran smiled brightly and raised the wine gourd high in her hand. Let's raise a toast in celebration. Everyone in the room was bewildered, staring at her. Sun opened his eyes wide, unable to understand, and scolded, "Are you crazy too, Yakran?" Sun Yakran, without any worry, smiled and explained to everyone. "No, didn't he say they would leave tomorrow, then we just need to stay here." Her words shocked everyone. Gong Chusang stammered, right, isn't that right? If we aren't crazy, what reason would we have to follow?" Sun also became more relaxed, raising a fist in a celebratory gesture. "That's right, why didn't I think of that?" Yong, on the opposite side, smiled brightly. "All right, I allow you to stay at the stronghold." Sun Yakran, seeing that everyone agreed with her idea, once again raised the wine gourd and shouted, "Then let's all shout out a congratulatory toast to Du Yu Gong." Yong interrupted. Normally, at this time, people would shout out a nickname. Sun Yakran happily chimed in, "Let's give him one." Prince of Darkness. Yomgyo followed up with a sneer. "How about Devoted Demon?" Gong Chusang racked his brains and came up with another name, Demon Prince. Sun, seeing that everyone from Green Forest was participating, also raised the wine gourd and said a name he thought was appropriate, the Maniac Emperor. In his heart, Du Yu Gong was a person with a strange and elusive personality. He is evil in making the surroundings become a sea of blood, a mountain of corpses by commanding Pung Cheon. Therefore, the name he chose to give him was the Maniac Emperor. Sun Yakran, hearing those explanations from the side, was very excited and gave a thumbs up to Sun, praising, "It's too perfect, let's use that name." Everyone also raised their wine gourds high together, celebrating their future decision. While everyone enthusiastically shouted in unison, "Glory to the Maniac Emperor," Pung Cheon appeared from somewhere beside them and said somberly, "The Maniac Emperor." The space seemed to freeze after his words. No one dared to move or speak. Everyone was stunned by Pung Cheon's sudden appearance. His eyes were still as cold as usual. Pung Cheon, half in the shadows, half in the light, asked again, "Who is that nickname for?" Sun seemed paralyzed, sweat pouring down like a stream from fear. "Since when?" No one answered Pung Cheon's question. He moved closer to Sun's position. As his hand reached towards him, Sun died a little inside. I'm dead. He opened his mouth wide, mumbling, "Help, help." But contrary to the scene of carnage in Sun's imagination, Pung Cheon simply gently placed his hand on his shoulder and laughed. "Wonderful." Sun looked blank, not understanding why he was being so lenient. Pung Cheon was still stroking his chin, thinking about the name, the Maniac Emperor. A nickname full of the authority and power of a lord. There is nothing lacking in the master's title, truly amazing. Everyone else was stunned by Pung Cheon's unconventional way of thinking. Everyone stood still, staring. "You really take that as a compliment?" To ease this tense atmosphere, Yong volunteered to stand up and speak. "Oh, by the way, it's a pity that you'll be leaving tomorrow." Sun Yakran heard him say that and immediately went into acting mode, trying to appear sorrowful and hugged Pung Cheon's leg, wailing, sob, "Are you leaving again? Please don't abandon us." Sun recognized his daughter's intention, and his inner thoughts began to waver. "That's right, keep clinging like annoying flies, so that Pung Cheon will be disgusted and never call me again." Therefore, he began to chime in with his daughter, "We will follow you to the ends of the earth." Immediately, Gong Chusang and Yomgyo also shouted along, "Even to the ends of the earth, even to the depths of hell." But unexpectedly, his words immediately angered Pung Cheon. He turned around and threw Yomgyo forcefully into the corner of the wall. "Are you trying to drag the master down to hell?" He slumped down and sat down on the cracked wall. Pung Cheon disgustedly turned and left. "Annoying nuisances, I'm tired of even looking at your faces." Sun achieved his goal, turned his head, and nodded to signal Gong Chusang. Just when it seemed like everything was going according to plan, Pung Cheon stopped and made a final judgment. "But if you desire it that much, then I will allow it. I will allow you to follow." Everyone froze. They didn't expect that their overacting would cause such consequences. While everyone was despondent, Pung Cheon alone stood up straight and assigned tasks to everyone. "The Dongting Dragon King, I have a task for you. Destroy the Spirit Valley, who previously attempted to assassinate the master." He asked in great surprise. "What? But we received orders from the master to reform Beggar." Pung Cheon saw that he wasn't listening and was arguing with his orders, and immediately shouted angrily, "Reform Beggar, how ridiculous." Yong was extremely puzzled, his eyes, nose, and mouth all wide open. Pung Cheon's eyes were filled with murderous intent, his eyebrows furrowed, and he explained impatiently, The master's order was to test your loyalty, and that loyalty will be directed towards the Spirit Valley because no obstruction is allowed on the great path that the master is taking. Jongyong lowered his head, thinking to himself with some anger, what is this great path that guy is taking that we have to suffer so much? But he still respectfully asked, what is the great path that the master is taking? Pung Cheon was silent for a long time, not saying anything. Suddenly, he ordered Jongyong, raise your head. He was a little worried, widened his eyes, and slowly raised his head to face Pung Cheon. As soon as his head was raised high enough, Pung Cheon's fearsome face came close. He widened his eyes and stared at him threateningly. Are you willing to die here? Jianzhong's whole body stiffened with fear, his pupils contracted, and he tried to answer his question. No. Immediately afterwards, Pung Cheon turned and left the room, leaving a message. That's all, I have something private to discuss with Green Forest, so follow me. Jongyong was standing alone in the entire room like a statue, with no idea what he was thinking. The carriage was moving through the forest near Chongqing, and the weather above was incredibly pleasant and warm. Inside the carriage, Sun Yakran and Du Yugang were sitting face to face. The space was extremely quiet, and not a sound was heard until the young woman spoke. It's been a long time since we've ridden in a carriage alone like this, hasn't it? Du Yugang was a little unhappy, thinking, how is this any different from the beginning? Suddenly, as the carriage was rolling along, strange noises came from all around. Du Yugang also realized something and glanced cautiously outside. Immediately afterward, a series of arrows pierced through the carriage, creating round holes in the walls and window frames. Pung Cheon's voice echoed from outside, Master, we're under attack. Both people inside were shocked. An arrow grazed Sun Yakran, causing her to jump. Du Yugang had no choice but to move closer, using his body to cover her and shield her from the hidden weapons that were constantly being fired inside. On Yen gritted his teeth, a little angry when he saw this situation, an attack, another assassin. But in just a moment, everything returned to its original quiet, and the car stopped. Pung Cheon anxiously threw the door open and shouted inside, Master, are you okay? Du Yugang stood up straight and replied, I'm fine, what about the assassins, on the ground? Sun Yakran was still lost in her own thoughts, I haven't even had time to prepare. Pung Cheon bowed his head full of self-reproach and respectfully reported the situation to Du Yugang. Please forgive me, I let 2 of them get away. Du Yugang couldn't believe it and asked again, got away? In his heart, he was secretly shocked. There's an assassin that Pung Cheon couldn't catch. After determining that Pung Cheon's strength far exceeded his own, he began to feel that the assassins who had just escaped his pursuit were extremely dangerous. His heart screamed violently, who are they, after all? In a nearby corner, a black-clad assassin was quietly pulling down his mask. The familiar face of J.A. Sun appeared. He angrily scolded the person next to him. Gong Chu-sang, were you trying to kill Yakran? Gong Chu-sang, after being scolded, restrained himself a bit and took the blame. Sorry, but I didn't mean to. On a branch behind them, Un Yomgyo also sat and retorted casually, that's right, this was all ordered by that Pung Cheon. I'm lucky I got to play dead. J.A. Sun glanced at him, very confused. What exactly are those guys planning to do? He clutched his head, revealing a look of helplessness, his eyebrows furrowed tightly together. That's right, it's all ordered by that Pung Cheon. Who knows what that crazy guy wants to do? When calling the Green Forest Gang to assign a special mission, Pung Cheon seriously instructed, you will become assassins. Immediately, they fell silent, not knowing what to say. Un Yomgyo was the first to react, raising his hand to ask, but we're mountain bandits. Following his question was a masculine and powerful punch from Pung Cheon that landed straight on his face. After satisfying himself, Pung Cheon slowly explained to them, I realized at the White Dragon Clan that Du Yugang was extremely angry when he misunderstood that the White Dragon Clan leader had sent someone to assassinate him. He shouted loudly and ordered me, Pung Cheon, kill that person. Pung Cheon's face was extremely determined, clenching his fists to express his determination. The Master's majesty shines brighter when there are enemies. Then he began to assign tasks to J.A. Sun, Gong Chu-sang, and Un Yomgyo. From now on, you will attack the carriage 3 times. That will be the foundation for the Master's majesty. The 3 of them were standing seriously on the high branches of trees, watching Pung Cheon driving the carriage. His fiery eyes shot backward to give instructions. Now's the time. Gong Chu-sang didn't hesitate anymore, clamping 3 hidden weapons in his hand and rushing down quickly. Oh well. Immediately, the hidden weapons flew quickly toward the carriage carrying Du Yugang and Sun Yakran. He had to do his best to use his body to shield her, looking outside with a little anger. Then, after attacking, the three of them still had to stand on the trees to watch Pung Cheon open the door and act, pretending to be worried and shouting, "Master, are you okay?" After witnessing this scene, their eyes revealed a hint of assessment and judgment. After a while, under the harsh sunlight and the heat from the sun, they couldn't help but take off their masks. The three of them stood dejectedly on the trees, their faces darkened, and they weren't even surprised anymore. But at this moment, they didn't know that in the distance there were two truly suspicious figures. The shadowless thieves and the drunkard in the distance also watched everything with pale faces. After a moment of silence, the drunkard asked, "They're really hard to understand, Senior." The shadowless thieves next to him were equally confused. "That's right." He rested his hand on his chin and began to think, are they female or male? The shadowless thieves standing next to him immediately scolded unhappily, "Does that matter now?" He stared at the carriage moving below and instructed, "Don't forget our purpose, drunkard. We are being chased by the 7 heavenly masters because they stole the radiant sphere. To return the radiant sphere and turn in the real culprit, we searched everywhere and learned that they are the culprits." The shadowless thieves frowned, looking at the Green Forest gang with some confusion. "They're putting on such a cheap assassin show, we're watching them." The drunkard clenched his fists, a little more determined. "How about we show them what a real attack is?" He looked down at the carriage still speeding forward and rejected this suggestion. "No, let's observe a little more." The drunkard was both confused and suspicious. "Isn't there something shady?" His face was very tense. "Are we watching them?" The shadowless thieves subconsciously bowed their heads in fear. He thought about Lighting Child, and his whole body tensed up. Someone whose identity even we at our level can't fathom is watching them. Who are they that such a master is watching? Perhaps, to him, Lighting Child is a person with overwhelming aura and power. But at this moment, he was helplessly observing everything around him, with a look of boredom on his face. Lighting Child sighed, holding his head. How did things turn out like this? He turned to look at the 3 Green Forest people, secretly assessing the increasing number of people chasing the cult heir. Green Forest, who knows nothing about stealth, has become an assassin. Then Lighting Child smiled with some amusement. Even that Green Forest king has a complicated life, secretly following behind the cult heir. No different from me. Just thinking about this, he immediately collapsed, his whole body slumped forward. But Lighting Child quickly regained his senses, raising his guard. But Green Forest isn't someone to be wary of, so it's fine to leave them be. What needs to be guarded against are the others chasing the cult heir. He was a little worried. Who are those two? A bodyguard of the cult heir that I don't know, or another assassin, even no less than my top stealth technique. Lighting Child gritted his teeth in tension, his fists clenched and raised. He secretly sighed. Even without the 5 evils, there are already too many things to worry about. He had hundreds of thousands of worries in his heart. Where did they get hit after all, the 5 evils? Under a series of eyes watching them, the carriage continued leisurely towards the depths of the forest. Du Yugang sat quietly by the window, welcoming the warm rays of sunlight shining on him. Sun Yakran widened her eyes with anticipation, smiling sweetly as she asked him, "Master, will our wedding night take place in Sichuan?" Immediately, Du Yugang's expression worsened. He reminded her through gritted teeth, "What nonsense are you talking about again?" But Sun Yakran didn't care about that. She was immersed in her own imagination, shyly saying, "But haven't we progressed too quickly without any confession?" Du Yugang tensely shot a glance at Sun Yakran, sweat pouring as he asked, "Could it be that you're serious?" Not letting him dawdle any further, Sun Yakran stood up directly, pressing him back with a domineering CEO posture. "Don't act so coy." Pung Cheon asked if I'm pure yin energy. In her rosy imagination, he was so embarrassed that his face turned red when she approached. "Are you really craving my wedding night that much? You idiot, how embarrassing." Therefore, Sun Yakran smiled reassuringly, pretending to be understanding. "There's no need to be embarrassed." Du Yugang was angered by her words. He turned to the outside of the window, shouting loudly behind Pung Cheon, "Pung Cheon, did you ask Sun Yakran that?" Pung Cheon in front was a little silent, thinking about how to answer his question. Then suddenly, Du Yugang heard him reply, "That's right, master." That made him stunned for a long moment. Du Yugang's face darkened, and he raised his hand to cover his mouth, thinking to himself, he really asked that, could it be? He sharply turned to question Du Cheon after figuring out the answer, "Is Sun Yakran related to the arrangement?" Pung Cheon saw that he had realized, and nodded without concealing anything. "That's right, as expected of master." After confirming that his thinking was correct, Du Yugang continued to sink into his own calculations. So that's right, Pung Cheon isn't someone who would act without a purpose, he asked in a cold voice. If so, why didn't you tell me? He immediately replied without any worry, I was worried that you would be weak-hearted. So not letting Pung Cheon finish, Du Yugang angrily interrupted, are you saying that I have feelings for Sun Yak-ran? Hearing that, Pung Cheon asked again, so you don't like her? He held his head and answered a little helplessly, of course not, who would like a crazy person like that? Immediately after, Pung Cheon's words hit Du Yugang like a thunderclap. Then Sun Yak-ran is the perfect choice, because to keep the plan secret, I have to kill everyone clean, leaving no traces behind. He asked again, a little stiffly, what? Only now did Pung Cheon begin to explain everything in detail. The third arrangement has a very special process of passing through, especially to pass through the entrance, a woman with pure yin energy needs to go in together. Du Yugang continued to ask, does it have to be Sun Yak-ran? While they were preparing to push her into danger, Sun Yak-ran was still innocently smiling on the opposite side. Pung Cheon bowed his head with a very cautious expression. The place of the third arrangement is a dangerous place. Taking a martial artist will increase the chances of success. After listening, Du Yugang began to hesitate. Channeling technique went into Mayok himself to keep the arrangement a secret. That shows that this arrangement is as important as life itself. It's already enough for the assistants to be chased by assassins. Looking at Sun Yak-ran's blushing face, he couldn't bear it. Do we have to sacrifice the people around us now? Du Yugang held his head with one hand and clenched his leg with the other, his whole body in great torment. This is too much. Suddenly, the carriage stopped on the main road. Pung Cheon reported, Master, there's a crowd of flies. At that time, Du Yugang was extremely angry and wanted to vent his anger. He asked again with a dark face, is it those assassins again? Pung Cheon raised his head to observe the situation and quickly answered Du Yugang, no. In front of him now were 5 figures wearing hats. Pung Cheon spoke without fear, 5 flies. It seems these are the 5 evils that Lighting Child was worried about. The 5 evils stood in a formation blocking the path of the carriage, exuding killing intent. Jia Mason took off the hat he was wearing and gave a treacherous smile. You are Pung Cheon. Beck Mason and Hugh Mason also stood beside him exuding killing intent. Has it been fun enjoying the world lately? I don't know if you felt our concern or not. Du Mason held his hand on the hilt of his sword, frowning uncomfortably, thinking of the previous liege. I will kill you without letting you suffer any pain. Nu Mason was also alert and in a ready position. The 5 evils had all drawn their weapons, and all 5 people were preparing to attack the carriage of Du Yugang and Pung Cheon. A small leaf, caught by the wind, slowly fell to the ground. The moment it touched the earth, everything began. The 5 evils, almost simultaneously, launched themselves upwards, rushing towards the dark figure standing there. He took the full brunt of the 5 evils' attacks and painfully spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Jia Mason glided past the fallen figure and said coldly, don't blame us, the Jianghu has always been a heartless place. The person who had fallen trembled in pain, trying to get up with all their strength. Strangely, this face was completely unfamiliar. He spoke helplessly, I am Hongwoman Gate, who exactly is Pung Cheon? After a moment of struggling, Hongwoman Gate finally collapsed, unable to speak any longer. The 5 evils simply stood around observing. Jia Mason put his hat back on, turned to look at his teammates, and said, the stench of blood is unbearable, let's move somewhere else. Finally, they decided to move to the summit of Mount Oti Peak. The 5 people sat together in one place. Nu Mason was the first to lose patience. He frowned and yelled, we've been staying on Mount Oti Peak for 10 days already. How long are we going to settle down like this? Jia Mason sat opposite the other 4, his face emotionless, and questioned, so, you're saying you want to confront Pung Cheon? I heard he can single-handedly wipe out half the demonic cult. Hearing this, Nu Mason quickly regained his composure and replied, that's not what I meant, I just want to escape to a remote place like the Northern Sea. Beck Mason stroked his beard, looking thoughtful, the Northern Sea, not bad. Hugh Mason also nodded in agreement with that idea. But Jia Mason didn't feel that way. He angrily flicked his sleeves and yelled, nonsense. Jia Mason's face shone with boundless anger, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. He shouted loudly, trying to change the situation. We've been hiding for 20 years already, there's no more time to hide in the shadows. Hearing him say that, the other 4 remained silent, because they also understood the suffering. From the beginning, they had been given a mission, Beck Mugyel's death. That was the special mission of the 5 evils. Who are the 5 evils? They are powerful individuals who have never tasted defeat, another legend of the demonic path. The five evils had no doubts about Baek Mugyel's death. Remembering that time, they were all walking in the forest when they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Baek Mugyel was floating in the air, and before him were rows of corpses. Until he saw Baek Mugyel with his own eyes. But the five evils are powerful individuals who have never known defeat, so they cannot fail. Even though they were very scared, they ran away. The five evils team was pale and bloodless, they only knew how to run away headlessly. Over time, the five evils heard that Baek Mugyel had died and could not return to the demonic cult. The five evils did not dare to appear until 20 years after the liege had died. Jia Mason clenched his fist on his thigh, his whole body trembling. How did we survive? Yet now we're demanding to hunt down the cult heir. It's no different from telling us to die in battle with Pung Cheon. Nu Mason sighed. It's easier to kill Somian Magoon. But Jia Mason didn't think that was right. He sadly lowered his head. No, that's also difficult. Your master is protecting Somian Magoon. Do you think you can kill him? Then he propped himself up, slowly sat up straight, and encouraged himself. Somian Magoon has a very clear intention. He wants to eliminate Pung Cheon and our five evils at the same time. Hugh Mason finally spoke. Lighting Child is very eager. The scent of 1,000 miles is rising strongly from eastern Sichuan. Baek Mason raised his head with determination. Do you think we will easily give up our lives? Everyone was encouraged by Jia Mason. Only fools accept death. We will never fail. The five evils' five determined fists were raised high. The five evils will never accept death. Returning to the space where Du Yugang and Pung Cheon were blocked, Pung Cheon angrily gripped his sword hilt and lamented, "These gnats are too noisy." Because the five evils blocked the wrong carriage, the five people in front of them were not them, they just frowned uncomfortably. Seeing him preparing to attack, Du Yugang jumped off the carriage and stepped forward to stop him. "Stop, Pung Cheon, do you want to die again?" He cautiously stepped forward in front of Pung Cheon, thinking to himself, Sun Yakran's death was predetermined. I can't see any more bloodshed. Then he spoke to the people in front of him. Why have you stopped my carriage? The leader of the group seemed old and grumpy. He frowned and questioned him. You look only about 20 years old and don't know how to speak politely. As soon as he was rude to Du Yugang, Pung Cheon was furious and wanted to draw his sword, but he waved his hand. I'll resolve this as much as possible. His tone was a bit sarcastic. The person who blocks other people's carriages is now demanding manners. If the other side is polite first, this side will also maintain manners. The person opposite stared at Du Yugang and Pung Cheon silently for a long time. That dignified appearance, on the contrary, made people even more suspicious. Then he reached out and began to introduce himself. I am Tang Hagyong, young master of the Sichuan Tang clan. It seems that what we are looking for is in your carriage. What do you think, you little brat? Pung Cheon was once again furious, and demonic energy completely overflowed, but Du Yugang still didn't allow him to attack. But as soon as Du Yugang lowered his hand, Pung Cheon's figure gradually disappeared into the air. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Tang Hagyong thought Du Yugang was afraid of him and proudly cursed, answer me. Little brat. As soon as his last words finished, Pung Cheon's sword powerfully pierced through Tang Hagyong. The subordinate standing next to him didn't have time to see the process, only stared blankly at the blood spurting out from Tang Hagyong's body and cried out, huh. Tang Hagyong also didn't understand what had just happened to him, looked down at the sword stuck firmly in his shoulder and stammered, slowly, when? Immediately afterwards, Pung Cheon pulled the sword out of him forcefully without hesitation. Tang Hagyong lost his balance and fell backwards. Blood splattered from the wound. Pung Cheon powerfully struck him on the knee, forcing him to fall. Right after that, he stomped his foot on Tang Hagyong, who was lying crushed on the ground. Throughout the entire process, the old man didn't resist for even a second. Eventually, Tang Hagyong admitted defeat, clenching his fists unwillingly. Pung Cheon said indifferently, pray that the master will forgive you. Du Yugang, who was behind, didn't blame Pung Cheon at all. He glared down at Tang Hagyong under his feet and thought to himself, I'm so tired of the rudeness of Jianghu. Then Du Yugang coldly questioned, what was your reason for blocking my carriage, road? Ha Guyong laughed derisively. Although he was being trampled, he remained firm, his voice deep and threatening. Ha ha, do you think I'll let it go after being humiliated? He took advantage of everyone's lack of vigilance and ordered the men behind him, dissect him right now. A black substance was gradually spreading throughout the forest. Tang Hagyong's face twisted evilly, but a sinister smile remained on his lips. The 7 deadly poisons will paralyze the entire body and cause death within half a day. This is what happens when you dare to look down on the Sichuan Tang clan, where no one can match our poison. Right after that, the old man, thinking he was sure to win, turned his head and ordered the nearest man behind him, Hyeon-seo, search the carriage and find the fire dragon sword. He heard and immediately nodded in response, understood. Hyeon-seo stared at Tang Hagyong and Pung Cheon, a little suspicious in his heart. TSK, is this guy paralyzed in this exact position? But he didn't care and continued to order the others, as for the rest of you, block his path. However, Hyeon-seo stood frozen in front of the carriage. Tang Hagyong became impatient and urged, "What are you doing, Hyeon-seo, move." Before his eyes, the figure of Du Yugang was getting closer and closer. His eyes flashed like a devil in the air, surrounded by the black poison obscuring his vision. Hyeon-seo and Tang Hagyong were stunned for a long time. Their eyes widened in disbelief. He can still move. Right after that, to prove that what the two of them were seeing was real, Pung Cheon, who was stepping on the old man's back, secretly exerted force. Tang Hagyong gritted his teeth in pain, glancing up at him with some fear. Pung Cheon, like Du Yugang, had eyes that shone like a devil's, his whole body enveloped in black as he raised his sword. Seeing Du Yugang's somber black shadow in the distance, Tang Hagyong clenched his fists helplessly. They should have been paralyzed long ago, but they're still moving. Could it be that the 7 deadly poisons aren't working? Breaking through the misty black smoke, Du Yugang's figure gradually appeared clearly before their eyes. He waved his hands casually, without a trace of injury. How strange, daring to block the road so brazenly, and even using poison, Pung Cheon. Pung Cheon stood coldly behind Hyeon-seo, speaking silently, startling him. "Yes, master." Du Yugang seriously pointed to the assassins who had just attacked him, frowning and ordering him, "They might use poison again. Don't let a single one of them escape. Capture them all alive for me. Remember, alive, not dead." Pung Cheon completely agreed with his plan, respectfully nodding once and replying, "Understood." The 5 of them were captured by Pung Cheon and buried alive in the ground, with only their 5 pale heads exposed, utterly terrified. Du Yugang stood in the distance watching Pung Cheon's actions and helplessly lamented, "You cruel fellow." Meanwhile, the perpetrator of this act simply casually brushed the dirt off his hands. But since he had completed the task of capturing the people, he didn't dwell on it. Du Yugang approached Tang Hagyong, extending his hand and demanding, "Where's the antidote?" The old man gritted his teeth, glaring at him angrily, secretly cursing in his mind, "You haven't even been poisoned. What do you want an antidote for?" He couldn't reveal it so easily. Du Yugang saw that Tang Hagyong didn't answer and sighed, making a decision. "Fine, then." Then he raised 3 fingers into the air, his face darkening, and grimly stated his condition to the old man. "I'll count to 3, if you don't speak, I'll have your subordinates beheaded one by one." Pung Cheon, who was standing right next to him, also looked up, stunned by Du Yugang's attitude. But Tang Hagyong didn't realize the situation. He gave a strange smile, looking at him. 3 seconds is enough for me to find a way to escape." Du Yugang was still Du Yugang. His 3 counts were also very different. In just a split second, the 3 words 1, 2, 3 quickly burst from his mouth. Because of his haste, Tang Hagyong finally had to shout out in fear, It's in the green bag." Without hesitation, Pung Cheon grabbed the old man's collar and pulled him up from the ground. Du Yugang, after getting the bag he needed, coldly turned away. "If you dare to lie to me, you'll pay with your life." He approached his carriage, flung the door open, and stepped inside. It was true that he and Pung Cheon hadn't been poisoned, but Sun Yakran inside wasn't so lucky. Her face was purple, her eyes rolled back, and foam began to appear at the corners of her mouth. Du Yugang slowly took a white pill out of the green bag. After placing Sun Yakran on her back, he gently opened her mouth, put the pill in his palm, squeezed it tightly, and ground it into powder for her to swallow. He watched Sun Yakran slowly swallow the long pill, remembering what Pung Cheon had once told him. Then Sun Yakran is the most suitable. To ensure the secrecy of the arrangement, he must eliminate her completely. Yugang laughed mockingly. How ridiculous, saving Sun Yakran only to kill her. After resolving the issue inside the carriage, Du Yugang once again went outside, coldly looking at the assassins and asking, "I heard you blocked the road to find something called the fire dragon sword." Tang Hagyong had no choice but to confess, "That's right." After hearing the answer from his own mouth, Du Yugang became angry. He shouted and questioned, "How dare you openly bully strangers like this? What's so great about the Tang clan that you can brag like that? I've already tried your poison, and it's just as though." Tang Hagyong heard his insults about his famous poison family, the 4 families hall of Sichuan, his face turning pale, utterly shocked. "It's the first time in my life I've heard that." After angrily scolding them himself, he helplessly sighed and held his head, his teeth clenched together. We just came from Henan, so we don't know much about the Tang clan. It's useless to say more. Now you can choose one of two paths. Du Yugong's eyes were full of murderous intent as he looked at the 5 assassins, starting to negotiate with them. First, I'll spare your lives, but you must keep this a secret and leave. Second, all of you will die here, without a trace. Pung Cheon, who was standing beside him, immediately interrupted after hearing him give them a choice, raising his blood-stained Yang Chong sword, and giving a standard smile. Of course, they'll choose the second path, right? Du Yugong shouted helplessly from behind him. Are you going to just kill wherever you go? Tang Hagyong frowned. Of course, he didn't want to die, so he quickly made his choice. Okay, we never met you today. Hearing this, Du Yugong comfortably turned around, speaking lightly and without a hint of doubt. That's wise. He only left them with his back and a threat. If you dare to break your word, the road ahead will only be the road to death. Tang Hagyong and Pung Cheon coincidentally fell silent, not knowing what to say. After a while, he lowered his head and coldly said, "Maybe I should behead each of your subordinates." He didn't expect that after a moment of silence, Pung Cheon would utter those words, so he stared blankly with his mouth open. Pung Cheon immediately slapped Tang Hagyong across the face, smiled with satisfaction, and sheathed his sword. "I'm talking to the master, isn't that cool?" He glanced at the old man lying face down on the ground after being hit and sneered softly. "Be grateful you guys are still lucky. Seeing the master become more and more majestic, I'm overjoyed." Then Pung Cheon took a few steps closer to the old man, pointed his index finger directly at Tang Hagyong's head, and threatened in a low voice, "Don't forget, the master has specially bestowed grace upon you. Next time we meet, each of you might get more than just your shoulder pierced." A while later, Du Yugong's carriage slowly rolled away, returning a silent and tranquil space to the forest. Tang Hagyong was furious in his heart, gritted his teeth, and showed resentment. "I will repay this hatred tenfold." Everything eventually passed, and Du Yugong stopped on the outskirts of Sichuan. The high moon shone down on a vast space. Du Yugong sat silently at the table by the window, quietly looking outside. Suddenly, Sun Yakran tiptoed up to him from behind and whispered in his ear, "Master, aren't you asleep?" Prompted by her words, Du Yugong turned his head to look. Sun Yakran, "Quickly go back to bed," he instructed. "Sleeping late will make your skin ugly. Where do we have to go tomorrow that you're still here at this hour?" Hearing Sun Yakran mention tomorrow's work, Du Yugong paused slightly, the hand holding the glass tightened slightly. "That's right, tomorrow, the day we get the third arrangement, is also the day Sun Yakran dies." Suddenly, he lowered his head and spoke, breaking the quiet atmosphere. "Sorry." Sun Yakran looked up at him, puzzled. She was a little dazed, not knowing what was happening, and naively asked, "Hey, what do you need to apologize for?" Du Yugong couldn't explain to Sun Yakran, painfully clutching his head. "Anyway, I'm sorry." In contrast to his gloomy appearance, she cheerfully waved her hand to cheer up Du Yugong. "I'm about to die because of these things. I'm also a magnanimous woman. If you feel guilty, buy me a drink." Hearing that, he finally stopped bowing his head and looked up at Sun Yakran. His eyes held a bit of his own thoughts. Du Yugong finally understood, secretly pained in his heart. "Perhaps today is the last day we'll talk like this." He smiled gently. "Okay, let's go, have a drink." Sun Yakran also happily responded to his words, smiling teasingly with satisfaction. "Oh, are you really inviting me? Then I won't be polite." But strangely, the next second she collapsed on the floor, unconscious but still mumbling, "Then let's drink the most expensive wine here." Du Yugong was stunned, not understanding what was happening. He paused for a moment, reassuring himself, could she be asleep? Looking at Sun Yakran tilting her head and drooling, Du Yugong sighed softly. "In all my life, I've never seen a woman fall asleep while talking." Suddenly, from behind him, Pung Cheon pushed the door open, looking flustered and calling out, "Master." Du Yugong was calmer, slowly turning his head to look at him and ask, "What's wrong?" Pung Cheon quickly regained his composure, bowing respectfully and reporting, "The entire village has been poisoned to sleep. When this subordinate went out to assess the situation, they had already finished poisoning them." Hearing that, Du Yugong's mind started to work. He said with a bit of confusion, "Who could release a widespread sleeping poison like that?" Du Yugong's words were a bit doubtful and uncertain. Could it be an invitation from the Tang clan? Pung Cheon grabbed Sun Yakran's head and lifted her up, responding to Du Yugong with a dark look. "They're practically begging for death. Taking this opportunity, I'll eliminate some of the Tang clan." Seeing this, he quickly stopped him. Wait, why do you suddenly want to take Sun Yakran away?" While answering Du Yugong, his hand tightened on Sun Yakran's head as she slept soundly. She's a crucial key to the arrangement. If there's a mistake, it'll be very troublesome. Seeing that he didn't seem to realize his grip was too strong, Du Yugong took a few steps closer, reminding him, I know, you should let go of her head. Suddenly, Du Yugong thought of something and paused. Wait, a key. He immediately wanted to verify his thoughts, so he hurriedly asked Pung Cheon, I have something to ask. How will the third arrangement use pure yin energy? Pung Cheon didn't doubt Du Yugong's motives at all, quickly explaining to him how it worked. There's a stone gate blocking the way. Men absolutely can't cross it. Only women with pure yin energy can pass through. After receiving the answer he wanted, Du Yugong suddenly scratched his head and laughed like a madman. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is, ha ha ha. Pung Cheon, standing next to him, was stunned for a long time. He looked up, confused, and asked, Master, are you not feeling well? He looked up at Pung Cheon, revealing his sharp eyes. Indeed, she is the key. If we just take Sun Yakran away sleeping like this, then we don't need to kill anyone else, right? Du Yugong's words shocked Pung Cheon. A light flashed in his eyes. Why didn't I think of that? He darkened his face, secretly mocking in his heart. There's a way to kill people already. Why think so much to tire myself out? Immediately, Pung Cheon was enlightened, so he let go of Sun Yakran's head, letting her lie face down on the floor and continue sleeping. Du Yugong coldly instructed, the Tang clan isn't as important as this matter. After Sun Yakran is fast asleep, we'll go find the arrangement. He also became serious and replied, Yes, sir. After finishing his sentence, Pung Cheon took out a small scroll from his sleeve. Then please allow me to explain the arrangement. He unrolled the scroll on the table, revealing a large map. Pung Cheon leisurely pointed to the peak of a mountain in the drawing and began to speak. The location is Jagong Mountain, Simon Peak. On the top of Simon Peak, there's an ancient tree. From that position, we can enter the void steppes. Hearing this, Du Yugong hurriedly continued his words. At Arachnid Peak, you stab the sword into the void to break the formation. Right, Pung Cheon replied firmly, that's right. Then he began to explain everything to him in depth, but due to the combination of formations, the path has become invisible, so it may be more difficult than at Arachnid Peak. First of all, to walk on the path, we must follow the rules. The long and complex rules were explained to Du Yugong. If you take the first step forward, you must take 1 step back. If you take 1 step back, you can take 3 steps forward from that position. And then you have to take 2 steps back. Du Yugong listened and remembered very carefully. He silently recited and calculated the plan in his heart. Take 2 steps forward, take 1 step back, then increase it. After thinking it through, he directly exchanged his thoughts with Pung Cheon. So next, after taking 5 steps forward, we have to take 3 steps back. But he looked up and seriously refuted him. This subordinate thought so too, but that's not it. If you take 5 steps forward, you must take 1 step back. According to what I've learned, the number of steps forward increases gradually. But the number of steps back only repeats 1 and 2 steps. After taking 21 steps like that, the entrance will appear. It's a gate surrounded by a thick fog. Du Yugong began to ask about deeper things after learning how to enter. What is the arrangement that we can obtain? Pung Cheon answered his question very seriously and immediately. It's the heavenly dragon sword and its techniques. Then he also worriedly and immediately added, Master, this arrangement and the next arrangements will be martial arts that complement each other. If we don't get even one of them, everything will become useless. Hearing this, Du Yugong immediately abandoned his unreliable appearance. His face hardened and he looked seriously at Pung Cheon. Then we must put all our effort into it. He respectfully bowed his head, placed his hand on his chest, and expressed, I'm just explaining this much. The arrangement is very strictly guarded, so please rest assured. Beside the window frame, the bright moonlight shone down on the water in the glass, making the scene blurry. Du Yugong's deep voice also echoed, I understand. We'll set off immediately when it's dawn. After Pung Cheon left, Du Yugong smiled faintly, his hand curled into a tight fist, full of determination, thinking to himself, if I obtain the pure white palm and the precious sword, perhaps I will have a chance to fight Pung Cheon. But things are never that simple. The next day, when Du Yugong and Pung Cheon stepped inside that stone door, everything was gradually turning for the worse. They thought it had only been 3 hours. The surroundings of the room were filled with huge, dark holes. The two stood frozen in the middle of the space. Du Yugong's face turned pale, unable to believe his eyes. His eyes widened, bewildered, not knowing what awaited him. Has the arrangement disappeared? What on earth happened?